Chapter 481. What's going on? Why does it feel like I'm being dragged? When Wanyang regained consciousness, she realized someone was grabbing her feet and dragging her along the ground. She frantically tried to grab the ground to stop herself, but she couldn't. Instead, her fingertips were rubbed painfully. Hey! Who are you? Let me go! Wanyang tried to speak to the person, but strangely, it took her a long time to utter a single word. The person ignored her, so Wanyang could only continue being dragged. Suddenly, the drag ended. Just as Wanyang was about to stand up, a rope was put around her neck. The next second, she was thrown out the window. A feeling of weightlessness and suffocation washed over her. Wanyang struggled desperately to escape, but no matter how hard she tried, it was useless. Space didn't work, her supernatural powers didn't work, and even her strength was minimal. The surface behind her seemed to be glass. It was extremely slippery. Wanyang repeatedly tried to find a foothold, but couldn't find a foothold. Below her, 100 meters in the air, she was destined to be shattered to pieces, if not hanged to death. Wanyang grew increasingly anxious, but the more she struggled, the more intense the suffocation. Within moments, her vision began to blur, and her eyeballs rolled upwards uncontrollably. Never mind, let's just die. Wanyang gave up struggling, and tried to turn her head to see who had killed her. But the rope was too tight, and she could only tilt her head slightly. She couldn't see who was standing in the window, but she could only recognize this as the Noah's Ark base. Huh? Wanyang jerked awake, her chest heaving violently, her face flushed crimson from the lack of oxygen. Wanyang groaned reluctantly, nuzzling into Wanyang's arms, her arms tightening. Wanyang felt the pressure on his neck increase instantly, and he quickly pried Wanyang's arms apart, finally freeing him to breathe. What are you doing? Wanyang, still asleep, was furious when Wanyang removed her arm. She muttered unconsciously, then pressed her arm back against Wanyang's neck, causing him to cough several times. Wife! Let me go! I can't breathe! Wife! Wanyang pried Wanyang's arms apart, begging for help. Inside, he nearly cried, Oh my God! I gave my wife all those powerful pills to protect her, but I never thought they'd kill me. If she died like this, who would I turn to for justice? Huh? Wanyang finally woke up, dazed and looking up, a look of innocence on her face. Mimi, are you calling me? Yes, you almost killed me. Wanyang patted Wanyang's arm, which was still pressed against his neck. Confused, Wanyang pulled her arm back, puzzled. Seeing a wide, red mark on Wanyang's neck, she finally realized what was happening, feeling guilty and nervous. Huh? Why is your neck red? Mimi, how did you do that? Wanyang half lifted himself up, rubbing his neck as he breathed, looking at Wanyang with resentment. How did you do that? I had a dream where I almost got hanged, and when I woke up, I realized someone was trying to murder my wife. What do you mean by murdering my wife? I just remember being on vacation at the beach with my beloved wife. Wanyang said, leaning forward to hug Wanyang, looking at her flatteringly. Wanyang was speechless, swallowing all his grievances and forgiving someone. Because he had to hand over the supplies, Wanyang washed up and sat on the sofa. He took out the medicine powders one by one and filled the coffee table. So many potions! Wanyang picked up two curiously. Hemorrhoids rupture powder turns into a small bald head in a week. The names are all very humorous. Ningyan, help me find some powders that can make people lose strength. They need to be concealed. Don't just use myasthenia gravis powders, as that would make it easy to detect during subsequent investigations. Oh, okay. The two of them rummaged around on the coffee table before finally settling on the instant myasthenia gravis powder, the soft and sensual version, and the slow-moving, turtle-like powder that keeps your nose clear for an hour after sneezing. Why are you bringing this sneezing medicine? People also feel weak when they sneeze. Wanyang opened the medicine bottle. If you don't believe me, try it. It only lasts an hour. No. You better keep it. I don't want to sneeze for an hour. Wanyang smiled and took the medicine bottle back. Then he went to the mall and bought 50 bottles of each powder. After all, the system said they were free, so he took more. If too many police came, he wouldn't have enough powder. It would be embarrassing. 200 bottles. Wanyang rested her hand on her cheek, a look of melancholy on her face. How do we give them to the captain? Why not just put them in his space and tell him straight up? We're all rebels together, so there's no need to hide anything. Well, wait until the mission is over. Spaces are pretty private. We were wary of her initially, but now she's told she can take them freely. She might be angry. I apologize in person later and offer some compensation. The timing will be better than now. Otherwise, you're asking Wei Mingyue to help us with a grudge? With her temper. Nguyen Yang stopped talking. Wei Mingyue was full of tricks. If she really knew, there was no telling what would happen. It would be better to take the blame later, at least to avoid further chaos. Wan Ningyan seemed lost in thought. After Nguyen Yang had put away all the medicine bottles, she suddenly sat down beside her and took her arm. Nguyen Yang, why are you always so self-absorbed? What do you mean? Literally, you always seem to think from your own perspective, anticipating other people's reactions and thoughts. And then you become hesitant, afraid to act or speak, and keep putting things off. The result? You kept all those things you hid from me, and when I found out, things got even worse. And you still felt wronged, thinking you were doing it for my own good, that I didn't understand you. The same thing happened with the captain. You set it up, so he resent her if he found out, but why would he resent you? Subspace is a precious thing. Besides me, it was only given to the captain. And the Rose team has been relying on the subspace to stockpile supplies lately. Its role far outweighs the things we've been hiding from her. Why do you keep putting it off? Nguyen Yang was speechless. Wan Ningyan was right. It suddenly made her feel that her assumptions about Wei Mingyue were a little dark. But long-standing habits can't be changed in a short period of time. Nguyen Yang still felt uneasy and vaguely worried. Forget it, I won't force you. I asked the captain how to get it to her. He's so smart, he should be able to find a way. Ningyan, I know you don't have to say it. Wan Ningyan leaned on Nguyen Yang's shoulder, stroking her arm soothingly. I don't mean to blame you. I just noticed you like to find excuses to procrastinate. But Nguyen Yang, some things can easily escalate into bigger problems if left unchecked. Speaking up sooner might not be so bad. You're an adult, think about it yourself. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. I won't stop loving you because of something like this. Nguyen Yang took a deep breath and reflected on his own behavior. Many things were indeed as Wan Ningyan had said. He habitually found excuses to procrastinate. The most typical examples were the proposal and the concealment of Xiao Jianqing's affairs. The former dragged on until the very end, when Wan Ningyan took the initiative to propose. The latter. The two had a huge argument that nearly led to divorce. The captain told us to go to a hotel, get a room, tell her the room number, and she'd find a way to get there. Hotel? Nguyen Yang thought for a moment. Okay, but we need a legitimate reason to stay at a hotel. Let's go there first. We'd think about it on the way. Okay. The two changed their clothes and headed to the 4th floor. Since they hadn't had breakfast, they bought some to take back to the hotel, and also brought breakfast for Wei Mingyue and Qin Yun. Hello, ladies, are you staying at the hotel? Yes, Nguyen Yang glanced at the rooms at the back. Are there any couple suites available? The receptionist smiled, glanced back, and asked, are you looking for a couple suite with multiple experiences? She hadn't expected the receptionist to spell it out so eloquently. Nguyen Yang and Wan Ningyan blushed furiously. Wan Ningyan covered her face and turned away. There were people in the hotel. How embarrassing. Ahem, yes, just keep your voice down. Thank you. Okay, the couple suite is on sale now. 20% off for a 2-day stay. Would you like one? Okay, go ahead and pay. Nguyen Yang didn't want to say anything more. Wasn't it okay to just say couple suite? Why did they have to shorten it to a couple suite? It was so embarrassing. Chapter 482. Guest, here's your room card. Turn right ahead and there are stairs. Your room is on the 2nd floor. Please rest assured, our rooms are perfectly private and soundproofed, so you can enjoy them to your heart's content. If you require fruit, meals, cleaning services, or other services, simply dial 000 from your room phone to contact the front desk. Thank you. The receptionist continued with a polite smile, but Nguyen Yang felt his face flush more and more as he listened. He took the room card and hurried towards the stairs, pulling Wan Ningyan along. For a couple with their own separate homes, it was common sense that only couple suites were available in a hotel. Even if they were shy, there was no way around it. The base had high ceilings, allowing this large hotel to be built over 2 floors. The interior decor was similar to that of a pre-apocalyptic star-rated hotel, the only difference being the lack of an elevator. As he stepped onto the carpeted stairs, Nguyen Yang felt the heat on his face dissipate a little. Wan Ningyan, standing next to him, still blushed, and after meeting Nguyen Yang's gaze, he looked away awkwardly. Which room are you in? Nguyen Yang glanced at it. 216. Oh, The two of them made small talk and quickly reached the door of room 216. Nguyen Yang took a deep breath and swiped the door open with a click. He then inserted the room card into the electrical outlet, and a pink light instantly came on. Beyond the doorway was a circular, concave area resembling a waterless swimming pool. Inside, there was a wooden horse, a water bed, a plush tail, and a mask. Nguyen Yang was overwhelmed. To the left of the waterless pool looked like a torture chamber, a cross, a tiger bench, handcuffs, ropes, a leather paddle, a collar. Nguyen Yang felt powerless, and could only stare at the ceiling as he entered. Wan Ningyan followed Nguyen Yang, her face flushed red, but the pink light prevented Nguyen Yang from seeing it. After Nguyen Yang fiddled with it, and finally switched to normal fluorescent light, he could see clearly how shy his wife was. "Hey, I put my things away. Why don't you rest on the waterbed first, and then tell Wei Mingyi our room number?" "Okay." Wan Ningyan sat obediently on the waterbed, covering her face, but peeking around. Nguyen Yang put all the torture-like gadgets nearby into a large box. His wife had just been tortured, and he didn't want her to see them and recall any unpleasant memories. After a while of work, as he turned to look for Wan Ningyan, Nguyen Yang noticed a small electric toy left nearby. He suddenly remembered the time when he and Xiaoming were searching for supplies, and Wan Ningyan had found it. Strange, how could Wan Ningyan have been so shy back then? Why was she so shy now, even though they were old wives? Confused, he sat down next to Wan Ningyan. The waterbed was quite comfortable, cool and soft. Nguyen Yang touched it before looking at his wife, only to find her staring blankly at something in front of her. Following his gaze, he saw a small shelf, neatly arranged with the tails of various animals, including cats, puppies, foxes, and rabbits. As for the tails at the end, Nguyen Yang could tell from their shape where they were tucked in. "Ahem, honey, have you notified Wei Mingyi?" Wan Ningyan immediately averted her gaze and leaned against Nguyen Yang's shoulder. "I did. The captain said she'd be here in about half an hour and told me to leave the door open for her. I already taken care of it." "Well, she's pretty quick then." "Yes. But Mimi, do we really have to stay here for 2 days? Isn't it a little too for 18? A little, but there's nothing we can do. It would be bad if when Yunshu got suspicious. After the handover is complete, I tidy up the inner room. We stay there for the next 2 days." As Nguyen Yang spoke, Wan Ningyan stared at her, her eyes filled with unconcealed shyness, which made Nguyen Yang curious. "Honey, we're married now. We don't need to be so shy just because we're in a love room, do we? You used to be able to tease me." Wan Ningyan covered her face again. "But you were old-fashioned before. Now it's different. What if you pin me down and bully me when I really start to feel it?" Nguyen Yang felt mixed emotions. Old-fashioned? Pin me down and bully me? The former was fine. Nguyen Yang admitted that she had some few ideas in her bones. It was the result of her upbringing, and she couldn't change it suddenly. But what was pinning me down and bullying her? When had he ever bullied her? How could he dare to do that? Why not? I begged you so hard last time, and you wouldn't let me go. Wan Ningyan flew into a rage. She picked up a small whip and lashed Nguyen Yang's butt. Nguyen Yang was wearing jeans, so the whip didn't hurt at all. Remembering that incident, she smiled and lay down on the bed, letting her spank her. Wan Ningyan took advantage of the situation by sitting on her waist, waving her whip, and slapping her hands. Revenge, Nguyen Yang. Ouch. It hurts. Sister, please don't. I hit you. I let you bully me, and you still have such a bad memory. Are you a goldfish? Do you only have a 7-second memory? I'm your Xiao Yang, meow. Nguyen Yang was just imitating a sheep's bleat to tease Wan Ningyan, when suddenly all the lights in the room went out. Confused, Nguyen Yang saw the door open and quickly closed. It was Wei Mingyi and Qin Yun who entered. Wei Mingyi turned on the flashlight and found Nguyen Yang and Wan Ningyan. Qin Yun couldn't help but let out a small ouch. You too, it's just a power outage, not nighttime. Indulging in lust during the day can be harmful. Nguyen Yang and Wan Ningyan immediately climbed off the waterbed, keeping some distance between them, as if to avoid suspicion. Did you make the light? Well, I used my lightning ability to burn the wiring, rendering the surveillance useless. Then, when no one was in the hallway, I took advantage of the situation. Wan Ningyan excitedly ran to Wei Mingyi. Captain, can I see the lightning ability? It must be pretty cool, right? Maybe next time. It's a bit dangerous. If I shock you, someone will fight me to the death. Okay. Wan Ningyan, disappointed, snorted at Nguyen Yang. Nguyen Yang was baffled, and this was my fault. There was a commotion outside, getting closer, and then someone knocked on the door. Wei Mingyi and Qin Yun hid in the inner room. Nguyen Yang and Wan Ningyan opened the door. Outside was a hotel staff member, and 2 electricians they hadn't seen before. "Hello, guests. I'm sorry to bother you. The wiring in our hotel suddenly burned out. I was wondering if there's anything wrong with your room. If there's a wiring problem, we'd like to ask if you're aware of any issues. We'd like to ask for a different room to avoid any potential safety issues." Nguyen Yang shook his head. "We just arrived, and the lights went out. We didn't hear or smell anything unusual, so it should be fine. Would it be convenient for our electricians to check it out? Just in case." "Okay." Nguyen Yang stepped aside. After the 3 men entered, the 2 electricians, turning on their flashlights, froze in shock, glancing back and forth between the room and Nguyen Yang and the other man. "Hurry up, you two. Don't disturb the guests." "Okay." The 2 electricians then walked over to the electrical box, opened their toolbox, and began to check. The process was simple, seemingly a simple test with a tester, and it took only a few seconds. The 2 of them tested several locations in the room, and within 2 or 3 minutes, they confirmed that everything was fine. The staff offered some polite apologies to Nguyen Yang and Wan Ningyan before they left. After a narrow escape, Nguyen Yang and Wan Ningyan closed the door and went to the inner room. Seeing Wei Mingyi and Qin Yun emerge from the closet, they couldn't help but smile. "Why were you hiding in the closet?" It was like catching someone cheating. Wei Mingyi flicked the flashlight in Nguyen Yang's face. "How dare you laugh? When Yunshu sent someone to check just now, I tried to hide somewhere, but they found me." "When Yunshu's people? How can you be sure without even seeing them? From the time the power went out to when they came to check, it only took a few minutes. Have you ever seen a hotel where, after an unexpected power outage, their first reaction was to check a guest's room? Or a room far away on the 2nd floor? The distribution room is clearly on the 1st floor, so they should have checked the distribution equipment first." Nguyen Yang thought about it, and realized it was indeed suspicious. Probing everywhere with the test pen was just a cover-up. Their purpose was to observe the room. "Then why is Yunshu so worried about us?" Wan Ningyan sat on the bed, puzzled. "Didn't we already agree to cooperate in the rebellion? And she's still keeping an eye on us. How annoying. You should be cautious. After all, Nguyen Yang was forced here by her, so it's natural for her to be worried." Nguyen Yang agreed with Wei Mingyi. "Besides, I have too many secrets. Besides the space, the resource finder, and the healing pills, they're all very futuristic. I can even go to the northeast and find the arsenal alone. There's no way she can trust me completely." "Oh. Okay." Wei Mingyi placed the flashlight high up to use as a light, and sat down on a chair. "Hurry up and hand over the task. Luja wants Yunshu to find mutant vegetables. They'd probably leave in the next 2 days. We need to start a riot before Yunshu leaves. We need her help with Li Yang's death." "Okay." Nguyen Yang took out a table, and all the medicine bottles. Qin Yun picked one up and examined it. "A soft and delicate sex-themed edition?" Qin Yun's eyes widened. "You guys are quite extravagant in your private life. No wonder you chose a sex room specifically. You're adults after all." Nguyen Yang and Wan Ningyan blushed instantly. Just as they were about to speak, Wei Mingyi snatched the medicine bottle from Qin Yun's hand. "You're an adult now. Don't be so surprised by these things. Food, sex, and nature are all part of human nature. Just treat them with a normal attitude." Oh my god, Wei Mingyi's words made Nguyen Yang's explanation seem contrived. If she didn't explain, she'd be misunderstood. She was in a real dilemma. As for Wan Ningyan, she'd always been a bully, but now she was so embarrassed that she covered her face and collapsed on the bed, acting like an ostrich. Chapter 483. The supplies were transferred quickly. Wei Mingyi put away the medicine bottles and was about to leave, but Nguyen Yang, remembering Wan Ningyan's words, stopped her. "Wei Mingyi, there's something I want to tell you." Wei Mingyi paused, perplexed. "Okay, go ahead. Actually, I can enter your dimension and freely take and place supplies there. I'm sorry I didn't tell you until now." Nguyen Yang looked at Wei Mingyi worriedly. She wasn't sure how Wei Mingyi would react. Her face remained expressionless, meeting Nguyen Yang's gaze meaningfully. "Captain, don't be angry. Nguyen Yang didn't mean to hide this from you." Wan Ningyan anxiously climbed up from the bed and babbled to Wei Mingyi, explaining, "I hinted several times back then, but you refused to join our alliance. Nguyen Yang was afraid that if he told us, your space wouldn't accept him, and it would create a rift between you and us, so he kept it to himself. Captain, you must trust us. We really don't have any bad intentions. I swear." Wan Ningyan held up 3 fingers. Wei Mingyi, amused, told her to put them down. I'm not angry. Why are you so anxious? Are you protecting your wife? I'm not anxious. I'm just worried you misunderstand Wan Yang. You were silent just now, and your face was so long. I was afraid you teased Wan Yang. Huh? For the sake of your lover, you even make up lies? Wei Mingyi pulled out his usual teaching stick from his space, and hit Wan Ningyan on the arm. This is your punishment for spreading rumors, and getting me angry. And you too, Wei Mingyi looked at Wan Yang. What kind of woman is it to hide behind your wife? If you want to apologize, show your sincerity. Wan Yang already felt his behavior was inappropriate, and after Wei Mingyi's sarcasm, he felt extremely embarrassed and pulled Wan Ningyan back. It's my fault. I take care of it myself. Just watch. Oh. Wan Yang took a deep breath and stood before Wei Mingyi, ready to bow and apologize. But as he bent down, Wei Mingyi's staff came to bear against his shoulder. Stop the pretense and be honest. Just compensate me directly. Ah? Compensation? Yes, compensation for the deception, mental damage, and the anxiety I felt after learning this news. Please pay. Is this material compensation? Wan Yang was a little unsure. He asked, what should I pay with? How much? It depends on your sincerity. Do you think you give me everything I want? Sure, as long as it's within my means. Wei Mingyi curled his lips mischievously. Then please give me 8 pairs of tactical goggles. Every key member of my Rose team should have one, otherwise I worry about them getting hurt. Wan Yang felt a pang of pain. These things cost 80,000 points each. They're so valuable. But if that's all he gave, it would be a small gift. The Rose team risked their lives to help. Even a set of combat uniforms, let alone a pair of tactical goggles per person, would be enough to repay their debt. Just asking for 8 pairs of tactical goggles as an apology wasn't an exorbitant request. Wan Yang had no reason not to give them. Frugal Xiaoyang, feeling only a little sorry for his lost points, immediately bought 8 pairs of tactical goggles for Wei Mingyi, who then casually gave one to Qin Yun. Qin Yun couldn't wait to put them on, whispering in wonder. The enthusiastic Wan Ningyan trudged over to Qin Yun and explained how to use them. Okay, we're done. Next time you need to hand over supplies, just leave them in my space. Well, but aren't there 7 main members? Why do you need 8? One is for my sister. Any objections? No. What's the worry fee? You can take things from my space at will. I used to worry every day about you stealing our supplies. Oh, it's so annoying. I should ask you for some compensation. Wan Yang laughed. Yes, it should be. Be careful then. If you need anything, contact me and I send you supplies. Wei Mingyi gave an okay sign, called Qin Yun along, and left before the power came back on. Everything went smoothly. Wan Yang felt extremely relieved, feeling that it wasn't a big deal. He turned and hugged Wan Ningyan. Wife, you're right. Instead of constantly procrastinating, it's better to speak frankly. It's not that difficult. So you figured it out. I was curious why you said it out loud. You didn't tell me in advance, and you made me so nervous. Wan Yang laughed. Didn't you say the captain wouldn't resent me? Then why are you so nervous? Wan Ningyan pouted and said aggrievedly, I'm not the captain. What if I'm wrong? Okay, you're right anyway. Let's have breakfast. The room, whether in the living room or the back room, was filled with a playful atmosphere that made people blush and their hearts beat faster. After a moment's hesitation, the two of them decided to eat on the waterbed. As they were almost done, the lights came on. Wan Yang put away his flashlight and, while drinking milk, thought about what to do. What are you doing? I want to catch up on some chores before I go on my mission. For example, I can't do business with the village and the commute family this month. I need to let them know in advance. Oh. Then we have to inform the family about the coming polar night, and tell them to stay home as much as possible. Yeah, Wan Yang noted down everything, then caressed Wan Ningyan's face. What about you? Bored? Want to go for a walk? Wan Ningyan's eyes lit up for a moment, then dropped them again, pouting. No, you're going out again, somewhere as far away as the greater Xing'an range. I just want to be with you right now. So clingy. Wan Ningyan was so clingy before. She was so happy running around with the Rose team every day, yet she needed Wan Yang to urge her home, and still called herself clingy. Wan Yang felt sad at the thought, and caressed Wan Ningyan's head again. As long as the seizure of power succeeds, we can go home. It'll only be a dozen days soon, so just hold on a little longer. Yeah. Wan Yang consoled Wan Ningyan for a moment, then shared the notification task with her, and went back to work on the contact. The village and the Canute family were very understanding. Far from complaining, they asked Nuan Yang if she had any urgent needs and offered their assistance. They were eager to help if she needed any. There was no way they were being asked to come to a rebellion, and Nuan Yang didn't want them to worry. She simply made up an excuse and told them to be careful. Vision was obstructed during the polar night, making the dangers even greater. They shouldn't let their guard down. Wan Ningyan was the one who notified the Wan family, and the conversation grew more and more cheerful. Finally, she lay on Nuan Yang's lap, chatting with her family about recent events while playing with his lips. She pinched and pinched his lips, even deliberately parting his lips and tapping his front teeth. His lips felt hot and dry, and he couldn't help but open his mouth and gently bite her index finger. What are you doing? What's wrong, Yen Yen? It's okay, Mom. I just got bit by a puppy. No breakage. Nuan Yang narrowed her eyes, and actually called herself a dog. She grabbed Wan Ningyan's wrist and bit half of her finger in her mouth to express her dissatisfaction. Why do you have a dog now? What breed is it? Remember to bring it back. Mom's really good at making pet food now. I make sure it's plump and plump. Wan Ningyan turned on her loudspeaker and giggled at what Wan's mother said. Nuan Yang couldn't stand her constant nonsense and explained the situation to Wan's mother. To her surprise, Wan Ningyan's laughter only grew wider. She even scratched Nuan Yang's chin and exclaimed, "The puppy can talk. How clever. Yin Yin, you're married now, be more mature. How can you call Xiaoyan a dog? Mom, this is just our wifely love, you old fogey, stay out of it. Who cares? Go have fun. Mom's gotta cook. Hee hee. Mom, you worked hard. Bye." Wan Ningyan hung up the phone and immediately sat up, pitting Nuan Yang down and pinching his cheeks. "You're not happy about being called a puppy?" Nuan Yang ignored her, turning his head away without saying anything. Wan Ningyan's laughter deepened, and she continued barking like a dog. She even pulled out a collar from the small box and tried to put it on Nuan Yang. "Wan Ningyan, this is a collar. Are you sure you want it on me? Isn't it okay? A biting little dog like you needs not only a collar, but also a muzzle." Wan Ningyan, as if she had discovered a new world, put the collar on Nuan Yang and went to look for muzzle-related items. Nuan Yang was disgusted by the things in the love room, and she took off her collar, bought a pink one from the mall, and put it back on before pulling her back to the waterbed. "What do you want? I buy it for you. Don't use the stuff here. What if you get sick?" Wan Ningyan's eyes rolled. "Sure, what do you have? Buy some, and let's try it. I think training a dog is fun." Training a dog? Nuan Yang said nothing. She didn't want her wife to get too far and just confine her to her arms. "You wish. Be honest. If you come up with any more bad ideas, I tie you up." "Humph. What are you talking about if you don't want to buy me something? You're lying to me again. Why did you choose a love room in the first place? You're just a bunch of wooden stakes." Wan Yang sighed. Well, she really dug a hole for herself. With no other options, she could only go to the mall and buy some gentle-looking toys for Wan Ningyan. Chapter 484. "Little puppy, why aren't you barking? Bark twice." Nuan Yang rolled his eyes. He put on kitten ears, calling himself a puppy, and then tried to bleat like a sheep. What a weirdo. "Hurry up, or I spank you." Nuan Yang plopped down on the waterbed. "Go ahead, I'd rather die than surrender." "You're not even a cooperating sheep. You're so mean." Wan Ningyan swung the paddle. "Paw paw paw." She spanked Nuan Yang's butt 3 times, then dropped the paddle and laid on his back, acting like a spoiled child, asking him to play with her. She was perfect at giving him a slap and then a candy. But Nuan Yang fell for it again, shaking her cat ears and letting out a meh. "Wow. Whose little puppy is this sweet?" Me. I forgot, puppies can't talk." "Here's a bone," Wan Ningyan said, pulling out a mutated leaf from her space. Nuan Yang was speechless and laughed. "My dear wife, what species am I? You're a big, dumb sheep named Puppy." "Okay, as long as you're happy." Wan Ningyan was so happy, Nuan Yang played the sheep game with her for a long time. It wasn't until Wei Mingyi sent a message that the game came to an end. "Mimi, the captain needs some ingredients for Blackstein buns. Can you send them to the captain's space?" "Okay." Wan Yang took a deep breath and rummaged through Wan Ningyan's space. Finally, he found them in a corner. With a look of disdain, he placed the 3 bowls of ingredients in Wei Mingyi's space. This is truly disgusting. Indeed, how could a person be so evil? Just to control the people, they're no different from the tyrants of old. Wan Ningyan had just finished her angry outburst when she collapsed dejectedly into Nuan Yang's arms, her fingers fiddling with the bell on her collar. I really want to see how the captain and the others are doing, and I really want to help. It's so annoying that I can't even be there for something like this. You really want to join in on the fun. Aren't you curious? Nguyen Yang was about to reply when a faint sound came from the door, and soon there was a knock. I opened the door. Honey, move aside. Wan Ningyan rolled out of bed and said, let's go together, I want to see who it is. When they opened the door, it was the receptionist, pushing a food cart with them, claiming it was compensation for the power outage. Okay, thank you. You're welcome, it's all right. The receptionist looked at Nguyen Yang's outfit and smiled heartily. Please enjoy your meal. When you're done, call the front desk and we arrange for staff to clean up. Got it. Nguyen Yang calmly pushed the food cart in and locked the door. Wan Ningyan curiously opened a lid, revealing a plate of chicken and potato stew. Huh? They even give you meat as compensation? This hotel is truly luxurious. Yes, anyone who can own a hotel in the base must be either wealthy or noble. Nguyen Yang placed a finger on Wan Ningyan's lips, signaling her to be more discreet. I'm hungry, honey. Let's eat. Okay. Wan Ningyan immediately became cautious and quietly followed Nguyen Yang to the dining table. Nguyen Yang placed the tray on the table while texting Wan Ningyan. There's a bug in the dining car. You can see it with your tactical scope. Really? When Yunshu arranged this? Didn't she send someone to check? Why is she pressing the bug? She must have checked the cause of the power outage and found something wrong, so she came back to test it. Let's just talk about food and intimacy. Pretend we're here for some excitement, and don't let her notice anything unusual. Okay, got it. Because of the bug, Nguyen Yang and Wan Ningyan spoke cautiously at first, afraid of sounding too contrived. This was mainly because Nguyen Yang's acting was mediocre. So, after quickly finishing their meal, they replayed the game they'd been playing before calling the front desk to clear things up. Coincidentally, just as the food cart was being driven away, Nguyen Yang received a message from Zhao Wanning, saying they were leaving at 10 a.m. the next morning to carry out their mission in northeast China. 10 o'clock? Wan Ningyan was a little confused. That time is neither too early nor too late, so it's strange. It's based on the time of sunrise. Polar night is approaching, and the days are getting shorter. Driving at night is unsafe, so 10 o'clock is chosen, when the sun has just risen. Huh? Daylight appears so late now? Yes. Nguyen Yang took a quick look at the weather forecast and explained to Wan Ningyan, it's not until around 11 o'clock that it's completely bright, and the sun starts to set around 3:30 p.m. A few days before polar night, there will only be 2 hours of daylight each day. The temperature will continue to drop, reaching minus 120 degrees Celsius in the north, while it's better in the south, around minus 90 degrees Celsius. It's minus 110 degrees Celsius in Sichuan and minus 100 degrees Celsius in Sanyang Mountain. What? Minus 120 degrees Celsius in the north? Antarctica is only minus 90 degrees Celsius. How could anyone survive in that temperature? I don't know. In our previous life, we didn't even survive until the polar night arrived. Nguyen Yang felt a little down as she thought of her previous life. Wan Ningyan suddenly reached out and rubbed her cheek. Isn't this great? Finally, we have memories that belong to just the two of us, not just you. Fair enough. Knowing Wan Ningyan was trying to comfort him, Nguyen Yang smiled and lowered his head to kiss her lips. Wife, I'm truly blessed to have you in this life. I love you and hope to be your wife for eternity. Wan Ningyan was a little surprised, but quickly calmed down. She threw her arms around Nguyen Yang's neck, with a look of disgust. So cheesy all of a sudden. Are you smearing your lips? Nguyen Yang chuckled softly, biting her lips as he asked, would you like to try it? See if it's sweet? Tempting me, you stinky dog. Cat ears were placed on Wan Ningyan's head, and Nguyen Yang had tied a string of small silver bells around her ankles. The slightest movement set the bells tinkling, a completely different, easily distinguishable sound from the tinkling sounds on Nguyen Yang's neck. Wan Ningyan, well aware of Nguyen Yang's evil intentions, blushed and deliberately refused to move her legs, only for Nguyen Yang to lift her onto his shoulders. The sound of ding-ding-ding echoed in the bedroom, accompanied by a suppressed hum, like a joyful symphony. At night, Nguyen Yang embraced Wan Ningyan from behind, the two of them pressed tightly together, sharing their body warmth. Zhao Wanning came looking for me again. I get up first. Huh? Why did you come looking for you again? Wan Ningyan turned around unhappily, and hugged Nguyen Yang tightly. You run off after sleeping? You seem like a scumbag. I'll be back soon. Zhao Wanning isn't looking for trouble. She's bringing me some newly developed thermal underwear that can withstand temperatures as low as -100 degrees Celsius. -100 degrees Celsius? Then why don't you get a few more? We can make copies to share with my family and the Rose team. Okay, I wear the old one. You can make copies of the new one. I have thermal fat when I go out, so it won't matter whether I wear this or not. Okay. Can you let me go now? Xiao Wanting's coming soon, and it wouldn't be polite to have her waiting at the door. Then you abandon your wife, whom you just made love with, to meet another woman. Is that polite? As expected, there was no way to reason with Wan Ningyan. Nuan Yang's clumsy mouth couldn't win. In the end, Nuan Yang followed his instructions and kissed Wan Ningyan several times, only getting out of bed when she was satisfied. Xiao Wanting arrived just as Nuan Yang was getting dressed. She didn't even bother looking in the mirror. She simply turned up her collar and went to open the door. Sister Ning, I'm sorry to have you come all this way. It's okay. Xiao Wanting handed the bag to Nuan Yang. There are 5 sets in total, and 2 for your wife. Nuan Yang was quite surprised. After all, last time he only given her 2 sets, and this time 5. I have a mission tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Tonight. Ahem, don't overwork yourself. Xiao Wanting's words were cryptic, and Nuan Yang smiled awkwardly, brushing it off. When she returned to her room and ran the water in the bathroom to shower, she noticed a very clear kiss from Wan Ningyan on her cheek. Nuan Yang was stunned for a long time, unable to recall when Wan Ningyan had applied lipstick and kissed her. Forget it, she didn't want to think about it anymore. All Nuan Yang wanted to do now was shower quickly, and then check in with Wei Mingyi to see how things were going. Although she couldn't go and help, she could still offer some supplies. Chapter 485. After taking a shower, Wan Ningyan clung to Nuan Yang's arms, refusing to move. She wouldn't let Nuan Yang move, holding her tightly as if she ran away. If you push any harder, you be a widow. TSK. You're so ungrateful. Wan Ningyan feigned anger and turned away, ignoring Nuan Yang. She even deliberately nudged Nuan Yang's stomach with her, but Nuan Yang smiled, encircling her in his arms. He clasped her legs around the waist of the person who tried to move away, then pulled her hand over and clasped their fingers together. It's my fault, honey, don't be angry. Greasy? Contact the captain quickly. I'm contacting. Nuan Yang kissed Wan Ningyan's ear, then sent a message to Wei Mingyi, asking about progress and if he needed any help. Soon, Nuan Yang received a video call from Wei Mingyi. For convenience, he turned on the speaker and watched it with Wan Ningyan. The video seemed to be set in a room. Through the window, Nuan Yang saw groups of people rushing forward excitedly, cursing profusely. Even through the glass, the clamor was audible, and with careful listening, Nuan Yang could make out some of it. Fuck you, you dogs. Why are you feeding us insects? Fuck you. Kill them. Beat them. Those beasts. Wei Mingyi's soft laughter reached his ears. Nuan Yang was almost certain it was Wei Mingyi and her group who had done it, so he asked. Wait a moment. Wan Ningyan quickly intervened. Captain, is it convenient for you to talk? If not, please type. Walls have ears. Good, you're being vigilant. That's progress. Hearing Wei Mingyi's praise, Wan Ningyan's eyes nearly shone with laughter. It's all thanks to the captain's good teaching. Your wife has also done a good job. I dare not take credit for it. After this back and forth, he even made a detour to insult Nuan Yang. Nuan Yang quickly changed the subject to ask about the real matter, lest his stupid wife be sold, and left counting the money. I'm indoors. There's no one else here except Qin Yun, so no one can overhear us. Don't worry. That's good. What's wrong with these people? Who are they going to attack? They know the Blackstein buns are made of bugs, and now they're going to destroy the cafeteria in protest. There are too many of them, and the police are outnumbered. I guess reinforcements will be here soon. Nuan Yang checked the time. It was only 6:30 p.m. Wei Mingyi and the others were moving so fast. How did you manage it in such a short time? First, we spread the rumor among the civilian population that the black buns were made of bugs. News of this magnitude usually spreads very quickly. But people, while they like to hear rumors, won't fully believe anything unless they see it with their own eyes. So we had to make sure they saw it for themselves. Thanks to Xiaoyun, who had established extensive connections in the civilian area, we successfully delivered the black buns containing cockroaches and maggots to the cafeteria. Afterward, after a day of spreading the rumor, people who ate buns that evening became more cautious. Then, about 20 or 30 people actually ate the stuffed buns, confirming the rumor. With just a little spark, the riot began. Nuan Yang had initially assumed Wei Mingyi was asking for the ingredients for the black buns to show everyone, but he actually used the space shuttle to stuff them directly into the buns, sneak into the cafeteria, and distribute them to the civilians. Civilians who heard the news became extremely cautious, eating carefully with every bite. Uncovering the ingredients was inevitable. One thing led to another, acting as a promoter, not the source, and letting the civilians themselves confirm the rumors was a quick way to ignite their anger. Wow! Captain, so impressive. Jin Yun, so impressive. You're truly the most powerful team in all of Sanyang Mountain. You're amazing too, discovering the secret of the black buns. Otherwise, this riot wouldn't have happened so quickly. Wan Ningyan was stunned for a moment, shyly turning to Nguyen Yang and whispering, Captain, you're praising me again. Am I dreaming? Nguyen Yang smiled and shook his head. No, you really did a great job. So happy. Wan Ningyan excitedly hid under the covers, her feet tapping for a long time before finally emerging. Her hair was a little messy, and her smile was goofy, like a little fool. Nguyen Yang couldn't help but laugh, and helped her fix her hair. The riot quickly escalated. Nguyen Yang saw windows shattered throughout the cafeteria as a large crowd rushed in. Some police officers attempted to fire threats, but were quickly pushed down and assaulted by the crowd. Cafeteria staff, easily identifiable by their white aprons, were also cornered and assaulted. Soon, sirens blared in the civilian area. Wei Mingyi switched windows and saw a large number of police officers approaching with rifles, batons, and riot shields. The police weren't mindless in their attempts to quell the riot. They first launched a barrage of tear gas, then fired warning shots, shooting anyone who approached. Then, they marched in formation toward the cafeteria, beating the rioting civilians with batons. Captain, are you just going to watch from here? The civilians can't beat the police if we don't help. Don't worry, Xiaoyun's gone. Just wait and see. The show's about to begin. Nguyen Yang thought it was time for the drug powder to make its debut. The equipment disparity was too great. No matter how angry the civilians were, they couldn't stand up to the police with knives and sticks, unless they were completely desperate. But with the drug powder, things were different. Not only did the situation change, but the civilians were able to seize guns, and the riot escalated. Any effort Wen Yuanshu made to suppress it would be a major achievement. The police formation advanced steadily, knocking countless civilians to the ground. The officers, as if harboring a personal grudge, were extremely ruthless. After the victims fell, they would specifically punch, kick, and stab them in the face, leaving the fallen civilians' faces covered in blood and flesh. The scene was a bit bloody, but Wan Ningyan, happy at the moment, was quiet, her body trembling slightly from time to time. Nguyen Yang noticed this and leaned closer to her, hoping to talk about something irrelevant, perhaps kissing her sensitive ears to distract her. Wei Mingyi returned to his starting position. The police had arrived in front of the cafeteria, shouting at the crowd to disperse. Suddenly, a cloud of white powder rained down from above them. The police immediately scattered, their guns raised and their bodies dusted off, but soon their legs gave way and they half knelt on the ground. Fight them! Someone shouted, and the frightened civilians nearby regained their courage, rushing towards the police with wooden blocks that couldn't even be called weapons. What is that white powder? Flour, mixed with turtle. Even if it was mixed with flour, the base's subsequent testing would reveal an abnormality. Nguyen Yang had barely finished asking when he saw 2 jets of water directed at the police. Some of the officers who weren't hit by the powder had their guns blown away by the high-pressure water cannons, and soon the civilians were pitting them to the ground and beating them. Alas! My worries were for nothing. Nguyen Yang chuckled. I shouldn't have doubted Captain Wei's abilities. Wei Mingyi chuckled and moved to another window. Nguyen Yang saw more police arriving for reinforcement. However, this time, as soon as they exited the elevator, they were attacked by flour. They began sneezing frantically, and then the high-pressure water cannons began to knock the police down, while the surrounding civilians joined in the assault. It was a well-coordinated operation. Captain, where did you get these water cannons? There's a fire hydrant in the base. We killed a police officer this morning and took his ID card, so we could open it and use it. I see. What a meticulous plan, worthy of the captain. Wei Mingyi smiled again, then leaned against the window and said calmly, This is just the appetizer. Wait, the excitement is yet to come. Chapter 486. Nguyen Yang and Wan Ningyan exchanged glances, neither able to guess what Wei Mingyi was talking about. Wan Ningyan, intrigued, pestered Wei Mingyi for a long time, but Wei Mingyi refused to answer, arousing their curiosity to a crescendo. Soon, a third wave of police arrived, coming from the dedicated elevator on the other side. However, Qin Yun had anticipated their arrival, and had ambushed flour laced with a body-softening agent. Once the police were down, they used a high-pressure water cannon. This would both dissolve the powder laced with the agent, rendering the base untraceable, and eliminate the drug's effects, preventing civilians from being affected. With these 3 waves of operations, the power of the civilians and police reversed, with a large number of civilians grabbing guns, batons, and blast shields. Then, Nguyen Yang saw that all the civilians had stopped beating the police and cafeteria staff and instead rushed towards the elevator. "Captain, I'm back." It was Qin Yun's voice. Wei Mingyi's perspective shifted, and the couple saw a specially dressed Qin Yun, his face painted half black and wearing a floral dress. To anyone who didn't know him, they'd mistake him for a little girl from the countryside. "Is everything settled?" "Yes, I gave you a heads up, so everyone understands. We stole the ID cards from those police officers, and are now waiting to head to the 4th floor. Are you safe?" "No," Qin Yun smiled, revealing his white teeth. "Who could possibly hurt me? I'm glad you're okay. Pack up and get ready to go back." Wan Ningyan looked up in confusion. "Captain, where are you going? You're not running away, are you? What nonsense are you imagining? We're going back to the room we were originally assigned. Civilians are looting on the 4th floor. Wen Yunshu will soon bring troops to suppress the situation. The next step is to count all the people involved in the riot in the civilian area and try to identify the instigators. We need to go back early and pretend to be asleep to avoid interrogation. Staying here will only make us vulnerable." "Huh? Robbery? Captain, you just said the excitement is yet to come. Is that what's going on?" "Yes, but not entirely. Those in power thought they could manipulate the civilians, only to discover they were capable of resistance, even invading territory that shouldn't belong to them. This poses a huge threat to them, and Lucia will be unable to sleep or eat. As for robbery, it's just a way civilians might think of to secure compensation. But if they stir up trouble, the Black Steamed Bun incident will be completely exposed, and even the lower-level military and civilians will be terrified. To maintain stability, Lucia will definitely temporarily cancel the Black Steamed Bun production, while simultaneously venting his anger on Li Yong and trying to regain control of the civilian population. He'd be stretched thin. Wow, kill 3 birds with 1 stone. That's just the superficial benefit. The rest depends on Wen Yunshikong's cleverness. She's got plenty of cunning ideas. She'd surely figure out how to both gain great credit this time and deal with Li Yong." Wei Mingyi smiled. "There's more to it than that. Think about it." Not only Wan Ningyan, but even Nguyen Yang was confused. Could Wen Yunshu have gained any other benefits besides these? "You two, take your time to think about it. We're leaving first. Be careful. The civilians have already reached the 4th floor." "Captain, just tell me." Wei Mingyi ignored her and hung up. This made Nguyen Yang and Wan Ningyan feel anxious. They couldn't figure out what was going on, so they got up, changed clothes, and planned to go check out the riot. Just as the wife and husband had finished getting dressed, the alarm on the 4th floor sounded. They hurried out, but were stopped by the anxious front desk staff on the 1st floor. "Guests, please don't leave now. There's a riot. The security team has been dispatched. Be careful not to get hurt. I'm part of the security team. Don't worry. Go hide inside. Bullets don't blind." With that, gunshots rang out outside. The receptionist, terrified, half bent over, didn't dare to bother with Nguyen Yang and the others, and hurried to hide in the staff room. Nguyen Yang gave Wan Ningyan a few words of advice, and the two of them began to cautiously move toward the source of the noise. Sirens, gunfire, shouting and cursing, all gathered in the food court, near the elevator entrance. The stalls and food stalls had been vandalized by civilians, leaving the scene in disarray. Soldiers, in pairs, were using fishing nets to catch fleeing civilians. In the front, 2 rows of soldiers held bulletproof shields. Behind them were gold-type psychics, protecting themselves from the bullets. The remaining soldiers also used fishing nets to block the entire entrance, preventing civilians from entering. The elevator seemed to have lost power. The civilians already on the 4th floor had their weapons disarmed by psychics, and their weapons were shot down by snipers. Everyone was forced back by the fishing nets, huddled at the elevator entrance. The rioting civilians were not easily defeated. They threw whatever they could use as weapons and hurled curses at the military, their tempers boiling. The military had a loudspeaker, constantly shouting, "Quiet! Retreat! Otherwise, you will face the consequences." But no one listened. So water-type psychics stepped up and sprayed water into the mouths of the talking civilians, silencing them. A moment later, ice-type psychics froze them, followed by water. After several rounds of this, the civilians were frozen to the point of being unable to speak. When Yunshu doesn't seem to intend to kill. Given her ferocious nature, this is rather odd. Nguyen Yang agreed. Wen Yunshu was decisive and didn't hesitate to kill even his own subordinates. It was truly strange that these rioting civilians were so gentle. There were strange noises in the distance. Soon, it was Wen Yunshu arriving in a military vehicle, followed by tanks. To the uninitiated, the noise looked like an attack on the civilian population. The civilians were terrified, and they fell completely silent. Everyone, I'm Wen Yunshu. I'm aware of your demands, and I'm as shocked as you are. After a brief investigation, we discovered that Chief Inspector Li Yong was responsible. He has been apprehended and interrogated, and we will provide you with a satisfactory explanation as soon as possible. Of course, this doesn't bring any comfort, so I personally decided to assume all economic losses caused by your riot. I also requested a request from my superiors to provide 1,000 yuan in compensation to everyone in the civilian area. From now on, I will personally oversee the production of steamed buns and ensure that all steamed buns in the civilian area are made from wheat flour. If this fails, I, Wen Yunshu, am willing to die as an apology. Now you have two choices. First, continue rioting. In that case, I will show no mercy and execute you all for treason. Second, return to the civilian area, inform the rest of the people of the outcome, cease rioting, and peacefully await your compensation. Live your lives. He shifted the blame onto Li Yong, removed the base, and compensated the residents out of his own pocket, using a combination of kindness and force to win the hearts of the people. Nguyen Yang suddenly understood Wei Mingyi's point. Wen Yunshu needed a legitimate reason to seize power. The base's dirty deeds had been exposed, and even if Li Yong took the blame, the civilians weren't fools. They knew the base commander was behind it, so Wen Yunshu's rebellion was legitimate. Just now, Wen Yunshu appeared to be quelling the rebellion, but in reality, she was building momentum for herself. Right now, the civilians wouldn't fully trust her, believing she was in cahoots with the base. But once Wen Yunshu successfully seized power, they would be completely convinced that she was different from Lu Zhi, and would naturally wholeheartedly support her as the new base commander. What a brilliant move! Wei Mingyi's move not only tested Wen Yunshu's intelligence, but also gave the rebellion a veneer of justice. It was truly astonishing. Chapter 487. The riot was quelled, the alarm lifted, and Nguyen Yang and Wan Ningyan returned to the hotel. Shortly after lying down, Nguyen Yang received a notice from Zhao wanting that the mission for tomorrow had been cancelled and postponed to the day after tomorrow. Great! You can spend another day with me. Nguyen Yang curled his lips. Is that all? Our Xiaoyan is so easily satisfied. Of course, contentment is the key to happiness. Wan Ningyan said, pouting for a kiss. Nguyen Yang only touched her briefly, not going any deeper. I contact Wei Mingyi first. I wonder how she's doing. Well, I should ask. The tanks are out. Wen Yunshu is pretty scary. She's just trying to scare the civilians, to contrast with the police. She won't kill unless the civilians continue to riot. Nguyen Yang explained, as he sent a message to Wei Mingyi. It took a while before he received a reply saying everything is fine. The next morning, Nguyen Yang saw several messages from Wei Mingyi after midnight. The civilian area has been taken over by Wen Yunshu's forces. All work has been suspended, including the power plant. During this period, all civilians can receive free white steamed buns at the cafeteria for 3 meals a day. Without manual power generation, the base can only switch to diesel power. Around 2 a.m., the civilian area experienced a brief power outage, lasting about a minute and a half. Therefore, there was a time gap between power switching. This may be Wen Yunshu's advanced preparations for a power grab. Wen Yunshu will probably contact you today and leave Li Yong's life in your hands. Don't worry too much, revenge will come when the opportunity arises. But be careful. If asked about the riot, just say you have no knowledge. She sent someone to investigate last night, and probably suspects we're in the civilian area. We meet sooner or later, but I don't want her to find me so soon. After sharing the news with Wan Ningyan, Nguyen Yang replied to Wei Mingyi's message. Then the two of them stayed in bed, discussing the information Wei Mingyi had provided. But before the two of them could stay in bed for long, there was a knock on the door. Wan Ningyan, annoyed, hid under the covers and ignored them, leaving Nguyen Yang to go. Nguyen Yang didn't want to get up either. It wasn't even 7 a.m. Last night, she and Wan Ningyan had been following the riots together, chatting until midnight before going to bed. She was feeling sluggish and hadn't gotten enough sleep. So Nguyen Yang wasn't in a good mood either. After patting his cheek to wake himself up, he casually straightened his pajamas before slowly walking to open the door. Good morning, Xiaoang. Did I bother you? Outside the door was Wen Yunshu, followed by Zhao Wanning. Nuanyang's face darkened even more. Being harassed by these two scoundrels so early in the morning had left him feeling extremely mixed up. I'm fine. Lieutenant, is there anything going on? Why did you come all this way in person? Wen Yunshu looked at Nuanyang and gave him a faint smile. Yes, I am. Pack up, take your wife, and follow me to kill Li Yong. If it's any later, I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on. Li Yong? Yes. Nuanyang's mind suddenly cleared. Just as Wei Mingyi had predicted, Wen Yunshu had really put Li Yong's life in his hands. After a few seconds of hesitation, Nuanyang told Wen Yunshu to wait, quickly closed the door, and went to find Wan Ningyan. Ah? Did Wen Yunshu really say that? Yes, let's clean up quickly. Li Yong must have been tortured terribly by her. If we can't take it anymore, we should go early and kill him ourselves. Huh? Wan Ningyan immediately threw back the covers and got out of bed. No! This ba** can't die. He must die by my hands. Hurry up, change your clothes, and leave right away. Why wash your face? You can wash it when you get back. Wan Ningyan, who was meticulous and conscious of beauty, didn't even bother washing her face for the first time. After changing her clothes, she dragged Nuanyang out the door. Wen Yunshu seemed to have anticipated this. Seeing the two men coming out breathless, a smile flickered in his eyes. Don't worry. After beating them half to death, Xiaoyin was saved. Saved? Nuanyang suddenly realized what was going on. Why didn't you tell me just now? Lieutenant, were you afraid we'd drag our feet? I stayed up all night, my mind wasn't clear, so I forgot. Nuanyang couldn't fault this excuse. Wen Yunshu must have been very busy last night. The riot had only been temporarily quelled, but the subsequent pacification was a headache. He also had to prove Li Yong's guilt, and get Luge's approval to execute him, which definitely required staying up all night. Thank you for your hard work, Lieutenant. I remember this favor. No need to remember. This was originally a deal between us. Wen Yunshu stopped short. Nuanyang understood what she meant and stopped being polite. After all, it was a deal, mutually beneficial, a win-win cooperation. No need for formalities. Outside the hotel, there was a 6-seater electric scooter, prepared by Wen Yunshu. It must be said that Wen Yunshu was quite considerate in some respects. Nuanyang and Wan Ningyan sat in the middle. On the way, they saw the site of last night's riot. The stalls and tables and chairs were under repair. Some owners were lamenting their losses to the military, while soldiers nearby were recording them on tablets. Wan Ningyan tugged at Nuanyang's sleeve, and Nuanyang understood. He asked Wen Yunshu how the losses to the businesses would be handled. I will cover all the losses at the base during this riot, including those to the businesses. It should be quite a lot, Lieutenant. Is your salary enough to cover it? Not enough. I wrote an IOU to the commander. Oh. Wen Yunshu didn't turn back, but continued to look at Nuanyang, a rather creepy smile on his face. Lieutenant, I'm fine. Why don't you turn around? It's not good for your neck. Well, I'm just curious. You didn't even ask about the riot? It seems you know everything. Nuanyang's heart skipped a beat. He actually forgotten about it. Wan Ningyan squeezed Nuanyang's hand and spoke carefully. Lieutenant, the civilian riot reached the 4th floor last night, and there were gunshots. How could we in the hotel not know about it? That's right. Wen Yunshu didn't ask any more questions. She turned her head back and sat quietly in the front row, listening to Zhao Wang's reports of the news she received. After nearly being exposed that time, Nuanyang and Wan Ningyan tried not to speak much and followed Wen Yunshu all the way to the police station on the B2 floor. This was Nuanyang and Wan Ningyan's second time in this place. Nuanyang felt physically unwell and immediately thought of Wan Ningyan. She noticed that her lips had lost their color, and she looked serious and nervous. Don't be afraid. I'm here for revenge. I'd be by your side. Tell me if you feel uncomfortable. Can we hold hands? Of course. Nuanyang and Wan Ningyan clasped their fingers tightly, her hand holding extraordinarily tightly. Every time they approached the interrogation room, Wan Ningyan would tremble. Nuanyang felt heartbroken. The scene of that day seemed to replay itself, making her feel extremely depressed. The person is inside. I cleared the police station out for now. You can beat and scold them as you please, even kill them. Wen Yunshu said, placing the key in Nuanyang's hand. Your wife doesn't look well. Give her some time. There's no rush. No one will disturb her until noon. Yes, thank you. Wen Yunshu and Zhao Wanning left, leaving the corridor empty. Nuanyang took a deep breath, consulted Wan Ningyan's opinion, and then went to open the door. Wen Yunshu, you bastard! Kill me if you dare! Why are you treating me? I'm afraid of death, aren't I? Li Yong thought it was when Yuan-shu and started cursing. Wan Yang thought he was a tough guy, but she saw he was just holding on, tears streaming down his face, and he even wet his pants. Ningyan, what do you want to do? I help you. No, I want to do it myself. Are you sure? Here. Sure. Wan Ningyan wiped away her fearful tears. I want to avenge myself. Wan Yang, get out. Wan Yang glanced at Li Yong. His wrists had been severed, and he was hanging in midair with chains, leaving him no chance of a counterattack. Reassured, she went outside. Wan Yang didn't know how Wan Ningyan had done it, and she didn't use her tactical scope to see. She just stared at the door anxiously. Li Yong's screams continued from inside, and she could occasionally see the glow of fire. It wasn't until Wan Yang realized she hadn't heard Li Yong's voice in a while that she pulled up her tactical scope to check. Inside the room, it was shown that there was only one living person, Li Yong, who was dead. Chapter 488. Wan Yang gently opened the door. The thick smell of blood inside made her frown uncomfortably. Li Yong was dead, not as tragic as she had imagined. Wan Ningyan stood across from the body, silent and unmoving. When Wan Yang approached her, she discovered that her eyes were red from crying. Ningyan, are you okay? Not okay. Wan Yang held her in his arms. His silent sobs turned into soft, choked sobs. Slowly, the sobs grew louder, and the clothes around Wan Yang's waist were pulled tighter and tighter. Is Wan Ningyan strong? The answer is yes. Whether in her past life or this one, Wan Ningyan has always been an optimist, a little sunshine. This optimistic appearance made Wan Yang believe that she had forgotten most of this experience. However, reality dealt her a heavy blow. It turned out to be all fake. Wan Ningyan not only hadn't forgotten, but she was even unable to contain her pain. The smell in the interrogation room was terrible, and Wan Ningyan was crying again. Wan Yang thought for a moment, and carried her to the corridor outside. The air was better there, and it was farther from the interrogation room, which would make Wan Ningyan feel better. Wan Yang sometimes hated himself for being so tongue-tied, even unable to comfort someone. Besides saying things that Wan Ningyan understood, he couldn't offer much else. He could only hold her, pat her back, soothe her, or wipe her tears. The discomfort and powerlessness left Wan Yang feeling particularly frustrated. He began to wonder if he was a jinx, and why Wan Ningyan always got hurt after being with him. Wan Yang. Yeah, I'm here. What's wrong? Wan Yang regained his composure, and quickly looked at Wan Ningyan, afraid of missing anything. Am I a coward? No, you're incredibly strong. If it weren't for you, I would have given up and died in the extreme heat in my previous life. Wow, but I can't help crying. It's okay, cry. It'd make you feel better. There's no one here. No one will laugh at you. Wan Yang said, as he wiped Wan Ningyan's face with a wet wipe. Crying can cause dry, itchy eyes and skin, and this should make her feel better. Surprisingly, Wan Ningyan didn't continue to cry. Instead, she tried to calm down, leaving only uncontrolled sobbing. Have you cried enough? Yeah. Do you want a different jacket? It's stained with blood. Yeah. Wan Yang helped Wan Ningyan take off her jacket, wiped the blood off her hands with a wet wipe, and then pulled a sports jacket from his space. Wan Ningyan looked at it, and suddenly laughed. What are you laughing at? It's so ugly. You have such poor taste. Is it really that bad to wear sportswear with casual pants? Wan Yang didn't understand Wan Ningyan's sense of humor, but it was good that she was laughing. It showed she was in a good mood. After Wan Ningyan had completely stopped crying, she rested against Wan Yang for a moment before rising from her embrace. With a hint of disdain, she removed her shoes and changed into a clean pair. Let's go back. Okay. Wan Yang stood up and changed into a clean coat. Then he went to the interrogation room, checked that nothing else was visible except for her fire abilities, and closed the door. At the police station entrance, only Zhao Wanning remained. When Yuan-shu was nowhere to be seen. Okay. Okay. Then go back. I handle this. You two get some rest. Zhao Wanning was about to enter the station when he paused and reminded Wan Yang, don't forget the mission tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. I remember. Wan Yang led Wan Ningyan towards the elevator, occasionally stealing glances at her. Aside from her red eyes, he saw nothing unusual. Why are you always peeking at me? Just say what you want to say. Wan Yang was a bit speechless at the question. I'm sorry. It has nothing to do with you. I was careless back then. Every mistake makes you wiser. That's not what I meant. I just want you to be happy. You get it, right? I get it. Wan Ningyan reached out and rubbed Wan Yang's cheek. Can you please stop being so depressed? I already let out enough. I'm in a good mood now. If you keep looking so sad, it'd make me depressed too. I'm sorry. I just feel like I can't protect you, I can't comfort you, and I keep lying to you. I'm terrible. Huh? No, don't cry. I'm the one suffering. Why are you crying? Wan Yang didn't understand why he was crying. It was Wan Ningyan who was suffering, but he couldn't help himself. Especially when he saw Wan Ningyan anxiously and distressfully wiping his tears, he couldn't help but lean on her shoulder and cry, as if he was the one who felt more wronged. Wan Ningyan sighed softly, hugging Wan Yang and patting her back. Someone taller than her was now leaning over her shoulder. If she hadn't taken a strength pill, she would have felt a bit overwhelmed. I told you you're a crybaby, but you refuse to admit it. You're getting more and more tearful. Wan Yang, hearing the teasing, sniffed hard, holding back her tears, and retorted in a sobbing voice, I'm not. Okay, you're not, but I'm okay, right? Can you stop crying, little liar? Little liar? Worse than a crybaby. Wan Yang quickly wiped away her tears and said nothing, just staring at Wan Ningyan. Tears still stained her red eyes, making her look incredibly pitiful. Her half-pursed lips betrayed her aggrieved expression. Wan Ningyan had never seen Wan Yang like this before, so she smiled and kissed him. Okay, let's stop crying and forget about all the sadness. And you, don't keep blaming yourself. You're only 24, and you only been in society for 2 years. How can you possibly think everything through? Just Nothing else to say? Even a little action would be fine. Wan Ningyan pouted as she spoke. Wan Yang tactfully kissed her, and she pressed her cheek against hers, forcing a smile. Okay, stop being sad. Think about breakfast. You just killed someone, so meat is a little nauseating, but you don't want anything bland either. Then, some seafood? Sure, seafood porridge. The two walked and talked, hands tightly clasped. As they neared the elevator, Wan Ningyan suddenly stopped. What's wrong? When I came here before, I was curious why it stinks so bad here. Look, is it a garbage dump? Wan Ningyan was referring to the area across from the police station, to the right of the elevator. She noticed it the last time she came to Wan Yang. People were still moving things inside, but now it was empty. No one's here, let's go check it out. Wan Yang gave Wan Ningyan a mask, put it on himself, and led her forward. There were no glass doors separating the area, just a symbolic barbed wire fence with a wire door in the middle, unlocked, that they could open to enter. The two carefully entered and discovered that it was indeed a garbage dump, filled with all sorts of waste, food scraps, and even a body. I saw someone here the other day. I guess they're dealing with the garbage. Otherwise, with a base this size, the garbage dump would have been full long ago. But it's strange. Why build a garbage dump here? There's a police station across the street. Doesn't the layout make sense? I don't know either. Neither of them had a clue, so Wan Ningyan contacted Wei Mingyi and Wan Yang contacted Qin Yun, sharing their perspectives. A few hundred meters further in, they came to a three-way intersection. On the left, Wan Yang saw a sign indicating a waste incineration plant. There were no signs in the middle or on the right. The smell was getting worse. Wan Yang and Wan Ningyan sprayed their masks with perfume before heading to the right. The further they went, the stench grew worse. Something resembling feces appeared on the road below, and then a semicircular entrance appeared with a sign above it that read septic tank. Let's go! There's nothing to see in this place. Wan Yang tried to pull Wan Ningyan away, but the misophobic person grabbed her back and pointed ahead. Is that a body? A body? The light here wasn't very bright. Wan Yang flicked on his flashlight and shone it. Inside the entrance, there was a half-meter walkway in the middle, flanked by septic tanks. Wan Ningyan pointed to a tank on the left side of the walkway. Besides excrement and toilet paper, a hand was sticking out. It really is a body. Let's go! It stinks. I feel like vomiting. Yeah. The two of them couldn't care less about the body and hurried away, lest they really start vomiting. Chapter 489. Back at the fork in the road, Wan Yang vomited several times, tears welling up naturally, but he fought hard to suppress them. Wan Ningyan wasn't much better, spraying perfume constantly, the stench making her feel dizzy. Let's go! The road ahead should be better. I see there are rooms over there. It definitely can't stink this bad. Not necessarily. What if it's a morgue? Thinking of the corpse, Wan Yang didn't argue. The two of them walked forward in silence. It was only 100 meters away, and the light dimmed again. Several rows of houses appeared, tightly packed together. Judging from the distance between the doors, each room was likely small, with no windows. Even the doors were completely sealed. There was a small rectangular door at the bottom, locked, but it looked like it could be opened. Strange. What are all these small rooms for? Let me check with my tactical scope. Nguyen Yang said to Qin Yuan, hung up the call, and then used his X-ray vision to see that someone was actually in the room. Is there someone? Well, not all the rooms have them. That's strange. Are they cells? Wang Ningyan denied this hypothesis. There are cells in the police station, and there are cells in the civilian area. There's no need to build one here too. It should be a solitary confinement cell. Wei Mingyi's answer reminded Nguyen Yang of Lin Yu's description. It was indeed exactly like a solitary confinement cell. Yes, it's a solitary confinement cell. The police have internal jurisdiction, and there's a police station on this floor, so having the solitary confinement cell nearby makes it easier to manage. That structure is strange too. Wang Ningyan was completely confused. Why is it built behind the garbage dump? And it's right next to the septic tank. I can understand the septic tank. If someone dies, they're dragged straight to the tank. After fermentation, it produces biogas and fertilizer, which can be used for heating and farming. It's essentially recycling waste. As for the garbage dump, it's indeed strange. The stench is unbearable. Wouldn't the police be disgusted? Nguyen Yang, you said you saw someone moving things here before, right? Yeah, I was curious at the time and took a look. Those are probably prisoners working. Garbage dump work is dirty, tiring, and disgusting. The key is that it requires people for long-term work. No one in the military would be willing to do it. Giving it to civilians would essentially give them permanent jobs, which the higher-ups wouldn't like. Under these circumstances, exploiting the prisoners is the best solution. Not only is there free labor, but there's also a police station right next door, providing ample staff to manage it. That makes sense. Nguyen Yang and Wang Ningyan both agreed with Wei Mingyi's explanation. Seeing that there seemed to be no police officers in the solitary confinement area, they bravely looked inside again. They found a room with an unlocked door, gently opened it, and shone their flashlights inside. The place was far more terrifying than Lin Yu had described. It was barely 1 square meter, and it was incredibly cramped. A person of normal height couldn't even lie down or stand upright. In the corner, a wooden barrel stained with an unidentified substance. Remembering that there was no water provided, Nguyen Yang felt a chill run down his spine and quickly closed the door. This place is exhausting even for 1 day, let alone 3. Let's get going. It's almost midnight. Don't let the police come and arrest us and lock us up. I don't want to stay in there even for a moment. Hearing Nguyen Yang's words, Wang Ningyan shuddered. You're right. Let's get going. The two trotted back to the elevator and ran into several female soldiers, Wen Yunchu's men. They feigned composure as they entered the elevator. Before the doors closed, the female soldiers were still curiously observing Nguyen Yang and the others. Ah, Wen Yunshu must have known. Wei Mingyi laughed. Even if we didn't meet him, Wen Yunshu would have known. The surveillance footage, the time the ID card used the elevator, and the spies on the 4th floor, there's no way he could have kept his secret. Thinking of the surveillance footage, Nguyen Yang shut up and contacted Wei Mingyi via text message. What should I do? She'd probably test me tomorrow. Should I just admit it? Just admit it. Say you're curious and ask her what's going on there. She won't be so secretive. You can find out. Okay, I ask her tomorrow if it's too late. The two returned to the 4th floor. The damage had been repaired. Aside from some tables and chairs being a different color, there were no signs of the riot. On their way to the hotel, Nguyen Yang and Wang Ningyan encountered several groups of people, either frowning or fanning themselves away. They bent down and sniffed, a stench of blood mixed with feces and urine that nearly made Nguyen Yang vomit. Arriving at the hotel, they rushed to the bathroom to shower, scrubbing their skin until it was nearly broken. They applied shower gel multiple times, and sniffed each other to make sure the stench was gone before they finished. Wang Ningyan was exhausted, sprawled on the bed, unwilling to move or even eat. Nguyen Yang was feeling the same way, so he simply laid down on the bed to rest. Why don't we sleep for a while before eating? Okay. They agreed, but before they had even lain down for a minute, news arrived from Wei Mingyi. The incident of the black steamed buns has been reported. Chief Police Inspector Li Yong, who used spoiled flour and insects to hoard food, withheld raw materials and made steamed buns, has been dismissed, executed, and his property confiscated. The blame was completely placed on him. An additional 1,000 yuan in compensation was also received. The cafeteria will also provide free pickles and rice porridge for 3 consecutive days. Huh? 3 days of free rice porridge? Wang Ningyan couldn't help but sigh. Wen Yunshu is so generous. The civilian area has a population of nearly 1 million. 3 days of free rice porridge would have to be hundreds of tons. It's a huge expense. More than that. 400 or 500 tons a day. But even if the Wen family manages supplies, they can't be so generous. Essentially, the supplies belong to Lucia. I'm not sure. You can ask tomorrow. We're allies anyway. Yeah. The next day, Wang Ningyan woke up early, just to spend some more time with Nuan Yang, but she was so sleepy that her eyes were dull. Okay, go back to bed. You slept so late last night, there's no need to get up early. Don't tire yourself out. But I want to stay with you a little longer. Then let's sleep together. Nuan Yang had originally planned to get up early to exercise, eat breakfast, then shower and change clothes, so he could leisurely walk until 9:30 to meet up. But Wang Ningyan held him until 3:30 a.m. last night, unable to fall asleep. If Nuan Yang hadn't been woken by Wang Ningyan's touch in the middle of the night, he wouldn't have known she had insomnia. Fearing Wang Ningyan would overwork herself, Nuan Yang hurriedly finished his warm-up and carried her back to bed to catch up on some sleep. Nuan Yang nearly overslept his nap, waking up at 9:40. Not wanting to wake Wang Ningyan, he quickly washed and changed clothes like a thief, then tiptoed out the door. When he arrived at the meeting point, everyone was once again on full alert, waiting only for Nuan Yang. With a silent sigh, Nuan Yang went to report to Wen Yunshu. The deployment for this outing was unusual. Only 20 female soldiers were brought along, and with Nuan Yang and Wen Yunshu, there were only 22 people in total. Although they were all psychics and had prepared various snow vehicles and firearms, they were heading to northeast China, where zombies and mutant animals abounded along the way, and 20 people was too risky. Just as Nuan Yang was puzzled by Wen Yunshu's arrangements, more people arrived not far away, a whole company. Song Yinhe was in the lead, followed by all male soldiers. Although Wen Yunshu had male soldiers under his command, they were clearly not his men. Wen Yunshu's face was expressionless. When he greeted Song Yinhe, he even deliberately asked if his stomach was feeling better, which made Song Yinhe frown and walk away. Nuan Yang quipped to Zhao Waning's sister Ning, "What's going on?" For safety reasons, the commander had Major General Song dispatch a company of psychics for protection. Huh? Aren't those Song Yinhe's men? Yes. It's over. A company of psychics, a full 120 people, and Wen Yunshu only brought 20 of his own. How are they going to get the ammunition? Nuan Yang's heart was pounding. Not far away, Wen Yunshu remained calm, telling everyone to check their equipment, and set off in 5 minutes. Chapter 490. This trip was a bit different. Nuan Yang was still riding in the same car with Wen Yunshu, but Zhao Waning was the driver. The passenger seat was empty, leaving only 3 people in Wen Yunshu's private car. Departing at 10 a.m. sharp, Nuan Yang, having been out again after many days, noticed that the weather was truly becoming increasingly unusual. It was still half dark at this hour, and if it weren't for her phone displaying 10 a.m., it would have been believable that it was evening. Outside the base gate, there were fewer survivors waiting for a chance to enter. No, more people had frozen to death. Nuan Yang saw only a dozen or so alive, most frozen like ice sculptures. The polar night is coming, and you're still going to ignore these survivors? They freeze to death. Wen Yunshu didn't even raise his eyelids. They're all men with arms and legs. What's my business whether they live or die? Nuan Yang was speechless. This was indeed the truth, so she stopped talking. She wasn't that concerned about the lives of men. She just saw so many dead and asked casually. This trip involved a large group of people, and the convoy was long. Wen Yunshu simply placed Song Yin his psychics in the front and back, with his own men in the middle. He also instructed Zhao Wanting to let Song Yin his men handle any tasks, while his own men remained silent and awaited instructions. Nuan Yang could sense Wen Yunshu's disdain for Song Yin his men, his complete disregard for their lives. But since they were going to collect the ammunition, he couldn't possibly let them follow him. Why wasn't Wen Yunshu anxious? Why do you keep looking at me? Are you in love with me? Nuan Yang turned his head away speechlessly. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Wen Yunshu curled his lips and turned off his iPad. What are you looking at? Is there writing on my face? Or are you curious about what I'm doing? I am curious, but I'm curious about something else. Tell me about it. Aren't we on this mission to get munitions? Song Yinhe has sent a whole company. How can we go? We can't just kill them all. Why not? Nuan Yang was stunned. Wen Yunshu's expression showed no trace of joking. Did she really intend to kill them all? There are only 22 of us, and the enemy has 120, all psychics. And Song and his men will definitely be wary of us. How can we kill them all? Besides, even if we do kill them all, what will we say when we get back to base? How could it be such a coincidence that all the dead are Song and his men? That's my concern. What are you worried about? Nuan Yang choked at the question, as if she were meddling in other people's business. Angrily, she turned her back to Wen Yunshu and pretended to look out the window. She was truly fed up with Wen Yunshu's venomous and mean-spirited mouth. She never met anyone as annoying as her. Xiaoang, are you angry? Don't be angry. Time to get to work. Give me the location of the first supply point. Or do you want me to get out of the car to avoid suspicion? Nuan Yang didn't want to pay any attention to Wen Yunshu's words, but she still had to give him the supply point. Otherwise, wandering around would be a waste of time, and she might not have enough time to prepare for the power seizure. For the sake of her rebellion, Nuan Yang suppressed her dislike for Wen Yunshu, took out her phone, and began to call out the first supply point, the sweet potato field. Xiaoning, pass the coordinates down. Yes. Zhao Wanning immediately communicated the coordinates to the car in front via the intercom, and continued driving diligently. He never glanced at the back seat, not even curious about their conversation. Truly loyal, Nuan Yang understood the value of saving 2 lives. However, Zhao Wanning was a little too loyal, like a death squad. With Wen Yunshu's personality, she was probably the only one who could endure this without complaint. Nuan Yang endured real hardships on this trip. The first supply point was in Liao Province, about a 5-hour drive. Daylight was short, and there were zombie attacks along the way, so they didn't stop to cook and had to eat in the car. Nuan Yang was used to this kind of hardship, but holding her pee was truly exhausting. That jerk Wen Yunshu kept telling her to hold it in until she found a safe place to relieve herself, but ended up driving all the way until nearly dark before letting her find a nearby residential building to spend the night. And the residential building wasn't immediately accessible. Song and his men cleared out the zombies in one building until the crisis was over. For safety's sake, Nuan Yang was assigned to the top floor. This was a 7-story residential building. Nuan Yang felt hopeless, his legs shaking as he reached the 7th floor. Luckily, no survivors had ever been here. The bathroom was clean, just dusty, otherwise he would have despaired. On the first day, they didn't even reach the sweet potato field, so they settled into the residential building to rest. Nuan Yang handed them the necessary supplies, and then settled into the assigned bedroom to light the stove. Heat energy lasts only a short time, so a fire in the bedroom is essential to avoid catching a cold if you fall asleep. Next, they made the bed. The old bedding had already smelled, so Nuan Yang replaced it with new ones and took out his winter and summer quilt for double warmth. After everything was ready, Nuan Yang sat by the stove to eat, placing 2 oranges on the stove. Eating roasted oranges in winter is good for the throat. To acclimate to the weather, Nuan Yang stopped eating after the heat energy expired. The moment the chill returned, he dropped the oranges. It's so cold. This damn weather is so cold that even fire can't keep it out. Nuan Yang stood up, shivering. He realized there was a draft in the window. It was just a tiny hole, but it was enough to keep the temperature low. Nuan Yang immediately sealed the hole with gold and took care of the other cracks. Suddenly, the door opened. Nuan Yang's heartbeat quickened. He turned around and saw it was Wen Yunshu. He panicked. Wen Yunshu didn't see me using my powers, did he? Xiaoyang, did I scare you? Well, why didn't you knock? Wen Yunshu seemed to have just realized his mistake. He took a step back and knocked on the door 3 times. Hello, Xiaoyang, can I come in and talk to you? Is belated courtesy still polite? Nuan Yang responded, masking his panic with a sullen expression. With a sullen face, he sat back by the stove and took out 2 more oranges to roast. Wen Yunshu closed the door, walked around the bedroom, and then walked over to Nuan Yang and called her out. Nuan Yang thought she was about to say something, but then Wen Yunshu plopped down on Nuan Yang's chair. Nuan Yang was speechless, almost laughing. Can't you just say you don't have a chair? Rolling her eyes, Nuan Yang pulled out another chair from her space and sat down across from her. Roasted oranges, how pleasant. It's just to keep the cough at bay. Lieutenant, would you like some? No, fresh fruit is scarce right now, so I won't fight you for it. It's just an orange. I can afford it. Wen Yunshu suddenly smiled and asked, Can I get you something else? Sure. What do you want? Nuan Yang had assumed Wen Yunshu didn't like oranges, but she wasn't asking for fruit. She was asking for medicine. Give me some of those drugs that incapacitate police officers. Nuan Yang's hand trembled, and another orange fell to the ground. Chapter 491. Lieutenant, What are you talking about? I don't quite understand. When Yunshu didn't answer. Instead, he picked up the remaining orange and began peeling it, seemingly talking to himself as he did so. There's something really strange. The police, while not as numerous as the security forces, were well equipped. 5 rounds of support were sent out that night, but none returned. How could unarmed civilians have managed this? Or could knives and sticks be more effective than firearms? It's bizarre. I personally investigated. Seeing things like this is believing. Sure enough, all the supporting police were dead. Their causes of death were either internal organ rupture from beatings, mechanical asphyxiation, or being hacked to death by civilians who had seized their guns. Only a few were hacked to death. Xiaoyang, you said they had guns, tear gas, and electric batons. How could they be defeated by civilians? The peeled orange was thrust into Nuanyang's hand. Feeling the heat, Nuanyang replied uncomfortably, how would I know? I thought you know. Actually, I found a lot of something like dissolved flour over there, even on the policemen's bodies. I had the forensic doctor collect any undissolved flour from all the bodies. It was only about 10 milliliters, very little. Then I had a prisoner test it. Guess what? Nuanyang shook his head, feigning composure as he ate his orange, but in reality, he knew the cover-up was over. It's normal you can't guess, because the reaction was so bizarre. The prisoner went limp, as if he had no bones, and then he kept sneezing. When I left for the mission, I heard he was still sneezing. That's quite strange. So can you give me some of those drugs? If you want to kill 120 psychics without any casualties, drugging them is the easiest way. Nuanyang popped the last orange slice into his mouth and looked at Wen Yunshu curiously. How are you so sure I have the drugs? What if they're with my military advisor? Wen Yunshu smiled, admitting I have the drugs? You taken the pills and collected the powder. It's normal for you to associate such a magical thing with me. There's no point in me denying it. So what are those drugs? Answer my question first. How can you be so sure they're with me? Because of your wife. Nuanyang was puzzled. My wife? That can't be possible. She's been with me these past few days, and hasn't spoken to you alone. That last time Song Yin and La La had diarrhea for 3 days, it was your wife's doing, right? Nuanyang understood instantly, feeling a sense of utter failure. He also admired Wen Yunshu for his attentiveness, and couldn't help but sigh. You're really impressive. You're betting I have drugs based on this. What if I don't or I use them all up? How are you going to kill them? There are plenty of ways, but nothing's as reliable as drugs. I don't want my own people to get hurt unless it's absolutely necessary. If I did, what would you do? Those guys brought their own rations, so it doesn't look like you have the chance to drug them. When Yunshu countered, does drugs have to be put in the food? Nuanyang choked again. The question was quite valid, but it made her completely unwilling to talk to Wen Yunshu. After a moment of silent reflection, she pulled out a bottle of the special edition of Body Softening Pleasure. Despite the strange name, this powder is relatively easy to use and explain, and most importantly safe. Nuanyang was also worried about Wen Yunshu using it on her, so a slight limp was better than fainting. For pleasure? Yeah, I'm married now, so what's wrong with a little pleasure? Lieutenant Wen isn't some old-fashioned person who has something to say about it, is he? Wen Yunshu chuckled, pocketed the medicine, and held out his hand again. Give me more. A small bottle like this won't be enough. Nuanyang glanced at it with disdain, and went to the mall to get her 10 more bottles. Fortunately, it was free, otherwise Nuanyang would be heartbroken. After receiving the medicine, Wen Yunshu hadn't left yet, and Nuanyang couldn't just sit there and stare at her, so she took out a white porcelain cup, placed it on the stove, and added water and milk tea powder, intending to make some milk tea to ease the awkwardness and have something sweet to cheer her up. Drinking milk tea at night keeps me awake. Nuanyang paused, put the white porcelain cup away, and took out a new one, this time filled with milk. Drinking hot milk at night can help you sleep. Having space is convenient. Going on a mission is like a vacation. Lieutenant, you call this a vacation? Nuanyang pointed at the frost on the edge of the wall. If it weren't for thermal underwear and a stove, you freeze to death in the middle of the night. That's more comfortable than us. When Yunshu took off his gloves and warmed his hands by the fire. He didn't look like he was leaving at all, chattering away like he was chatting about family matters. Nuanyang was responding intermittently, when Yunshu suddenly changed the subject, startling her so much that she almost spilled her milk. By the way, what were you doing at the garbage dump yesterday? It's so dirty there, not a good place for a date. Wei Mingyi had said it was best to just admit it, so Nuanyang wasn't afraid to bring it up. However, when Yunshu suddenly brought it up while they were chatting, which made Nuan Yang's heart ache. I didn't have a date. I just went to take a look out of curiosity. Oh! What did you see? A garbage dump, a septic tank, and what looked like a detention center. I'm not sure. It was a detention center. Nuan Yang took a sip of milk and feigned confusion. Why is it designed like this? It's such a strange layout. How can you build a police station next to a garbage dump? It's convenient for disposing of bodies. When Yunshu looked up and smiled. People often die in the police station and detention center. It's so convenient to just throw them in the septic tank. Is that all? Not entirely. The police department originally wanted to build a garbage disposal center, but the manpower required to handle the garbage was too high. The police station was remodeled because the cost of housing was too high, and the cars were fuel-intensive. The prisoners at the base are divided into two categories. One is a prisoner serving a fixed-term sentence, held behind a power plant in the civilian area. They work daily in exchange for steamed buns, and are released upon their release. The other category is death row prisoners, but they are generally not executed immediately. Instead, they are sent to work at the garbage dump under police supervision. These condemned prisoners scavenge their own food and daily necessities at the garbage dump, saving on food and labor costs. If they ever become unable to work, they are simply tied up and thrown into the septic tank to suffocate. The exploitation and oppression of the base is even more brutal than Nuan Yang had imagined. Wei Mingyi's guess was indeed conservative. They're really quite frugal. When Yunshu's lips curled up, a hint of amusement in his eyes. That's just the beginning. Do you know what the most amazing design on the second to bottom floor is? Isn't it for exploiting death row prisoners? Of course not. It's the septic tank. Oh, I know that. It produces biogas and fertilizer. They did that before the apocalypse. When Yunshu's smile deepened, he leaned forward and whispered, there's also sewage treatment. It separates impurities, like feces from the water. Then, after disinfection and other steps, it becomes clean, transparent, drinkable water. Who do you think uses this water? Nuan Yang felt a chill in his heart. It might be fine if the water from the septic tank was recycled to flush the toilet, but when Yunshu clearly meant it was for human consumption. I don't know. Farming? Or flushing the toilet? For the civilian areas. Nuan Yang tightened his grip on the cup handle slightly. Suppressing his anger, he asked why. There's a water shortage. During the extreme heat, there's no water available outside. Bringing in seawater is too cost-effective, so we have to rely on water-based psychics. But the base consumes too much water, and Luzha wants to conserve it, so Song Qian proposed this idea. Heh. Nuan Yang sneered. What a talent. Black steamed buns, recycling sewage, and no fear of public outrage. If no one tells you, who knows? It was you who leaked the black steamed buns incident, otherwise why would the civilians have rioted? Nuan Yang couldn't finish the milk anymore, and put it back on the stove. Chapter 492. Leaking the ingredients for the black steamed buns, triggering a civilian riot, and using drug powder to help civilians fight the police. All it took when Yunshu to connect the dots was to guess that it was Nuan Yang and his military advisor, Wei Mingyi. Nuan Yang didn't intend to deny it. Wei Mingyi had guessed when Yunshu would find her in the civilian area, so she knew she couldn't keep it a secret. But Nuan Yang was curious. Why was Yunshu spilling all the beans today? A showdown? Xiaoan, why aren't you talking? What's there to say? You already know everything. Then can I ask how you did it? From the time we decided to cooperate to the time the riots broke out, it took less than 2 days. It was a bit too fast. Nuan Yang spread his hands. Don't ask me. If you can find my military advisor, she did it all. When Yunshu chuckled, put his gloves back on, and stood up to straighten his clothes. Then I won't bother you anymore. Go to bed early. We leave tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Okay, I see. Take care, Lieutenant. As when Yunshu reached the door, he turned back and gave a special reminder. Remember to tell your military advisor about the septic tank when you get back. Nuan Yang was slightly puzzled. What did Yunshu mean? The septic tank didn't seem that important, did it? After telling Wei Mingyi and Qin Yun about today's events, Nuan Yang heard the scraping of a chair, followed by Wei Mingyi's sigh. Xiao Yun went to vomit. Her mental endurance is a bit weak. Hearing this, Nuan Yang suddenly realized that when Yunshu was trying to annoy Wei Mingyi. Knowing Wei Mingyi lived in a civilian area, he deliberately asked Nuan Yang to pass on the message to her. Really scheming. It's not that she can't handle it, it's that you're so calm, Captain Wei. I'm curious, Wei Mingyi, don't you feel disgusted? How many people want to drink urine in extreme heat? Here, we have treated sewage. It's like heaven. Surviving in the apocalypse, the psychological burden is too heavy, and it can lead to premature death. Won Yang thought of his past life and agreed. Back then, people were practically mummified by the heat. There was no urine at all. The nearly dried-up riverbed was wet and filthy, smelly, and yet they treated it like a treasure. Compared to the lives of the upper class, the sewage in the civilian areas of Noah's Ark was quite disgusting, but compared to the survivors outside, it's not an exaggeration to say they were blessed. Won Yang, didn't you charge Wen Yunshu for the medicine powder? Ah? Charge? We're working together, so I just gave it to her. Wei Mingyi chuckled and took a few deep breaths, grief-stricken. Won Yang, with such a great opportunity, if you don't rip her off, are you a philanthropist? Sorry, I didn't think of that. I go get it tomorrow. You already given her everything. How could that cunning woman be willing to be ripped off? Forget it, I get it back next time. Qin Yun was vomiting heavily, like he was suffering from gastrointestinal irritation. Wei Mingyi was a little worried. She spoke briefly to Won Yang, then quickly hung up and took Qin Yun to the hospital for treatment. Wei Mingyi's advice was simple. Wen Yunshu was smart, had received advanced military training, and had surveillance and informants at the base. It would be easy for her to guess or extract information. Just admit it. Essentially, they were allies, with a common goal of seizing power. Hiding some important information was just to leave a way out. The rest, if exposed, would be fine. It wouldn't have much of an impact. She told Won Yang not to put too much pressure on herself. With Wei Mingyi's comfort, Won Yang finally felt better. It's truly difficult for ordinary people to compete with a highly professional military. After recovering from the turmoil caused by Wen Yunshu, Won Yang contacted Wan Ningyan again. After being hung up on twice, he finally realized she was angry. Won Yang sent numerous messages, but received no response. He then began to recount his day's experiences, playing down his feelings and explaining how Wen Yunshu had seen through him, and how the conversation had been incredibly stressful. After a while, Wan Ningyan finally responded. Even though her tone was cold and lacked any intimacy, she was still willing to talk. What else did Wen Yunshu say? Nothing else, that's all. Oh, then you should get some rest and relax. Ningyan, why are you mad at me? Can you tell me? After the call ended, Won Yang called again, but Wan Ningyan simply refused. Won Yang, slow-witted, tossed and turned in bed several times before finally figuring out what Wan Ningyan was angry about. He sent an apology message. Soon, Won Yang received a reply. Got it. Don't leave without saying goodbye again. Go to bed early, and take care of yourself. It's cold outside, don't catch a cold. Yeah, you too. Wait until I get back. Won Yang felt much happier with his wife's concern, but soon he got up in frustration. The room was still too cold, and he couldn't sleep. Won Yang put on his combat uniform, retrieved the brazier from his space, lit another one on the other side of the bed, and filled 5 hot water bottles. Then he took out his down sleeping bag, stuffed 2 hot water bottles in the bottom, and crawled in. He covered himself with a winter warm and summer cool quilt, covering his head with it. He placed the 3 hot water bottles on his sides and abdomen, finally feeling a little more comfortable. Won Yang wasn't a squeamish person. It wasn't just the cold, but his face had just been exposed, and his skin was nearly numb from the cold. It hurt to the touch, like a layer of oil paper floating on his face. If he slept like this overnight, his skin would definitely crack. If he left it alone for a few more days, it would definitely disfigure him, and he might even get frostbite. The next day, Won Yang ate breakfast by the stove. When he went outside, he realized his choice the night before had been quite wise. Everyone had some dark red frostbite on their faces, some even cracked and bleeding. They were all waiting in line for treatment from healing specialists. Strangely enough, all the soldiers waiting in line were Song Yun's soldiers. None of Wen Yunshu's female soldiers showed up. When I saw Wen Yunshu again, before we set off, she had a crack on her left cheek, which had already scabbed over, and the area around the wound was slightly swollen and red. Won Yang pointed to the corresponding spot on her cheek, reminding Wen Yunshu, but she didn't pay any attention. It's just a minor injury, no need to waste your powers. But with a wound, the colder the weather, the more painful it gets, which will affect my work. It's not like I have to do anything, so it doesn't matter. Won Yang initially assumed that Wen Yunshu, as a lieutenant and the absolute leader of this mission, didn't have to work. But after arriving at the sweet potato field, he discovered that none of the female soldiers had to work. Lieutenant Wen, aren't you being too partial? The women aren't working, and we men are doing all the work. When Yunshu acted nonchalant, "You don't have to work either. Just wait here." Then, when Yunshu asked Nuanyang to collect the male soldier's car, which she promptly did, the male soldiers were furious. When Yunshu sat in the car, and the female soldiers stayed in their own cars, with the heater on, the male soldiers could only stand outside, shivering in the cold. The male soldiers protested at Yunshu's car, but when Yunshu had Zhao Wanning lock the doors and draw the curtains, ignoring them. After half an hour of arguing, the male soldiers realized Yunshu was completely ignoring them, and truly had the heart to leave them out in the cold. So, they obediently picked up their hoes and shovels, and went to the fields to dig sweet potatoes. "Lieutenant, are you deliberately torturing them to find an opportunity to attack?" When Yunshu smiled and shook his head. "It's a shame to kill them so early. There's so much work, someone has to do it." Nuanyang understood. When Yunshu planned to use up all the male soldiers before killing them, so he wasn't rushing to use the drugs. "Aren't you afraid they revolt? They're all psychics. If they really start, you won't get away with it. Xiaolong, your worries are unnecessary. No matter how much Song Yinhe hates me, he won't kill me now. These mutant vegetables aren't just wanted by Luzhe, he wants them too. Sending them protection is just to keep more people watching me and prevent me from pocketing them. You're truly a lieutenant. I admire you. Your flattery doesn't seem genuine. I mean it sincerely. I can't help it if you don't believe me." When Yunshu looked at Nuanyang, curled his lips, and said nothing more, then continued flipping through the book in his hands. 5 acres of land isn't much, but it's freezing cold now, and the snow is nearly a meter thick. Shoveling away the snow, digging through the hard soil, and pulling out the sweet potatoes is quite a chore. The 120 men toiled for a long time, until darkness began to fall. They finally finished, and when Yunshu allowed Nuanyang to bring the cart out. For the next 3 days, every day was like this. Every time they arrived at a field, Nuanyang would collect the truck and force the men to work, returning the truck only after they were done. When they arrived at their temporary shelter, the men had lost all their energy from the first day. Their faces were covered in frostbite, but they had no time to care. They ate their rations, and found a place to sleep, their spirits drained. Chapter 493. On the 4th day, the departure time had been postponed to 11 a.m., and it began to get dark at 3 p.m., forcing the mission to be extended. Nuanyang was numb, wrapped up like a bear, crouching behind the house to brush her teeth. When Yunshu had deliberately chosen a rural bungalow for this day, as there wasn't enough space for so many people, so she had to brush her teeth outdoors. The toothbrush and toothpaste had long since frozen solid, and Nuanyang could only barely brush with a mouthful of hot water. This wasn't the worst. Several female soldiers were crammed into a room with Nuanyang, and Nuanyang couldn't even use the bathroom secretly, so she had to go to the bathroom. Her teeth chattered with the cold, and her buttocks ached with the chill. She was afraid to drink more water, or eat more, fearing she'd freeze to death in the bathroom if she had to poop. After brushing her teeth and giving her a token face wash, Nuanyang touched her increasingly rough face, sighed silently, put on her mask and scarf, and returned to the house. There was charcoal burning inside, and with so many people around, the temperature was high. Nuanyang untied her mask and scarf, then took out a wet wipe to wipe her face again. She didn't dare use a hot towel. Tiny icy shards of ice clung to her eyelashes, making her eyes even more uncomfortable. After barely cleaning her face, Nuanyang began applying moisturizer and lipstick, at Wan Ningyan's insistence. Extreme cold weather can easily damage the skin, and while these measures can't completely prevent damage, they can minimize its severity. As for the full force of the extreme cold, Nuanyang witnessed it firsthand. The female soldiers' cheeks were all red, some even cracked repeatedly, suggesting pus. The male soldiers were even worse off, with chilblains covering their faces and hands, and many had fingers swollen like carrots. It was almost 11 a.m., and Nuanyang had already gotten into the car. Noah's Ark was generous, turning on the heater without a care for the gas. This was the most comfortable place Nuanyang had stayed on this mission. When Yunshu had originally arranged for Nuanyang to sleep in the car with the heater on all night, but Nuanyang, wary of the in-car surveillance system, flatly declined. "Did you sleep well last night?" "Not bad, just too boring." When Yunshu chuckled. "Today won't be boring. Let's wait and see." Nuanyang immediately understood when Yunshu's intention, but remained curious, so she asked what she would do. "I won't tell you. That's pointless. I already provided so much medicine. It's not unreasonable to know your plan, right? I cooperated with you in taking down Li Yong. Did you tell me how to incite the riot?" When Yunshu's question choked Nuanyang, even making her feel a little embarrassed. "You're a lieutenant, be more generous." Why are you being so petty with me? I can't be generous. I'm a vindictive person. Yuan Yang muttered, stingy, and pulled out his phone to play a single-player game. He didn't bother asking Wen Yunshu. After all, he had his own eyes, he could just see for himself later. Today was the last stop, the mutant spinach field. The spinach was hidden by the thick snow, shielding it from the mutant animals. The field wasn't very large, only about 2 acres. A hint of relief shone in the tired eyes of the male soldiers. Hurry up and work. It's only 2 acres. Finish quickly and get back to base soon. I had enough. I need 3 days and 3 nights of sleep when I get back. The male soldiers consoled each other, still fantasizing about their indulgent lives back at base. Yuan Yang sneered inwardly and contacted Wan Ningyan, Wei Mingyi, and the others to share their perspective. Yuan Yang didn't know when or how Wen Yunshu would take action, so he could only stare at the spinach field early in the morning and chat with them by typing. An hour later, only half an acre of spinach remained. Wen Yunshu closed her book and patted Yuan Yang, who was leaning against the car window. We're ready to start. You can get out and watch. Get out and watch. Who should I watch? Just watch me. Wen Yunshu said, and he immediately got out of the car. Yuan Yang quickly followed. The driver, Zhao Wanning, also silently got out, grabbing something. Yuan Yang took a bite of some energy fat, and, using the car as cover, slowly followed behind Wen Yunshu. She didn't dare get too close. After all, she didn't know what Wen Yunshu was going to do. Strangely, Wen Yunshu didn't go to the male soldier. Instead, he walked in the opposite direction of the field, stopping after about 100 meters. Wen Yunshu, what is he doing? Wife, zoom in. I can't see clearly. Got it. Yuan Yang zoomed in, and saw Wen Yunshu pull out a large bottle. The white powder inside looked like a delicate and soft body. Wen Yunshu removed her gloves and unscrewed the lid of the large bottle. Just as Yuan Yang was puzzled, she saw her right hand point downward, and a small tornado slowly emerged. A moment later, Wen Yunshu turned her palm and, with her left hand, poured the powder near the wind. Then, a tornado, laden with snowflakes and powder, began to move toward the spinach field. Using wind to apply medicine? Would that work? A slow-moving tornado, wouldn't it be easy to avoid? Yuan Yang grumbled inwardly, but suddenly her eyes widened in shock. The small tornado, on its way to the spinach field, rapidly grew larger, even splitting into multiple tornadoes, encircling the field. The powerful wind blew snow from all around onto Yuan Yang's face, forcing him to put on his goggles and hold onto the car to avoid being swept into the tornado. Because they were working on the last half-acre of land, the male soldiers gathered together. Upon seeing the tornado, they panicked and began using their supernatural powers to block it. But in an instant, the tornadoes merged together, forming an even more terrifying giant. Before the giant tornado, walls of ice, earth, and fire. Faced with an intangible power like wind, they were powerless. As the male soldiers prepared to flee, the tornado suddenly burst forward and exploded directly at the ground. After exploding, strong and fierce winds, carrying snow and debris, rushed outward rapidly, throwing layers of snow outward like an avalanche. Yuan Yang was forced to hide behind the car, holding on tightly with both hands to resist the blizzard. Whoosh whoosh. The wind howled. Yuan Yang used his arms to hold the car firmly, but he was still pushed back by the wind. Snow continued to lash against him, and soon his upper body was completely covered in snow. After about a minute, the wind finally died down. Yuan Yang, exhausted from exerting himself, sat on the ground, gasping for air as he pulled down his mask. But after a short while, Wan Ningyan began to urge him on. Wife, wife, go check on the fields. Hurry, hurry. Got it, little ancestor. Yuan Yang struggled to his feet, not even having time to shake off the snow. He hurried forward a few steps, and saw a pile of people collapsed in the spinach field from a distance. As he zoomed in, he heard a whistle. Looking around, he found Zhao Wanning, who was blowing the whistle, on the eastern slope. The 20 female soldiers had somehow left the car, and scattered along the surrounding slopes. Hearing the whistle, they all rushed out, weapons in hand, toward the spinach field. Wait! What a strange feeling. Yuan Yang suddenly stumbled, feeling his strength drain, and he shifted from clinging to the front of the car to leaning against it. Wife, go over and take a look. Is he about to start a massacre? Wife, why aren't you moving? Yuan Yang, what's wrong with you? You're breathing so heavily. Yuan Yang slowly sat down on the ground, leaning against the car. She didn't feel uncomfortable. Despite feeling powerless, she felt quite happy, like she was walking on clouds. Everything before her was like fireworks, beautiful and dreamy. Xiaoyang, what are you doing here? Huh? That voice. Is it Wen Yunshu? Wan Yang raised her head with an effort and saw that it was indeed Wen Yunshu. She was wearing a military uniform, leather gloves, and a military mask. Her cold eyes shone with worry as she looked at her. For the first time, Wan Yang found Wen Yunshu quite attractive. The military integrity and hidden fierceness, the care she couldn't help but reveal when she looked at her, were so charming. Hold me. Wen Yunshu was stunned, staring at her in disbelief. What did you say? I want to kiss. Wan Yang felt like even words were struggling, and his mind couldn't think straight. Countless fireworks exploded before his eyes, and waves of joy and happiness washed over his senses. Yet, he felt completely empty, and all he wanted was to feel good. Chapter 494. Stinking Wan Yang. Who do you want to kiss and hug you? Cheating in front of me? You bastard. How dare you humiliate me like this? Wan Yang's mind cleared for a moment when he heard Wan Ningyan's voice, but his whole body felt limp, and he didn't have the strength to speak, so he could only open his mouth. This scene was a completely different scene in Wen Yunshu's eyes. Someone wanted to kiss and hug him, and even open their mouth to act coquettishly towards him. He could not think of any other possibility except seduction. Ningyan, calm down. Wan Yang must have been tricked. That soft, delicate thing is a sex toy, an aphrodisiac. What? No wonder she's acting so strange. What should we do? Wan Yang can't resist now. What if Wen Yunshu bullies her? Captain, think of a solution. Don't panic if something happens. Wen Yunshu's no idiot. He definitely guessed Wan Yang's been tricked, and will take care of her. That's what he said, but Wen Yunshu's eyes are just weird. Wen Yunshu was squatting down, pinching Wan Yang's chin to check on her, while waving to Zhao Wanning in the distance, calling him over. Xiaoyang, can you hear me? I can hear you looking up. Wan Yang's chaotic brain took a moment to react, and then she managed to look up. Just then, she saw Zhao Wanning rushing over. She inexplicably thought, short hair is beautiful too. What happened to Wan Yang? Wen Yunshu released her hand, helplessly saying, she accidentally got some medicine on her. It wasn't a large amount. She should be sober in a while. Clean up the back seat, and let her lie down and rest. I'm going to check on the situation in the fields. Once she's recovered, remember to ask her to come collect the supplies. I understand. Wan Yang wanted to rant about Wen Yunshu, thinking he was still trying to squeeze her for supplies at this moment, but he opened his mouth, words failing him as Zhao Wanning quickly carried him up. His shoulder pressed against Wan Yang's waist and abdomen, a position clearly uncomfortable, yet fireworks suddenly erupted before his eyes, a tingling sensation of pleasure spreading through his body. How strange, so strange. Could this be the effect of a drug that makes one's body soft and limp? As Wan Yang lay in the back seat, he watched the roof begin to tug at his consciousness. Wan Yang was clearly aware of his own abnormality, yet he couldn't stop the surge of joy. After a long moment of thought, he finally, at Wei Mingyi's reminder, began to release his ice energy from his palms, bit by bit, letting the chill spread throughout his body. Achoo! Wan Yang sneezed and quickly took out a piece of thermal fat and swallowed it. After using his ice energy for a long time, freezing himself to death, he finally forced himself to wake up. Wan Yang, are you okay? How are you feeling? Thank you, Sister Ning, for your concern. I feel much better. I rest a little longer and then go back to work. No rush. The lieutenant isn't done yet. You should rest a little longer. It won't be too late to work again once you fully recovered. Okay. As for work, Wan Yang would naturally work later if possible. He wasn't fully recovered yet. Wan Ningyan had been clamoring for a while on the communicator. Wan Yang took a moment to let her know he was safe and thanked Wei Mingyi before asking what was done with Zhao Wanning's group of male soldiers. We killed 109 of them. The remaining 11 will be tied to the back of the cart and tied with sharp, serrated ropes. By the time we drag them to the next temporary shelter, they should be dead. Drag? What's that for? Simulate an attack by a mutant beast. Bringing these 11 corpses back will be enough to deal with the commander. I see. Wen Yunshu had indeed come up with a plan long ago, but it was still quite risky. Lu Zhe and Song Qian would never believe that 120 psychics perished while Wen Yunshu's men managed to survive. But Wan Yang found it strange. While Wen Yunshu wasn't perfect, he certainly wouldn't leave such a big loophole. Wife, are you really okay? Are you feeling any discomfort? No, I picked this medicine specifically for you. It's harmless. Don't worry. Then can you go check out the fields? Wan Ningyan's gossipy nature was obvious, and Qin Yan echoed her sentiments. Nuan Yang, curious himself, drank some hot water, then got out of the car and headed for the spinach fields. It was bloody. Nuan Yang hadn't expected to see a bright red swathe in the distance the moment he stepped out of the car. A bit unsettled, he slowly trudged forward through the snow, filled with fear of the unknown. The closer he got, the more horrified Nuan Yang felt. Headless bodies piled up on the ridge closest to him, blood slowly seeping out, staining the snow red. To the left of the pile of bodies lay the mutated spinach recovered by a team of female soldiers and 11 bound male soldiers. To the right, a small hill of male soldiers' heads. When Yunshu, expressionless, clutched a blood-stained dagger. He grasped a soldier's hair and, in seconds, severed his head, placing it atop the mountain of heads. Nuan Yang hesitated to move forward. This operation evoked something a bit like a cult. Pile heads into a mountain, why? It was too strange. Why did you stop? Are you scared? Nuan Yang nodded at Zhao Wanning. Don't you find it scary? It's okay. Ever since the zombies appeared, death has become commonplace. There's nothing to be afraid of. But don't you think the lieutenant's way of treating the heads like this? Nuan Yang gestured to the hill. How eerie, creepy. Zhao Wanning glanced at the hill of heads. Instead of feeling scared, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. If you find it creepy, gather your supplies and return to the car. We leave after we've paid our respects. Pay your respects? You are paying your respects to these male soldiers? Zhao Wanning let out a disgusted expression and snorted, they don't deserve it. We're using their lives to commemorate our fallen comrades. Dead comrades. Nuan Yang seemed to understand what was going on. So, the number 109 might have a special meaning. Perhaps exactly 109 of Wen Yunshu's subordinates had died at the hands of Song Yinhe. Knowing it was a memorial service, and not some cult ritual, Nuan Yang's creepy feeling lessened. However, she still didn't want to get too close to the human head mountain, so she went to collect some spinach, and then sat down next to the 11 male soldiers, taking over the watchful duties. The male soldiers had been fed a lot, their bodies weakened, so their condition was much worse than Nuan Yang's. Forget using their powers, they just giggled and stared at each other, completely unable to think. Over there, Wen Yunshu toiled for an indeterminate amount of time before finally completing the decapitation. He wiped the dagger on a corpse's clothing, then washed it with clean blood before sheathing it. Afterward, everyone stood before the mountain of heads. Nuan Yang saw Zhao Wanning take a black cloth bag, open it, and spread the contents on the ground. Nuan Yang zoomed in and saw yellow wooden plaques, each one engraved with a word. When Zhao Wanning had laid them all out, he used the tactical scope's statistics function to check and found exactly 109 plaques. The entire army remained silent for 3 minutes. This silent memorial seemed to move the heavens, and snowflakes began to fall from the sky. At the end of the ceremony, when Yunshu drew his dagger, his left hand firmly gripping the blade. Blood slowly flowed down his palm, as if offering comfort to the dead with his own blood. When Yunshu looked up at the dancing snowflakes and smiled. Watch carefully, everyone. I, Wen Yunshu, will keep my word. I will make them pay with blood. Chapter 495. After the ceremony, everyone began using snow to cleanse the blood. They then fed the 11 male soldiers again, until they were soft and limp, before chaining them to the back of the car. Nuan Yang watched from the side for a moment before returning to the car to rest. It was already mid-dark, and the temperature would drop by then. Staying outside wasn't a good idea. Wen Yunshu hadn't boarded the car until just before departure. She was chilled, her face showing obvious frostbite, and the low temperature had even turned her lips a shade of purple. Nuan Yang saw this and retrieved a thermos from his spaceship, filled it with hot water, and handed it to Wen Yunshu. Thank you, Xiao Yang, that's thoughtful. Wen Yunshu smiled, and Nuan Yang remembered how embarrassed she had been when she'd been drugged and how she acted like a spoiled child with Wen Yunshu. She awkwardly turned her head away and looked out the window. At this moment, Nuan Yang's feelings towards Wen Yunshu grew increasingly complicated. He clearly cared so much about his soldiers, having spent so long lying dormant to avenge them, yet he acted completely indifferent. To exhaust the male soldiers, he forced his subordinates to suffer as well, forcing them to sleep restlessly in the crammed bunkhouses. This behavior of hurting the enemy, while hurting oneself, was truly insane. And then, there was that outrageous reason for rebellion. Was Wen Yunshu really good or evil? Nuan Yang pondered the entire journey, unable to figure it out. When he came to his senses, it was already dark, but Wen Yunshu had no intention of stopping to rest. Lieutenant, it's already completely dark. Aren't you going to find a place to rest? The greater Xing'an range is far away. If we keep going at this pace, we won't be back before polar night. We have to travel at night. But at night, visibility is obstructed, making it even more dangerous than during the day. Don't worry, we have low-light night vision goggles. Low-light night vision goggles? Nguyen Yang had only heard of infrared night vision goggles, and was completely unfamiliar with them. Zhao Wanning, who was driving, noticed Nguyen Yang's confusion in the rearview mirror and handed her something resembling a telescope. This is it. You can take a look. Return it to me after you're done. I need it. Thank you, Sister Ning. Nguyen Yang took the night vision goggles, examined their exterior, and then tried them out the car window. She discovered that the dark scene could actually be imaged through the low-light level night vision goggles. Although it was all green, it was crystal clear. After returning the night vision goggles to Zhao Wanning, Nguyen Yang felt a little itchy. It certainly wasn't as good as a multifunctional tactical scope, but it looked quite practical, so she wanted one. The main reason was that Wan Ningyan was clamoring for it. Wei Mingyi and Qin Yun had already lost contact, so Wan Ningyan had let loose, acting all coquettishly and cutely. Nguyen Yang couldn't handle it, and began to think about how to approach her. Do you like it, Xiaoyang? When Yunchu's sudden words startled Nguyen Yang. Just as he was about to show his displeasure, he saw her pull out the night vision goggles, and his expression immediately changed. Well, I never use such high-end equipment. Then this is for you. Really? Thank you, Lieutenant. Nguyen Yang happily accepted it. It was effortless, and he immediately stored it in Wan Ningyan's subspace. Ah. My wife is awesome. Nguyen Yang's lips curled up unconsciously at the compliment. The next moment, the connection was lost, and Wan Ningyan was already busy checking out her new gadget. His smile returned to normal. Ha, woman. As Nguyen Yang midly complained about Wan Ningyan's heartlessness, a hand appeared before his eyes. He turned to see Wen Yunchu's face, a look of sadness on his face. This night vision goggles are quite expensive. Can I trade them for a bottle of medicine? Lieutenant, I didn't ask for money for the dozen or so bottles I gave you earlier. I know, I just remembered my mom, all alone and helpless, and wanted to buy her some for self-defense. Wen Yunchu's expression grew even sadder as she spoke. It's inconvenient, but even though my mom is 50, she's still pretty strong. If anything were to happen, she'd be able to handle it. Such a pitiful offer, stingy Nguyen Yang couldn't bear to refuse. After a moment's hesitation, she realized it was just one bottle, so she gave it. Sisters should be fair, Lieutenant. This is just the first time. If you want it again, you have to trade it with supplies. Yes, it's my duty. When Yunshu tucked the bottle into her inner pocket, turned on the small rechargeable desk lamp on the roof, and resumed reading. Reading in the car can easily make you dizzy. Nguyen Yang sincerely admired Wen Yunshu's physical fitness. She couldn't do it anyway. Even playing with her phone would give her a headache. It was still early, so Nguyen Yang pulled up his tactical scope, scanning the surroundings for danger while wasting time. Nguyen Yang soon realized something was amiss. The journey had been ridiculously smooth. The mutant animals were fine. Cars were huge and noisy, and there were fire-powered psychics shooing them away, so it made sense that the mutants wouldn't approach. But why were there so few zombies? He encountered several small waves of zombies on his way to Liao Province. Could there be mid-level zombies? Like crybabies, who use their cries to attract nearby low-level zombies to their services. Gluttonous zombies, who can upgrade their forms by eating low-level zombies. Or perhaps there were other mid-level zombies he hadn't encountered before, which would be even more difficult to fight without experience. Nguyen Yang suddenly panicked. Wen Yunchu's army was down to 22 men. If they really encountered a mid-level zombie, could they defeat it? Nguyen Yang was so worried and frightened that he couldn't sleep all night, practically staying up all night. During this time, Zhao Wanning swapped shifts with a female soldier, sleeping in the passenger seat, while Wen Yunshu folded down the back seat to use as a bed. It must be said that everyone's sleep quality was quite good, even in such an environment. Nguyen Yang was filled with envy, then took another bite of his rujiamo, a spicy version of the rujiamo made by Wan's mother for Wan Ningyan, which Nguyen Yang used to both refresh himself and fill his stomach. At 11 a.m., the sky gradually brightened. The convoy had already crossed most of Jilin province and expected to reach Nguyen Yang's marker by evening. The speed was quite good. Nguyen Yang looked around. Besides houses, snow, and debris, there were only mutated trees and the occasional mutant animal. Why are there so few zombies? It's unbelievable. Nguyen Yang's worries hadn't subsided, but now that it was daytime, she wasn't as anxious as she had been at night. So, she took a couple of sips of hot water and went to sleep to catch up on some sleep, sending a message to Wan Yingyan to reassure her. After a steady march, the convoy arrived near the Greater Xing'an Range at 4:30 p.m. When Yunshu woke her, Nuan Yang couldn't believe it. The journey had been so smooth, the convoy had even arrived early. That's a mountain road over there, and it's hard to get there by car. I plan to find a place nearby to rest for the night, and then hike there tomorrow. Hike. Nuan Yang thought about the marked area and estimated the time. We have to get up early, and it take 4 or 5 hours. Okay, then, is there a safe resting spot nearby? Where you rested before will do. There aren't many zombies here. It's a scenic area, sparsely populated. There are a lot of mutated animals and plants, but they're not threatening. If you want to rest, let's go to the hot springs. They're hot, and setting up a tent outdoors is more comfortable than staying in a house. When Yunshu nodded, grinning slyly, hot springs are all in the mountains. You can find them, too. Your equipment is quite advanced. Nuan Yang was speechless. I hate my mouth. What a sieve. Chapter 496. It was completely dark. The female soldiers took out their flashlights and checked the 11 male soldiers being dragged. After confirming they were all dead, Nuan Yang collected them one by one into the space and also collected several military vehicles. Everyone, line up and tie together with ropes. No one is allowed to leave the group without permission. Report any unusual circumstances by radio. Do you understand? Understood. To enter the mountains, everyone used ropes to connect to prevent anyone from falling behind or getting into an accident. The strength-type mutant was in the front, followed by Zhao Wanning and Nuan Yang, and when Yunshu tied for third. The light here was too dim and primitive, making modern equipment useless. The compass was malfunctioning, so Nuan Yang needed to point the team in the right direction, which meant she had to expose the resource finder. Oddly enough, when Yunshu had barely glanced at the finder during the entire journey. He even deliberately ran half a body length faster than Nuan Yang, making it even harder to see from this angle. Such reluctance made Nuan Yang a little confused about her intentions. Normally so curious, how could she change at this moment? Only a fool would believe it. Nuan Yang simply assumed when Yunshu was just being tiring. The closer they got to the hot spring, the warmer the surrounding temperature became, and the more mutated plants and animals appeared. When Yunshu stopped looking forward and began to survey the surroundings. When they arrived at the hot spring, everyone exclaimed in amazement. The lush greenery, warmth, and comfortable warmth felt like winter and summer all at once, a sight no one had ever witnessed in the apocalypse. Nuan Yang remembered that everyone hadn't eaten yet, so he reminded them while taking out some supplies. You can eat the mutated leaves, but don't eat too much, it can cause constipation. Everyone smiled and thanked Nuan Yang, looking eager to try, but none dared. It wasn't until when Yunshu announced that they could move freely, but not stray more than 500 meters from the hot spring, that everyone dispersed excitedly. A bonfire had been lit in the camp, and a makeshift bathroom had been set up nearby, allowing everyone to wash up in the hot spring water. Nuan Yang sat in front of a tent, eating mutant leaves while watching the female soldiers. Some were cooking large pots of rice, some were gathering various mutant leaves, and some had gone into the woods, soon returning with 2 mutant chickens and a mutant snow rabbit. Wow, we have roasted chicken and rabbit to eat. Thanks to Sister Ing, we can have a snack. I can't take credit for it. Sister Ning also deserves credit. Zhao Wanning, a little shy, urged everyone to hurry up and cook, then went to check on the basket of eggs hanging from the hot spring. Nuan Yang silently observed all this, realizing that they were just women in their 20s. Without their military identities, they were no different from ordinary people. Just as she was thinking about this, a basket full of eggs appeared before her. Take an egg, freshly boiled. Thank you, Sister Ning. Nuan Yang picked one up, then took some seasonings from her space and placed them in a basket. These are barbecue ingredients, you should need them. Zhao Wanning smiled softly, thanked Nuan Yang, and went to find Wen Yunshu, then distributed the seasonings to everyone. Nuan Yang was quite surprised. Zhao Wanning, who rarely smiled so much tonight, apparently very pleased with the place. For dinner, Nuan Yang received a bowl of rice porridge with sweet potatoes, a chicken drumstick, and a piece of rabbit. It wasn't as elaborate as Mama Wan's, but in the apocalypse, it was still quite a feast. Nuan Yang didn't despise them, and sat with everyone around the campfire, eating and listening to their conversation. The conversation started off rather reserved. When Yunshu, knowing his presence was keeping everyone from relaxing, finished his meal early and returned to his tent to rest. Then the conversation began to lighten up. As the conversation progressed, the atmosphere turned somber, starting with someone lamenting, "They can't see the beautiful scenery here." Nguyen Yang quietly contacted Wang Ningyan, Wei Mingyi, and the others, listening intently. For the first time, she learned the reason for Wen Yunshu's demotion. Originally, Wen Yunshu led a company of 130 men and the psychics provided by Song Yinhe to an address given by a wealthy businessman to search for supplies. Ultimately, 109 men died in that mission. The reason for these deaths was that the psychics arranged by Song Yinhe deliberately thwarted the situation, even deactivating their powers, and causing many innocent deaths at the hands of zombies. The incident severely damaged Wen Yunshu's health. Not only did he lose most of his trusted associates, but he himself was also seriously injured in the explosion of a tampered car. Back at the base, Song Yinhe's men complained that Wen Yunshu's misguided command had resulted in heavy casualties. Wen Yunshu was receiving treatment at the time and unable to refute the allegations, so he was demoted. Li Yong then became chief inspector, taking over the base's internal jurisdiction. Is this true? Wen Yunshu, such a brilliant man, was manipulated into this state by Song Yinhe? Wang Ningyan's question was also what Wang Yang wanted to ask, so she spoke carefully. Fortunately, no one was surprised and instead explained Wang Yang's confusion. This can't be blamed on the lieutenant. The wealthy businessman deliberately deceived us. The address we provided was a large warehouse with 3 connected underground warehouses. However, the businessman never informed us of the large number of zombies in the underground warehouses. When everyone entered the warehouse, they were busy counting supplies. No one knew a zombie swarm would attack. The only escape route was blocked by Major General Song's men. If it weren't for the lieutenant's decisive action, we wouldn't have escaped and would have perished there. So that's how it is. With wolves in front and tigers behind, escaping back to base alive is truly remarkable. Are you all full? Zhao Wanning suddenly spoke up, and everyone responded before dismissing them to wash up and rest. Nguyen Yang knew Zhao Wanning didn't want to keep talking, so he brushed the dirt off his butt, washed up, and went to sleep in his tent. There were quite a few military tents, and with the deaths of the male soldiers, there were even more, so Nguyen Yang could occupy one all to himself. The advantage of being alone was that he could whisper to everyone under the covers. Wei Mingyi and Qin Yun briefly explained the situation in the civilian area. Everyone had eaten a few days' worth of free food. The complaints about the white flour steamed buns were much quieter now. Qin Yun had provided some assistance, and everyone assumed it was Wen Yunshu's credit, though they still held a grudge against Lu Zhe. Nguyen Yang, how are you over there? When can you expect to be back? We're going to collect the ammunition tomorrow. If we take the overnight train, we should be at the base in 2 days. Okay, be safe. Yeah. After chatting with Wei Mingyi and Qin Yun, Nguyen Yang spoke privately with Wang Ningyan for a while before hanging up and going to bed. With the hot springs and the bonfire, and no need to get up early, everyone slept comfortably that night. As Nguyen Yang stretched and walked out of the tent, he happened to run into Wen Yunshu. Morning, Xiaoyang. Morning. Lieutenant. Did you sleep well last night? Very well. The best sleep I had in days. Wen Yunshu smiled apologetically. I'm sorry you've been wronged. Just hold on a little longer, and you'll be back at the base soon. It's not a grievance. It's all for us. Very understanding. Wen Yunshu patted Nguyen Yang's shoulder and returned to her tent. Nguyen Yang thought she was a little strange, like she was just trying to find something to say. Confused, she went to wash up. At 10 o'clock, the camp was packed up, everyone tied up their ropes, and took out their hiking poles, starting to head towards the armory. Nguyen Yang looked at the resource finder, watching her step carefully, afraid of stepping on something or falling. It wasn't until 12 o'clock, when the sky was fully light, that Nguyen Yang finally relaxed and was able to take in the surrounding scenery. When people are relaxed, their minds are more active. Then, a question occurred to Nguyen Yang, so she asked Wen Yunshu. Lieutenant, your military should know the location of every arsenal, right? Why didn't you tell me back then? I had such a hard time finding them. Arsenals are top secret. Not to mention me, even Lu Zhe only knows about the ones near the capital. Huh? I thought you all knew. That's unsafe. If there's a traitor, everything will be exposed. Therefore, the highest-ranking officer in each district can only control and manage the arsenals within their jurisdiction. Only the highest-ranking officer knows the location of all the arsenals. But that highest-ranking officer was killed during Lu Zhe's seizure of power, so I have no access to any information about the arsenals. I understand. As they talked, Nguyen Yang vaguely spotted the half-man-high weeds in front of the arsenal. Chapter 497. Pulling aside the weeds, the military green gate was nearly completely obscured by the mutated potholes. To avoid damaging the environment, when Yunshu ordered the plants on the gate to be removed without damaging the roots. The weather was already cold, and the potatoes had to be carefully protected, so the wait lasted nearly 10 minutes. Lieutenant 1, potatoes are naturally resilient plants, and the mutated ones are even less fragile. Is it really necessary to be so cautious? Xiaolong, it's not the same now. Back then, if the environment was damaged, we could still intervene manually to correct it. Now, damage is done, and it might take hundreds of years for them to correct themselves. When Yunshu sighed as he spoke, hundreds of years. We can't wait that long. Yuan Yang was puzzled. What do you mean we can't wait that long? Lieutenant, the door is open. The voices of the female soldiers interrupted their conversation. Business was more important, so when Yunshu said nothing more to Yuan Yang and hurried into the armory. This was Yuan Yang's first visit to the arsenal, and it was more advanced than she had imagined. Besides the entrance, which could be hidden in nature, the interior was a truly unique experience, a testament to modern technology. The entire 10-meter-long narrow passage, wide enough for 3 people, was paved entirely with cement and waterproof material. It had a built-in air exchange system, allowing daylight to filter through, eliminating the need for a flashlight. At the end of the narrow passage, there were 2 passages. Yuan Yang followed when Yunshu to the left one, which was filled with firearms, resembling a high bay warehouse. It looked like it held at least 4 or 500,000 guns. Report to the lieutenant, a female soldier trotted in. There are bullets, grenades, and machine guns next door. When Yunshu looked a bit unhappy, I understand. You keep watch. Report anything unusual immediately. Yuan Yang was looking at the types of firearms inside, and was quite disappointed. Rifles were the most common, and the variety wasn't very diverse. Glancing at Wen Yunshu's unhappy expression, Yuan Yang asked casually, and heard Wen Yunshu sigh. Alas, this is an old arsenal. The reserves are small, and the weapons aren't advanced enough. I had hoped they could get some heavy weapons. It's good to have some. Besides, using heavy weapons in the base would destroy the entire base. Why bother? It's okay if the top floor is destroyed. Each floor of the base can operate independently. Hearing this, Yuan Yang finally understood why Wen Yunshu wanted to find the arsenal. It turned out that he wanted to use heavy weapons to destroy the top floor directly. Xiaoyang, do you have enough space? The supplies here aren't huge, but adding another one might not be enough. Yuan Yang pretended to think for a moment before replying, it should be possible. I try. We see if it runs out. Don't force it. We're limited in number. We wouldn't need all that much if we took everything, and it would take up space. Just take 2 shells. When Yunshu called Xiao Wanning over. Xiaoning, you pick. Just the rifles will do. I go check next door first. Yes. You're not taking everything? Yuan Yang felt a little upset. He had finally come all this way, and this had happened. There was nothing he could do. Reluctantly, he collected the guns from 2 shelves and left for the right aisle. When Yunshu doesn't want them, I want them. Next time I come, I take all the guns. Yuan Yang figured that by then, the rebellion would be complete, and he and Wen Yunshu would have parted ways. Even if she sent someone to look for them later, and found everything gone, they wouldn't be able to find him, and settle the score. The right passage was more complex than the left. Yuan Yang first passed through a particularly heavy door, with a push-pull switch next to it. Xiao Wanning explained that this was a blast-proof gate. If the ammunition inside caught fire and exploded, it could be closed before leaving to slow the spread of the fire. Further inside, it was even stranger. A huge reservoir in the center, with densely packed rocks hanging from the ceiling. Sister Ning, what is this? The rubble chamber. It's integrated with the reservoir. The arsenal stores a large amount of ammunition, and a fire would have serious consequences. Xiao Wanning pointed to the left and right doors and explained, each of these doors contains a large number of hot weapons. In the event of an emergency, the system will automatically activate. A high-speed throwing device will hurl rubble at the explosives, forming a barrier wall to prevent them from coming into contact with other flammable and explosive materials in the arsenal, thereby minimizing damage. I understand, but now we're all. The power's out, so this system won't work, right? Arsenals have 3 backup power sources. The first is a battery. If a power outage occurs, it automatically switches on and sends a power shortage message. The second backup power source, the diesel generator, activates, and the duration of this power generation is determined by the remaining diesel level. If the remaining diesel level reaches the critical level, it will transmit electricity converted from solar energy to various locations in the armory. Amazing. Yuan Yang was marveling when the lights in both doors suddenly turned on. Wen Yunshu emerged from the left door and waved at him. Xiaoyang, come here. Collect the ammunition first. Coming. Since Wen Yunshu had no ammunition, guns and ammunition were his priority. He nearly emptied the warehouse on the left before heading to the right. The warehouse on the right was filled with grenades, primarily barrel-shaped ones, along with a few smoke bombs, flashbangs, and incendiary grenades. Wen Yunshu ordered them to take all the special grenades, and Nuanyang could take as many as she could, depending on the space available. Nuanyang had plenty of space, but as a psychic, she couldn't take everything. So, as she collected, she considered how many to keep. Just as she was thinking, a female soldier suddenly rushed in, looking anxious. Lieutenant! Lieutenant, something's wrong. What's wrong? You're so flustered. Talk to me. Lieutenant, it's a zombie wave coming. It's not your first time encountering a zombie wave. Why are you so panicked? Wen Yunshu frowned unhappily. Shame on you. The female soldier hurriedly said, No, Lieutenant, there's something unknown down there underground. It's moving very fast, heading straight for the armory. The ground it passed over was crushed like a heavy truck, and some areas even collapsed. The zombies were drawn to the noise and followed. Behind. Wen Yunshu didn't hesitate, immediately scurried out to investigate. Nuanyang quickly followed, panicking. This description was very similar to the zombie rat swarm they encountered that night. Could she be so unlucky as to face both a zombie wave and a zombie rat swarm? Boom! Reaching the entrance to the armory, Nuanyang heard a familiar sound and immediately activated her tactical scope. 200 or 300 meters away, she saw a long, nearly 2-meter wide crack in the snow, extending toward the armory. Behind it, a mighty zombie horde of 200,000 or 300,000 followed. Nuanyang's heart sank. 22 people against a zombie horde of hundreds of thousands was a formidable challenge. And then, there were the zombie rats underground, nearly 10,000 of them. She had no experience fighting them, and even if she came to help, she might not be able to handle it. Chapter 498. Notify everyone and prepare for battle. As soon as Wen Yunshu said this, Nuanyang quickly grabbed her. Lieutenant, you want to fight? Yes. We must destroy them. Wen Yunshu, are you crazy? 20 or so people going to fight against a horde of hundreds of thousands of zombies? Wen Yunshu didn't hesitate, instead thrusting the medicine bottle from her inner pocket into Nuanyang's hand. Since you found your way here alone, you should be able to escape. Return to base, and tell them we all died. Give this medicine to Liang Xiangyin. She find a way to get it to my mother. Thank you. What did this mean? A last word? Nuanyang couldn't let Wen Yunshu die here, especially since he didn't have to. Wait a minute. Wen Yunshu, the armory has a door. If we hide inside, the zombies won't be able to get in. Also, there's a swarm of zombie rats in the field. I encountered them before when I was here. I hid in the car, and they couldn't smell me and left. Now we can hide on the beams of the armory. The ground is concrete, so they might not be able to dig it up. Even if they do, I have some zombie corpses in my space that can be spread on the ground to obscure the scent, preventing them from finding us. Nuanyang quickly outlined her plan. She believed it would work. At least they could avoid the zombie rats, and the rest of the zombie army would follow them. But Wen Yunshu ignored her plan, urging everyone to prepare and unload all the bombs from the arsenal to intercept the zombies before they could reach the mountain. Wen Yunshu, are you listening to me? Wen Yunshu stopped and, exerting force with his arms, pulled Nuanyang's hand away. Nuanyang, hurry up and leave. Liang Xiangyin and Zhou Qijuan will continue the power grab. There's no need to stay here. It's too dangerous. Leave? You still want to fight? Can't you just survive and return to base to rebel? You're so smart. Why do you have to fight? You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Wen Yunshu suddenly pulled Nuanyang in front of him, gripped her chin, and made her look forward. Nuanyang, look carefully. This is the Greater Xing'an Range. The plants and animals have all mutated. They're building an ecosystem adapted to the apocalypse. I can't let the zombies destroy this place. Are you crazy? What if it's destroyed? Nature will correct itself. Isn't that what you said? But it'd take hundreds or even thousands of years. Do you understand what that means? Nuanyang, of course, didn't know. She shook her head vigorously, then heard Wen Yunshu's helpless laugh. Once the external environment of this world is destroyed and remains unsuitable for human survival, the people in the base will forever fear leaving. A closed environment is the most dangerous for women. Even if I can seize power and allow women to be the masters of their own lives, as long as survival outside is impossible, the oppression of women will never end. Wen Yunshu, Are you overthinking it? How can women still be oppressed if power is already seized? Overthinking? Nguyen Yang, you're so smart. You should understand that having a uterus is a sin for women. Even if you become the ruler, childbearing will become a sword of dust more hanging over your head. Noah's Ark is a closed, small country. Once people become afraid of the outside world instead of yearning for it, and hide in the base, the country will only face two problems: food and reproduction. The women in the base will eventually become reproductive machines, just to ensure the survival of this country from generation to generation. Nguyen Yang seemed to understand Wen Yunshu's concerns. The external environment was unsuitable for human survival, and Noah's Ark had to be self-sufficient, requiring a constant supply of labor. Therefore, no matter who held supreme power, the issue of fertility was inevitable. But Wen Yunshu, if a new ecological system developed and the people in the base all left to survive, facing the ever-increasing zombie population and increasingly aggressive mutant animals, humanity would be completely extinct in the long run. None of my business. I just want women's freedom. I just want women's freedom. Nguyen Yang had to admit that while Wen Yunshu was annoying, he was willing to do foolish things like ants trying to shake a tree for women's freedom, which touched her deeply. Wen Yunshu, if that's the case, then I help you. Wen Yunshu frowned and pushed Nguyen Yang away. Your help isn't necessary. Go ahead. Your wife's waiting for you. Is it your mother waiting for you too? Nguyen Yang choked, pulling out a miniature rocket launcher from his space. Send your people over and get their weapons. With these, we can wipe out the zombie army first. As for these zombie rat swarms, let's figure it out. I never fought them before, so I have no experience. Rocket launcher? Where did you get one? Don't ask, but I want all the crystal cores here. Is that okay with you? No, it's only a few 100,000. How long do you plan to mine them? Then forget it. A miniature rocket launcher? 50,000 points each. Nguyen Yang was heartbroken when she bought it. To save money, she even used up some of Wan Ningyan's space. She had to take all the crystal cores from this zombie army. Wen Yunshu didn't ask any more questions, but smiled and said thank you. Afterwards, he specifically took the medicine bottle from Nguyen Yang's hand, causing her to roll her eyes. Then he bought bullets and shared them with everyone. Soldiers being soldiers, after receiving heavy weapons, they immediately split into two teams. One team intercepted the zombies trying to reach the mountain from a distance, while the other team descended directly, using their supernatural powers to add metal, earthen walls, and other materials into the ground to slow the zombie rats' advance. The division of labor was clear, and the work was efficient. Nguyen Yang rarely used such heavy weapons. She shouldered them, and fired 2 rounds, finding the use more and more exciting. However, the military was more experienced than her, bombarding the zombie swarm in a triangular formation, quickly eliminating most of them. Nguyen Yang felt that she had little use for this, so she went to help stop the zombie rats. Her level 9 ice ability was powerful. In just half a minute, Nguyen Yang condensed a massive iceberg, which slammed into the ground from midair. With a boom, the iceberg sank at least a meter into the ground. The cracked ground not far away stopped, revealing some of the zombie rats. Nguyen Yang had no fondness for rats, and the sight of these zombie rats made him feel even more nauseous. Bloodshot eyes, steel-like fangs still caked with dirt, green, liquid oozing from the corners of their mouths. Disgusting, these zombie rats were incredibly destructive. If they crossed the greater Shingon range, not only would the roots of the plants here be destroyed, but the entire mountain might collapse, and the mutant animals might be wiped out. And there were also hot springs and mountain springs. Nguyen Yang finally realized what Wen Yunshu had said. If they didn't fight them, the zombie rat swarm would grow larger and larger, destroying everything they touched. Just like the mutant slugs, they seemed harmless, but their proliferation would increasingly squeeze out human living space. Killing them wasn't just about protecting the environment, it was also about protecting humanity itself. Xiao Yang, you have 2 superpowers? Nguyen Yang hummed a phantom. Convinced by Wen Yunshu, when he decided to help, Nguyen Yang didn't intend to hide his strength. Since there were enough zombies, he could use them as a supplement for his crystal cores. As they spoke, the quiet swarm of zombie rats stirred again, seemingly frantic. The entire ground resounded with noises. Then, numerous zombie rats burst out of the ground, gnawing away at the massive iceberg, quickly carving a path and charging towards the female soldiers. Hurry, retreat. Return first. The female soldiers retreated, firing their remaining rocket launchers. But the zombie rats were clever. Seeing someone raise a rocket launcher, they immediately burrowed into the ground or hid behind an iceberg. Close combat was definitely not a good option. Zombie rats attack in groups. Moreover, Their mental strength and ammunition were limited. One careless move would surely lead to their demise. Muan Yang anxiously searched the weapon inventory, trying to find a suitable counterattack weapon. Hiding was possible, but the problem was that they had to die. Keeping them alive would be a nuisance. Chapter 499. The zombie rats were incredibly cunning, digging at a lightning speed. No matter how powerful the rocket launcher was, it couldn't penetrate the ground. Using the earth as a shield, the rats made a beeline for the armory. Muan Yang was sweating with anxiety, even considering using nuclear mines. However, they were also harmful to the environment, so he didn't want to use them unless absolutely necessary. Xiao Yang, I have a plan, but I need your help. Muan Yang, as if grasping a lifeline, agreed to Wen Yunshu's request without hesitation. Everyone, retreat to the armory. Leave the door open, and remember to pull down the blast gates. Wen Yunshu yelled at everyone, then dragged Muan Yang toward the armory. Xiao Yang, gather all these bombs. We use the rubble chamber to blow these beasts up directly. Okay, how do we do it? Muan Yang brought back all the bomb boxes, and placed them in the rubble chamber, as Wen Yunshu instructed. Take out 5 of those 11 bodies, and throw them into the reservoir. Muan Yang did as he was told. The bodies were covered in blood, and once in the reservoir, the stench of blood intensified. Zombies snatched living creatures by smell. Muan Yang understood when Yunshu was trying to lure them in, so she placed another layer of quicklime around the edge of the reservoir. What's that? Quicklime. If the zombie rats come, just push them into the water and burn them. Okay. When Yunshu walked to the entrance, and told every female soldier to hurry into the warehouse on the left. By then, the zombie rats had reached the armory entrance. Muan Yang was almost unsteady. The rats were causing the ground to shake. Zhao Wanning, why are you so slow? Muan Yang was working on a fuse for the explosives when she looked up and saw Zhao Wanning at the blast-proof door. He had herded everyone inside and started to pull the trigger. This wasn't difficult. After pressing hard, they could hide in the warehouse. However, Zhao Wanning's gait was off, as if his foot was injured. At this moment, rocks began to fall from the rubble chamber due to the movement of the zombie rats. The situation became dangerous. Muan Yang dodged the rubble while trying to find Zhao Wanning, but discovered that Wen Yunshu was faster than her. Wen Yunshu ran over and carried Zhao Wanning on his shoulders. Muan Yang, noticing someone had gone to rescue her, headed towards the warehouse, avoiding the rubble. All the female soldiers had already taken refuge in the warehouse on the left. They held the door open, waiting for Muan Yang and Wen Yunshu. As Muan Yang approached the door, they practically pulled her inside. Having regained her footing, Muan Yang turned and saw Wen Yunshu entering the rubble chamber, about to head left, when a piece of rubble fell. Muan Yang didn't even have time to use her supernatural powers. As she watched Wen Yunshu's head being hit by the boulder, she frantically clung to the wall, holding onto Zhao Wanning tightly. Several female soldiers immediately rushed out to help. Seeing this, Muan Yang went inside the warehouse first. Since someone was injured, reaching the roof beams was difficult, so she used ice to create a staircase. Everyone, hurry up! The zombie rats are coming! Hurry up! After Muan Yang finished shouting, she saw the warehouse door close. Sister Ying and 3 female soldiers climbed up the roof beams first, and tied them tightly with ropes. This way, everyone would be tied up, and even if they accidentally fell during an earthquake, they would be suspended in midair, avoiding being spotted by the zombie rats. When Yunshu quickly recovered and resumed his command. Muan Yang was a little worried. Blood was already flowing from Wen Yunshu's forehead. Don't worry about me. Get the zombie bodies out, or they smell the living here. Okay. Muan Yang handed her a medical kit. Stop the bleeding. This will easily expose you. Yes. With that, Muan Yang began placing zombie corpses at the warehouse entrance, working his way up to the ice ladder. By then, everyone was already on top. Muan Yang gathered all his strength and smashed the ice ladder into pieces with his fist. Crack. The ground in the gravel room cracked. When Yunshu whispered to Muan Yang. She had already led 2 people along the beams to the top of the warehouse entrance, and passed a rope to Muan Yang. Muan Yang immediately went over, tied the rope around her waist, and was slowly pulled up. Bang! Squeak! Through the small opening above the warehouse door, Muan Yang saw a swarm of zombie rats bursting out of the concrete floor. Attracted by the blood and flesh, they madly rushed towards the reservoir. Muan Yang activated his X-ray vision, drew his pistol, and prepared to detonate the fuse with a bullet, but was restrained by Wen Yunshu. Seal this wall with ice, or the heat wave from the bomb will hit us, and if we're not burned to death, we might as well burn our respiratory tract. Wen Yunshu explained quickly in a whisper. Nguyen Yang finally understood what he was asked to do, and immediately released his mental energy, condensing a thick layer of ice underneath, leaving only a small gap. By the time everything was complete, the reservoir was already filled with zombie rats. Nguyen Yang used his tactical scope to observe that only a small number remained, still catching up. He switched to a crossbow, intending to get the quicklime in first. "Let me do it! I'm a perfect shooter." Nguyen Yang held the crossbow away. "What do you mean by perfect?" "I don't acknowledge it." "You wounded soldier, rest well." With that, Nguyen Yang raised the crossbow and fired. A bag of quicklime was punctured, and the powder began to flow into the reservoir. Soon, the zombie rats began to squeak, making an extremely unpleasant and pitiful sound. Nguyen Yang cocked his bow and arrow and fired a few more rounds. When all the rats had arrived, he pulled out his pistol and fired directly to ignite the fuse. Suddenly, Nguyen Yang saw a silver pistol appear before him. With a bang, the bullet fired, hitting the switch in the rubble chamber, sending boulders crashing down from the chamber. With no time to admire Wen Yunchu's accuracy, Nguyen Yang immediately released his mental power frantically, freezing the entire warehouse door shut, then thickening the ice. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of explosions began, and Nguyen Yang couldn't help but release his mental power even faster. However, even the thickest ice couldn't withstand the effects of firearms. The entire arsenal shook violently, and the walls peeled away. Nguyen Yang's balance was shaken, so he simply tied a rope and tied the other end to a beam. After speaking to Wen Yunshu, he used the rope to dangle in midair, continuing to release his supernatural powers. Boom! Another loud explosion, and the entire wall blew apart. Through the ice, Nguyen Yang could see a blaze of flames and a foul smell in the rubble chamber. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions, shockwaves and heat waves shattered the ice wall. The warehouse shook violently, and Nguyen Yang was forced to sway with it, clinging to the ropes with both hands, unable to use his supernatural powers. Bang! This was the last explosion, but in the exposed environment, it was more severe than the previous ones. Nguyen Yang felt a ringing in his ears, and a sense of weightlessness. The scorching heat gradually dissipated, and Nguyen Yang opened his eyes to find silence. The rubble chamber had been blown to pieces. Not even the corpses of the zombie rats were visible, leaving only piles of gleaming crystal cores hidden inside. Nguyen Yang gasped, realizing he was still hanging in midair. Looking up, he saw Wen Yunshu and a female soldier tugging at his ropes. It felt like a drop of water dripped onto his face. Nguyen Yang saw Wen Yunshu's mouth opening and closing, but he couldn't hear what she was saying. He touched the water droplet on his face. It was red and smelled of blood. It was blood, flowing from Wen Yunshu's forehead again, dripping onto Nguyen Yang's face. Nguyen Yang felt very uncomfortable. With his last bit of strength, he froze an ice platform beneath him. "Wen Yunshu, let me go." "What are you saying?" "Speak louder." "I can't hear you." Nguyen Yang tried to speak again, but a wave of exhaustion overwhelmed him, and he fainted. Chapter 500. The strong smell of burning and gunpowder made Nguyen Yang feel uneasy. He struggled to open his eyes, only to find a mosaic before him. It took him a moment to see the beams of the warehouse. "Nguyen Yang is awake. Quickly notify the lieutenant." Hearing this, Nguyen Yang turned and saw the female soldier beside him. She had a burned blister on her left cheek, and the ends of her hair looked burned. Seeing that Nguyen Yang was awake, she asked if she felt any discomfort. "Nothing, nothing." Nguyen Yang only felt a little sore in her neck, probably from lying down for too long. After sitting up, he began rubbing his neck again and touched his face, checking for burns. He felt something sticky in his ear, and reaching out saw it was nearly dried blood. "Xiao Yang, how are you?" Wen Yunshu rushed in from the rubble room in the ruins. Her forehead was bandaged, and half her face was covered in blisters. Crouching down to check on Nguyen Yang, she saw her gloves were burnt, revealing a bloody mess of flesh. "I'm fine. Is your ear okay too? Your eardrum must have been punctured, and there's a lot of blood. Try hearing. If you're not, have Shaola treat you." Nguyen Yang shook her head. "It's really fine. But why are you and everyone else so covered in wounds? Is it because you don't have enough mental strength to treat them? We don't need to. The more severe the injuries, the better, to make them look more realistic." "Huh?" Nguyen Yang looked at everyone in confusion. Frostbite, burns, scalds. It turned out that from the beginning, the female soldiers' injuries had gone untreated so they could hide it from the higher-ups back at base. "Forget it. Now that you're awake, it's time to eat. We're digging up the crystal cores, but there are too many, so you have to wait." "Crystal cores?" Nguyen Yang took another look. Besides cooking and caring for the seriously injured, everyone else was busy digging for crystal cores. Don't bother, I can just take them. Before Wen Yunshu could grasp Nuanyang's meaning, he had already stored all the crystal cores into his space. This time, he had a huge haul, over 290,000 low-level crystal cores, making him incredibly wealthy. Lieutenant, the crystal cores are gone. Several female soldiers rushed in from the rubble room in panic. They opened the bag for Wen Yunshu, revealing nothing inside. Damn it! I collected half a bag of crystal cores, and suddenly they're gone. Me too, Lieutenant. This place is so spooky. Nuanyang's awake. Shouldn't we leave? Wen Yunshu looked at Nuanyang in shock. You collected them? Yes. Dual superpowers, collecting crystal cores out of thin air, rocket launchers. You're truly remarkable. Nuanyang smiled and patted her shoulder. Lieutenant Wen, you're not ordinary either. You dare to use such a risky method. Aren't you afraid that the gunpowder will be too powerful and collapse the armory, burying us alive? No, the armory was built with fire and explosion in mind. It's equipped with flame-retardant materials and explosion-proof measures. Even if it explodes, it won't collapse. No wonder. As he spoke, Zhao Wang limped over with a meal in a bowl made of leaves, containing a roasted chicken leg. All the supplies are in your space. So Xiaoning and the others went to the mountains to catch some chickens. Have a quick meal. You must be very hungry after such a long time. Long? Nuanyang quickly checked the time. It's already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. How long have I slept? The shockwave from the bomb was very strong, and the ice wall was blown apart. You were suspended in midair, which was equivalent to a direct impact. It's normal to be unconscious for a long time. Nuanyang recalled the time when Wan Ningyan massacred the village. The shockwave from the fireball explosion was incredibly strong, and even lying on the ground felt uncomfortable. It seemed reasonable that such a close-range explosion could cause someone to faint. However, just to be safe, Nuanyang quietly checked her body and clothing. After confirming that everything was fine, she took out the food and tools. Wen Yunshu was anxious to return to base. Because healing systems had a time limit, they had to continue their night journey after dinner. If Nuanyang hadn't been injured and fainted, leaving the crystal core unexcavated and without a car to use, Wen Yunshu would have returned long ago. Nuanyang was also anxious to return. This time, she had been away for too long, and when she fainted, she hadn't received several calls from Wan Ningyan. She was afraid that Wan Ningyan might get suspicious, so when she gave them food, she chose the simplest instant noodles and paid for some hot pot meatballs out of her own pocket, so the meal wouldn't seem shabby. During the meal, Nuanyang could sense the admiration everyone had for her. She overtly and covertly heard many of the female soldiers boast about their extraordinary abilities, but after Wen Yunshu coughed, no one spoke again. Before leaving, Wen Yunshu asked Nuanyang to collect a bag of zombie rat carcasses, the relatively intact ones they had finally found in the gravel chamber. Besides these, give me some crystal cores too. Zombie rat cores are smaller than zombie cores, so I need to take some back with me. Nuanyang thought it made sense. It wouldn't make sense to take the bodies back without losing the cores. So, he tossed a dozen cores into the bag, tied it shut, and stored them all in his space. Because the blast gates had been pulled, the corridor outside was unaffected by the explosion. They descended the mountain using flashlights. Wen Yunshu walked last. Nuanyang watched her carefully close the ammunition depot door, then gazed at the scenery of the greater Xing'an range for a long moment before quickly descending the mountain. After this incident, Nuanyang no longer doubted Wen Yunshu's reason for rebellion. Regardless of whether it was Wen Mingxi's request, Wen Yunshu genuinely wanted to give the women of the base hope, the hope of being able to go out, away from men, free from being reproductive machines, and live freely. Perhaps because they had experienced life and death together, Nuanyang and Wen Yunshu became close friends. When Wen Yunshu had to return injured and unable to sleep due to the pain, Nuanyang provided painkillers. The journey was long, and the constant driving was exhausting, so Wen Yunshu unceremoniously asked Nuanyang for coffee. How did you know I had coffee? Wen Yunshu didn't retract his hand, but instead asked, we even have rocket launchers, so it's strange not to have coffee. Xiaoang, are you being stingy and reluctant to give it away? Nuanyang rolled his eyes. Lieutenant Wen, you're not trying to get something for nothing, are you? At least give me some benefits. Nuanyang pretended to count money, and Wen Yunshu looked embarrassed. After several seconds of hesitation, he sighed and agreed. Alas, you're in dire straits. I give you the money when I get back. No money, I want the crystal cores. Okay. And so, Nguyen Yang happily traded 10 cartons of coffee for 1,000 crystal cores. Just as he was enjoying himself, he was lying in the back seat chatting with Wei Mingy and the others when he realized he'd been scolded. Scold me? What do you mean? Wei Mingy laughed and said, guess who's bullying you when you're in dire straits? Nguyen Yang thought, a tiger in dire straits is being bullied by a dog. When Yunshu is calling him a dog. He was so overwhelmed by the joy of the crystal cores that he didn't retaliate. Nguyen Yang sighed in frustration. That's not the point, you idiot Nguyen Yang. You took too much of a risk today. What if you get killed in the explosion? Do you want me to be a widow? Wife, I definitely don't want to die. I couldn't think of a solution, so I just did what Wen Yunshu said. It was a bit risky, but the outcome is good. I'll be back at base the day after tomorrow at noon, don't worry. Wang Ningyan didn't say anything else. Nguyen Yang heard a hint of suppressed sobbing and quickly asked. Wei Mingy and Qin Yun had tactfully cut off contact. Then, with no one else around, Wang Ningyan couldn't contain herself and burst into tears, calling Nguyen Yang a as she sobbed. Nguyen Yang couldn't speak, so anxiously sending Wang Ningyan messages repeatedly. His attempts to soothe her didn't help, and her sobs only intensified. Little ancestor, I swear I won't take such risks again. This time is truly a special situation. Don't cry, I'll be home the day after tomorrow. You bastard. You usually lecture me so well, but you always do dangerous things. I'm done with you. Huh? Stop. Why aren't you done with me anymore? Nguyen Yang had just sent the message when the video chat ended, leaving him feeling anxious, like an ant on a hot pan. It wasn't until midnight that Wang Ningyan finally responded. Stop bothering me. Come back soon, safe and sound, or I definitely end my life with you. Nguyen Yang's eyes curved with laughter as he read the message, covering his mouth to avoid laughing out loud. My wife may have a bad temper, but she still loves me. Chapter 501. The journey back to the base was smooth, with only 3 small waves of zombies. The only pain was in my waist and buttocks. Nguyen Yang's back injury had relapsed from sitting and lying down for so long. I let Xiaolu treat you. Stop complaining. Come on, even going to the bathroom has to be done at your appointed time. Are you willing to stop the car and wait for me to treat you? You're making my head hurt. Nguyen Yang was immediately enraged. He turned around and held out his hand. Give me back my buns and eat your compressed biscuits. When Yunshu immediately opened his mouth wide, took a bite of each bun, and returned it to Nguyen Yang. I already taken a bite. Do you want more? You? Nguyen Yang withdrew his hand, disgusted. Disgusting. A lieutenant is so incompetent. I'm not incompetent anyway. I'm protecting the base. When Yunshu's inexplicably dry humor made Nguyen Yang frown. What a joke. It was like a stand-up comedy. In the end, Nguyen Yang finally got his back treatment as he hoped, but soon the soreness returned, so he gave up. This back problem wouldn't heal from prolonged sitting. Nguyen Yang gritted his teeth and persevered, finally reaching the base. When he arrived, daybreak was just breaking. Nguyen Yang breathed a sigh of relief and looked out the window. There were no more living people at the base's entrance. Dead bodies lay frozen in rows, some buried under the snow. Before he could lament the group's stubborn focused solely on getting into the base, he heard the dire news. You can't go home yet. You need to hand over your belongings first. When Yunshu reminded him, causing Nguyen Yang's excitement to wane. After sending a message to Wang Ningyan, he leaned back dejectedly. It won't be long. Just hand over the equipment, supplies, and bodies. Oh, don't take it all out. Leave 20% to 30% of each dish. They won't know. Nguyen Yang couldn't help but look at Wen Yunshu. She was holding the book as she spoke, not avoiding anyone. The driver now wasn't her trusted confidant, Zhao Wanning, but an ordinary female soldier. I'm curious, aren't you afraid someone will betray you and expose your embezzlement? Wen Yunshu smiled, closed the book, and replied, I completely trust my soldiers. If anyone betrays me, it means I'm incompetent and deserve death. It's the end of the world now. So what? Nguyen Yang stared at Wen Yunshu for several seconds before finally giving in. She didn't understand where Wen Yunshu's confidence came from. At least, with the exception of Wang Ningyan, Nguyen Yang only trusted others after spending a long time with them. Perhaps this is the difference between soldiers and ordinary people. Nguyen Yang didn't dwell on it too much. After all, the remaining vegetables were hers, so why not let them go? Arriving at the B2 floor, Nguyen Yang got out of the car, stretched vigorously, and twisted his hips. Finally freed from sitting, his waist and hips instantly felt much more comfortable. However, before he could relax for a moment, when Yunshu dragged Nuanyang to hand over the supplies. Instead of going to the supply registration office, someone from the office came personally. Unlike previous visits, the staff at the supply registration office were all female, including the female employee who had greeted Nuanyang the previous time. Seeing Nuanyang, she waved and greeted him. During the handover, Nuanyang, intentionally or unintentionally, approached the female employee and found an opportunity to ask her a question. He then learned that the supply registration office had been the subject of an anti-corruption investigation, with all male leaders and employees removed from their posts, leaving only female staff. The new leader was also a woman, and naturally, she favored women when recruiting new personnel. As a result, the material registration office was now staffed entirely by women. Lieutenant Wen personally handled the case. He showed no mercy and arrested all those who weren't working that very day. Huh? Wen Yunshu personally? The female employee quickly made a shushing gesture and whispered to Nuanyang, "Don't address the lieutenant by her name. She has a peculiar temper. She might get angry and send you to solitary confinement." Nuanyang quickly shut up, acknowledging her understanding. The harmonious atmosphere of gathering information vanished the moment Nuanyang produced the 6 male soldier corpses. Everyone in the material registration office, who normally wouldn't handle corpses, turned pale with fear. When Nuanyang produced the corpse of the zombie rat, the scene erupted in chaos. When Yunshu asked them to take photos for record, including the injuries of the female soldiers, the female employees could only do so with trembling hands, some nearly crying with fear. The surveillance system overhead began beeping, detecting a zombie, and a swarm of police officers, armed with blast shields, rushed over. Zhao Wanning, limping, went to negotiate. Soon after, the Capitol Guard arrived, accompanied by a team of medics led by Liang Shengyin. Completely unaware of the situation, she assumed Wen Yunshu was being bullied and rolled up her sleeves, ready to confront the police. Zhao Wanning was unable to persuade her, and hurried off to find Wen Yunshu. Wen Yunshu was anxious to take photos and get everyone to medical treatment, but Zhou Qijiu had arrived again. Commander Liu Jia had ordered her to inventory the mutated vegetables and hand them over to the 15th floor. Time was running out, and Zhou Qijiu grabbed Wen Yunshu, refusing to let her leave and demanding the handover. Ah, what a mess! After Nuanyang finished handing over the items, he looked at the utterly distraught Wen Yunshu, curled his lips, and said, "I'm going home." Without caring if she heard him or not, he took out his SUV and drove to the elevator. After all, he had given everything he needed, and no one could stop him from going home to see his wife. As Nuanyang was entering the password, he heard movement from inside. As soon as the door opened, Wan Ningyan embraced him tightly. If it weren't for the wall behind him, Nuanyang's back would have collapsed, and he would have collapsed. "Honey, be gentle. My back hurts." "What? Why does it hurt? I'm either sitting or lying down every day. My butt's almost worn out." Wan Ningyan silently dismounted Nuanyang and rubbed her waist. "You're so pitiful. Take a bath to soothe it. I give you a massage later." "Okay, honey. Thank you for your hard work." Nuanyang hadn't seen Wan Ningyan in a while. She bent down to kiss her, but she dodged, tilted her body, and ran away. "You're so dirty. Don't kiss me." Nuanyang looked at herself. It was only 6 or 7 days since she showered. What's the big deal? Knowing Wan Ningyan's obsessive-compulsive disorder, Nuanyang obediently showered. Only after she undressed did she realize how stinky she was. At the armory, Nuanyang had only changed into a clean coat. Her underwear remained untouched. The mingled smell of sweat, decaying zombies, and gunpowder was truly disgusting. She quickly showered, washing twice before taking out the tub. She filled it with Wan Ningyan's favorite fragrance and, fearing she noticed, took a fresh bottle and tucked it away in her personal space. After Nuanyang had settled comfortably into the tub, she realized Wan Ningyan had taken her dirty clothes. A moment later, she heard the sound of a washing machine. They didn't usually wash all their clothes. The dirty ones were usually stored in their space, discarded later. Why had Wan Ningyan washed them this time, considering they were so dirty? Wasn't she bothered by the stink? "Nuanyang, do you want me to scrub your back?" "Okay." It was really inconvenient for Nuanyang to scrub her back by herself, so having someone to help was a plus. However, she had forgotten that the full tub of bubbles was too conspicuous. When Wan Ningyan entered, her first reaction was to ask her why there were so many bubbles. I used a little fragrance." "A little?" Wan Ningyan raised an eyebrow, a look of disbelief on her face. 2 or 3 drops of that is enough." "How much did you put in?" Not much, honey. You look so beautiful today. Wan Ningyan slapped Wan Yang on the shoulder. Stop being stingy. Be frugal. That's very little. Otherwise, you could just make some for me. Okay, I make some for you. Don't be angry. Wan Yang smiled up at Wan Ningyan. His silly look touched Wan Ningyan's heart, and her anger subsided. Got it. Lie down and I scrub you. You're so dirty. Why didn't you take a shower? There's no chance. When Yunshu didn't even knock before entering my room. How could I dare use the bathroom? She's so rude. That's right. Chapter 502. The back rub ended, and Wan Ningyan began massaging Nuanyang. Nuanyang was so comfortable that he almost fell asleep by the tub when he received a slap on the back. I told you to get up. Hurry. Oh. Nuanyang quickly stood up and exited the tub. She felt a little shy wearing nothing, but it seemed strange to be blocked by an old woman. After some thought, she decided to casually clasp her hands together and block the view of the small garden. Wan Ningyan was busy filling the tub, rinsing it, then refilling it with hot water and pouring essential oils, bath salts, and flower petals into the tub. Essential oils can relieve fatigue. Soak for another half hour, and you feel better. Yes. After finishing her work, Wan Ningyan looked up and saw Nuanyang's movements, frowning. What are you blocking? Nothing. Nuanyang replied awkwardly, thinking for a moment, then released her hands and placed her hands on her hips. If you want to see it, just tell me. How can I refuse? Wan Ningyan, now in control, seemed rather impatient. She snorted and patted Nuanyang's arm. Move aside. I'm going to do the laundry. Those clothes are filthy. No need to wash them. I have plenty anyway. Just throw them away. The underwear needs to be washed. It's a valuable product from the base. I can't even make copies fast enough. You still want to throw it away? Wan Yang then remembered that the thermal underwear was a new product from the Noah's Ark research team, capable of withstanding temperatures as low as -100 degrees Celsius. He really couldn't just throw it away once it got dirty. Thank you, my wife. You work so hard. Move aside, you rascal. Wan Yang smiled and moved aside. Unexpectedly, Wan Ningyan had already left the bathroom and even reached out to flick her little cherry. This embarrassed Wan Yang, who quickly got back into the tub to soak. You call me a gangster, but what are you? Wan Yang buried half his face in the water, the steam making it red. When Wan Ningyan came back after hanging the clothes, she almost thought he had a fever. How can you take a bath like that? Now I have. Wan Ningyan squatted by the tub, poking Wan Yang's cheek. The once smiling girl burst into tears, her smile gone. Wan Yang panicked, wiping her tears with his wet hands, only to get her face soaked, her tears unstoppable. Desperate, he jumped out of the tub and hugged Wan Ningyan in his arms, his thin shirt quickly soaking through. Wan Yang didn't notice the chill brought by the evaporating water until Wan Ningyan slowly stopped crying and struggled out of her arms, telling her not to catch a cold. Only then did Wan Yang realize her body had gone icy cold. Wan Ningyan's clothes were also soaked. Wan Yang immediately put them into his space and took a bath with her to prevent her from catching a cold. What are you doing? I already took a bath. She was still crying, her red eyes distressing Wan Yang. He hugged her and kissed her between the eyebrows. You should soak even after taking a bath. Your clothes are soaked. Do you want to get sick? If you're sick, go to the hospital. Any psychic can treat it. You're so careless. Wan Yang rubbed her face and changed his voice to a gentler one. Why are you crying? Are you afraid I won't come back? I'm sorry for worrying Xiaoyan. I swear, I never take such a risk again. Wan Ningyan snorted. You have no credibility. I don't believe your lies. Wan Yang choked. She certainly had no credibility, even negative. But no matter how poor her credibility was, she still had to comfort people. She didn't want Wan Ningyan to cry anymore. Reaching out to hold her tighter, Wan Yang automatically ignored the question of credibility and instead explained why she had to kill the zombie rats. He also explained how Wen Yunshu was very smart and had assumed her method would be safe, which was why he took the risk. Wan Yang meticulously recounted the events of that day to Wan Ningyan, her mouth nearly dry. Finally, Wan Ningyan replied with a muffled hum. What do you mean by him? Honey, please explain clearly. I'm too stupid to guess what you mean. Wan Ningyan glared at Wan Yang and kissed the corner of her mouth. If you can't guess, keep guessing. You're so stupid. Don't be like that. Wan Yang pinched Wan Ningyan's delicate spot as she spoke, infuriating her. She laughed and retaliated by hitting her hand. The water from the tub splashed everywhere, ultimately leaving Nuan Yang splashed in the face. Puff. You? Honey, are you trying to choke me? Are you murdering your wife again? Don't give me that. You can choke to death in the bath? How shameful of you. Hey! The murderer is so righteous. Give me your life. Nuan Yang grabbed the back of Wan Ningyan's head and kissed her fiercely. She, still resisting, opened her mouth and let Nuan Yang bully her. Soon, her struggling arms wrapped around Nuan Yang's neck, and the two kissed passionately. Nuan Yang's back still hurt, making exercise difficult, but she couldn't stop, nor could she resist Wan Ningyan's passion. Just as she was hesitating, her savior arrived. Honey, stop for a moment. Wei Ming's calling. I take it. Captain? Yes. Okay. Wan Ningyan pouted unhappily, leaning into Nuan Yang's arms, to kiss her neck to ease her boredom. Nuan Yang answered the call, playing it louder, so he could listen to it with Wan Ningyan. Nuan Yang, I heard you're back? Yes, just recently. Then let's meet tonight to chat, have dinner, and exchange information. Huh? Meeting? Aren't you afraid when Yunshu will find out? Wei Mingyi laughed. We're about to discuss our rebellion plan together. Why are you still hiding it? That's right. At this moment, Qin Yun's voice came from the other end. Sister Nuan Yang, I want to eat barbecue, but I'm broke. Can you pay tonight? I give you a crystal core later. What's the point of giving me a crystal core? You came to help me, and are still suffering in the civilian area. It's only right that I treat you to a meal. Eat your fill tonight. I have so much money, but I can't take it all with me, so I might as well enjoy it. Thank you, Sister Nuan Yang. You're welcome. See you tonight? After hanging up, Wan Ningyan came up, kissed Nuan Yang's chin, and said coquettishly, We have a dinner date, and it's still early. Yeah, but I need to sort out some information. I've been away for so long this time, so I tend to forget a lot of things. Sigh. My waist still hurts a little, I need to go to the hospital. Nuan Yang spoke miserably. Wan Ningyan looked at her for a moment, sighed, and then she put her mind at ease and took a bath. But this made Nuan Yang feel guilty. Wan Ningyan hadn't taken the initiative very often, and today he was the one who provoked her first, making him seem like a scumbag. After much thought, Nuan Yang made up his mind. After all, his back injury could be cured, so he satisfied his wife first. So, an hour later, because the tub was too small, Nuan Yang was using her back more than in bed. Not only did her back hurt, but her wrists also hurt. They hurriedly changed their clothes and rushed to the hospital. The attending female doctor looked at Nuan Yang's x-rays, adjusted her glasses, and looked back and forth between the two of them several times before finally settling on Nuan Yang. Young man, don't act rashly just because your wife is pretty. You already have lumbar muscle strain, and it's even worse now. Also, I suggest trying a different position. You have tendinitis in your wrist, and some strain in your arm muscles. If you don't control yourself, your future intercourse will be jarring. Nuan Yang and Wan Ningyan blushed crimson. They used to think Grandma Yuan was blunt, but now it seemed doctors were pretty blunt. Fortunately, no one else was around, or Nuan Yang would be terribly embarrassed. She took the medical record, which listed the treatment options. It could be cured for free, but it would be time-consuming. So Nuan Yang sought treatment. She was about to rebel, and she didn't want to be in a state of discomfort. Chapter 503. The most embarrassing thing in life is being surrounded by spectators. Nuan Yang was lying on the bed, receiving treatment from a psychic doctor, with Wan Ningyan sitting nearby. Then Liang Xiaonin arrived. Xiao Yang, I heard you're not self-controlled and have developed lumbar muscle strain and tenosynovitis. Is that true? As soon as these words were spoken, the patients and doctors in the nearby beds turned their heads to watch the spectacle. Wan Ningyan, being the most shy, made an excuse to buy some water and quickly ran off, leaving Nuan Yang to face it all alone. Nuan Yang's heart sank, and he reluctantly replied, Keep your voice down. It's not a glorious thing. Liang Xiaonin agreed, then picked up Nuan Yang's medical records and flipped through them for a moment before putting them back. Your condition is primarily caused by prolonged sitting. You need to be careful. It's not only prone to lumbar disc herniation, but also hemorrhoids. I understand, Sister Liang. I'd be more careful next time. That's not enough, but you can't do anything rash. You're so eager to have sex right after coming back from outside. You look so serious, but why are you so obsessed with sex? Nuan Yang almost buried his face in the pillow, clasping his hands together and begging for mercy. Stop it, Sister Liang. Give me some face, please. Okay, I stop. Do you think I want to care about you? It was that guy Xiao Shu who sent me here. Lieutenant 1. Yes, he said he knew you were at the hospital and was worried you had something serious, so he told me to come and see you. I see. Sister Liang, please tell the lieutenant thank you for me, and thank you for coming all the way. Just coming to see me isn't enough of a thank you. Liang Shangyin pulled a jar from her pocket. Tension-relaxing pills. Take one whenever you feel tired. But this is just relief. To eradicate the problem, you should still reduce your exercise and keep your waist warm. Okay, thank you, Sister Liang. I'd be more careful next time. Liang Shangyin seemed to be just visiting Nuanyang, and after giving her some advice, she left. Soon, as Nuanyang finished her treatment and stood up to put on her coat, Wan Ningyan peeked stealthily at the door, holding 2 cups of milk tea. Nuanyang smiled and sighed, shoved the pills into his pocket, and went out to find Wan Ningyan. You run pretty fast, Xiao Wan, you're a rabbit? Why are you being so sarcastic? I'm buying you milk tea. Thank you, I need it the most. Nuanyang complained, but she still wanted some. She grabbed a cup, put her arm around Wan Ningyan's shoulder, and walked home with her in a very affectionate embrace. You're a little strange. Usually, we just hold hands or hug each other. What's wrong today? Nuanyang leaned down and whispered in her ear, You're putting on a show for Wen Yunshu. You don't think Liang Shangyin is really here to visit, do you? Huh? Wan Ningyan turned around in surprise. What do you mean? Then why did she come? Wan Yang smiled but said nothing. He hugged the curious person all the way back home before expressing his suspicions. Wen Yunshu knew about my back pain and even sought treatment from a psychic on the way home. What's the point of me visiting the hospital? It's just my back pain, isn't it? She was worried you had something else? What could it be? She just wanted to confirm if my condition was serious enough to warrant hospitalization. Otherwise, why would Liang Shangyin deliberately ask in front of so many people? Liang Shangyin may be blunt, but she's not someone who doesn't know etiquette. Wan Ningyan was even more confused. What could we do in the hospital? Why would Wen Yunshu be so cautious? Who knows? She's incredibly suspicious and full of suspicion, so whatever. Wan Yang had no idea what Wen Yunshu was trying to find out, but seeing as she even attempted to eavesdrop on her own hotel, Wan Yang felt Wen Yunshu was incredibly paranoid and hypocritical. She trusted her soldiers with everything, yet was still suspicious of those she shared life and death with. It was a complete waste of time to help her. Wan Yang and Wan Ningyan's doubts were resolved after meeting with Wei Mingyue and Qin Yun that evening. Wei Mingyue, they probably thought you were going to meet us, or look for clues we left behind. Huh? You guys? Wan Ningyan quickly put down her chopsticks. Captain, what do you mean? Does Wen Yunshu know you're our friends? Well, it's not hard to find. When the civilian area rioted, Wen Yunshu's men searched floors 2 and 3. If they didn't find any suspicious individuals, they used other methods. The simplest method is to find any survivors who entered the base after you, then conduct surveillance and screening. They definitely target Qin Yun and me. That's why I'm meeting you today. We already been exposed. How could she be sure it was you? We never met before. We don't look like people who've been starving and malnourished. After arriving at the base, we often stay on the 4th floor. Only the wealthy people in the civilian area would do that. Wei Mingyue smiled as she spoke, looking at Qin Yun. But they targeted us because of Xiao Yun. Wan Yang couldn't help but wonder. Qin Yun is so clever, how could he have figured it out? Qin Yun shrugged sheepishly. I didn't mean to. After I found out what the water in the civilian area was like, I couldn't stop vomiting. I ended up with gastroenteritis and spent all my money at the hospital. It was easy for Wen Yunshu to target us. It's just treating gastroenteritis, how can you lock it down? That doesn't make sense. Sister Ningyan, it's the end of the world now. Just imagine how many ordinary people would be willing to spend thousands of yuan on gastroenteritis treatment. Normally, they just buy some medicine and tough it out. The captain saw how miserable I was, and didn't want me to suffer any more, so he spent all his money to hire a psychic to treat me. Qin Yun said this with a sad face. It's so tragic. I finally recovered, but now I'm broke. I'm eating steamed buns every day, and I'm almost depressed. Wan Ningyan immediately gave Qin Yun another piece of barbecue. Don't be sad, Xiao Yun. Eat more. Your sister Nuanyang is treating us today. Eat her out. Nuanyang also urged Qin Yun to eat more, and called the waiter to order 10 more plates of barbecue. If you run out of money, tell me. How can you be so hard on yourself? Wan Yang was pointing this finger at Wei Mingyue. Qin Yun was already feeling quite ill from his illness, yet he still ate steamed buns every day. There was clearly plenty of food and crystal cores in his space, But Nuan Yang couldn't understand why he was so stingy. Wei Mingyi naturally heard it, but without anger or shame, she calmly sipped her tea and replied, "The base doesn't allow private storage of crystal cores. If I were to take them out to exchange for money, I'd be put in solitary confinement for violating regulations. Without money, you have to live in the civilian area. Not only is the soundproofing poor, but the space is also small, so you can smell everything you eat from outside. Knowing you're being watched, yet you're still feasting on delicious food, isn't that telling Wen Yunshu that you, Nuan Yang, aren't the only ones with space?" Yeah, Captain Wei is really attentive. Nuan Yang finally understood why the two men were so miserable, only munching on steamed buns. She felt she had wrongly blamed Wei Mingyi, and quickly refilled their tea. "Captain Guard, have some tea. If it's not enough, I have more." Nuan Yang covered his mouth and whispered, "Fine Maojin tea. If you like, I give you some." Although his voice was low, Wan Ningyan still heard it, and was a little suspicious. "Wife, you don't like tea, so where did you get the good tea?" "Mom gave it to me. She said she stole it from Dad." "No, she took it from Dad." Wan Ningyan suddenly realized and showed sympathy. "TSK, Dad is so pitiful. He can't drink alcohol, and his tea was stolen. So pitiful. Stop sighing. Let's eat." Nuan Yang ordered barbecue for Wan Ningyan. The barbecue here was quite good. Not only did they have private rooms for privacy, but they also served mutant pork and had all the ingredients. It was almost as good as the barbecue buffet at the mall. Chapter 504. The four of them ate, and chatted for a full 3 hours before finishing. The latter half was mostly Qin Yun doing the eating, with Wan Ningyan feeding him. Qin Yun had been truly abused during this time. He ate until his belly was full, then leaned back in his chair in satisfaction. "Finally, I had a good meal and survived." Wan Ningyan immediately pulled out her ID card. "Here, spend it. It's already exposed, so why not enjoy it?" "No," Qin Yun pushed the card back toward Wan Ningyan. "It's not just Wen Yunshu who's watching your ID card. Song Yin and the others will find it too." "Yeah. That's really troublesome." Wan Ningyan rested her chin on her hands in distress. "What should we do then? You're broke, and life will be very difficult. Just living in the shabby houses in the residential area is enough to make life difficult." Nuan Yang thought for a moment and said, "These restaurants should have credit cards. I can buy them for you directly. I also booked the hotel. That way, Song Yin and the others won't be able to find out." Wei Mingyi smiled and declined. "No need. Someone will send the money soon." "Send the money?" In just a few seconds, Nuan Yang realized it was Wen Yunshu. "Why? Who would give the money? Wen Yunshu? Or who else?" Wan Ningyan peppered her with questions, but Wei Mingyi didn't answer. Instead, she smiled at her with a doting gaze, as if she were her own silly child. Qin Yun, feeling guilty, covered his mouth with his hands and smirked, his eyes curved in laughter, unable to hide it. "What are you doing? Why are you all just laughing and not saying anything?" Wan Ningyan frowned, then angrily punched Nuan Yang's arm. "Tell me. Who would give the money?" Who? Nuan Yang quickly poured Wan Ningyan a glass of water, flattering her. "Wife, are you asking me even though you already know the answer? You already know it's Wen Yunshu, and yet you're still asking me. Are you teasing me?" With these words, he lifted Wan Ningyan up, and indeed, her anger subsided. Although she shifted awkwardly, she followed the path Nuan Yang provided, without feeling awkward. "I just wanted to see if you knew. What if you're a little idiot?" Yes, my dear wife, your test is perfect." Qin Yun glanced at the two wives, rubbing his arm and shuddering. "Captain, let's go. There's too much dog food here. I'm almost stuffed to death." "Yeah, I think so too. It's really choking." Wan Ningyan immediately acted pitiful when she saw the two leave. No, Captain. Xiaoyun, don't leave yet. What should we do next? We haven't discussed it yet." Wei Mingyi stood up and casually replied while adjusting her clothes, "Wait. There's no need to rush. There are people more anxious than us." "Wait." Wan Ningyan frowned again. "Captain, can you please stop leaving your answers unanswered? It's exhausting to keep guessing. Wait for Wen Yunshu to come find us. Polar Night is only a few days away. Once she's dealt with her own affairs, it's time for her to come to us and make plans." "Oh. So now we're just waiting for Wen Yunshu to come find us. Don't we have to do anything?" "No, just wait for news." "Okay." Nuan Yang said goodbye to them, and went to pay the bill. When he returned to the private room, he saw Wan Ningyan, propping up her head, and looking very unhappy. "What's wrong? Who made you angry?" "Not angry, but sad." I feel so stupid. No, you're very smart. Don't lie to me. I was the only one who was clueless just now. Wan Ningyan wasn't comforted. Her features were shrunken with grief. Nuan Yang sat down beside her, cupping her face and rubbing it. Miss Wan, you already have so much. A career, a family, and superpowers. You're still greedy for a brain like Wei Mingyi's. Isn't that a bit too much? You're so ungrateful. I don't want to be as smart as the captain. I just don't want to fall too far behind. You chose the wrong reference point. When we get back and compare yourself to your brother, you know what true stupidity means. Wan Yang's intention was to comfort Wan Ningyan, but as for Wan Ningfeng, he truly thought he was stupid and didn't like to study. Unlike Wan Ningyan, who was diligent and intelligent and quick to learn, he was incredibly quick. Wan Ningyan's lips pursed, feeling even more distressed. He's my brother. If you say he's stupid, aren't you just saying I'm stupid? No way. You take after Mom, smart and pretty. Your brother. Never mind. Someone's coming to clean the private room soon. Can you go home first? Wan Ningyan shook her head. I'm unhappy. I don't want to go back. If she doesn't want to go home, then she just wants to go out for a walk or have some fun. Nuan Yang thought for a moment and took Wan Ningyan to the arcade to relax. Wan Ningyan's temper came and went quickly. After playing games like basketball, whack-a-mole, and fishing, she felt much happier. She then dragged Nuan Yang to play boxing, a strength-testing game. Wait, you taken so many strength pills. Isn't that cheating? Then it's here for everyone to play. Are you not allowed to play just because I'm strong? Wan Ningyan looked at Nuan Yang questioningly. Isn't this discrimination? Little ancestor, stop making random accusations. Play now. Nuan Yang quickly put in a coin, then watched as Wan Ningyan punched the sandbag, and the top value disappeared. The system froze. Huh? What's broken? Honey, this has a limit. It won't display if you exceed it. Why didn't you say that just now? It was boring. My bad? Let's go. I let you play something else. No more. Wan Ningyan hugged Nuan Yang's arm, pouting and coquettishly saying, we had enough fun. Let's go home. I'm a little sleepy. Okay, home. Do you want to take a bath? No, but I'd be happy if someone could carry me home. Knowing that Wan Ningyan was tired from playing and didn't want to walk, Nuan Yang immediately half-crouched. Come on, I carry you home. Hee hee. Meow, that's so nice. Wan Ningyan leaned over Nuan Yang's back, hugging his shoulders tightly and kissing him on the cheek. Are you happy? Yeah. As long as you're happy, that's good. When Wan Ningyan is happy, Nuan Yang is happy too. Nuan Yang, thank you. Wan Ningyan's sudden gratitude made Nuan Yang stop in his tracks. Surrounding him was the bustling food court, vendors hawking their wares, and the gentle warmth of Wan Ningyan's voice filled his ears. Thank you for never treating me like a burden, or thinking I'm stupid, and always being so tolerant of me. I never been this self-conscious before. Even facing top directors and producers, I'm not afraid. This damn apocalypse, without you, I really don't know how to survive. Nuan Yang's nose stung, his eyes filled with heartache. He tried to speak several times, but he didn't know what to say to comfort her. He could only stand there, eyes red, anxiously brainstorming. Nuan Yang, I really love you. Hearing this confession, Nuan Yang's brain instantly shut down, only happiness lingering in his heart. He turned around blankly, looking into Wan Ningyan's beautiful eyes, but he still couldn't find any sweet words to say. He just said, me too. You remind me of an emoji. What emoji? Zhang Fei from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, me too. Nuan Yang couldn't help but smile at the memory. Yeah, me too. I really love you. Chapter 505. In the morning, as soon as Wan Ningyan's phone alarm rang, Nuan Yang immediately turned it off and saved it to his profile. He played too late the previous night, and since he didn't want Wan Ningyan to get up early for exercise today, Nuan Yang wanted to take a break himself. So, he slept in until 9. When Wan Ningyan woke up, she looked resentful and unhappy. What are you doing? I missed my exercise. I was worried you'd be sleepy. Exercising when you're tired can easily lead to sudden death. Nuan Yang exaggerated the situation, then pulled her into his arms, and comforted her. Okay, take a nap for a while. We can work out together later. It won't delay us. You've fallen into depravity by sleeping in, and you're dragging me down with you. Wan Ningyan remained unhappy and deliberately turned her back to Nuan Yang. When Nuan Yang offered to hug her, she pushed back with her hips. Over and over, a nap turned into a tickling battle. Wan Ningyan, both amused and angry, surrendered. Stop it, Mimi, you're the best, just let me go. Okay, give me a kiss? MMM. Well-behaved Wan Ningyan was the cutest thing ever. Wan Yang wanted to tease her constantly, turning her kissed right cheek to reveal her left. Here too. Just as he finished, he received a text from Wei Mingyi. Wan Yang paused his teasing thoughts and read it to Wan Ningyan. Wan Yang, when Yunqi's people have been to me. Their name is Xiao Wanning. They've given me some money. Qin Yun and I are staying in room 213 of the hotel. If you need anything, come find us here. Wow. Captain, you're amazing. When Yunqiu really did send the money. Well, so you don't have to worry. They're not short of money now. But you're being naive. Let me go. I need to go train. Wan Ningyan turned her face away, struggling as she spoke. Before leaving the bed, she pinched Nuan Yang's cheek in retaliation, completely quenching Nuan Yang's sleepiness. He then got up and went to exercise. After years of exercise, Nuan Yang could already do over 60 push-ups at once, but he still needed to work on breaking 70. Nuan Yang was just about to push his limits today when there was a knock on the door. Wan Ningyan's treadmill was on a timer, so she couldn't stop to open the door. Nuan Yang could only wipe his sweat and leave. Sister Ning? Why are you here? What's up? Xiao Wanning smiled faintly and handed Nuan Yang a box. This is the mission reward. 2 bottles of ability awakening fluid and a 570,000 bonus. Should I put it on your card or your wife's? 570,000? Nuan Yang was surprised. The amount of vegetables this time wasn't even as much as the mutant pigs, so why is the bonus so much higher? The lieutenant applied for it. We encountered zombie rats on the road and narrowly escaped death. In addition to the proper bonus, we also applied for nutritional subsidies, serious injury allowance, and work injury compensation. This kind of thing couldn't be discussed at the door. Nuan Yang agreed and invited Xiao Wanning home. She had something she wanted to ask. Wife, Sister Ning is here. Why don't you go jogging later? We can chat. It's a good time for breakfast. Okay. Right away. Xiao Wanning quickly declined. No, you guys eat. I already eaten. Nuan Yang was putting porridge and buns on the coffee table when she heard Xiao Wanning's words and brought her some fruit and dessert. Then Sister Ning, just have some snacks. You can't just watch us eat. That would be embarrassing. Xiao Wanning looked like she was about to refuse, but she swallowed the words back. She agreed, but didn't touch the food in front of her. Sister Ning, those subsidies and compensation you just mentioned, does that mean Lu Zhi believe the lieutenant's story? No, if Lieutenant Song doesn't believe it, how could the commander possibly believe it? Don't believe it? Then how did the lieutenant do it? Forget about the subsidies, he should be held accountable. And what about Lieutenant 1? Even if he doesn't believe it, the zombie rat corpses and everyone's injuries are real. There's no evidence to prove the lieutenant is lying, and Lieutenant 1 has been arguing. Besides, the commander originally wanted to remove Major General Song from his position, and since the lieutenant had performed his mission so well, he pretended to believe it, and even blamed the deaths of the psychics on Major General Song, saying it was his lack of training that led to his lack of combat experience and the annihilation of his troops. Huh? Nuan Yang and Wan Ningyan were stunned. How can you still blame them like this? Xiao Wanning smiled and nodded. That's right, but the commander only temporarily relieved Major General Song of his duties, managing psychics, and let him take over the police department as acting chief inspector. That's why Deputy Chief Song didn't make a fuss. Isn't that like throwing away a big deal? Wan Ningyan grumbled, making Xiao Wanning laugh. The chief inspector isn't just a small official, he has internal jurisdiction. Now Major General Song is leading the police on patrol, arresting and confining anyone he encounters, or torturing them, to establish his authority. If you encounter him, remember to avoid him. He wouldn't dare to cause trouble openly, fearing he resort to underhanded tactics. I understand. Thank you, Sister Ning. Xiao Wanning didn't stay long. After confirming with Nuan Yang that the bonus had been deposited to Wan Ningyan's card, he took his leave. Nuan Yang, let's go see the captain after dinner. We need to discuss this matter with him. Nuan Yang looked up in surprise. Just contact them and tell them. Why do we have to go? Can't I just see the captain? Didn't we meet last night? Nuan Yang leaned closer to Wan Ningyan. Tell me, what's the reason you have to see me? Wan Ningyan slowly pouted and said nothing. Nuan Yang stopped eating and just stared at her, waiting for her to speak. The silent tug-of-war lasted only a minute before it ended. Wan Ningyan sat in Nuan Yang's arms, her arm around his shoulders, and acted coquettishly. You gave me all the bonus, didn't you? I just wanted to buy some supplies for the Rose team. We have plenty, And we have some secrets we can't tell you about, but the captain and the others don't. Wan Ningyan didn't say anything, but Nuan Yang understood her thoughts. I understand. I find it later. You aren't angry? Angry? Why should I be angry? Because this is the money you worked so hard to earn, and I'm trying to subsidize the Rose team. Don't you think I'm being too partial? Nuan Yang raised his head and kissed Wan Ningyan on the lips, smiling back. Why would you think that? Didn't I tell you the money is all yours? Spend it however you want. Besides, this money can only be used on Noah's Arkansas. We're about to seize power, and once the mission is completed, we return to Sanyang Mountain. It would be a waste if the money wasn't used up. You're willing to give it to the Rose team. They helped us so much. Even if we gave them all our earnings, we wouldn't be able to repay them. Mimi, you're so understanding. I thought you were so petty and jealous. You're such a good wife. You actually said I was petty. Wan Ningyan smiled guiltily. It's because you're always jealous of the captain. I misunderstood. Okay, it's all my fault. Nuan Yang said this, but his actions earned him several accusations before he let Wan Ningyan go. After dinner, as he prepared to leave, Nuan Yang grabbed the 2 bottles of ability awakening fluid. This stuff can only awaken those without powers. It's useless for those with multiple powers, like Nuan Yang. It's better to give it to the members of the Rose team. If everyone has powers, they'd be even stronger. Chapter 506. Nuan Yang and Wan Ningyan met Wei Mingyi on their way to the hotel. She was at a candy figurine stall, holding a candy figurine of a puppy. Captain. Ahem, Sister Wei, what are you doing here? Wei Mingyi held up the candy figurine in her hand and showed it to Wan Ningyan. Buying some snacks for my sister. I was wondering why you like this sweet thing. Wei Mingyi doesn't like sweets, but Wei Mingxue does. Now that she has money, she naturally wants to buy her sister some unusual snacks. Knowing Wan Ningyan likes it too, Wei Mingyi bought one for her. Nuan Yang refused, thinking it was too childish and sweet, and she wasn't too keen on it. The woman making the candy figurine smiled happily. Pure sweets are a bit pricey at the base, so business isn't usually good. She kindly answered Wan Ningyan's questions while making them. Is the price the same for any pattern? Mostly yes, but if you want something more complicated like a dragon or phoenix, you have to add 2 yuan. I want the lamb. Sure, that's free. The lamb pattern Wan Ningyan chose was clearly referring to Nuan Yang. Nuan Yang was looking for Qin Yun, but hadn't seen her after scanning the surrounding stalls. Upon hearing Wan Ningyan's words, she walked over, rubbed her head, and asked Wei Mingyi, where's Qin Yun? She went shopping. There's a lot of supplies you won't find in the apocalypse, and she's having a great time. Well, I have some money now, so I buy more and not waste it. Wan Ningyan had just received the candy figurine and, upon hearing their conversation, immediately leaned over, whispering. Sister Wei, Nuan Yang got a bonus. We have tons of money, and we can't spend it all. So I want to buy some supplies for the team. Is that okay? Fearing Wei Mingyi would refuse, Wan Ningyan unconsciously gave off a pitiful, pleading look as she spoke, making Wei Mingyi burst into laughter. If you want to buy it, buy it. I thank you on their behalf. You're welcome. I go find Qin Yun then. See you later. Having achieved her goal, Wan Ningyan was so happy she wanted to leave, but after taking 2 steps, she returned and held the candy figurine to Nuan Yang's lips. Here, try it. Don't say I didn't give it to you. Thank you, my wife, for being so thoughtful. Nuan Yang smiled and took a bite of the goat's horn. Then, after watching Wan Ningyan disappear, he followed Wei Mingyi back to the hotel. Outside, there were so many people watching, so they could only talk properly once they were inside the room. I'll be out tomorrow. The main force of the team will be near the base. I'm going to deliver some supplies. Otherwise, it's very difficult to cause any trouble in this weather. Tomorrow? Isn't it a bit early? Just have them arrive before the rebellion. They don't need to enter the base. They need to find a place to stay nearby and monitor every move at the base. Arriving too late could lead to mistakes. Not entering the base? Then don't come. They have to come. When Yunshu has an army, the rebellion doesn't need our men, but if it fails, there has to be a way to fall back. Also, judging from when Yunshu's attitude towards you, she's reluctant to let you go. But if you insist on leaving, she might choose to destroy you. So the team needs to keep watch nearby. If when Yunshu has set up an ambush outside the base, at least we know about it and be prepared. Nuan Yang pondered for a moment. There were still 5 days until polar night. Things were getting more complicated the later it got. Wei Mingyi and the others were exposed. There was a good chance they wouldn't be able to leave. Leaving it too late wasn't a good idea. Wei Mingyi's concerns about Wen Yunshu weren't unfounded. Wen Yunshu had even suggested making Wang Yan the base commander, so he had to be on guard. Then I give you some supplies, and this, Wang Yang handed Wei Mingyi 2 bottles of ability awakening fluid. This stuff won't be useful to Ningyan and me, but there are still many people in your team who haven't awakened their abilities yet. Take it. With so many psychics these days, it's hard to gain an advantage just by relying on skill alone. Wei Mingyi didn't refuse. Okay, thank you. As for supplies, coal, instant food, blankets. Wang Yang said as he placed the corresponding supplies into Wei Mingyi's space, asking her to check for any missing items. She needed mostly warmth-related items, along with a few other odds and ends. After she finished placing them, Wei Mingyi asked for a gun and grenades. You don't need to give too much. Just 1 rifle per person and a box of grenades. If Wen Yunshu acts rashly when we leave, just enough to intimidate him. Okay. After Wang Yang handed over the firearms, he also gave them 2 miniature rocket launchers and 2 rounds of ammunition. Rocket launchers are very powerful. Don't use them unless absolutely necessary. Wang Yang thought for a moment and added, don't give them to Mu Yi either. She's impulsive. Give them to someone as calm as Lin Yue. Wei Mingyi's lips curled up. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Then Wang Yang told Wei Mingyi what Zhao Wanning had revealed and asked if he had said anything to them. After learning our identities, Zhao Wanning deposited 200,000 yuan each into our ID cards and arranged hotel accommodations. He simply asked if we knew each other and explained that we weren't staying on the 5th to 7th floors because he was afraid Song Yinhe would find out. Is that all? I thought you were going to say something. That guy's pretty sullen, won't answer questions, and some things aren't clear. Let's wait for Wen Yunshu to come over. It should be soon. Well, there's only 5 days left until Polar Night. Just wait patiently. Near noon, Qin Yuan and Wan Ningyan returned from their shopping spree. Because they couldn't expose their space, they had to carry a lot of bulky items. Exhausted and panting, they put down their things and began drinking water. Wang Yang rubbed Wan Ningyan's back, worried she'd choke if she drank too quickly, and fanned her to prevent her from getting too hot. But the heartless little girl, having just recovered, thought Wang Yang was in the way, left him and began unpacking. Then, she showed Wei Mingyi a pair of knee pads. Captain, I found these for you. They're brand name. I heard athletes all use them. There's also a wrist brace. I bought them all. I won't have to bandage myself anymore. Thank you, Wei Mingyi smiled, taking it and deliberately glancing at Nuanyang. You're really thoughtful, but what? Nothing. Wei Mingyi looked at Nuanyang's scowl, her smile never faltering as Wan Ningyan dragged her to look at the trophies she and Qin Yun had bought. The two of them bought mostly necessities, especially women's products, followed by underwear. They didn't buy much food, mainly because they had no hands to hold them. Qin Yun looked at them, fretting. There's so much I want to buy but haven't, but I'm exhausted. All the shopping would probably kill me. There's a way. Let's borrow a car. Zhao Wanning should be able to do it. Wan Ningyan finally remembered Nuanyang and ran over to him, smiling, wanting him to contact Zhao Wanning. Only then did she realize Nuanyang's face was as cold as ice. Why are you so snarky? Are you complaining about me spending too much? You're a liar. You said I could spend as I pleased, but then you get mad at me when I spend more. You must be a Taurus, a stingy cheapskate. Wang Yang hadn't expected his wife to leave him alone for so long, to get jealous, and finally be accused of being stingy. He was speechless and laughed. Yes, I'm stingy, I mean. Ms. Wan, please move aside. Don't block me from messaging Zhao Wanning. Ms. Wan? Wan Ningyan had come to her senses. Seeing Qin Yun smirking and winking at her, she felt something was amiss with Nuanyang. She stood by Nuanyang, thinking for a long time, before leaning over to ask. Are you angry? No. Are you unhappy? No. Nuanyang did his best to control his expression, but to his surprise, Wan Ningyan actually believed him and turned and walked away. Oh, that's good, Xiaoyun. What are we having for lunch? I treat you. Hot pot. Okay. After dinner, we continue shopping this afternoon. Nuanyang's heart choked at this, but seeing Wan Ningyan so happy, she didn't want to ruin her mood, so she forced herself to swallow her unhappiness. Chapter 507. At noon, the four of them ate in a private room at the hot pot restaurant, waiting for Zhao Wanning to deliver a tricycle. However, Nuanyang was surprised to learn that Zhao Wanning had delivered 2 small tricycles. Sister Ning, why 2? Major General Song is on patrol on the 8th floor, and will be on the 4th floor soon. You should split up and buy supplies separately. Otherwise, If you run into Major General Song, he becomes suspicious. I understand. Thanks for the reminder, Sister Ning. Zhao Wanning waved her hand. Turning to see the other person, who had come with a tricycle standing far away, she approached Nuan Yang and whispered a reminder. You must be home before 9 p.m., remember. Got it. After Zhao Wanning left, Nuan Yang informed the other three, and then they split up to make the purchases. Wei Mingyi and Qin Yan primarily purchased essential supplies and items needed by the members, especially women's products. They were diverse and dispersed to avoid being targeted. Nuan Yang and Wan Ningyan bought the food. It was a bit pricey, and since Nuan Yang had room, she could buy more without raising any suspicion. Today, Wan Ningyan was particularly cheerful. She took the initiative to ride Nuan Yang to the market on her tricycle. Nuan Yang sat in the back, like a young wife, one arm tightly wrapped around her waist. It wasn't some romantic scene. Nuan Yang was simply scared. Wan Ningyan was as strong as an ox, her legs pounding as she lunged forward, like she was driving an electric scooter. She could do it, but her control wasn't perfect, so she kept veering a little, almost hitting people or stalls. After several trips back and forth, Nuan Yang sat in the back, his muscles tense, his back stiff, his face pale. When he got out of the car at the destination, his legs felt weak. Honey, I locked the bike. Let's go buy groceries. Nuan Yang forced a smile. Okay, but I'm a little tired. Let's walk slower. You're so weak. I've been walking around all morning and haven't even complained of being tired. Yeah, my wife is the best. Nuan Yang smiled and took her hand. They went to the market to buy groceries. As for the reason, we were craving hot pot, so we bought some extra vegetables to simmer back home. The variety of vegetables here was quite wide, and they both bought a lot of each, carrying huge bags in their hands. There were so many, they loaded them onto the tricycle. Nuan Yang stayed behind to watch while Wan Ningyan continued shopping. After a while, Wan Ningyan emerged carrying a bamboo basket on her back and a black oilcloth in her hand. I bought a basket of onions and this. Wan Ningyan unfolded the black cloth and draped it over the back of the car. This will keep things hidden so I can quietly store them in my space. I don't have to find a place to hide them. Nuan Yang gave a thumbs up. My wife is so smart. Of course. Wait, I go buy some more. Nuan Yang followed Wan Ningyan's instructions, tying the black cloth, leaving just one opening to fit things in. He then used the cloth to store some vegetables in his space, moving them all to Wei Minjai's space, and then sat in the car and waited. Wan Ningyan was like a little hamster, emerging every 10 minutes or so with a load of vegetables on her back. At her most dramatic moment, she even had a bag of sweet potato noodles dangling from her mouth. Nuan Yang had never known that simply buying things could make Wan Ningyan so happy. Even though she was exhausted and sweating profusely, she still ran back to the market after dropping off the vegetables. Wan Ningyan didn't stop until she had bought everything in the vegetable market. Nuan Yang handed her some chilled water. Wan Ningyan gulped down 2 big gulps and immediately got into the car. Come on, honey, let's go to the butcher's. Nuan Yang reached out and put his hand on the handlebars. Get off. There's so much food in the back. Push it, don't ride it. Oh. Okay. Even pushing the cart, Wan Ningyan had endless energy. Nuan Yang could only do his best to hold the cart back and control the speed, so she wouldn't push too fast. By the time they reached the butcher's shop, sweat was pouring down his body. Boss, what kind of meat do you have for sale? The butcher, a woman in her 30s with thick arms and legs, held a lollipop in her mouth. At Wan Ningyan's words, she chopped the bones in her hand, then quickly bagged them, and handed them to the customer next to her. After quickly finishing everything, he plunged his large kitchen knife into the chopping board. Madam, what kind of meat do you want? As long as you have the money, I can get you any meat we have on this base. Really? The female owner slapped the sign next to her with her large, sandbag-sized hand. Ask around and see which butcher shop is the most famous in the base. It's definitely mine. Okay, then I want a pig, cut into every part. I also want beef rolls, lamb rolls, black bone chicken rolls, chicken throat, chicken wings, duck breast, etc. for hot pot. Wan Ningyan was just reading off the menu. The female owner's brows furrowed as she listened, and by the time she finished, she had even taken out her lollipop. Are you here to mess things up, or do you really want to buy something? I want to buy something. Why would I mess things up? I don't run a butcher's shop. Really want to buy something? Yes. The female owner, half believing, flipped the sign over, making it read closed. Then she took out a pen, paper, and calculator and began writing and marking things, checking the assortment with Wan Ningyan. After about 4 or 5 minutes, the female boss tore off the order and gave it to Wan Ningyan, keeping the copy below for herself. We can get all of this, but we definitely can't slaughter that pig today. You need to pre-order it. Come pick up the rest tomorrow at noon. The meat for the hot pot is fine, and I have 2 whole chickens and 2 whole ducks that I can chop for you. The female boss took out a credit card machine and said, the total is 57,263 yuan. I round off the decimal for you, but you have to pay me in advance, otherwise I won't accept your order. These pigs are all mutants these days, and they're really heavy. They cost at least 40,000 yuan each. If you don't want them, I'd be at a loss. No problem. Wan Ningyan readily swiped her card, and the female boss was even more delighted. She immediately began packing the meat according to the order. Nuan Yang and Wan Ningyan leaned against the tricycle, chatting as they waited. What should I do, Mimi? I've been shopping all day and only spent less than 80,000. When will I be able to spend all these hundreds of thousands? It's okay. Just spend it slowly. If I really can't spend it all, I ask the lieutenant for a discount later. Discount? How? Crystal cores, superpower awakening fluid, thermal underwear, or something else. I won't waste this money. Wan Ningyan, who had been scowling, immediately smiled. Wow. You're smart. Now I have no burden. The two were chatting animatedly, when the bustling noises around them suddenly quieted. Nuan Yang looked around curiously, and saw Song Yinhe and a team of police officers on patrol. Ah. What a narrow road for enemies. Nuan Yang, not wanting to cause trouble, nor to be provoked, pulled Wan Ningyan into the butcher's shop. The female owner, upon hearing that the police were coming, immediately understood Nuan Yang and opened the door for the two to hide in the back room. The inner room had a simple partition. On the left was a bed and some daily necessities, while on the right was storage and heavy machinery, such as a large meat grinder. The two of them didn't feel uncomfortable hiding inside. Aside from the strong smell of meat, the place was very clean, with even a minimal smell of blood. Outside the door, a commotion soon broke out. Song Yinhe was questioning the tricycle's owner and why it was blocking the road. The female owner was a clever man, and she managed to get away with it with a few words. But Song Yinhe, intent on asserting his authority, cursed the female owner harshly, followed by the sound of banging and banging. Captain, I know I was wrong. Stop smashing things, stop smashing things. I won't do it again. It's good that you know you were wrong. If you do it again, I smash your entire shop. Wan Yang clenched his fists. This Song Yinhe was truly evil, no different from a bully. He's so mean. This Song Yinhe, and I need to teach him a lesson. Wan Ningyan was about to leave, but Nuan Yang immediately grabbed her. What are you trying to do? It's better to be fussy at this critical moment. I'm not trying to be nosy. Don't you have some aphrodisiac for both humans and animals? Give me a bottle, and I give him the drug. Is that okay? Ah? That drug? A chief inspector getting horny in the street. I wonder how he can maintain his authority. Nuan Yang hesitated. But how are you going to give him the drug? Of course there's a way. Just give it to me. Wan Ningyan stretched out her hands, repeatedly rubbing Nuan Yang's shoulders, begging for the drug. Nuan Yang hesitated for a moment, then went to the mall to get a bottle and placed it in her hands. Be careful. Don't use it on yourself. Don't worry. Chapter 508. After leaving the shop, Nuan Yang noticed some butcher's tools had fallen to the ground. The butcher's female owner was cleaning up. Seeing Nuan Yang and the others, she waved with a smile. Come out, the police are gone. Boss, I help you. No, no. The female owner quickly moved aside to block Wan Ningyan's way. These are the tools I use to chop meat. They're greasy and fishy. Don't touch them. I put them away soon. Noticing that the female owner didn't look upset, Nuan Yang grabbed Wan Ningyan and told her to stop interfering. Then he asked her when the meat would be ready. There are 2 more ducks to chop. Don't worry, it'd be ready soon. The tools were quickly put away. The female owner rinsed the knife twice with water and immediately began chopping the duck. She didn't look unhappy at all, which piqued Nuan Yang's curiosity. Boss, aren't you angry? The police were really bullying just now. Why should ordinary people get angry with officials? Just live your own lives. You can't do anything about it, so why bother getting yourself into trouble? Boss, you're really clear-headed. Not really clear-headed, just trying to live. True. Nuan Yang chatted with the female boss for a while, then carried the chopped duck onto the tricycle. Wan Ningyan, standing nearby, had been very quiet. Nuan Yang thought she was angry, so he approached to ask. She flashed a wicked, slightly lewd smile. I was just planning to drug someone. How can you be so happy planning something? Of course. Let's go ahead and have the boss look after our stuff. Pushing the tricycle wasn't exactly convenient for doing anything bad. Nguyen Yang made an excuse, saying he was going to get some drinks, and then left the tricycle in the care of the female boss. He and Wan Ningyan trotted off in the direction of the police patrol. Song Yinhe and his group walked slowly, for he would vandalize any shop he disliked, only leaving after the owner had groveled and begged profusely. Wan Ningyan, like a petty thief, would hide behind a shop every few steps to avoid being spotted by Song Yinhe, but this actually made her more obvious. Wife, you're being a bit of a jerk. Really? Yes. Nguyen Yang pulled her out from behind the Sweetwater shop wall. It's quite far away. Why are you hiding every few steps? Just keep walking normally. I'm just afraid of being discovered. Nguyen Yang held her hand and asked as they walked forward, what's your plan? Tell me, and I see how I can help you. You don't have to cooperate. Just hide somewhere closer and watch the show. Nguyen Yang's curiosity was piqued by Wan Ningyan, but no matter how he asked, she wouldn't say anything. So, he quickened his pace and led his men to Song Yinhe's neighborhood, where they found a small shaved ice stand. 2 shops across from here was where Song Yinhe was. He and 2 police officers were tearing up clothes from a clothing store and stomping on them. That's not about asserting your authority, it's just taking out your anger on ordinary people. Yes, Nguyen Yang replied, holding the menu in front of Wan Ningyan. Order an ice cream. What flavor would you like? Mango okay? How about pineapple? I like to try the pineapple version. Okay. Nguyen Yang got up to order. When he returned, he found Wan Ningyan had taken out the medicine bottle. What do you want? Be careful, this medicine can cause horny reactions. Wan Ningyan smiled mischievously. Don't worry, I can control my supernatural powers. Nguyen Yang understood. Wan Ningyan was using her supernatural powers to administer the drug directly. No wonder she needed to get closer. The instant estrus powder, effective for both humans and animals, lasted 3 hours. Once ingested or inhaled, it took effect immediately. Wan Ningyan controlled her supernatural powers to remove a portion of the powder from the bottle, and then directed it to fly low toward the entrance of Song Yinhe's shop. Coincidentally, Song Yinhe emerged from the shop just as the powder arrived. Wan Ningyan raised her hand, sending the powder flying directly into his face. Nguyen Yang immediately pulled up her tactical scope to watch this fascinating moment. Song Yinhe froze in his spot and sneezed. Then his eyes suddenly became fierce, widening and bloodshot. The next second, the male police officer who had come to question him from the left was thrown to the ground and kissed by Song Yinhe. The male officer, in his 30s, had a full beard and a fawning expression, and now he screamed in fear. The surrounding police and onlookers were stunned, watching Song Yinhe strip off his own clothes while ripping off the male officers, leaving both of them naked from the waist up. Only then did they react and try to pull them back. The first officer to approach was a burly, dark-skinned officer. As soon as he placed his hand on Song Yinhe's shoulder, he turned around and threw him down, kissing him furiously, while still tugging at his belt. Wow! This is so exciting! Can we get closer? The scene was already in chaos. Song Yinhe was like a mad bull, throwing himself at anyone who approached him, stripping down to his underwear. Nguyen Yang retracted his tactical scope and sat down in front of Wan Ningyan, shielding her. Stop watching. Aren't you afraid of getting a sty? Eat some ice cream and go home afterward. You're such a jerk. You won't even let me watch the show. That's outrageous. You're not allowed to look at dirty things. Acting like a spoiled child won't help. Wan Ningyan propped her chin up in her hands, her lips pouting high, and her cheeks puffed out in mock anger. The commotion outside was so intense that even the owner of the smoothie shop had run out to watch. Nguyen Yang refused to back down, leaving Wan Ningyan with no choice but to compromise, slurping down her ice cream. I know you just want to watch the fun, but this drug is very potent. It sends you into a frenzy, like animals. Watching too closely risks getting affected, and it's disgusting. I don't want you to see that. Oh. Nguyen Yang scooped a spoonful of pineapple smoothie and brought it to Wan Ningyan's lips. Honey, don't be angry. How about I give you a massage when we get home tonight? Wan Ningyan seemed to have thought of something and laughed, leaving Nguyen Yang confused. She couldn't tell if she had been appeased or if she was just angry and confused. Beep beep. A moment later, the 120 ambulance arrived. This was the first time Nguyen Yang had ever seen one deployed. Look at that chief inspector, what a beast. He even wants to sleep with doctors and nurses. Ugh. That's right. Even animals wouldn't be like that. Outside, the crowd could be heard discussing the situation. Although the two hadn't seen the scene, they had heard the general situation from others. Song Yinha slept with everyone he saw, even the waiting chairs placed outside by the shop owner. Later, he tried to pounce on the doctors and nurses, but was immediately restrained and sedated. He finally passed out, and was loaded into the ambulance. After the ambulance left and the eye-catching person was gone, Nuanyang, seeing that Wan Ningyan still wanted to watch, relented, and Wan Ningyan rushed out. Nuanyang felt a gust of wind blow by, and his wife disappeared. He sighed, and quickly finished 2 bowls of smoothies. Then, covering his mouth to warm himself up from the cold, he walked towards the clothing store. The scene was a mess, with shredded police uniforms, and overturned chairs, and tables scattered across the floor. Wan Ningyan was squatting across from them, watching the scene with amusement. Nuanyang approached, and found her watching several weeping male police officers. They were nearly naked, their clothes torn and covered in red and purple. One had a bleeding mouth from a bite. The remaining police officers were terrified. Some stood there, emotionally recounting the incident to the newly arrived officers, others comforting the officers who had been tackled, and still others stood by, looking around with disgust. Nuanyang squatted beside Wan Ningyan, watching with her until the police had left. Only then did Wan Ningyan clap her hands and stood up. "Honey, we're home. Have you seen enough?" "Yeah." Wan Ningyan happily held onto Nuanyang. Home. You have to give me a massage." "Okay, massage. Let's go take a shower first. I've been sweating a lot today, and I feel like I stink." Wan Ningyan held Nuanyang even tighter. Hee. "I've been sweating a lot too. We stink together. Are you not angry anymore?" "No, you don't want me to look at Song Yinha." "I understand. Then why did you laugh when you heard about massage just now?" Wan Ningyan laughed again. "I won't tell you." Nuanyang had no idea what was going on in Wan Ningyan's little head. She could only look for a tricycle with her questions, and ask about it later. Chapter 509. Finding a quiet spot, Nuanyang stored all the supplies in his storage space, then pushed the tricycle to a parking spot and locked it. At this moment, Wei Mingyi sent a message, asking if Nuanyang and the others had done what happened to Song Yinha. Nuanyang admitted it directly. "You two should stop using potions. Song Yinha has been acting strangely twice in a row, and the higher-ups will get suspicious. He's had diarrhea for 3 days and 3 nights, and even the psychics couldn't help him. Now he's horny in the street." After thinking it over, Nuanyang felt it was indeed a bit obvious. "I won't use it for a few days." After replying to the message, Nuanyang took Wan Ningyan home and explained the incident. "Oh, I see. Don't worry. I use my psychic powers. They wouldn't be able to tell even from the surveillance. Just in case, just be good." I know. Sounding Wan Ningyan's impatience, Nuanyang stopped talking and began washing fruit and preparing a snack after dinner. When Yunshu would probably send someone to do something after 9 p.m., so after showering and eating, Nuanyang and Wan Ningyan stayed home and waited. "Press a little higher." Yes, right here." "Ah. So comfortable." Me, don't just press one spot, press in circles." Wan Ningyan lay in bed, enjoying Nuanyang's massage. She had many requests. Too hard, too light, and she felt nothing. She also wanted to be massaged all over. Nuanyang sat on her thighs, massaging diligently. He didn't think she was being too much, but rather, he found some strange pleasure in the massage. For example, when he pressed near her back, Wan Ningyan would make a sound similar to a moan. When he pressed her shoulders, he couldn't get close to her neck. She was a bit ticklish. Nuanyang continued to massage and explore Wan Ningyan's body, and soon, he had her asleep. "Ningyan? Ningyan?" Nuanyang called out twice, pinching her cheeks, but she didn't respond at all, sound asleep. Nuanyang carefully dismounted her, tucked her in again, and sat on the sofa to wait. At 9:05 p.m., there was a knock at the door. Nuanyang immediately went to open it. It was Zhao Wanning. "Take these, along with the ID card. Tomorrow morning at 7 a.m., come with Wei Mingyi, Qin Yun, and the others to the lieutenant's conference room on the 13th floor. You can just scan the face for verification. Everything is set up." Nuanyang took a quick look at the items. They were military uniforms, and the ID card belonged to someone named Zhao Nan. "I understand. We'd be there on time. Well, I already said close to your friends and notified them. Just pick them up on the 4th floor tomorrow morning. Also, try to keep your head down in the elevator, and don't walk with your arms around each other or in a sloppy manner. Act like a soldier." "Okay, but..." Wouldn't it be better if Sister Ning took us there yourself? You could warn us, just in case something goes wrong if we go on our own? Zhao Wanning sighed. Major General Song got into trouble today. Vice Commander Song has requested a surveillance video and believes the lieutenant was responsible. The lieutenant and I are being closely watched. Otherwise, I would have taken you up. Understood. Nguyen Yang hadn't expected Wan Ningyan's impulsive revenge to cause trouble for Wen Yunshu and Zhao Wanning. After contacting Wei Mingyi, Nguyen Yang went to find the culprit. Ningyan, look at what you done. You dragged Wen Yunshu and Zhao Wanning down with you. Don't be so naughty next time, okay? A sound sleeper wouldn't respond. Nguyen Yang pinched her chin and nodded, taking it as a sign that Wan Ningyan admitted her mistake and that the matter was over. The next morning, the alarm went off at 6 o'clock. Nguyen Yang yawned and woke Wan Ningyan, mentioning that he was going upstairs. Huh? When did that happen? How come I didn't know? Zhao Wanning came to tell me last night at 9 o'clock, and you were already asleep by then. Okay, next time you have to wake me. Yeah, next time I definitely will. The two of them quickly washed their faces and brushed their teeth, then ate. To stay in good health, they had a light breakfast to avoid overeating from greasy food. Then they changed into their military uniforms. Most of the female soldiers at the base had short hair, so they tied it up and wore it under their hats, looking more like soldiers. Let's go! Wei Mingyi and Qin Yun have packed and are heading for the elevator. Okay, let's go! The two of them walked with their backs straight, serious and composed. After reaching the 4th floor and waiting for a few minutes, Wei Mingyi and Qin Yun also arrived. As martial artists, they were naturally righteous, and their aura was even more formidable in their military uniforms. Nodding as a greeting, the four of them boarded the elevator. They swiped their cards for the 13th floor. A facial verification message popped up, and Nguyen Yang looked up to scan his face and passed through. At the 13th floor, everyone followed, Nguyen Yang leading the way. It was exceptionally quiet here, and there were many soldiers guarding the area. Nguyen Yang was nervous, afraid of being noticed. Fortunately, the journey to Wen Yunshu's meeting room went relatively smoothly. Nguyen Yang and the others arrived 10 minutes early. After knocking on the door and entering, they found Wen Yunshu, Liang Shangyin, Zhou Qijuan, and Zhao Wanning all present. Wen Yunshu sat slouched. After greeting everyone, her gaze remained fixed on Wei Mingyi. Xiaoning, you go out and keep watch. Report any developments. Yes. After Zhao Wanning left, Wen Yunshu sat up straight. This is my territory. There are no surveillance cameras, and the soundproofing is excellent. Everyone can speak freely. After Wen Yunshu finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room remained relatively quiet. She then asked everyone to introduce themselves. This part was mainly to get Liang Shangyin, Zhou Qijuan, Wei Mingyi, and Qin Yun acquainted with each other. Okay, now that everyone's acquainted, let's officially begin. Today, we mainly discussed the power seizure plan. Wen Yunshu stood up and opened the projector screen. On it was the PowerPoint presentation she had made. Nguyen Yang had never been a corporate slave, but she had seen similar project presentations. Wen Yunshu's presentation. Black text on a white background, with key points highlighted in bold red. It was truly simplistic. 4 days later, at dawn on the first day of Polar Night, we begin our plan to seize power. Besides Luxia, we also have the Song family as our enemy. Therefore, I implement a plan to have Song Yinha rebel during the first hours of Polar Night, using this opportunity to mobilize all guards to each floor. When the rebellion alarm sounds, Xiao Jun will report a power shortage and request a switch to diesel generators. We then have 80 seconds to dismantle all identified disinfection systems. Once the power system switch is complete, we occupy floors B2 through 13. While floors 14 and 15 will be under construction, although I don't have the authority, it's enough to corner them to death. Wei Mingyi raised her hand. Lieutenant 1, are you not planning to occupy floors 14 and 15, or is there no way to enter these 2 floors? There's no way to get to the 15th floor, and my mother's trusted associates are there to provide support on the 14th floor, and they can deliver some equipment to her. So Lieutenant 1 is under house arrest on the 14th floor. Wen Yunshu admitted without hesitation, which puzzled Nguyen Yang. Wen Yunshu had asked him for the medical pills, but why wasn't there a plan to rescue his mother? It didn't make sense. Chapter 510. Lieutenant, aren't you going to save your mother? Wen Yunshu was somewhat helpless in the face of Nguyen Yang's question. Of course I will, but I can't. Wen Yunshu moved on to the next page of the PPT. My original plan wasn't to act during the Polar Night, but next year. Now I'm being forced to seize power early, So there's no viable plan to save my mother. Forced? What happened? It was Lucia. A relative's son was adopted by him. I heard he looked a bit like his son, Lu Tianqi. So Lucia was anxious to deprive the Wen and Song families of power and make way for his adopted son. Song Yinha's management rights over the psychics have been revoked, when Yunshu said, looking at Wan Yang. Song Yinha was on patrol yesterday afternoon and something happened. It was probably your fault, wasn't it? Wan Yang nodded in agreement. He was hitting and cursing people everywhere yesterday. I couldn't stand it, so I sent him down. Order some medicine. Sorry to bother you. No, it's actually helpful. Now that Song Qian wants to investigate the cause but can't find it, Lucia wants to take advantage of the situation to remove Song Yinha from his acting position as chief inspector. I can just fan the flames and force Song Yinha to rebel. When Yunshu flipped to the next page, which was about the Wen family, once the Song family's chief inspector was removed, only the management of arms remained, but we, the Wen family, aren't much better off. Xiao Jun has received a large number of coordination tasks over the past few days, and has been criticized several times by her superiors. Xiao Yin is using the Song Yinha incident to accuse her of poor management and inability to save lives. As for the Capital Guard, Lucia hasn't found fault with them yet, but to him, finding fault doesn't matter. My mother is in his hands. He can hold her hostage to force me to submit, or even plot to kill me. Since you were forced to seize power early, then your inability to save your mother isn't the only issue. Wei Mingyi's voice was calm, yet it tinged with doubt about Wen Yunshu. Wen Yunshu wasn't angry, but smiled instead. Miss Wei is truly intelligent. No wonder she's Nuan Yang's military advisor. Lieutenant Wen isn't bad either. The two exchanged smiles, leaving Nuan Yang bewildered. It felt like a confrontation, yet also like a mutual admiration, something he couldn't quite fathom. The PowerPoint opened another page, this one detailing the flaws in the power seizure plan and addressing the question Wei Mingyi had just asked. Because of the tight timeline, this power grab is very risky. The biggest problem is the disinfection system. We already checked the disinfection points on floors B2 through 13, but the numbers are inconsistent. One is the black steamed bun factory on the 8th floor. My people don't have access, so we haven't explored it yet. Another is the disinfection facilities on floors 11 through 13. Due to their high-level clearance, there aren't enough people to inspect them. And since they're mostly occupied by officers, researchers, it's inconvenient to inspect them. Therefore, these floors are at risk of being disinfected by Lucia. The second problem is the power system switchover. The base has already switched back to manual and coal-fired power generation. If Lucia doesn't approve the power system switchover on the night of the power grab, we won't have 80 seconds to dismantle the disinfection equipment. Therefore, if there's no power outage that night, this operation must be stopped, and the sole purpose will be to quell the rebellion against Song Yinha. If all goes well, I find a way to cut off the elevator tracks on the B2 floor, preventing Lucia from accessing the resources in the underground warehouse. There are small farming and planting areas on floors 14 and 15, but supplies are limited, and with a large population, they won't last long. The PPT ended, and when Yunshu returned to his seat, asking everyone for their thoughts. Wei Mingyi was the first to speak. If we don't have access to the 14th and 15th floors, why can't we use the elevator? The elevator doors are made of a special material, resistant to both high and low temperatures, and metal can't be controlled. Even if our people climbed up the stairwell, they wouldn't be able to enter. Can't thermal weapons be used? The stairwell is small and prone to accidents, but the base is essentially a building built layer by layer. If we just blow through the ceiling on the 13th floor, wouldn't we be able to enter the 14th floor? The base's building materials are very high-end, and explosion proofing is the most basic. Ordinary explosives and grenades can't even shatter the glass, let alone penetrate it. A rocket launcher would work, right? Can this high explosive material withstand heavy weapons? When Yunshu hesitated, she looked at Wan Yang. I know Xiaoyang has a rocket launcher, but it's very expensive. I wonder if you're willing to provide it. Wan Yang understood Wen Yunshu's meaning. For the success of the mission, providing a rocket launcher was no problem. But just as she was about to speak, Wei Mingyi pressed her shoulder. Don't worry about that. First, tell me, is the rocket launcher powerful enough to blow through the ceiling? Yes. Next question, what does the disinfection device look like? Do you have a picture? When Yunshu stood up and adjusted the projection screen, a picture appeared shortly after. The top picture was of the ceiling, devoid of any device, and the bottom was a hand-drawn diagram with 3 circular patterns. This is a diagram of the disinfection device drawn by a clairvoyant. Normally, the disinfection device is hidden in the ceiling, so no one knows about it. My mom accidentally got the information from Lucia. So how is the disinfection done? Poison gas? Reduced oxygen? Or something else? When Yunshu shook his head. I don't know. Lucia never talks about these things. The Song family doesn't even know the disinfection devices exist. Otherwise, tricking Song Yinhe into rebellion would be difficult. Wei Mingyi stopped asking questions and moved on to other questions. Can you guarantee that Song Yinhe will rebel in the early morning? Yes, I'm sure of that. If Lucia agrees to switch the power system, are your people sure they can dismantle all the disinfection devices within 80 seconds? All the disinfection points we found have been recorded. 80 seconds is more than enough time. Then if we can help you locate all the disinfection points and ensure your power switch application is approved, we can also borrow your rocket launchers, Wei Mingyi said, gently patting Nuanyang's shoulder. Is your plan to seize power 100% successful? When Yunshu and Zhou Qijuan both looked shocked and skeptical. Liang Shangyin, unable to hide her true feelings, couldn't help but sneer. Miss Wei, although I heard about your achievements and think you're quite clever, you only been at the base for a few days. Isn't it a bit pretentious to be so arrogant? Shangyin, come on, it's rude. Is this a question of courtesy? Liang Shangyin immediately retorted to Wen Yunshu. Listen to me, is this reasonable? We've been at the base for almost a year, and we can't even count how many disinfection devices there are. Do you think she can do it? You're crazy. Wei Mingyi wasn't angry. Instead, she smiled at Liang Shangyin and said, I heard that Miss Liang is in charge of medical operations? Yes. Oh, then you don't have to be involved in the power grab, right? Liang Shangyin was shocked. Happy, what? You look down on our medical team? Don't come to me if you get hurt? That's not the case. Wei Mingyi's smile widened, and he looked at Wen Yunshu. I can do everything I just said. It's just that Lieutenant Wen is holding Wan Ningyan hostage, which is unkind. I'm afraid if they succeed in seizing power, they hold her hostage again, so... Wen Yunshu asked with interest, so what? Miss Wei, tell me. Our people have a temporary residence outside, so I want Miss Liang to be the hostage. We can work together and trust each other, Lieutenant Wen, don't you agree? The people of Nuanyang were stunned. A counterattack. I didn't expect it could be this way. Chapter 511. Why? Liang Shangyin immediately exploded, standing up in anger and shoving Wen Yunshu. Why aren't you saying anything? Mr. Wen, you're not really planning on sending me as a hostage, are you? Speak. Wen Yunshu helplessly threw up her hands. Sister Shangyin, we're fighting for the future of women at the base. Just bear with me for a bit. Bah! Who's your sister? I'm telling you, I'm not going. I absolutely can't go. If anyone dares to hand me over as a hostage, I have nothing against your Wen family. Seeing Liang Shangyin's reluctance to go, Zhou Qijuan volunteered, but Wei Mingyi refused. Miss Zhou, you have to cooperate with the power switch application, and you also need to be involved in many dispatch matters. You can't be a hostage. The implication was that only Liang Shangyin could go, which made Liang Shangyin very upset. She twisted Wen Yunshu's arm hard, causing her face to turn black and red with pain, but she refused to refuse. Wen Yunshu's refusal to give in clearly indicated she was using Liang Shangyin as leverage. Liang Shangyin saw through it, but since they were all in this together, she couldn't just give up. So she relented, sat back down, smoothed her hair, and resumed her usual gentle and intellectual demeanor. Okay, a hostage, huh? I, Liang Shangyin, am not afraid. But Miss Wei, please tell me how you managed it. Don't just brag. Wei Mingyi immediately pulled out a multifunctional tactical scope, claiming it could detect all disinfection devices. Wen Yunshu's first reaction was that Wei Mingyi had a space, and her second reaction was to guess that Wan Ningyan also had a space. Wan Ningyan exclaimed in surprise, Ah! How did you guess that? Wen Yunshu chuckled and waved his hand. You and Miss Wei both have the same ring, but you and Xiaoyang are a couple. You can't be having an affair, can you? Plus, Xiaoyang has some things I can't understand. So, if these two rings are carriers of space, it seems reasonable. Just as Nuanyang was admiring Wen Yunshu's cleverness, he heard Wei Mingyi's cold sarcasm. Come on, if Ningyan wasn't so simple-minded, you have tricked her into believing it with just a casual remark. You wouldn't have guessed it. Miss Wei, we're allies, stop trying to undermine me. Wen Yunshu took the tactical scope and looked it over, seemingly unconvinced it could complete the inspection of all the disinfection devices. After tentatively putting it on, her expression suddenly grew serious. She looked around and slowly stood up. Liang Shangyin, a little anxious, asked hurriedly, "How is it? Does this thing work? Just say something, stop beating around the bush." When Yunshu took the tactical scope and handed it to Liang Shangyin, "Take a look for yourself." "Look at you, you're so distraught." "This thing can." Liang Shangyin was speechless the moment she put it on. It took her a long time to remove the tactical goggles. Her skepticism vanished, and she fell silent, unusually silent. When Yunshu took the tactical goggles, looked at them reluctantly for a moment, and then returned them to Wei Mingyi. "I know Xiaoan has rocket launchers, but what about a power outage? How can I guarantee Lu Zhi will agree?" Wei Mingyi extended her right hand. Cyan lightning flickered in her palm, and soon a white sphere emerged. In the center of the sphere was a dark purple mass. Song Yinhe is rebelling. Lu Zhi will definitely want to check the surveillance footage to see what's going on. If I use my lightning ability to destroy the power supply, or drain all the stored electricity, the base will suffer voltage instability, and he definitely agreed to switch the power supply. Zhou Qijuan immediately objected. "We also have lightning users, but their abilities are simply not enough to compete with the base's electrical system. This approach won't work." "Oh, why can't they?" "Because their abilities are too low." Wei Mingyi smiled and said, "My lightning ability is level 15. Do you think that's enough?" The whole room erupted in laughter. Even Wan Yang was stunned. He exchanged a glance with Wan Ningyan, nodded silently, and pursed his lips in silence. Wei Mingyi's lightning ability was level 8, and the maximum level was only 10. He was trying to deceive them and intimidate them. If they really wanted to get rid of her, they had to consider whether they could defeat a level 15 user. You're level 15? Liang Shangyan's face turned pale with fear. "How is that possible? Wouldn't it be possible to electrocute someone with just a slight squeeze of my finger?" Wei Mingyi smiled mischievously. "Miss Liang, would you like to try it?" No. I'm a hostage, I won't try." Liang Shangyin had already accepted her hostage status, and she was even more terrified of Wei Mingyi electrocuting her. 10,000 volts of high voltage could instantly electrocute a person, and a level 15 lightning ability would be even more terrifying than that. Zhou Qijuan lamented, "Alas, such a high level could completely paralyze the base's power system. Unfortunately, the base has multiple backup lines, each independent, so a complete shutdown is impossible." Qin Yun couldn't help but interject, "Then why not just shut down the power plant? It's in the civilian area. We could occupy the civilian area first, then shut down the power. Then the disinfection equipment wouldn't be able to activate." "That's just a human-powered power plant," Zhou Qijuan sighed and explained. "Our base has manpower, coal, diesel, and other power sources, as well as photovoltaic and wind power. Normally, we use coal-fired power generation and heating, supplemented by manual labor, photovoltaics, and wind power. Relying solely on coal isn't very stable, which is why we were forced to switch to diesel power generation during the recent riots in the civilian areas. Diesel, like oil, is a non-renewable and precious energy source. Like stored food, medicine, and ammunition, it's all stored underground, and only Lu Zhi has access to it. The diesel power plant is naturally also underground, and the power plant workers live there year-round, forbidden from leaving. When we dispatch supplies underground, only the supplies are allowed down via the elevator, no one else is allowed inside, or the elevator won't operate." Hearing this, Nuan Yang was puzzled. "I remember the Song family was in charge of munitions, and only Lu Zhi had authority. So what kind of munitions did the Song family manage?" "It's the small arsenal on the base." When Yunshu switched the projection screen to bring up a map of the base second floor. "It's behind the police station. When the base's troops or on missions need guns and ammunition, they request them from this arsenal. If the arsenal is insufficient, the Song family will contact Lu Zhi for a request. Then the Song family knows all about your men's weapons and equipment, doesn't it? Well, everyone has a gun, but ammunition is limited. Despite the large number of soldiers in the base, not a single one has a full magazine." When Yunshu smiled, it was a blessing in disguise. "If Song Yinhe hadn't known about my weapons and equipment, he wouldn't have dared to rebel, no matter how much he tried to encourage him. What about Antwon? Even if we blasted the ceiling of the 13th floor with rockets, Lu Zhi might have gone all out and wiped out the 14th floor, and he wouldn't have been able to save anyone in time." Wan Ningyan felt she had overstepped her bounds, and quickly explained, "I didn't mean any harm. I just think that since we're trying to seize power, we should save everyone we can, otherwise there will be regrets." When Yunshu's smile faded, and then he smiled indifferently. "I can't transfer troops to the 14th floor. I can only accept fate. Life isn't always perfect." Wan Ningyan bit her lip, and said nothing more. Everyone continued to discuss the details, such as Nuanyang's plan to hide weapons on each floor in advance to facilitate Wen Yunshu's army's replacement equipment. After chatting for a while, Wan Ningyan suddenly spoke. Can you take me to the 14th floor? If so, I should be able to rescue Aunt Wen. Chapter 512. Can you send me to the 14th floor? If so, I should be able to rescue Aunt Wen. After Wan Ningyan said this, the entire conference room fell silent. Her face quickly flushed, and she felt a little embarrassed. She quickly waved her hands to explain. I don't mean anything special. I just feel that with my abilities, I can protect Aunt Wen until you can blast a passage out. I really can do it. My abilities are quite high level, and I also have space. Wan Ningyan's voice gradually became quieter, extremely unsure. Finally, she nervously tugged at the hem of her clothes and lowered her head slightly. I just want to save people. I think I can do it. It's okay if you don't believe me. Nuan Yang regained his composure, thought for a few seconds, and then took her nervous hand. I believe you. With your abilities, you can do it. Wan Ningyan looked up in shock, her face etched with disbelief. You believe me? Don't you think I'm being too impulsive? No, with my superpowers, my spaceship, and firearms, I'm definitely more suited to saving Aunt Wen than any of us. Nuan Yang smiled and rubbed her hand, reassuring her. Then he looked at Wen Yunshu. Lieutenant Wen, you're lucky. My wife is willing to take the risk to save your mother. Don't you want to say thank you? Wen Yunshu studied Wan Ningyan carefully before speaking. If Miss Wan is willing, I'd be very grateful. I can also find a way to get you to the 14th floor. However, Miss Wan's firepower doesn't seem very high. Relying solely on firearms and space arms seems a bit too risky. Wen Yunshu, don't look down on my wife. She's being low-key. Otherwise, try using your superpowers now and see who can pull it off. Nuan Yang proudly crossed his legs after speaking, looking up at everyone present. Wan Ningyan's anti-entropy ability alone was enough to make anyone with an ability vanish. At full power, it was comparable to a heavy weapon. And with the SUV he already opened to hide her from the enemy, Wan Ningyan could easily hold her own until everyone reached the 14th floor. Wan Ningyan, who had been a little unsure just now followed Nuan Yang's lead, crossing her legs and humping proudly. Seeing everyone open their hands, but unable to use their mental power, she felt even more proud. Anti-entropy ability? Liang Shanin stood up in shock. That's not right. If you had anti-entropy, how could Su Bing have captured you in the first place? Because I got it from Su Bing. Wen Yunshu's words surprised everyone. Even Wei Mingyi, curious, asked Wan Ningyan what was going on. Wan Ningyan leaned close to Nuan Yang's ear and said, Mimi, can I tell you? Go ahead, or everyone will think you're a paper tiger. Okay. Wan Ningyan sat up straight and cleared her throat. I stole the anti-entropy ability from Su Bing. Also, my fire element is pretty good, maxed out at level 20. Wow! Maxed out at level 20? They're all bragging. Wan Ningyan is truly an actress. She lies without blushing or faltering. Nuan Yang applauded and gave her a thumbs up. Maxed out? Liang Shanin slumped back in her chair. Oh my goodness! Level 15 lightning, level 20 fire, and even stole a power. Are you guys exaggerating like that? I'm scared to death. I'm not lying. It's maxed out. If you don't believe me, I burned down the entire 14th floor the day I seized power, and you know I'm not lying. Don't. Wen Yunshu quickly stopped him. There are plenty of supplies on the 14th floor, including the Medical Research Institute. Let's save as much as possible. I'd be heartbroken if it all burned down. Wei Mingyi chuckled. Lieutenant Wen, we were planning to abandon the 14th and 15th floors, but now you're heartbroken after they burned down. Your expression is changing so quickly. Isn't this because of your help? Okay, in that case, Wei Mingyi folded his arms, acting like a superior. Then let's talk about compensation. We're not working for you for nothing. Xin Yun immediately chimed in. Yeah. Not for nothing. The situation quickly escalated to the point of demanding compensation. Before Nuan Yang could react, Wan Ningyan joined the payment movement. Yes, you have to pay me. And I saved your mother, so I have to pay you more. Zhou Qijuan was the first to complain. What do you mean? We're allies. How can you do this? That's right. Liang Shanin was also upset. We're rebelling for our own sakes. There's no reason to ask us for compensation. Wen Yunshu, without a trace of displeasure, consoled his two friends and then asked Wei Mingyi how much she wanted. Xiao Yun read it. Okay. Xin Yun immediately pulled out a small notebook from his pocket, opened it, and began to read. Multifunctional tactical scope, 100 bottles of ability awakening fluid per use. Lightning power, 50 bottles of ability awakening fluid per use. Micro rocket launcher rental, 20 bottles of ability awakening fluid per use, 500 bottles of ability awakening fluid per shell. Providing a power seizure optimization plan, 50 bottles of ability awakening fluid. Providing weapon storage in the arsenal, half of which is space rental fee. After reading, Qin Yun looked at Wei Mingyi. Captain, do you have anything else to add? Yes, Wan Ningyan went alone to rescue Lieutenant Wen's mother. She risked her life. Is exchanging her for 50% of the base's total animal stock not too much? So ruthless. Even Nuan Yang found it a little unreasonable, yet Wei Mingyi said it so calmly, as if describing something ordinary. Why don't you just go and rob them? Liang Shangyin was immediately furious, but she didn't dare to yell. She just sat there staring at Wei Mingyi, not daring to point a finger. Wei Mingyi smiled. I'm robbing them. At these words, Liang Shangyin choked, unable to refute. Zhou Qijuan pulled out his tablet, opened the calculator page, and began calculating endlessly. When Yunshu remained silent, a hint of melancholy on his face. His fingers tapped on the table, his eyes never leaving Wei Mingyi. After a moment, Wen Yunshu was the first to break the silence. Miss Wei, logically speaking, you have high-level superpowers, heavy weapons, tactical scopes, and the ability to steal other people's superpowers. You could easily escape the base, and not have to endure this. Or if you knew Lu Zhe was on the 15th floor, you could just go and kill him, without cooperating with us. Am I to understand that you have compelling reasons to cooperate with us? Yes, so what? No, so what? If yes, why are you asking so much? We're clearly collaborating for mutual benefit. If no, it seems unreasonable. Wei Mingyi didn't answer, but instead asked, why did you choose to let Song Yinha rebel in the early hours of midnight? When Yunshu lowered his eyes, thought for a moment, and then replied, to reduce civilian casualties. We could have used rocket launchers to attack directly to the 15th floor, but how many people would have died? If Lu Zhe had the mentality that if I don't survive, everyone else will die with me, then the entire base would be doomed. Wei Mingyi shrugged. I don't care. It's mainly because Ning Yen is too kind, and can't bear to see anyone at the base get hurt. Otherwise, for us, killing Lu Zhe would have been enough. Who cares if your base survived? The implication was that they could have refused to cooperate with Wen Yunshu and attacked directly to the 15th floor, but whether anyone at the base could survive was another matter. Choosing a moderate approach now meant preserving the base and civilian lives. There were gains and losses, and Wen Yunshu, as an ally, would have to pay a hefty price. An eerie silence fell again. Wen Yunshu thought for a long time before asking Nuan Yang. Xiaoyang, we worked together for so long, can't you show some mercy? This reward is too much. Nuan Yang sighed in mock distress. I can't help it. Wei Mingyi is our captain, and everything depends on her. When Yunshu looked at Wei Mingyi helplessly, Wei Mingyi's smiling tiger expression immediately made her give up on bargaining. Okay, but I don't have that much ability awakening fluid right now. This needs to be prepared by the Research Institute, and the production volume is very low. Can we pay it in installments? No, who knows if you're planning to default on your installments at the end of the day. Nuan Yang had never seen Wen Yunshu look so conflicted and helpless. It was quite interesting. Even those who orchestrate this situation probably never expected that they would be harshly targeted one day. Chapter 513. The conversation fell into an eerie silence again, but Nuan Yang didn't mind. He took Wan Ningyan's hand, rubbing it. Wan Ningyan then tapped Nuan Yang's palm with her fingertips, the two wives enjoying their own little secret pleasure. It's no wonder Nuan Yang relaxed. Wei Mingyi was so cunning, and Nuan Yang felt completely at ease leaving the negotiations to her. After nearly 10 minutes, when Yunshu, for the first time, spoke in a very vulnerable position, pleading with Wei Mingyi. Even if I succeed in seizing power, I can't pay you all immediately. The ability awakening fluid production is very low. We in the military don't even have a bottle for every person. Even if we gave you all our inventory, it wouldn't be enough. Oh! So what does Lieutenant Wen mean? If you don't accept installments, can we use other supplies as an alternative? Wei Mingyi remained silent, feigning to consult everyone's opinions. Secretly, she sent a message asking for their approval, thus creating a way out. Since everyone agrees, let's reluctantly agree. Lieutenant Wen, what's the guaranteed quantity of ability awakening fluid? When Yunshu breathed a sigh of relief and replied, the monthly production is 35 to 40 bottles. Adding what I have in my personal stash, I can give you at least 50 bottles. Only 50 bottles? What about the crystal cores? The base doesn't allow you to store crystal cores. I don't have any on me, but they're all shipped to the Research Institute. A conservative estimate is 200,000. Okay, I'm not greedy. 50% of the total crystal core supply from the Research Institute will be given to us, plus 50 bottles of Ability Awakening fluid, enough for 1 tactical scope and 1 use of thunderbolts. As for the rest, Wei Mingyi looked embarrassed. After a long pause, he said, your base needs to survive too. Asking for half the quantity from your farm is a bit much, but our rocket launchers are also precious. Using them as they come up is going to be a problem. I understand. Miss Wei, please speak frankly. I heard your base has ample oil reserves, as well as food and, I think, medicine. Why not trade them? When Yunshu belatedly chuckled, realizing, so Miss Wei has other intentions. Just tell me if you're willing. Deal. The compensation package was quickly finalized. 50 bottles of Superpower Awakening fluid, 50% of the base's crystal core reserves, 40% of the arsenal supplies, 1,000 tons each of diesel and gasoline, 2,000 tons of rice, 1,000 tons of corn, 800 tons of soybeans, 30% of the medical reserves, 1,500 each of chickens, ducks, geese, rabbits, 100 each of cattle and sheep, plus 100 pieces of thermal underwear from the Research Institute. These supplies were exchanged for 5 multifunctional tactical scopes, 5 miniature rocket launchers, and 10 rounds of ammunition. Other space rental fees and superpower usage fees were also included. When Yunshu was ripped off handsomely. After the plan was finalized, Nguyen Yang first bought 5 tactical scopes and gave them to Wen Yunshu, while she sent Zhao wanting to fetch 18 bottles of Ability Awakening fluid. Only after the handover was complete did the negotiation conclude. When Yunshu extended her right hand to Wei Mingyi, Miss Wei, it's a pleasure working with you. Wei Mingyi didn't shake hands, simply touching Wen Yunshu's fingertips. I'm very happy. As for the others, I don't know. Wen Yunshu simply smiled and said nothing else, politely escorting the 4 of them out of the meeting room. Due to attire issues, Nguyen Yang and the other 4 left the 13th floor in military attire. After returning home to change, Nguyen Yang and Wan Ningyan went to the 4th floor hotel to meet Wei Mingyi and Qin Yun. Captain, you were amazing today. You got so many supplies. As soon as Wan Ningyan entered the room, she excitedly hugged Wei Mingyi. I didn't expect there would be a reward. This is amazing. Nguyen Yang's euphoric mood vanished when he saw Wan Ningyan hugging another woman. Even though Wei Mingyi had the tact to not hug Wan Ningyan back, Nguyen Yang still felt uncomfortable, sullen, and inexplicably unhappy. Ahem. Nguyen Yang pretended to cough to warn her, but Wan Ningyan was completely oblivious. She kept praising Wei Mingyi, and Nguyen Yang was coughing until sparks were coming out of her throat. Wei Mingyi and Qin Yun were still watching, making Nguyen Yang even more exhausted. Wan Ningyan, come here. Nguyen Yang couldn't help himself. Calling her by her name, he pulled her away from Wei Mingyi and held her hand tightly. What are you doing? Be gentler, it hurts. I'm sorry, but you're hurting me. Wan Ningyan uttered in awe, looking at Nguyen Yang with clear eyes. She had no idea what was wrong with Nguyen Yang, only that he looked grumpy and angry. Are you unhappy? Wan Ningyan hugged Nguyen Yang's waist, her voice tinged with coquettishness. Why? Is the pay going to be less? We need to survive at the base too. You can't ask for too much. Don't be so mean. Very good, Nguyen Yang felt even angrier. I tell you when we get home. I don't want to talk right now. Nguyen Yang, with a sullen face, pulled Wan Ningyan to sit on the sofa. Wei Mingyi, with a smile in her eyes, sat opposite Qin Yun. With our help, this plan should be fine. Wei Mingyi shook her head, not necessarily. Whether Song Yinhe will rebel during the polar night is unknown. If Wen Yunshu doesn't handle this well, our plan will be overturned, and changes could lead to mistakes, which is not a good thing. Nguyen Yang agreed, hoping Wen Yunshu wouldn't let him down. Captain, I'm curious about something. Why did you ask so much at the beginning, but then you asked us to agree to other supplies instead? Awakening fluid is the most expensive item in this base, right? There's a saying, don't chase a desperate enemy. If I pushed Wen Yunshu so hard, and she still refuses to give in, it's pointless. I really can't give her that much awakening fluid, and I might even push her too far. But, I set the stakes very high from the start. If I lower the standards in exchange for other supplies, she'd feel more comfortable with it, and be more willing to accept it without haggling. Wan Ningyan rested her chin on her hand. After thinking it over, he seemed to understand. First, give Wen Yunshu a reward she absolutely can't complete. That way, when we lower it, she'd be willing to accept it. On the contrary, if we offer a lowered standard reward right from the start, she think we're asking too much and keep bargaining. Yes. I see. Captain, you always wanted the lowered standard reward, right? Wei Mingyi smiled and nodded. You're a teachable child. Seeing Wan Ningyan's admiration for Wei Mingyi, Nuan Yang felt jealous again. He took her hand, clasped their fingers together, and changed the subject. So what are you planning to do these days? I'm probably the only one who needs to help hide the guns and ammunition, so you have plenty of free time. Qin Yun chuckled. I'm going to keep shopping, eat delicious food, and go out with the captain. Me too. I'm more worried about Mu Yi. Polar night is when the temperature is lowest. I'm worried they get sick from the cold, and might have to go out more than once. Nuan Yang thought for a moment, and bought an air conditioner and bathroom fixtures for Wei Mingyi's subspace. This is a special situation. Let them use the air conditioning and bathroom. Going out to the bathroom in this awful weather is too much of a hassle. Okay, thanks. Chapter 514. After the meeting, Wei Mingyi and Qin Yun went shopping for supplies. Nuan Yang and Wan Ningyan were also busy, riding their tricycles around and buying things. At noon, the two of them went to the butcher's shop they'd been to yesterday. As soon as the female owner saw them, she quickly finished her work and flipped the sign to closed. Boss, are the goods ready? Of course. The female owner said as she went inside and came back with 2 plastic buckets filled with pre-cut pig's trotters, pig's ears, pork chops, and other items. Bags break easily, so I just put them in the buckets. You can pick whatever you want, and it's easy to clean. Thank you, boss. Buckets are indeed much more convenient. These pigs, chickens, and ducks are all for Mu Yi and the others. We can just leave them outside the door, making them easy to take. The mutant pig came whole, along with 5 chickens and 5 ducks. The boss had to make numerous trips back and forth. Nuan Yang wanted to help, but Wan Ningyan was faster than him, catching up with the female boss in a flash. Nuan Yang had no choice but to stay and watch the tricycle. After a few trips, Wan Ningyan and the female boss emerged with dazzling smiles on their faces. When asked about Wan Ningyan's situation, she remained silent, acting mysterious. By the time the meat was loaded, a large crowd had gathered. The cart full of meat was too conspicuous, so the 2 men quickly covered it with a black cloth and pushed the cart away. The mutant pig was truly heavy, and with the other supplies, it weighed nearly a ton, making it a bit of a struggle to push. After finding a secluded spot and storing everything, they sat down beside the tricycle, both breathless, to rest. Wife, what were you laughing about with the butcher just now? Can you tell me now? They're laughing at Song Yinhe. The boss said everyone in the base knows he's gay, and he's also lecherous, trying to bully his subordinates in broad daylight. The most outrageous thing is, didn't Song Yinhe have diarrhea for 3 days and 3 nights? Somehow, the rumor got around that he was suddenly horny and couldn't hold his bowels, so he went to the hospital for treatment. Now they're saying he has AIDS and wears diapers. His reputation is completely ruined. I heard he's even afraid to come on patrol. That's it? You didn't tell me when I asked? What's there to hide? Wan Ningyan raised her index finger and shook it. You don't understand. It's okay for us to talk about it. We have Wen Yunchu's protection. Ordinary people who dared to discuss Song Yinhe would be arrested and put in solitary confinement by the police. So that's why Nuan Yang finally understood why Wan Ningyan refused to speak up when she asked her. There were a crowd of people watching. If she did tell someone and someone reported her, they wouldn't be hurt, but the butcher shop owner would be finished. The 2 of them rested for a while. Nuan Yang wanted to go home, but Wan Ningyan refused. So Nuan Yang took her to lunch and continued shopping in the afternoon, buying a ton of things. Finally, after dinner, she was willing to go home. I'm so happy, especially knowing I'd be back in Sanyang Mountain soon. I'm even happier. Wan Yang said nothing. After taking off his coat and hanging it up, he put his arm around Wan Ningyan's waist and carried her to the sofa. It was time to settle down some things. What? Meow. Let go, it's itchy. Nuan Yang didn't let go, but sat with her on his lap, a serious expression on his face. Wan Ningyan, who was smiling playfully, knew something was wrong. She dropped her smile and carefully put her arm around Nuan Yang's shoulders. Mimi, honey. What's wrong? You're suddenly so grumpy. Are you tired today? No, someone's pissed you off. Oh. That person can't be me, can it? Nuan Yang snorted. What else? Wan Ningyan looked at Nuan Yang with innocent eyes, deliberately leaning against her until her cheek was almost touching hers before she spoke in a coquettish voice. I'm sorry. I don't even remember what I did, but I sincerely apologize. Are you trying to accuse me of being unreasonable? No way. After a coquettish retort, Wan Ningyan kissed Nuanyang on the corner of her mouth, nearly making her expression falter. He imagined Wan Ningyan hugging Wei Mingyi and praising her profusely over and over again before he managed to maintain his composure. Don't be angry, okay? No. This time, it was her lips, Wan Ningyan asked again. Nuanyang's lips were already starting to swell, but she still snorted in displeasure. Wan Ningyan held Nuanyang's face and kissed her frantically, eyes, nose, forehead. When she finally reached her mouth, it wasn't just a simple kiss, her soft tongue licked it softly, a subtle, inviting invitation. Nuanyang couldn't help but take the initiative, grabbing the back of her head and kissing her deeply. Huh? Mimi, are you still angry? Nuanyang couldn't bear to be angry anymore, so she bit her lip. I'm not angry anymore, but I'm petty and thought you couldn't get too close to anyone in my presence, even women. Huh? Wan Ningyan was surprised. Are you jealous that I hugged the captain? Aren't you angry that I took the initiative to save Antwan? Nuanyang didn't realize they weren't on the same page at all. He asked with a smile, why would I be angry about something like this? You have 2 maxed out abilities, and now you have anti-entropy, space, and thermal weapons. With your abilities, you could easily slaughter all 14 floors single-handedly. You're just saving someone, so I won't be angry. And I never treated you like a daughter. Do whatever you want. Wan Ningyan had once mentioned to Nuanyang, during an argument, that she resembled his daughter. Taking this opportunity, Nuanyang made his stance clear. I thought you blamed me for acting impulsively again, without consulting you, or for not considering things carefully and disregarding my own safety. You can be quite emotional and quick-tempered sometimes, but you're an adult now. Keeping you under control will only prevent you from growing. Nuanyang pinched her cheek. What I just said is exactly what I think. Go ahead and do whatever you want. If there are special circumstances, you can tell me after you're done. Just don't get yourself killed. Do whatever makes you happy. Wife. Wan Ningyan was almost moved to tears. She hugged Nuanyang's neck tightly. You're so kind. Although you're a crybaby, jealous, and prone to giving me a sour face, you're truly gentle and thoughtful. I love you. Nuanyang was speechless. Thank you. You're my blessing. Me too. You're my blessing too. Wan Ningyan, dazed, didn't register Nuanyang's sarcasm. She raised her head and pouted, give me a kiss. Nuanyang sighed, kissed her, and patted her, but... Get up. It's time for a shower. Okay. I take care of you today. Wan Ningyan trotted to the bathroom and took on the delicate tasks of running the water and placing the petals. When it was time for the bath, she even wiped Nuanyang's body with a towel and gave her a waist massage, exceedingly obedient. Before bed that night, Wan Ningyan massaged Nuanyang again. Nuanyang was feeling incredibly comfortable, closing her eyes in raptures when someone suddenly crouched on her back. Mimi, honey. Are you comfortable? Yes, very comfortable. Thumbs up. Since you're comfortable, isn't it time for me to feel comfortable too? Okay. I give you a massage then. Reciprocity is the key to long-term success. Nuanyang opened her eyes and prepared to give Wan Ningyan a massage, but she pushed her body back onto the bed, her hot, itchy breath against her ears. I don't want a massage. I want. What do you want? I want. It took Nuanyang a moment to process what Wan Ningyan was saying. Just as she was about to speak, she heard her resentful voice. You're not going to be able to do it, are you? You already been treated. What a bummer. Wan Ningyan, who are you saying can't do it? Lie down. Humph, just lie down. Your back will ache soon anyway. Even though she knew Wan Ningyan was just trying to provoke her, Nuanyang still felt a pang of frustration. She persisted, determined not to stop until Wan Ningyan called out, determined to prove herself. Chapter 515. The next morning, Wan Ningyan's phone alarm rang. Normally diligent and hard-working, she stayed awake for the first time today, hiding under the covers as if tormented by the noise. Nuanyang, seeing this, fought back the sleepiness and aches, took the phone, unlocked it, and turned off the alarm. Last night, they had too much fun. Nuanyang even resorted to cheating, using his mouth when his hands were sore and changing positions to relax. Wan Ningyan, on the other hand, was different. She'd been taking a real beating, sobbing before falling asleep. Nuanyang had to massage her waist for a long time before she could fall asleep. The thought of someone being slept with made Nuanyang want to laugh, and he lifted the covers and moved closer. Honey, aren't you training today? Get up and train. Otherwise, if Wei Mingyi comes to check on you one day, you be screwed. Honey, honey. Wan Ningyan turned over in displeasure, her back to Nuanyang in a silent protest. Nguyen Yang leaned over, hugged her, and continued to whisper in her ear. Are you annoying? I'm so annoying. Nguyen Yang chuckled. I'm going out soon and wanted to say goodbye to my wife. Why are you still angry? Wan Ningyan turned her head resentfully, her eyes slightly puffy as she looked at Nguyen Yang and whispered a single word. Get out. Okay. Nguyen Yang gave Wan Ningyan a quick kiss, then got out of bed to wash up and eat breakfast. Yesterday, when Yunchu's men had used tactical scopes to survey the disinfection equipment from the second floor below, they had also identified blind spots suitable for hiding guns and ammunition and unobstructed by surveillance cameras. They had also deployed personnel to monitor these blind spots to prevent anyone from accidentally discovering their secret. To hide the weapons in advance, Nguyen Yang's cooperation is needed. Otherwise, if we wait until the night of the power seizure to give the weapons, the time will be completely wrong. So Nguyen Yang has to go with Zhao wanting to hide the weapons today. Shortly after he finished cleaning himself, Nguyen Yang heard a knock on the door. He quickly opened it and made a hush gesture. Sister Ning, my wife's still asleep. Don't wake her. Sorry, I thought you were up. It's okay. Give me 2 minutes. I'll be right there. Okay. Closing the door gently, Nguyen Yang tiptoed to the bedside. Wan Ningyan had fallen asleep again. She didn't even feel him pinch her cheek, let alone listen to him. Nguyen Yang took out his phone and clicked on the video recording. Honey, I'm going out on a busy trip. I said goodbye to you. You didn't hear me. Don't blame me for not telling you later. I recorded it as evidence. Turning off the video, Nguyen Yang kissed Wan Ningyan's cheek twice before leaving, feeling satisfied. The first place Zhao Wanning took Nguyen Yang to was the basement level. Besides a few departments, there was a parking lot, a repair shop, a car wash, and an area where troops would gather before going out. Because of this, the area was particularly empty, with few places to hide weapons. Nguyen Yang followed Zhao Wanning, stepping forward. Sister Ning, why don't we drive? Wouldn't it be faster? If we drive, we have to apply for a car, which will leave a record. Plus, if we drive and stop every once in a while, it'd be suspicious. Yeah, so why don't we go to the basement level? There's a small arsenal behind the police station. We won't be able to fight without weapons. Zhao Wanning smiled and teased. Have you forgotten that the Song family is planning a rebellion? Deputy Commander Song is in charge of the arsenal, and that batch of munitions will definitely go to Major General Song. By then, the basement level will just be an empty shell, with no one there. Yeah, forget about that. Nguyen Yang smiled sheepishly. I've been feeling a bit off lately. I have something good to eat at lunch later to replenish my energy. The chosen hiding spot on the basement level was a portable restroom. Because the area was large and the personnel were sparse, but troops were often assembled for departure and return, they had built numerous portable restrooms, 2 for men and 2 for women, for easy access. For this reason, these portable restrooms were rarely used, making them a perfect place to hide weapons. There was a figure huddled in the corner, outside the restroom. Judging by his attire, he looked like a mechanic. Zhao Wanning said he was a surveillance officer, a precaution even if no one was using the restroom. The surveillance officer was hidden from surveillance cameras, and would send a coded message if anything happened. Everything was done to be impeccable. After placing the weapons in a compartment, Zhao Wanning pulled a waterproof bag from the sink. Inside was a sticker with a prominent red lettering on a white background, under maintenance. Do not use. He placed the sticker on the door of the compartment where the weapons were hidden, and the mission at that point was complete. Such caution gave Nguyen Yang increased confidence in his power grab. After all, he wasn't afraid of a strong opponent, but rather of his teammates being weak. The weapons hiding mission wasn't difficult, each location had been planned in advance. It was just the constant walking around that was quite tiring. Nguyen Yang followed Zhao Wanning, working from level -1 to level 4. By the time he finished the last hiding spot, his soles were aching and hot. That's all for this morning. The rest are still being finalized. I meet you at 8 p.m., and you can start work on levels 5 through 8. Okay, what about the rest? Today is only 3 days until Polar Night. We also finish searching levels 9 through 13 by noon tomorrow. We have fewer authorized personnel up there, and they're key areas for supplies and officers, so it'd be a bit slower. I understand. See you tonight? After saying goodbye to Zhao Wanning, Nguyen Yang didn't rush home. Instead, she found a noodle stall. It was already noon, and she was starving and wanted to eat. Of course, Nguyen Yang didn't dare order directly. She first sent a message to Wan Ningyan, asking if she wanted to join her on the 4th floor. No, eat by yourself. I don't want to move. Are you still feeling unwell? The next second, the voice call rang. Nguyen answered, and Wan Ningyan's angry, slightly hoarse voice reached her ears. Ask, 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 all you know is asking. Don't you know if I'm feeling well? You bastard. You acted like a bull yesterday, so annoying. You just want to hurt my back, right? I know your little tricks, so stop pretending. If you have any conscience, you should be right here and give me a massage. Instead of asking me if I want noodles, is that even necessary? I haven't been out of bed all morning. Do you think I'm hungry? Do you think I should eat? You bastard. Go eat. Wan Ningyan ranted a lot, and then hung up. Nguyen was stunned. He had just asked her if she wanted to eat noodles and checked on her health. So why was she so angry? After a few seconds of thinking, Nguyen came to his senses and immediately got up to order 2 bowls of noodles to go. Wan Ningyan's spicy and sour beef noodles had a braised egg and a small chicken drumstick added to them. Anxiously waiting, Nguyen rushed home as soon as he finished packing, fearing she'd get angry if he came back too late. Honey, I'm home. Nguyen cautiously entered the house and found Wan Ningyan sitting on the bed. She looked like she'd been crying. Honey, what's wrong with you? Why are your eyes red? Nguyen panicked, placing the powder on the coffee table and immediately sitting down beside the bed. Are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere? Let me rub it for you. Seeing Nguyen, Wan Ningyan's nose felt sore, and she pursed her lips. Tears welled in her eyes, as if she'd been severely bullied by Nguyen. You bastard. Yes, yes, I'm a bastard, honey, call me that. Stop crying, it hurts me. I'm crying, but I can't cry because it hurts? Hurt? Nguyen panicked even more. Is it down there? How could this happen? I was clearly holding back. Take it off, and let me see. Nguyen lifted the quilt, and tried to undress Wan Ningyan, but Wan Ningyan slapped his hand away. What are you looking at? Wan Ningyan's face flushed instantly. My knees hurt. Huh? Nguyen's gaze fell on those knees. Indeed, there were some bruises. I'm applying some ointment. How did you get them? I remember not asking you to kneel last night. I wanted to go to the bathroom, but my legs gave out and I fell. No wonder she was so angry all of a sudden. It turned out she was feeling so wrong because her legs were weak, and she couldn't walk at home, and she fell. It's my fault. I shouldn't have done it so many times yesterday out of spite. You're so stubborn. Is it that hard to just say you don't want to do it anymore? Wan Ningyan was annoyed. You're so annoying. You apologize when you want to. Why do you always give me a slap on the wrist? Why don't you blame yourself for not considering me and understanding me? Yes. I'm primarily responsible. I apologize. Nguyen said, as he spread the ointment evenly. How's it going? Are you feeling better? Yeah. Wan Ningyan's voice softened after hearing Nguyen's apology. She held out her hands. Hold me. I need to go to the bathroom. Nguyen laughed, picked her up, and whispered in her ear, teasing, Can you stand? Do you want me to help you take off your pants? No. You're annoying. I'd be annoying you forever. Chapter 516. Wan Ningyan's tempers came and went quickly. Nguyen applied ointment, massaged her, and fed her delicious hot and sour beef noodles. The little chili pepper turned into a sweet pepper again. You have to go again tonight, you're so tired. You have to go tomorrow at noon, but tomorrow is the last time. After that, I just wait until polar night arrives. Poor little girl, eat more to replenish your energy. Wan Ningyan fed Nguyen a mouthful of beef and, by the way, put a dish she disliked into Nguyen's bowl. Nguyen had the clear broth noodles, so she quickly stopped him. If you can't finish it, just leave it for me later. Don't take it, it get tangled up. Oh. Then how about we go watch a movie this afternoon? I can't walk anymore today, I'm so bored. Wait until I get back. I have to go out. Wei Mingyi has already delivered the supplies to Mu Yi and the others, but I'm worried, so I asked for the address. It's safer to go and see it myself. Okay, then you can video chat with me. I want to see everyone. Okay. After lunch, Nguyen changed into his combat uniform and a thick down jacket before heading to the first floor. Since it wasn't a mission, Nguyen took the ordinary exit at a different time from Wei Mingyi's, to prevent Song Yin and the others from noticing. The number of civilians waiting for their missions in the first floor lobby had decreased significantly. With Wen Yunchu's 1,000 yuan compensation, many civilians had temporarily settled into a happy life, and were no longer willing to labor in the freezing weather. Nguyen glanced around, and saw that most of the people waiting for work were women. He smiled faintly, thinking that these hard-working women would soon begin a new life. It was only 1 in the afternoon, and it was already semi-dark outside. Nguyen Yang frowned and turned on the car lights. There were no signs of life near the base, and the remains were covered in fresh snow. Nguyen Yang drove west, keeping an eye on his surroundings, wary of the possibility of strange things appearing in this weather. The temporary accommodation Mu Yi and his companions had found was a single-family villa. It was spacious, had some usable furniture, and a ready-made fireplace, perfect for a large group. Nguyen Yang entered the villa complex and began searching for number 16. After a circuitous route, he found it at the southernmost point. As soon as the car stabilized, the villa gate opened. Gu Xiaoya, gun in one hand and busy putting on her coat in the other, wore an excited smile and shouted, "Sister Nguyen Yang is here," as she trotted over to Nguyen Yang's car. Behind Gu Xiaoya followed Lin Baiwei, a much calmer girl. She held her sword, but her eyes were focused on the surroundings. There were zombies in the villa complex, and she was afraid one might suddenly emerge. "Sister Nguyen Yang, why are you here so early? We thought we have to wait until 3 or 4. I came after lunch. It's too late, and the roads are dark." Nguyen Yang smiled as she got out of the car, but immediately felt unwell. She was so cold, she shivered several times. Lin Baiwei saw this as she approached the car and touched Gu Xiaoya with her sword. "Don't stand there like an idiot. Take them back inside. If they get frozen, it's your fault. I was just about to take them back. Don't tell the captain about this," Gu Xiaoya explained to Lin Baiwei as she pulled Nguyen Yang inside. Lin Baiwei, annoyed by her clamor, rolled her eyes and quickened her pace. Nguyen Yang shivered as she connected to Wan Ningyan's video chat. Inside, it wasn't much warmer, just slightly warmer than outside. Nguyen Yang followed the two of them to the room with the fireplace, where she finally felt better. "Sister Nguyen Yang, come and warm yourself by the fire." Mu Yi happily patted the sofa closest to the fireplace. Nguyen Yang glanced around and saw everyone was there, having reserved the warmest spot for himself. "Thank you." Nguyen Yang pointed at the virtual screen in front of him. "I'm video chatting with Ning Yen. She wants to see you. I put the audio on so you can say hello. Sister Wan. Long time no see. How are you over there? Sister Ning Yen, what's wrong with you? Have you been tricked again? I teach you some cunning ways to protect yourself." Xia Haiming snarled Mu Yi. "Go away, those few tricks of yours are nothing. Sister Ning Yen, I teach you. I guarantee they be super dirty. They bring your enemies to their knees and beg for mercy in no time." The group chattered so much that Wan Ningyan didn't even have time to greet them. They jumped from topic to topic, jumping around wildly. They even started arguing with each other about whose tricks were the dirtiest and most likely to win, making Nguyen Yang laugh as she listened. While they chatted, Nguyen Yang took a look around the villa. They must have all been staying in the room with the fireplace, so there were many long sofas covered with quilts and blankets used as beds. Next to the fireplace were some barbecue tools. Behind them was the bathroom, provided by Nguyen Yang. Opposite the fireplace was an air conditioner, heating the room with heat, ensuring convection and warmth. Under the window, various foods were placed, including buckets of meat, serving as a natural refrigerator. Nguyen Yang found an opportunity to interrupt and ask about everyone's plans for the next few days. Guyu, acting as temporary team leader, gave Nguyen Yang a detailed overview. "Today is for rest and recharge. Starting at 7 a.m. tomorrow, everyone will take turns to stake out the base entrance. We work in teams of 2, with each team taking 5-hour shifts. After your mission is complete, we all lay an ambush nearby to prevent that one guy from cheating. Staying outside for 5 hours in this weather is unbearable. Are your clothes warm enough?" Kino smiled nonchalantly. "It's okay. We martial artists have naturally warm bodies, and aren't afraid of the cold." Qin Xiaoya exclaimed, "Oh my. I don't know who was complaining about being so cold yesterday, saying their feet were freezing off. That was just after we arrived yesterday. This room was like an ice cellar. It's normal to feel cold. I'm a fire type. How could I possibly be cold?" "That's true, but many members of the Rose Squad haven't awakened their powers, and only Mu Yi possesses a fire element. The others would be vulnerable to frostbite if they were out stalking." Nguyen Yang went to the mall and bought 20 packets of energy fat and 6 winter and summer quilts. After taking them out, he explained to everyone how to use them and how long they lasted. New things always excite everyone, but several people didn't accept them immediately. Instead, they contacted Wei Mingyi and received her permission before accepting Nguyen Yang's gifts. There's a saying that goes, "A general on the battlefield is not subject to military orders." You don't need to ask Wei Mingyi for everything, right? Wang Yang merely voiced her doubts, but even Mu Yi, the hot-tempered one, objected. Of course, I should ask the captain. We're a united team. Any mistakes made by anyone will affect others' perception of us. We shouldn't act on our own. Okay, I was being abrupt. Wang Yang truly admired Wei Mingyi. Every one of Team Rose's main players had incredibly high combat stats, yet they were so completely subservient and obedient under her control. She felt a mixture of jealousy and envy. Afterward, Wang Ningyan chatted with everyone for a while. It was already dark outside, and Wang Yang planned to return home as soon as possible. Before leaving, everyone suddenly and in perfect unison offered Wang Yang a crystal core. What's that for? Yu smiled sheepishly. Sister Wang Yang, we wanted to get a buffet. Here, we can only get barbecue, and there's not much seasoning, so it's a bit greasy. Wang Yang chuckled. It's just a small thing. What's there to be embarrassed about? You don't need the crystal cores. I'm treating you as a thank you for your help. Don't refuse. Otherwise, I feel bad about owing you a favor. Okay. Thank you, Sister Wang Yang. Wang Yang bought them a buffet according to everyone's preferences. After a few more pleasantries, they drove back to base. Chapter 517. Everything was ready, like the quiet before the night. After Wang Yang hid the last of his weapons and returned home, he began to feel a wave of anxiety, unable to calm down. There were only 2 days left of the polar night. Would everything go smoothly? Wang Yang sat on the sofa, thinking for a long time, and didn't even notice Wang Ningyan had returned home. Nuan Yang, what are you doing? You didn't even answer me. Nuan Yang came to her senses, and immediately hugged the person sitting in her arms. Sorry, I was just thinking. What did you buy today? I bought some shoes suitable for sports and combat, and some medicine for injuries. Yeah, I think I bought everything. Almost. I plan to buy some more food and drinks tomorrow, and then wait for the polar night to arrive. Wang Ningyan hugged Nuan Yang's neck and said coquettishly, You have nothing to do tomorrow. Will you stay with me? Okay. Nuan Yang thought that having something to do might make her less anxious, but things turned out differently. She had trouble falling asleep at night, and her sleep was very light. She would wake up if Wang Ningyan moved unconsciously. She was also tired and distracted during the day. Wang Ningyan asked her several questions, but she didn't hear them. What puzzled Nuan Yang the most was that she kept thinking about the dream in which she was hanging by a rope outside the base window, as if her time was coming. This is so weird. Nuan Yang, what's wrong with you these past few days? You look so distraught. Are you okay? I'm fine. Maybe it's the anxiety before the rebellion. Wang Ningyan picked up Nuan Yang and kissed him. Relax, we will definitely succeed. Yes. Then I'm leaving. You're on your own. Go ahead. Be careful. Wang Ningyan was picked up by Zhou Qijuan. Near midnight, when Mingxi would ask for roast rabbit, and Zhou Qijuan would have Wang Ningyan, disguised as a deliverman, take the elevator to the 14th floor. As long as they timed their arrival well, arriving in the early morning and then taking their time unloading the goods, they could hold out until Song Yinha rebelled and all elevators at the base were shut down. It would then make sense for Wang Ningyan to stay on the 14th floor. To ensure the smooth progress of her plan, Wang Ningyan would go to Zhou Qijuan's place at noon to get her makeup done, changing her appearance. She would then have to work properly, so that she could smoothly accept and deliver orders that evening without arousing suspicion. She would also have to follow the older employees on a few deliveries to learn the rules, so Wang Ningyan got busy before Nanyang. At 5:30 p.m., Wei Mingyi and Liang Shangyin also left. Wei Mingyi was responsible for taking Liang Shangyin to the villa outside the base. Wang Yang had watched the video link. Liang Shangyin's face was sullen, but she didn't dare curse. Wei Mingyi's glance was enough to make her shudder. Wang Yang ended the video, still feeling depressed. Logically, everything was going according to plan, and she should be happy. She was becoming increasingly confused about her fear and panic. She casually clicked on a video and took out some calming tea to drink. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the base broadcast suddenly sounded, announcing the arrival of polar night and the immediate prohibition of entry and exit. This was not planned, and Wang Yang's heart, which had finally calmed down, was once again in turmoil. Soon after, Zhao Wanning sent a message, saying that this was a broadcast requested by Song Yinha to occupy the entrance to the first floor, and that the first floor guards had been reduced by 1/3. Can you still defeat them? Song Yin and his team are likely full of psychics, and with the police station's weapons, they're not to be underestimated. We can. Wei Mingyi said, she come, and help us seize control of the first floor. Okay, got it. Wei Mingyi had originally planned to attack the fourth floor, as it's the most bustling floor in the base, and when Yunshu didn't want it to be damaged too much. Now that there's been a change, Nguyen isn't sure if he can successfully capture the fourth floor. Time ticked by. The weather forecast indicated the arrival of polar night, with temperatures dropping to minus 92 degrees Celsius. Nguyen checked his phone screen. It was 11:17 p.m. He got up, washed his face with cold water in the bathroom, then donned his combat uniform and headed to Wen Yunshu's conference room on the 13th floor. Wen Yunshu was already in the conference room. Xiao Wanning had already gone to the 4th floor to prepare, leaving her alone. There wasn't even a guard at the door. Lieutenant, you don't even have a gatekeeper? Xiao Yang is here. Wen Yunshu smiled, lowering his gun. I can't. From -2 to 13th floor, each floor requires a significant number of troops. I rather have fewer guards. Okay, I guard you. Nguyen pulled up her tactical scope. If anyone suspicious entered, she would alert Wen Yunshu. Wen Yunshu was different today, wearing the uniform and body armor of a regular soldier. Although he carried the silver pistol, he was wielding a sniper rifle. Wen Yunshu's marksmanship was excellent. Nguyen had witnessed it in the armory. Today, he was using only a sniper rifle. There must be a reason for such a risk. Why not a rifle? Rifles are supposedly more reliable. Sniper rifles take too much time to reload and aim, and they require cover. Even a submachine gun is more suitable. There's a saying that goes, to capture a thief, capture the leader first. With Song Yinhe dead, this rebellion will be thwarted. Nguyen immediately sensed something was wrong. You want to kill Song Yinhe? Didn't you agree to hand him over to me? When Yunshu paused, then returned to wiping the barrel of his rifle, I broke my promise. Breaking my promise? Nguyen didn't believe such nonsense. From the beginning, you never intended to hand Song Yinhe over to me. With your abilities, you could just injure him, not kill him. Song Yinhe must die, and he must die by my hand. Why? Give me a reason to convince me, or hand him over to me. My wife's revenge is still waiting to be avenged. When Yunshu lowered his gun and looked at Nguyen with a determined and fierce look. Since Song Yinhe killed 109 female soldiers, I want Song Yinhe to pay with his own life. 109 lives were indeed far more tragic than Wan Ningyan's injuries, but Nguyen was puzzled. Don't you think killing him like this is too easy for him? He wasn't the mastermind, his father was. Song Qian values his son immensely. I just want him to watch his son die helplessly. When Yunshu's lips curled up, a sinister smile. Song Yinhe's rebellion tonight was also agreed to by Song Qian. If I succeed in seizing power, I will have the doctors keep him alive as long as possible, and hang his son's body in front of his cell, so that he lives in self-blame day and night. Nguyen, revenge isn't always achieved through death. For some, death is a relief. Mental torture is more painful than physical pain, which resonated with Nguyen, and at this point, she stopped arguing. Then aim a little further, perhaps through the eyes, so he doesn't die so comfortably. I aim for the bridge of his nose. The brain won't die immediately after penetration, but will struggle in pain for a minute until blood flow is deprived and brain death sets in. Very good. I wish you a successful shot. Chapter 518. First day of midnight, 11:57 p.m. Wan Ningyan and Nguyen connected via video, and she was about to take the elevator to the 14th floor. Don't be nervous, you can do this. I'm a movie queen. It's just acting, it won't faze me. Even so, Wan Ningyan, dressed as an ordinary soldier, still showed a hint of nervousness, her breathing much heavier than usual. Nguyen heard her breathing, and offered her a few words of encouragement. 11:58 p.m. Wan Ningyan arrived at the 14th floor. This was Nguyen's first glimpse of the 14th floor. As the elevator doors opened, she saw two teams of soldiers. Unlike when Yunshu and Song Yinhe's troops, they wore dark gray uniforms. Everyone was equipped for combat: guns, body armor, grenades, and bulletproof helmets with night vision goggles. Their equipment was more advanced than that of the Wen and Song families. Why are you up here? A leading male soldier glanced at his watch, puzzled. What are you doing here so late at night? Hello, I'm Xiao Lu from the Coordination Department. Wan Ningyan quickly lowered her head and took out her ID card. I'm here to deliver some roasted rabbit to Deputy Commander Wen. Stand still. We need to check. The soldier took the ID card and walked to the desk on the other side. He picked up the machine and began swiping the card, buying Wan Ningyan some time. 11:59 p.m. Suddenly, an explosion was heard on the 13th floor. Song Yinha had taken action. I'm leaving first. Okay, be careful. When Yunshu didn't even have time to respond, he quickly left with his sniper rifle in hand. Wan Yang had to wait in the conference room until the power went out. In this rebellion, Song Yin had deployed his main forces on the 1st, 4th, 8th to 10th and 13th floors. He thought that by controlling the import and export of the base and the supplies, and occupying the 13th floor and cutting off the passages to the 14th and 15th floors, he could force Luzha to surrender. The strategy was actually sound, but he wasn't aware of the disinfection device, so the outcome would be the same whether Wen Yunshu quelled the rebellion or not. However, the fact that Song Yinha's rebellion went smoothly calmed Wan Yang's panicked heart. She took out a rifle and anxiously waited for the power to go out while watching Wan Ningyin's direction. At exactly 2400 hours, the base alarm sounded. Wan Ningyin feigned fear, her hands covering her head as she squatted beside the cart, shivering. The two teams of male soldiers received the message over their intercoms and immediately dispatched several soldiers to various areas to notify the authorities. The others changed formation, aiming their guns at the elevator entrance. Lu, get up. Return the way you came. Wan Ningyin cried out, and just as she tried to stand, her legs gave way and she fell to the ground. Officer, I can't move. This alarm is too scary. The male soldier cursed, had a nearby soldier press the elevator button, then grabbed Wan Ningyin's arm and dragged her toward the elevator. Wan Yang's heart sank. If he was sent back, his plan would be ruined. However, if he acted before the power went out, Luzha would notice something was wrong, and not only would he not agree to switch the power on, he might even activate the disinfection device. At the critical moment, a desk nearby suddenly fell to the ground. The male soldier stopped and shouted alert. Everyone pointed their guns at the desk, and two soldiers went to investigate. Wan Ningyin successfully stalled for time, using her control abilities. 12:01 p.m. The light above Wan Yang's head suddenly dimmed. He looked up, and the bulb dimmed twice more, making a crackling sound. It was Wei Mingyi who had taken action. Fierce gunfire erupted on the 13th floor, louder than the alarm. Judging from the direction, it was far from the conference room, probably from the research institute. Wan Yang, gun in hand, stood waiting at the conference room door. Zhou Qijuan should have requested a power switch by now. As soon as the power went out, she could help Wen Yunshu eliminate Song Yin and his men on the 13th floor, break through the ceiling, and reach the 14th floor to help Wan Ningyin. 2400 hours 02. Suddenly, not only the lights in the conference room, but also the lights in the corridor outside went out. The power switch request had been approved. Wife, be careful. Let's get started. Wan Yang sent a message to Wan Ningyin, then rushed to the research institute with her gun in hand to help. On her way, she encountered a group of Wen Yunshu's men, who were dismantling the disinfection equipment. Just as Wan Yang arrived near the research institute, Wan Ningyin's men had already taken action. Using her control and anti-entropy abilities, she confiscated all the soldiers' guns and grenades and stored them in a virtual space. Then, she quickly killed everyone with a silenced rifle. Wan Ningyin had a route provided by Wen Mingxi, so after killing the men, she immediately changed into combat uniform and headed for Wen Mingxi's area. Bang, bang, bang. The laboratory erupted in explosions and flashes of flame. Wan Yang quickly hid behind a wall. A stream of flames passed by him, and water and ice elements counterattacked. The evaporating heat rippled onto Wan Yang, causing him to take 2 steps back. Soon, the flames inside intensified, accompanied by flash grenades and smoke bombs. Wan Yang pulled up his tactical scope and saw at least 30 people inside the laboratory, likely all psychics. The reason Wen Yunshu and the others hadn't been able to take them down was because the metal and earth elements had set up barriers, the fire elements were ranged, the munitions provided cover, and the bombs provided disruption. After all, they were soldiers, and actual combat wasn't just for show. Pressing his hand against the wall, Wan Yang was about to release his mental power to help when a sudden strong wind blew, carrying the flames and smoke into the laboratory. At this moment, wind elements also began to counterattack, forming a growing storm in the center. With a whoosh, Wan Yang heard a woman yell, "Get down." Then she saw a rocket pass before her and fly into the research institute. When Yunshu, unable to hold on for long, resorted to rocket fire, Wan Yang quickly formed a thick ice wall as a shield. The next second, the powerful impact shattered the ice wall, sending a surging wave of heat. Wan Yang quickly dropped to the ground. "Kill them!" It sounded like Wen Yunshu's voice. The female soldiers hiding around ran out one after another, charging into the research institute. Yang slowly sat up and gasped for breath. The heat wave, mixed with the fireworks, was particularly choking, making her respiratory tract feel a bit uncomfortable. She rested and watched. Most of the people inside were dead or wounded. Yunshu should have a clear victory. Taking a moment to catch her breath, Yang checked on Wan Ningyan. There was actually power on the 14th floor. Wan Ningyan was under siege at the entrance to a residential complex. She used a shipping container as a shield and began to release her mental energy frantically, sending waves of flame surging in all directions. Although some psychics tried to resist, the power of a fully powered fire element was truly terrifying. Wan Ningyan had to restrain herself to unleash the 100-meter-long flames. If you really calculated, Wan Ningyan could easily burn down all 14 floors by herself. Yang, why are you sitting here? Are you injured? When Yunshu returned, smelling slightly burnt, holding a bloody head. It was Songyana. It's okay. I just got too close to the rocket launcher and got hit. I'm fine. Let's go to an open area. Okay. Yang stood up and followed Yunshu. A group of female soldiers followed behind her. Some were already injured, but they persevered. They reached the elevator entrance. There were few buildings around, so the easiest way to reach the 14th floor was through the elevator. Everyone found a safe place to hide, while a female soldier fired the rocket launcher. Just as Yang was waiting to blast through the ceiling and head to the 14th floor to support Wan Ningyan, she suddenly heard Wan Ningyan's voice. Full-scale disinfection has begun. Chapter 519. Hurry! Disinfection on the 14th floor. Yang stood out and shouted. The female soldier immediately launched a rocket launcher. In the pitch-black space, the rocket exploded on the ceiling, instantly brightening up like daylight. A heat wave surged in all directions, and Yang, who had no time to hide behind the wall, was knocked to the ground. Suddenly, a strong wind countered the heat wave, and the two female soldiers dragged Yang back behind the wall. Yang, calm down. This is a rocket launcher. You die if you get that close. Yunshu, how can you expect me to calm down? My wife's up there. We're disinfecting you, don't you know? A hole has already been blown in the ceiling. Just one more blow will do it. Stay here. We go with you to rescue people. Hurry! Yang was frantic. She always assumed her panic was due to a failed mission or some misfortune, but she hadn't imagined Wan Ningyan would be in trouble. Crouching behind the wall, her hands trembled uncontrollably. Wan Ningyan's POV, what's going on? Full-scale disinfection activated. Wan Ningyan paused, scanning her surroundings through her tactical scope. Suddenly, a section of the ceiling on the upper right opened automatically, revealing 3 circular devices. With a hissing sound, they began to emit green gas. Warning, toxic potassium chloride gas detected. Wan Ningyan immediately drew her rifle and fired 3 shots, destroying the 3 circular exhaust holes. Bang! The disinfection device exploded with a mighty bang, causing Wan Ningyan's eardrums to ache. As she put on her gas mask and moved forward, she noticed a new notification on her tactical scope. Warning! Potassium chloride explodes when heated. Be careful. I see. But if we encounter it again, Wan Ningyan will destroy it with her gun. If this poisonous gas spreads, any spark could cause the entire 14th floor to explode. Swish. Ah! A red beam shot out, and Wan Ningyan instinctively blocked it with her arm, only to feel a burning sensation on her skin. It was another disinfection device, a laser weapon. The heat left a scorch mark on the left arm of her combat uniform. Realizing that each disinfection device had different functions, Wan Ningyan grew even more anxious. This meant there were toxic gas emissions in other areas, and when Mingxi might die without a gas mask. Hidden behind cover, Wan Ningyan thought carefully and took out a crossbow and grenade. After tying the arrow to the grenade, she pulled the grenade ring and swung her left hand out as a lure. Seeing the laser coming again, she immediately aimed her right probe at the disinfection device and fired the arrow. Bang! With a loud bang, the laser disinfection device was destroyed. Wan Ningyan immediately continued running, passing a small breeding area and a food processing factory. Behind her was a residential area, where Mingxi was located, room 7. Arriving at the entrance to the breeding area, Wan Ningyan was stunned. After the disinfection device was activated, the bulletproof glass doors between the various areas dropped, forcing her to open the main door. Inside this area, 2 disinfection devices, each a firearm, were continuously setting fire. The animals howled miserably, trying to escape their cages. The farm employees were frantically banging on the glass doors. Many of them, choking on the flames, were on their knees, coughing. Seeing Wan Ningyan, they begged her to open the door, as if she had seen a savior. If a rocket launcher were used in this situation, the people and animals inside would surely perish. Wan Ningyan hesitated for a few seconds before using her supernatural power to lift the bulletproof glass. Giving way to her mental strength, Wan Ningyan gritted her teeth and pushed the glass door upward. Her object control ability wasn't at its maximum level, so it was a struggle. Fortunately, the employees weren't idle either, bringing out various hard objects to prop up the gap. After half a minute, they finally opened a half-meter-high passage. Wan Ningyan used several jacks to lock the door, then rolled inside. The temperature was extremely high, so she quickly destroyed the devices with her gun and doused herself in water before daring to move forward. On the way, Wan Ningyan conveniently opened all the gates. The pigs, sheep, and other animals that were still alive frantically ran out to escape. This emboldened Wan Ningyan to use the rocket launcher, blasting open the bulletproof glass door that had just left. Crash! The bulletproof glass shattered, and the immense force also shattered the glass in the food processing plant area. A group of soldiers and employees inside collapsed to the ground. They were still alive, but twitching and foaming at the mouth. It must be poison gas. Wan Ningyan didn't go in. After pulling a few survivors out from the doorway, she checked with her tactical scope. Warning! Sarin gas detected. Wan Ningyan immediately used the location information to destroy the 2 disinfection devices, and then made her way to the residential area. Upon reaching the entrance to the residential complex, Wan Ningyan was startled. This area was also sealed off by bulletproof glass doors. A faint green emanated from within, indicating potassium chloride gas. Numerous corpses lay scattered across the glass doorway, flanked by laser disinfecting devices to prevent the soldiers from escaping using explosives or other explosive devices. Ningyan! You're hiding in the SUV? I'm coming for you. SUV? Wan Ningyan thought of the fireproof and explosion-proof SUV, and a plan emerged. She said to Nuan Yang, "Find me in the residential complex," then pulled out her sniper rifle and began firing. While bulletproof glass can protect against most bullets and bombs, it can't withstand continuous impact. Wan Ningyan fired 4 symmetrical shots with her sniper rifle, each lodging in the center of the glass. Then she aimed directly at the locations of the 4 bullets and punched through the glass door. With a powerful blow from her fist, she shattered a small opening wide enough for one person to enter or exit. Unable to use fire, Wan Ningyan could only grit her teeth and forcefully control her supernatural powers to destroy the 2 laser devices. Her psychic energy was excessively drained, and beads of sweat formed on her forehead. She had finally managed to destroy the 2 disinfection devices, having used up most of her psychic energy. Number 7, it's number 7, Wan Ningyan, just a little longer, and you can do it. Wan Ningyan's mouth was dry, and her steps were unsteady. She encouraged herself as she ran, struggling to reach room 7. The residential area was large, and the toxic gas emissions had only affected a small area. When Wan Ningyan arrived at room 7, the occupants were still alive. A strange woman opened the door. Upon seeing Wan Ningyan, she immediately wiped away her tears and smiled. "Deputy Commander 1, help is here." "Really?" Wan Ningyan didn't have time to chat with them. She told the woman to quickly bring Wen Mingxi out, then pulled out the SUV from the doorway. The back door was already unlocked, and Wan Ningyan got in and opened the front door as well. When they finished and got out of the car, Wen Mingxi was just following the strange woman out, pushing a suitcase. Wan Ningyan hurried over to stow the suitcase away, then pushed them both into the back seat and closed the door. Then, she concentrated her energy, pouring out all her remaining mental strength. Hands raised upward, countless dragon-like flames rapidly shot towards the surrounding ceiling. The potassium chloride exploded in a flurry of heat, showering her with burning debris, singeing her body and head, and singeing her hair. Wan Ningyan didn't flinch. She intended to use fire to completely expel the toxic gas from the entire area, destroying the disinfection equipment while also blasting a hole through the ceiling. She wanted to show Lucia that hiding on the top floor, hoping to kill everyone and save himself, was impossible. Boom. Bang. The potassium chloride exploded with a deafening roar, shaking the ceiling and causing it to crack and fall. Wan Ningyan immediately extinguished the flames, quickly entered the SUV, and closed the door. Boom. The ceiling above the house collapsed, crushing the SUV, which shook violently and was buried beneath the rubble. Chapter 520. The ceiling exploded, and Wan Yang rushed over, quickly conjuring an ice ladder with ice, and ascended to the 14th floor. Warning. Small amount of poisonous gas detected. Wan Yang turned and saw some pale green particles floating in the air. He quickly put on his gas mask, handed some to Wen Yunshu and the others, and ran forward. On the way, Nguyen Yang encountered many fleeing animals, and was almost hit by a mutant pig. After nimbly dodging all the animals, Nguyen Yang arrived at a place that resembled a farm, which was almost completely burned out. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of explosions continued in the distance, and the entire floor was shaking slightly. This made Nguyen Yang extremely anxious. He took out a small electric scooter and drove forward as fast as he could. Boom! As he approached the residential area, Nguyen Yang saw flames shooting into the sky, and then the entire ceiling collapsed. Ningyan! Nguyen Yang jumped out of the car and raced through the ruins, scanning for any living creatures with her tactical scope while contacting Wan Ningyan via her communicator. Ningyan, where are you? I'm coming. Don't be afraid, I'm coming. Tell me where you are, okay? Ningyan. Nguyen Yang was terrified. She knew Wan Ningyan had already gone halfway, and didn't want to give up on saving Wen Mingxi, but now the entire ceiling had collapsed, and the video feed was still pitch black. Fear had taken over. Nguyen Yang. Ningyan? Nguyen Yang froze, a mixture of surprise and fear. Is that you, Ningyan? You're still alive? Yeah, it's so dark. Wan Ningyan turned on the headlights. I feel like I'm buried. Nguyen Yang, come and save me. I'm out of energy. I can't even open the car door. Nguyen Yang couldn't see Wan Ningyan in the video, he could only see her inside the SUV and hear her voice. Although her voice was weak, as long as she was inside the SUV, she was sure she'd be fine. Wait for me. I'd be there soon. Knowing that Wan Ningyan was fine, Nguyen Yang's racing mind regained consciousness. He immediately checked the SUV's location and headed straight for it. Several huge ceiling panels pressed down on the SUV. Nguyen Yang pushed hard against one, but when he reached the second, he couldn't even lift it, it was too heavy. He immediately took a powerful pill. Just as Nguyen Yang was about to try again, when Yunshu arrived with his men. Have you found the person? She's down there, help me lift her. Okay, everyone, those who are uninjured come help. Those who are injured, stay alert. Yes. With more help, the rescue effort became much easier. During this time, when Yunshu quickly explained the power grab to Nguyen Yang. The power downstairs has been successfully switched. The main force is taking the elevator to the 13th floor and coming up for support. Song Yenho was completely defeated. Aside from those who were killed, the rest has surrendered. Xiaojun is in charge. We can now reach the 15th floor. After rescuing your wife, help build an ice ladder. Nguyen Yang responded, knowing Wan Ningyan was fine. She'd do anything to get her out. Finally, after nearly 10 minutes of digging, the SUV emerged. Nguyen Yang couldn't help but smile and hurriedly moved the rocks. Wan Ningyan rolled down the window inside, looking at her with confusion. What are you doing? Can't you just close the space? Wouldn't you just close the space? Nguyen Yang was stunned, and so were the female soldiers nearby who had heard. Everyone had been busy for so long, and no one had thought to use their space abilities. What an idiot! Nguyen Yang slapped his head speechlessly, gathered up the surrounding debris, and opened the car door. Wife, I'm free. Wan Ningyan smiled sweetly, but didn't get out of the car. I used too much mental energy. Let's rest for a while. Are you going to the 15th floor? Yes. Nguyen Yang saw two more people in the back seat, so he closed the car door. Then you two can rest for a while. I come find you when we're done. Okay. Nguyen Yang stood up and called to Wen Yunshu. Your mother is back intact. Would you like to see her? Wen Yunshu just smiled faintly and shook his head. No, let's get down to business first. Okay. The injured female soldiers stayed behind to protect Wan Ningyan and the others, while the rest of the soldiers arrived from downstairs. Ladders were their most important tool now. Nguyen Yang opened his arms and began to build a giant ice platform from the ruins. He ascended one step at a time. When he reached the 15th floor, he extended the ice to both sides, solidifying a two-person ice bridge in the air. Everyone follow me. Charge. Wen Yunshu led the charge, while Nguyen Yang was at the back, reinforcing the ice ladder. As they prepared to ascend, they saw Zhao Wanning approaching from a distance, accompanied by a large group of female soldiers. Wei Mingyi and Qin Yun were also among them. The rebellion had been quelled, reinforcements had arrived, and the outcome was effectively settled. Nguyen Yang felt incredibly relieved, and his steps became lighter as he ascended the stairs. When they reached the ice bridge, Nguyen Yang glanced to both sides. The left side wasn't crowded, as it housed small planting areas, breeding areas, kitchens, and other supporting facilities. The right side, however, contained separate, private areas that looked more like residential areas. Nuanyang chose the right side, following Wen Yuanshu and the others' trail, and observed many strange things. The first area they passed was labeled Guards Rest Area, but the doors that opened were filled with charred corpses. The second area they passed was Health and Medical, and the people inside were the same, burned to death. The third, fourth, fifth. This was like Luge's private garden, with various areas serving him, but they were all the same. Everyone inside was dead, burned or suffocated. The doors were opened by Wen Yunshu's men, and Nuanyang followed their route, observing the various deaths along the way, until she saw several female soldiers guarding the last door. "Where's the lieutenant?" "Inside." The female soldiers automatically made way. "Commander Liu is here too. Miss Nuan, please go in." "Okay." This was an extremely luxurious residence. The entrance hall alone was so large that Nuanyang was astonished. It took her nearly half a minute to walk before she entered a living room. A female soldier inside saw Nuanyang and pointed to the right, so Nuanyang turned right. A long corridor led past an open-air fruit section, where fruits were displayed in cabinets, constantly breathing in and out white, cold air to keep them fresh. Further ahead was a bar-like space, with a small counter for mixing drinks. Wine cabinets flanked three sides, crammed with famous wines Nuanyang didn't recognize. She knew they were famous because she recognized Louis XIV and Lafayette. Further inside was a sunroom, where two female soldiers were guarding a young boy, who looked about 16 or 17. He was huddled on a sofa with his hands tied behind his back, bathed in bright, simulated sunlight. Guns, flowers, and a young boy, how ironic. "Miss Nuan, the lieutenant is inside." "Yes." Nuanyang pushed open the door to the tea room. A rich aroma of tea immediately filled the air. As her eyes scanned the antique furniture and ornaments, she spotted two female soldiers not far away, Wen Yunshu and Luge. Luge sat at the tea table, brewing tea, seemingly calm and composed, a smile playing on his lips. Wen Yunshu sat across from him, watching him meticulously prepare the tea. When she saw Nuanyang, she patted the chair next to her, inviting her to join her. Luge's eyes flashed fiercely upon seeing Nuanyang, but then he hid them and continued brewing tea. Nuanyang, of course, noticed this. After sitting down calmly, she noticed a very modern device next to the tea table. The lid was open, revealing a red button labeled Start and a green button labeled Stop, along with numerous black buttons. "Have some tea." Luge poured a cup of tea for Wen Yuanshu and Nuanyang, then poured himself a cup and savored it. Nuanyang wouldn't drink it, fearing it might be poisonous. Wen Yuanshu, however, took a sip, pursed her lips, and then put it down again. "Uncle Liu still loves to Hong Pao so much. What a shame. What a shame. What a shame you never get to drink it again." Luge's expression changed, and he chuckled. "I never expected that after the Song family rebelled, you also rebel. You're quite cunning." Wen Yuanshu laughed back, "Same here. How could anyone be as ruthless as Uncle Liu?" Knowing the situation was hopeless, he even killed his own closest associates, leaving them no chance of surrender. "Humph. No man can be a hero without poison. I gave them all their glory. If I die, they all be buried with me." Nuanyang frowned. It turned out that the deaths in various areas along the way were deliberately eliminated by Luge. Chapter 521. Wen Yuanshu wasn't surprised by Luge's actions. She pulled out her tactical goggles and put them on, a subtle smile playing on her lips. "Uncle Liu, I'm curious, why don't you commit suicide? You know my methods. Falling into my hands would be far more painful than suicide." Hearing this, Luge suddenly softened his stance, even his voice tinged with ingratiation. "Xiao Shu, Uncle Liu knows you won't let me go, but Qianqi is innocent. Can you please let him go?" "Let him go? How do you let him go?" "Give him a car, some food and daily necessities, and 2 guns. Let him fend for himself. Whether he lives or dies is up to fate." Wen Yuanshu couldn't help but laugh. "Uncle Liu, you're quite humorous. Winners win, losers lose. What qualifications do you have to negotiate with me?" This was exactly what Nuanyang wanted to ask. Through the tactical goggles, he saw no disinfectant, poison gas, or explosives in the room. Only a pistol was hidden under the tea table. This threat alone wasn't enough to constitute a bargaining chip. "Of course I'm qualified," Luge said calmly, brewing another pot of tea. "I saw on the surveillance footage that your mother was rescued, right? Well, Uncle Liu, you're not trying to say you poisoned my mother and want to use the antidote to save Liu Tianqi's life, are you?" Luge glanced at Wen Yuanshu suspiciously, then suddenly laughed. No wonder you're trying to seize power. No, my seizure of power has nothing to do with my mother. Wen Yunshu took out his silver pistol and placed it on the tea table. Lucia, since we entered the base, a total of 132 female soldiers from my Wen family have died. The Song family is the mastermind, but they wouldn't have dared to do it without your tacit approval. So what? The facts prove that neither of your families is a good thing. Ha ha ha. Yeah, so I kill Lu Tianqi again. Lucia's face darkened as he questioned him, his right hand stealthily reaching under the table. Nuan Yang saw him move, and with her hand behind her back, she began to melt a golden needle, ready to strike at any moment. Don't you know? Your son didn't mutate by swallowing a crystal nucleus. He was fed zombie meat by me. You too, you're so old, yet you still insist on having a successor, adopting someone else's son as your own. Ridiculous. I kill you again today, and you die with regret. Wen Yunshu picked up his pistol and stood up. Bring the men in. Wen Yunshu, don't you care about your mother anymore? Everyone dies. As long as I become the base commander, she can spend her last days happily. Look how filial I am. You? You're a cold-blooded devil. Nuan Yang knew Wen Yunshu was deliberately provoking him. She was simply curious whether Wen Yunshu was seeking revenge or had some other motive. Wen Yunshu was very decisive and resolute, and didn't seem like the type to dawdle with Lucia. The boy was brought in, and Wen Yunshu pointed his gun at him, frightening him so much that he began to cry, "Daddy, save me." Wen Yunshu die. All of you die? Lucia pulled out his pistol, but before Nuan Yang could fire a golden needle, Wen Yunshu had already shot Lucia in the wrist, causing the pistol to drop to the ground. Lucia then used his left hand to open the middle of a nearby machine. After pressing a fingerprint, a hidden cover popped open. Nuan Yang saw the word destroy and immediately realized something was wrong. As the golden needle shot out and struck Lucia's left hand, he propped himself up against the tea table and rolled behind him, pulling him onto a chair and binding him with his gold-based abilities. You also have gold-related abilities? Nuan Yang had no time to answer Wen Yunshu. She walked over to the machine and took a look. On top were the activation buttons for the disinfection devices corresponding to each floor, and underneath, hidden in a cover, was the self-destruct button. Underneath the button, in small print, it read, "Attention, once this button is activated, the entire base will self-destruct in 90 seconds. Wen Yunshu, there's a self-destruct device here. The base was almost destroyed. Yes. Nuan Yang looked at her face solemn. Did you know this from the beginning? I don't know. I guessed it. If Lucia had pressed the self-destruct button directly, we would all have died. Wen Yunshu smiled and poked Lu Tianqi's head with the gun. He's here, isn't he? You're such a lunatic. Nuan Yang had never imagined Wen Yunshu would take such a big gamble. Thinking it over, she felt a wave of fear. After asking Wen Yunshu's men to look after the machine, Nuan Yang went to sit in the adjacent sunroom. She needed to calm down. Bang! After a gunshot, Lucia let out a heartbreaking cry. Lu Tianqi's double was dead, a fate more painful for Lucia than his own death. At this moment, Nuan Yang suddenly received a message from Wan Ningyan. Enwen told me she never asked Wen Yunshu to rescue the women at the base. On the contrary, she always told Wen Yunshu to take all his subordinates and run away. It was Wen Yunshu who refused, insisting on staying and looking for an opportunity to seize power. Nuan Yang, what kind of person is Wen Yunshu? I can't see through her at all. Nuan Yang didn't know either. She had always thought Wen Yunshu was ruthless and scheming, but until just now, she suddenly realized she didn't understand Wen Yunshu at all. Knowing there's a tiger in the mountain, one still chooses to go there. Knowing that Lucia had adopted a son, he bet that even if Lucia had a self-destruct mechanism, he wouldn't use it. That's insane. It's a risk Nuan Yang would never take. And beneath that sinister and vicious exterior, he actually ventured into a dangerous situation to save the women of the entire base. I want women's freedom. It seems like it's more than just a slogan, Wen Yunshu has truly lived it. Nuan Yang had never encountered such a person before, and her emotions were mixed. When Wen Yunshu emerged, slightly bloodied, she patted the seat next to her. Let's talk. Okay, you guys stand guard outside. Wen Yunshu put away his pistol, sat down next to Nuan Yang, and began peeling an orange. What's wrong? Why do you want to seize power? Don't lie to me. Your mother has already told my wife. She never asked you to save the women at the base. Wen Yunshu chuckled teasingly. My mother is such a jerk. She's usually so smart, but she holds me back at the critical moment. So what's the truth? The truth? Wen Yunshu placed a peeled orange in Nuan Yang's hand. This fruit, grown south of the Huai River, is an orange, grown north of the Huai River, it's a tangerine. One is sweet, the other sour. Isn't that just like us women? Before the apocalypse, women were often treated unfairly. After the apocalypse, men will only treat them worse. Therefore, women need power to live happily, just like oranges, which are sweeter when grown south of the Huai River. Besides, when Yunshu, am no pushover. How could I allow myself to be bullied? I can't even give up this well-built base to men. I'm going to give it a try. Can I, when Yunshu, truly reach the pinnacle? Are you satisfied with this answer? Nguyen-yang nodded, then shook his head slightly. There are many ways. Why? I mean, your usual behavior is so annoying. I once thought you were blinded by power, resorting to any means necessary. Xiaoyang, the rules are made by the winners. Before I became the winner, I could be anything, cruel, weak, brave, brainless. Whatever they expected of me, I would be. Justice, kindness, and fairness are all thorns that hinder our progress. Possessing them is like possessing shackles, like your wife. In fact, from the beginning, I was prepared to lose my mother. She was such a fool, yet she insisted on saving her, almost dying on the 14th floor. What a waste. Nguyen-yang was displeased. She's not stupid. You choose the base over your mother, but she choose both. She's much more capable than you. When Yunshu countered, what about you? Between your wife and the base, what would you choose? My wife. Nguyen-yang said without hesitation. No matter what happens, I will choose my wife. When Yunshu laughed, oh, I really want to fall in love, to experience the feeling of being in love. Don't think I don't know you're beating around the bush and scolding me. I'm really envious. After all, I never met someone I'd be so shameless about. Doesn't count Xiao Wanning? Including the time at the armory, you already saved her 3 times. Xiao Ning is a subordinate. So what? As a leader, falling in love with a subordinate is a taboo. Because your status and experience are unequal, you can never tell whether the other person truly loves you or is being forced into obedience, and I'm too lazy to even try. Then you're going to be the base commander, and there won't be anyone of equal status to date. You be single for the rest of your life. Xiaoyang, you're so cruel. I learned that from you. The two smiled at each other, as if all the grudges of the past had dissipated. Chapter 522. When Yunshu has completely taken over the base, mission accomplished. On his way downstairs to the 14th floor, Nguyen-yang couldn't help but smile as he listened to Xiao Lu announce the various rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden main quest, gaining 100,000 experience points, increasing the space level by 1, and receiving 100 raffle tickets. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the mall system level 8, receiving 3 random superpower pills, 1 ultralight combat glove, and 10 raffle tickets. Ding! The ultralight combat gloves have been unlocked, and can be purchased in the mall equipment area with points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the space level 7, expanding to 2 million cubic meters, the living space to 50,000 cubic meters, the replication space to 500 cubic meters, and the replication efficiency to 7 days. The decomposition space to 100 cubic meters, and the decomposition efficiency to 9 days. The subspace has expanded to 5,000 cubic meters, the replication space to 100 cubic meters, and the decomposition space to 10 cubic meters. Subspace 3 has been opened. Receive 1 subspace ring. Ding! Combat potions have been deactivated. All unused potions have been recycled. Nguyen-yang hadn't expected this hidden quest to be so rewarding. It directly upgraded both the mall and the space level, increased the efficiency of copying and disassembling, and still had 110 draws. Awesome. So awesome. Host, let me tell you, nowadays, combat uniforms can be integrated with ultralight combat gloves to complete the set, providing all-round protection for the wearer. Got it, back off, stop arguing with me. What? Host, aren't you going to draw? Not yet, I talk to you when I have time. Although Nguyen-yang was happy, the situation was uncertain, and it was early morning and he was tired. He decided to wait until he actually left Noah's Ark before drawing again. Because the elevators on the 14th and 15th floors were restricted and severely damaged, Nguyen-yang and Wen Yunshu had to take the icy stairs. Wen Yunshu naturally begged Nguyen-yang for help reinforcing the stairs. I can reinforce them, but I have to trade them for supplies. Okay, tell me if you see anything you like. It's best to use gold reinforcement. Ice melts easily, and it'd be difficult to clean up the water when it's all gone. Nguyen-yang rolled his eyes. What a lot of requests. After descending the icy stairs, Nguyen Yang saw Wan Ningyan chatting with Wei Mingyue and Qin Yun. He reinforced the stairs according to Wen Yunshu's request before going to find them. Me. Wan Ningyan, seeing Nguyen Yang, immediately trotted and threw herself into his arms. Nguyen Yang took 2 or 3 small steps back before finding his footing. You worked so hard. Do you seem to have recovered your energy? No. Wan Ningyan immediately feigned exhaustion. I'm so tired, I can't even walk. Then I carry you back later. Okay. The two walked hand in hand back to the SUV. Nguyen Yang said, done, to Wei Mingyue. Wei Mingyue understood and raised her milk tea. Cheers. Nguyen Yang also took out a cup of milk tea and toasted with her. As for Wan Ningyan, she said, she was trying to lose weight and refused to drink. I remember you said you wanted to lose weight before, but you're only getting fatter? Captain, you're so sharp-tongued. I'm just being honest. You're so annoying. It doesn't matter if I hate you. Just don't fall in love with me. Wei Mingyue gave Nguyen Yang a wicked smile. Otherwise, I'd be more than just jealous. Nguyen Yang, Wei Mingyue's attacks were truly indiscriminate. Nguyen Yang had never imagined that he could be attacked without even saying a word. He felt exhausted and helpless. It was already late. Nguyen Yang chatted with everyone for a while, exchanged a few words with Wei Mingyue, then packed up the SUV and planned to carry Wan Ningyan back to rest. Wei Mingyue and Qin Yun also wanted to rest, but when Yunshu stopped Wei Mingyue, Nguyen Yang and Wan Ningyan stayed and stood there to watch the show. Miss Wei, look at this place, it's a mess. Won't you come and help? I'm not obligated. But you have space. I pay you. Help me clean up. Otherwise, how long will it take me to finish it? And it's hard to carry these things in the elevator, isn't it? Wei Mingyue crossed her arms unhappily. No. I want to go back to sleep. Miss Wei, look at Xiaoyang and Xiaoyan. They're so exhausted they're practically drained of energy. Wouldn't it be a bit inhumane for me to ask them for help? I have no choice but to ask you. When Yunshu changed the subject and sighed. If you really don't want to, then I have to pay you later. I have to clean up the base before I can go down to inventory the supplies, right? Despicable. Thank you for the compliment. Nguyen Yang and Wan Ningyan exchanged glances, each with a smile of revenge. After all, the wives never got any good treatment from Wei Mingyue. Back home, because Wan Ningyan had been using more of her mental energy and was feeling quite tired, Nguyen Yang went to the bathroom to prepare for a bath. However, when she returned to the living room, she found Wan Ningyan already asleep on the sofa, curled up like a ball. Remembering Wan Ningyan's obsession with cleanliness, Nguyen Yang, after failing to wake her, gently carried her to the bathroom to clean herself. Wan Ningyan woke up again while she was bathing. Home? Yes, at home. I go to bed after I shower. Okay, I'm a little sleepy. Nguyen Yang pursed his lips and smiled. It wasn't just a little sleepy, he was completely drowsy. As it turned out, Wan Ningyan wasn't just drowsy, she nearly died of sleep. While Nguyen Yang was drying herself and putting on her bathrobe, she fell asleep again and nearly choked on the water. When Nguyen Yang came back and saw her, he was horrified. Her nose was less than a centimeter away from the water, completely scaring away all his fatigue and sleepiness. I really owe you this in my last life, and I'm here to repay you in this one. Nguyen Yang held Wan Ningyan's chin with one hand to prevent her from choking, while he briefly cleaned her up. Then he pulled her out, carefully wiped her clean, changed her into clean pajamas, and carried her to bed, tucking her in. Only half of his work was done. Nguyen Yang's bathrobe had gotten completely soaked from washing and carrying the person. She cleaned the tub, tidied it, and showered again before returning to bed. Ah, so comfortable. Nguyen Yang sighed involuntarily as she finally lay down. With her mission complete, she felt a long-awaited sense of relief, and fell asleep in seconds. It was a sound sleep, and both Nguyen Yang and Wan Ningyan woke naturally at noon. During that time, they checked the news. Wei Mingyue said when Yunshu would be done packing today, and would begin counting and delivering rewards tomorrow. They would be back at the Sanyang mountain base as early as tomorrow afternoon. So good. I can finally go home. Wan Ningyan happily leaned into Nguyen Yang's arms. I'm so craving Mom's cooking, playing with Nguyen Yan, pinching Yuer's cheeks, and pulling out Lucky's beard. Nguyen Yang chuckled. Thank you on Lucky's behalf. You've been doing such awful things. People say you can't pull out a tiger's whiskers, so I thought I'd give it a try. Okay, if you want to try, go ahead. I help you press your luck later, and I guarantee it won't hurt you. Hee hee. I knew you loved me the most. Wan Ningyan tilted her head back and kissed Nguyen Yang's chin and neck. Nguyen Yang was so distracted by the kisses that he was just about to do something bad, when a knock on the door interrupted him. I go check. You stay down for a while. Nguyen Yang said, got out of bed, tidied her pajamas, and put on a coat before opening the door. Outside was Zhao Wanning, with dark circles under his eyes, evidently having been up all night. Sister Ning, what brought you here? Did I bother you? No, I just woke up. Yes, Zhao Wanning handed a key to Nguyen Yang. The police interrogation room. Zhang Sanquan is being held there. You can go there and seek revenge when you have time. Okay, where's Song Qian? Have you found him? We found him. He's lucky enough to be alive. He's also been held at the police station. If Miss Nguyen is curious, you can go check him out. Okay, thank you. Revenge naturally rests with the person involved. Nguyen Yang handed the key to Wan Ningyan. He was worried it would bring back bad memories for her, but she didn't seem to mind or feel unhappy. Then let's go to the 4th floor and eat. A full stomach is essential for energy. I'm so hungry I could eat an elephant. Okay, then I order you a roasted whole lamb? Or maybe a roasted suckling pig? Oh my! How can you not understand a joke? You're so mean. You're doing this on purpose, right? I'm being obedient. Didn't you say you could eat an elephant? You're still talking back. You become quite capable. Wan Ningyan jumped onto Nguyen Yang's back. You badass! Take me to wash up, you're punishing me. Yes, sir. Activate the Mimi. Without the pressure of the mission, the two were even more boisterous than usual. They played at home for nearly half an hour before leaving, where they happened to run into Lin Yu and her daughter. Chapter 523. Sister Wan. Sister Nguyen Yang. Lin Yu left the table and happily trotted over to Nguyen Yang and Wan Ningyan. She seemed to have dressed up especially for the day. Her clothes, though a size too large, were clean and cute, and she even carried a pink piggy bag. Wow! Xiao Yu looks so pretty today. After Wan Ningyan's compliments, Lin Yu felt a little embarrassed. Just then, Lin Yu's mother came over, and Lin Yu shyly hid behind her. Mom, they're the kind-hearted sisters I was talking about. This is Sister Wan, and this is Sister Nguyen Yang. Finally, I'm glad to meet you. Thank you for not blaming Yura for stealing. It's all my fault as a mother, otherwise Yura wouldn't have stolen. Mom Lin, this matter is long over. Let's not talk about it. Are you having dinner? Mom Lin was a thin woman with a youthful-looking face. She must have been quite clean. Her clothes and hair were fresh, but her hands were covered in chilblains. Upon hearing Nguyen Yang's words, she immediately smiled and led the two to the table, offering to treat them. Nguyen Yang saw that they were both eating noodles. Mother Lin's was clear broth, devoid of any meat, while Lin Yu's was better, containing a braised egg. Although the residents of the working class received 1,000 yuan subsidy, they would eventually run out of it, so many remained extremely frugal. Nguyen Yang couldn't afford to treat them. I go get it, Ningyan. You need to persuade her so Mother Lin doesn't have to pay. Go ahead and get it. I want beef noodles with sauerkraut and a chicken drumstick. Okay. With Wan Ningyan holding Mother Lin back and trying to persuade her, Nguyen Yang placed her order without hesitation. In addition to what she and Wan Ningyan were eating, she also ordered 2 additional meat toppings and took them back to Mother Lin and Lin Yu. Mother Lin quickly declined. You can't accept that. I should have treated you to dinner anyway. How can I make you pay for it? Just keep some for yourselves. I got enough noodles. Mother Lin, we're leaving soon. Consider this a farewell dinner for us. Don't be shy. You're leaving? Mother Lin and Lin Yu were both shocked. I heard it's minus 100 degrees Celsius outside. You freeze like ice sticks if you go out. Don't leave. At least wait until the polar night is over. We have a car and thermal underwear, so we be fine. Nguyen Yang briefly explained, then asked, What are you doing on the 4th floor today? Eating and shopping? Lin Yu instantly raised her head from her bowl, a look of pride on her face. Sister, I'm going to school. School? The school on the 4th floor? Mother Lin smiled and touched her. Patting Lin Yu's head, he explained to Nguyen Yang and the others, We received a broadcast announcement this morning saying the former base commander had stepped down due to illness. The Wen family is now taking over. All underage girls in the civilian area are being asked to report to the school on the 4th floor. At first, I thought it would cost money, so I didn't dare come. Later, a female soldier came to our station and explained that the tuition was free, with 3 meals provided. The only requirement was that after graduation, you must accept transfer to the base and be assigned to the corresponding position. I was so excited. I quickly brought Yura here to register. It's just that there were too many people at the school gate, and I was afraid Yura would starve, so I brought her here to eat first. I see. Nuan Yang had never expected that Wen Yunshu, with all his hustle and bustle, would still have time to care for the girl's education. She thought it was great, at least Wen Yunshu was genuinely helping the women in the base. Wan Ningyan whispered in Nuan Yang's ear, Mimi, Wen Yunshu seems like a good person. Well, anyone who's nice to women is a good person in your eyes, right? No, I just changed my mind about her a little. Nuan Yang said nothing more. Wan Ningyan was generous enough to change her mind just because Wen Yunshu did something good, but Nuan Yang couldn't do the same. Even though he knew Wen Yunshu wasn't who he imagined, and he didn't hate her as much anymore, the thought of her involvement in Wan Ningyan's injury made it impossible for him to fully accept or identify with her. After lunch, it was time to say goodbye. Lin Yu was reluctant to leave. He, Nuan Yang, and Wan Ningyan hugged each other tightly before fighting back tears and following their mother to school. Wan Ningyan watched them walk away and sighed sadly, what a wonderful child. I really want to see what she looked like when she grows up. Nuan Yang understood Wan Ningyan's feelings, but she was deeply worried about Noah's Ark and Wen Yunshu, and there was no way she would bring Wan Ningyan back. So, she didn't respond and silently held Wan Ningyan's hand as they walked towards the elevator. On the second floor below ground, the police station had been completely taken over by Wen Yunshu. There were female soldiers stationed there, but not many. Most of the troops had been assigned to rebuilding the base and apprehending the Song family's hidden lackeys. After speaking to the female soldiers at the door, they checked their ID cards and let them in. However, Nuan Yang didn't enter. Instead, he asked Wan Ningyan if she should prepare herself mentally. Prepare for what? Wan Ningyan snorted proudly, I'm the victor now. How could I be afraid of a few bugs? Ridiculous. Well, our Xiaoyan is the best. I was overthinking. I apologize. Xiaopan, lead the way. Nuan Yang saw that Wan Ningyan's expression didn't seem fake, so he boldly led her inside. However, just as they reached the corridor, he heard a man's voice cursing Wen Yunshu. Wan Ningyan, gossipy, immediately abandoned the interrogation room and set out to find the source of the noise. Before Nuan Yang could respond, she dragged him forward, finally stopping in front of a door. The door had 3 locks, but a hollowed-out rectangle revealed a glimpse inside. Wan Ningyan tiptoed to peek inside, letting out a small cry of surprise. Nuan Yang quickly asked what was wrong. It's nothing. Just a head hanging there. It scared me. Head? Let me see. Wan Ningyan made room, allowing Nuan Yang to lean over. She spotted a hanging head just inside the door. Upon closer inspection, it was Song Yinhe. The person inside, constantly insulting Wen Yunshu, was Song Qian. He had been cursing for who knows how long, his voice was hoarse, and he would occasionally cry, remarking on his son's tragic death. How funny! When Song Yinhe bullied and abused others, why didn't he say anything about their tragic deaths? But when it was his son's turn to be beheaded, he became resentful. Wan Ningyan, still not satisfied after muttering to herself, shouted a few more curses, but all she could hear were son of a bitch and old fool. Unlike Song Qian, who responded with curse words that only infuriated Nuan Yang. Nuan Yang pulled Wan Ningyan back into his arms, and covered her mouth with his hand. Alright, shut up with your elementary school cursing skills. Let Wen Yunshu give him a good beating later, and you feel better, okay? Elementary school kid? That's called being well-mannered. Yes, well-mannered Miss Wan. Let's go get revenge on Zhang Sanquan. Wait, I got a way to get even. Wan Ningyan wriggled free from Nuan Yang's arms, then, using her small mouth, set fire to Song Yinhe's hair. This infuriated Song Qian so much that he almost couldn't breathe as he cursed, coughing as he did so. Old man, your son's gone bald. LOL. Nuan Yang was speechless yet amused. This childish revenge was surprisingly effective. Fearing Wan Ningyan might start another fire, Song Qian stopped scolding her and turned to scolding Wen Yunshu. That's a relief. Mimi, let's go find Zhang Sanquan. Okay. Zhang Sanquan lay in the interrogation room, his wrists severed and a chain around his neck, lying on the floor like a dead dog. When he saw Nuan Yang and Wan Ningyan enter, there was no fear in his eyes. Instead, a smile appeared. Wen Yunshu said someone would come and take care of me. So it's you two little bitches, huh? Oh, huh? You still look down on women. Wan Ningyan controlled the chains and hoisted Zhang Sanquan up. Today, I show you how powerful I am. I make you wish you were dead. Nuan Yang had no intention of intervening, so she took out a chair and sat down to watch. But Wan Ningyan turned and asked her to leave, and Nuan Yang was stunned. Can't I even watch? No, seeing such a brutal side of me would tarnish my image in your mind. Wife, aren't you just trying to cover your ears and steal the bell? Whatever, get out. Nuan Yang had no choice but to put away the chair, walk out, and sit on the bench across from her. Afterward, screams rang out from the interrogation room, so devastating that even the female soldiers at the door came to ask Nuan Yang if anything had happened. Nuan Yang could only bite the bullet and explain, then watched as the female soldiers, brows furrowed and faces filled with suspicion, left. Chapter 524. When Wan Ningyan emerged, reeking of blood, Nuan Yang quickly stood up and handed her a bottle of water. He unconsciously glanced inside the door, only to see a sea of red. The door was immediately closed. Why are you still trying to peek? You're so stingy. You really won't let me see anything? Yes. No. Nuan Yang withdrew his gaze and offered Wan Ningyan a clean coat. Change into it. There are a lot of kids on the 4th floor today. Don't scare them. Well, let's go play with the captain later, okay? Thinking of how when Yunshu had coaxed Wei Mingi into staying behind to help last night, Nuan Yang rejected the idea. Don't disturb her. She must have been up all night. Let her rest. Okay, I forgot the captain stayed up late. Seeing Wan Ningyan's slightly disappointed and bored expression, Nuan Yang cupped her face, wiping the blood off her. Want to go on a date? Wan Ningyan's eyes lit up instantly. A date? Why are you thinking of a date? That doesn't seem like something you do. I was unromantic last time, and I want to give you a wonderful date. Besides, the mission is complete, so this relaxing moment is more suitable for something sweet, right? Well, then why don't you hold my arm? I want to see you act like a little bird. It was hell from the start. Nuan Yang didn't resist, she simply didn't know how. She could learn to act coquettishly from Wan Ningyan, but how could she act like a little bird? Nuan Yang grabbed Wan Ningyan's arm, trying several times. Finally, she held her right arm with both arms, bit her legs, and rested her head on Wan Ningyan's shoulder. Is that so? Ha ha ha. Wan Ningyan was ecstatic. You're going on a date like this, it's weird. Stand up straight. Nuan Yang couldn't lean against Wan Ningyan when he stood up straight. She was taller than her, and if he leaned in, it would be like he was deliberately squeezing her. After trying a few times, Nuan Yang gave up. I can't do it. How about holding hands? Why can't you? Wan Ningyan smirked and put her arm around Nuan Yang's neck. Hey, just like you seduced when Yunshu last time, wouldn't that be fine? Who seduced when? The words were on the tip of his tongue when Nuan Yang remembered. Wan Ningyan. Don't bring up such embarrassing things again. Humph, you're the stingy one. You won't even let me bring it up. Do you want a date? No, I'm going back to bed. Yes, yes, yes. Their quarrel didn't end there. Wan Ningyan, full of malice, kept deliberately bringing up Nuan Yang's delicate side, and Nuan Yang feigned anger and wanted to go home. After countless rounds of back and forth, Wan Ningyan finally got tired of the fun, and the two of them went on a serious date. However, having already visited the 4th floor so many times, they were actually a little tired, so they just went to the game hall for a while, played some claw machines, and then strolled hand in hand, occasionally buying snacks. While strolling, they passed by the butcher's shop and were surprised to see a long line. They asked the owner what was going on. The female owner was busy swinging her knife. When she saw the two of them approaching, she stuck the knife on the chopping board, wiped her sweaty face with a towel, and then smiled and explained. Director Wen is very kind. He said there was a fire upstairs last night, and a lot of livestock had been burned. He gave our butcher's shop the meat for free and told us to sell it at a low price of 1 yuan per catty, with a purchase limit of 3 catties per person. Look, everyone's lining up with their entire families to buy meat. I'm practically swamped. Purchase limits? How do you even remember everyone's faces? Oh, I don't even know how. The female shopkeeper smiled and tapped the cash register. It's given by the base. You swipe your card first, then scan your face. You can't buy meat if the card and person don't match. You can't swipe the same ID card twice. Wan Ningyan exclaimed slightly, how advanced. Yeah, let's stop chatting. I have to get back to work. You go on, boss. After saying goodbye to the butcher, the two continued their stroll and came across the crayfish stall where they'd been eating. How about we eat here tonight? I was so sorry I disturbed you last time. Nuan Yang regretted not being able to eat his wife peeled a shrimp. Okay, I treat you this time. Go ahead and say thank you, sister. Thank you, sister. You're so kind. Using Nuan Yang's salary to treat Nuan Yang to a meal, and then asking her to thank you, only Wan Ningyan could be so audacious in the world. When Wan Ningyan went to place her order, The female owner of the food stall immediately recognized her. She mentioned the previous incident and offered to give her a plate of garlic-flavored spare ribs. Wan Ningyan refused, saying that doing business in the apocalypse is extremely difficult, especially for women. But the female owner insisted. The two argued for a while, until the female owner explained that the spare ribs were 1 yuan per jin today. Only then did Wan Ningyan agree to the favor. The order is ready. Wait for it. Well, what did you order, sister? Boiled shrimp, pickled fish, kung pao chicken, and pineapple fried rice. The owner also gave her a plate of garlic-flavored spare ribs. Wan Ningyan loved spicy food, but considering Nuanyang's taste, she ordered light or sweet and sour dishes. Nuanyang didn't want Wan Ningyan to settle, so she asked her to add a serving of boiled pork slices. You actually want spicy food? You made it. Nuanyang replied calmly, because my wife loves spicy food, I can eat spicy food too. Huh? Eating spicy food can be practiced just like drinking alcohol? Well, if my wife eats a lot of spicy food, she'd be able to eat spicy food. Wan Ningyan was stunned for a second, her face gradually turning red. She shyly covered her face and said coquettishly, Why did you suddenly drive, you rascal? We're your wife. Can't we act a bit shrewd? No. If you have the guts, go home and show off. Talking is nothing. Oh. Nuanyang smirked and leaned closer to Wan Ningyan. Don't you love talking? You always have to start with a mouth. Wan Ningyan anxiously covered Nuanyang's mouth, her face flushed red, and her eyes frantically looked around, afraid someone might hear her. Keep your voice down. I'm really scared of you. You're the best, okay? Nuanyang, contented, pouting and kissing Wan Ningyan's palm, frightened her so much that she immediately withdrew her hand. But she noticed Nuanyang's cheerful smile, and infuriated herself. She took Nuanyang's fingers and rubbed them, finally venting her anger. Although the boiled shrimp weren't crayfish, Nuanyang still got the shrimp that Wan Ningyan had peeled herself, which secretly pleased him. To repay his wife for her hard work peeling the shrimp, after returning home, Nuanyang devoted himself to giving Wan Ningyan a massage with his tongue. Yang. Slow down. Nuanyang laughed and asked, You were going faster just now. Why are you going slower again? You're so long-winded. Slow down. Wan Ningyan's face flushed, her eyes gleaming with allure, her delicate hand scratching Nuanyang's back. Whenever she couldn't get what she wanted, Wan Ningyan would tease him like this. Nuanyang loved to see her reluctant, but willing face. Her voice was so sweet that it sent a tingling sensation through him, and he'd forget about bullying her and immediately obey her orders. Without the pressure of the mission, the couple enjoyed a blissful time. The next morning at 10 a.m., they received a message from Zhao Wanning, and they were even happier. Please pack up your things. I'm going to go find Wen Yunshu with Sister Ning later to collect the rewards and supplies. It probably take 2 or 3 hours. Yeah. Wan Ningyan happily rubbed Nuanyang's cheek. Mimi. We're finally going home. So happy. Don't just be happy. Remember to tell Mom. And ask Xiao Rou to erase the record when we get back. I know. Wan Ningyan was so happy she'd lost herself in joy. She poured all her joy into Nuanyang's cheeks, squeezing them flat and round. Zhao Wanning was a little worried when Nuanyang left. Is your face okay? It's so red, like an allergy. It's okay, Nuanyang said helplessly. My wife rubbed it. The red mark will go away soon. Zhao Wanning paused, then suddenly gave her a sympathetic look, making Nuanyang feel a little uncomfortable. She wanted to ask, but she didn't dare, fearing she hears something awful, so she kept it to herself. Chapter 525. Nuanyang met Wen Yunshu on the B1 floor. She was overseeing the construction and felt that the B1 floor was too large to just hold cars, so she designated it as 2 areas, a flea market and a snack area. This way, the B1 floor could divert traffic from the 4th floor, preventing stampedes caused by excessive foot traffic. Divert? So you're lifting the ban on going upstairs in the civilian area? Yes, but not entirely. For now, we lift the ban on families with girls. Later, we gradually separate the genders and manage them separately. This will effectively prevent sexual crimes. Sounds like a huge project. Good luck. Wen Yunshu curled her lips and led Nuanyang underground. They were alone, not even Zhao Wanning. Sister Ning has been through thick and thin with you, yet you're still so wary? I'm not being wary, I'm worried she's overworked. She's only slept 3 or 4 hours in 2 days, and she refuses to rest even when asked to. She's like a stubborn donkey. Then just try to persuade her. No one's watching you right now, so who are you being so mean to? When Yunshu didn't answer, straightening his back as he watched the floors descend. Wan Yang didn't bother to continue. It's just a show of force, everyone knows how to act. So, they both went to the -4th floor with sullen faces. Wan Yang, who had been trying to keep a straight face, widened his eyes in surprise at the sight. It's all machines. Was this originally a factory? When Yunshu nodded, his tone resigned. Not just this floor, but the 3 floors below are factories too. Textiles, plastics, parts, molds. Almost every type of factory, just on a smaller scale. Isn't that good? Why are you sighing? I lament that I didn't seize power sooner. That old bastard, Luja, used his absurd and brutal tactics to control the people, keeping all the factories closed. He was afraid the factories would become overly dependent on the civilian population and become unruly. Luckily, it's not too late. If it had been delayed for another year or two, the equipment here would have rusted, and industrialization wouldn't have been possible. Well, Luja is so selfish. He almost wasted all this good machinery. Wan Yang sighed as he looked, but then became puzzled. Then why did you bring me here? To admire your base's industrialization? Of course not. You should have at least a small team there. See if there's anything you can use and take some away. Wan Yang hadn't expected Wen Yunshu to give him equipment. Not to mention that it wasn't part of his compensation. Even if it was, Wen Yunshu could have easily kept it secret, and Wan Yang wouldn't have bothered to investigate it. So actively exposing the base's supplies and letting Wan Yang choose was really unreasonable. After all, Wen Yunshu was generous on the surface, but actually stingy. What are you saying? Your sudden generosity is frightening. Wen Yunshu smiled wryly. Is that how I look to you? That's much worse than that. It's definitely not a good image. Is my image so bad that I can still get your help? I guess my ancestors are really lucky. Wen Yunshu clapped his hands, and rows of super bright, voice-activated lights lit up again, making the entire floor even more impressive. Let's go, walk around and look. Take anything you like. Okay, I'll be honest. These items wouldn't be much help to Wan Yang, but they would be a boost to the Sanyangshan base, allowing it to develop light industry and small-scale processing. So Wan Yang took one set of each. Noah's Ark has a large population, and taking too much equipment means there might be a shortage of supplies in certain areas. Since Wan Yang could replicate everything, he didn't take much. After exploring the -8th floor, Wan Yang followed Wen Yunshu to the -10th floor. As for the -9th floor, which housed the power plant, Wen Yunshu couldn't afford this equipment due to the base's high power consumption. From the -10th to the -12th floors, various important material storage areas were located. Wen Yunshu made no secrets, and paid Wan Yang according to the agreement. Everything was going so smoothly that Wan Yang became suspicious. On the elevator to the first floor, she considered asking about it. However, before Wan Yang could open her mouth, Wen Yunshu handed her an ID card with her name on it. Captain 1, what do you mean? I made an extra ID card. Take it. From now on, whether it's you, your family, or your friends, as long as you have this card, you have unimpeded access to the base, and my people will make the best arrangements possible. Wan Yang thought for a few seconds, then took it. Thank you. As for your wife, I'm sorry. I'm a man who uses whatever means necessary to achieve my goals, but you're not my soldiers after all. Taking advantage of her like this is excessive. Hearing this, Wan Yang suddenly understood Wen Yunshu's behavior. You're being so generous today. Aren't you trying to make amends? Ding. The elevator arrived at the first floor. Wan Ningyan, Wei Mingyi, and Qin Yun were already waiting, accompanied by Zhao Wanning and a group of others. Let's go. I take you there. Wen Yunshu didn't answer Wan Yang's question, intending to evade it, but her words spoke volumes, and Wan Yang didn't press the issue. Wife. You're finally done. Wan Ningyan complained a bit. She'd been waiting here for a long time. Although Wan Yang had told her to wait on the first floor, after receiving his message, she insisted on coming down early. Wan Yang had no choice but to gently coax her. I came right after I finished my work. Don't be angry. I take you on the train later. Huh? The train? Yes, something new. Wan Yang made a hushing gesture. Keep your voice down. We talk after we leave here. Hearing there was something new, Wan Ningyan beamed. She held Wan Yang's hand and smiled, completely devoid of the anxious look she had shown earlier. Wei Mingyi and Qin Yun greeted Wan Yang, exchanged a few pleasantries with Wen Yunshu, and then began hinting at their departure. Wan Yang also wanted to leave quickly, so he took the initiative and got the SUV, and the 4 of them got in. Wen Yunshu didn't know what to say, So he asked Xiao wanting to drive the car and followed behind Wan Yang's car, ostensibly to send him off and provide protection, but in reality to bring Liang Xiangyin back. As soon as they left the base, it was pitch black outside. Not even a single star was visible in the sky, let alone the moon. It was terrifying. Wan Yang kept an eye on the surveillance system, wary of any strange presence nearby, while heading south. Mu Yi and the others were already waiting south with Liang Xiangyin. Mimi, if we hand Liang Xiangyin back, will Wen Yunchu's men leave? And we be completely free? Yeah. Wan Yang had just finished answering when she heard Qin Yun's laughter and asked her why. I thought Sister Ningyan was bleating like a sheep, but she was actually calling you. What a cute name. Can I call you Sister Mimi from now on? Wan Yang blushed with embarrassment, at a loss for words. Wan Ningyan, on the other hand, didn't seem to mind, but she immediately rejected Qin Yun's suggestion. No, I was the one who called out Mimi. You're not allowed to. I don't agree. Qin Yun smiled wickedly, as if he'd just eaten a piece of melon. I know. You're truly in love. Of course, we're inseparable. Wan Yang blushed and whispered to Wan Ningyan, Okay, stop talking. Keep an eye on the road for me. It's too dark, I can't see clearly. Okay, I help you. Wan Ningyan pulled up her tactical scope and began to scan the surroundings. Soon, she told Wan Yang to stop the car. She saw Mu Yi. Soon, Wan Yang spotted him too. Mu Yi, wearing a bright red outfit, stood by the roadside, waving his arms. Wan Yang immediately drove over. As soon as the car stopped, Wan Ningyan eagerly got out, cheering and hugging Mu Yi. By the time Wan Yang got out, Wan Ningyan had already embraced Gu Xiaoyao and Xia Haining, creating flames with her hands to warm the shivering Liang Xiangyin. Sister Liang, you worked hard. Wen Zhong. Cough. Wan Yang coughed tactically, then regrouped. Captain Wen is back there, coming to pick you up right away. Liang Xiangyin was wrapped up like a bear. She was already thin, and in the -100-degree temperature, she couldn't speak. She could only nod to indicate understanding. Sister Xiangyin, I'm here to pick you up. When Yunshu arrived with her men, and Liang Xiangyin burst into tears. The delicate beauty, so cold just moments ago, now found the strength to run up to Wen Yunshu and punch her with both hands. Wen Yunshu was tall, so Liang Xiangyin could only hit her shoulders. With her weak strength, Wen Yunshu didn't even budge. Sister Xiangyin is so lively. It seems everything's fine. I'm relieved. With that, Wen Yunshu, ignoring Liang Xiangyin's resistance, bent down, lifted her onto his shoulders, and walked over to Wan Yang. Let's say goodbye. Yes. Wan Yang hadn't forgotten her promise. She took a medical pill from her space and gave it to Wen Yunshu. She also bought her a super communicator. You can contact me if you need anything urgently, but I advise you not to contact me casually. Our compensation is very high. Wen Yunshu smiled and turned to Wei Mingyi. As long as Captain Wei is willing to come, I can afford any price. Wei Mingyi looked at Wen Yunshu as if he were a fool. Let's go! If you keep talking, I blow out your tires. So fierce. Wen Yunshu teased, then immediately turned and withdrew. Wan Yang and her group, standing by the roadside, suddenly erupted in cheers, and even set off fireworks, as they watched Wen Yunshu's car disappear into darkness. Wan Yang was startled and looked back. Wan Ningyan and the Rose team were having a blast, dancing and clamoring, practically blasting music and dancing. Wan Yang wanted to stop them, but he glanced at the monitoring system and saw that there were no zombies around, so he let them go. After being suppressed for so long, it was time to celebrate. Chapter 526. Wan Yang and Wei Mingyi watched everyone's fun until a zombie was attracted. Wan Yang killed it with his ice power, interrupting their celebration. Alright, everyone, get in the car. Let's pick up Guyu and the others and go home. Oh, I haven't had enough fun yet. Wan Ningyan flirted with Wan Yang. Wan Yang, too weak to refuse, could only look at Wei Mingyi for help. Wei Mingyi glanced at Wan Yang, as if to say, look at you. I give you 1 minute to check your equipment and supplies. Once you're done, we set off. Anyone who dawdles will have to run to the villa. Wei Mingyi's words startled everyone, like frightened birds, and they hurriedly began checking their belongings. Wan Ningyan didn't dare to act rashly. She stood still, brushed off the fireworks, and shuffled over to Wan Yang's side. Stinky Mimi, you're so mean. Mimi? What's wrong with me? You asked the captain to bully me, you bastard. When I get home, I make you suffer. Wan Yang raised his eyebrows and smiled happily. Okay, I be waiting. Back home, with Wan's mother as a shield, Nguyen Yang wasn't afraid of Wan Ningyan at all. The scheming Xiao Yang even considered retaliating, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Wan Ningyan, clueless, glared at Nguyen Yang with wide eyes, her lips pursed, her cheeks puffed with anger. Nguyen Yang pretended not to see, and returned to the car to act as driver. Guyu was alone at the villa guarding the supplies, while Lin Baiwei and Chen Xiaoyao were staking out the situation from the north, so everyone gathered at the villa first. Nguyen Yang would still drive Wei Mingyi and Qin Yun, while the others would take flying motorcycles. For the return trip, Nguyen Yang planned to use a train sled. The train sled travels at a brisk 200 kilometers per hour, and everyone can gather inside to chat and relax. It's more comfortable than riding a motorcycle, and it saves energy and fuel. So, after arriving at the villa, Nguyen Yang ignored everything else and, using the SUV's headlights, tinkered with the train sled outside the villa entrance. The front of the train resembles a train, except the chassis is a sled and tracks. It's pure white, with only the door handles marked in red. The train sled, which appears to be only 1 meter long and half a meter wide, is a completely different world once you're inside. Like the back seat of an SUV, the interior is much larger than it appears. The driver's seat is a long, soft chair with a control panel in front and a coal burner below it. Open the square door, throw the coal in, and light it. After a minute, the train sled is ready to go. Next to the seat is a hallway. Further in, there's a bathroom on the left and a lounge on the right, complete with a bed and a small dining table. Further back, the corridor ended in nothingness. But when Nguyen Yang connected a sled car to the train sled, the corridor became a 1 meter long path, allowing access to the first car, very clever and convenient. The car was about 1.5 meters wide, and once inside, the space was surprisingly spacious. There were 2 4-person seats in a row, with an aisle in the middle. There were 4 rows in total, but the last row had only 1 4-person seat, with 10 cubic meters of storage space and a bathroom on the other side. This means that one car can seat 28 people. If you're thin, you could squeeze in more than 30, but you have to sleep prone, which is quite tiring on a long journey. Wife. Wan Ningyan emerged from the villa and trotted over to the train sled. Then, she exclaimed in admiration. Nguyen Yang quickly got out and found her touching the front of the car. Have you packed? No, I almost confiscated some food, but the captain took it, so I left first. Eager to see the new stuff? Hee hee. You already know and you're asking? Come here, take my picture. Huh? Nguyen Yang glanced at the sky. How can I take pictures in this dark? Just take them. Oh. Nguyen Yang obediently took her phone. Wan Ningyan had already configured the photo data. When she raised the phone, a huge flame erupted from Wan Ningyan's palm. Combined with the off-road vehicle's lights, the interweaving of red and white looked particularly beautiful in the darkness. Composing such a meticulously composed shot, Nguyen Yang snapped away furiously, sometimes on tiptoe, sometimes crouching, shooting left and right, afraid that none of them would catch Wan Ningyan's eye and she'd be scolded again. Okay, take a look. Nguyen Yang handed her the phone and stood beside her, watching nervously. Unexpectedly, the first picture was blurry, earning a roll of the eyes from Wan Ningyan. Flipping through the pages, Wan Ningyan snorted coldly at the odd angles. Nguyen Yang sweated nervously, inching closer. This one's not bad, it makes my legs look longer. Finally finding one she liked, Nguyen Yang breathed a sigh of relief. While Wan Ningyan was looking at the photos, she went to the villa to check on the Rose team's packing progress. Just as she reached the door, the Rose team was leaving. Nguyen Yang explained the train sled, and everyone cheered. Kuno, great. Otherwise, I get frozen shoulder if I kept driving for hours. Qin Yun hummed puzzled him. Sister Muno, haven't you had frozen shoulder for a long time? You're not going to blame it on the motorcycle, are you? I think so. The next step is to blame the captain for the unreasonable arrangements. Chen Xiaoyao immediately raised her hand. Captain, I'm reporting Mu Yi for maliciously fabricating you. Mu Yi, anxious, quickly pulled Chen Xiaoyao's hand down. What are you doing? You two are not cute at all. Under normal circumstances, Wei Mingyi would have spoken up to stop them, but today, she seemed in a good mood. She just smiled and told everyone to get on board. Anyone can drive this train sled, but Cole Nguyen Yang had the most, so he took the initiative to become the driver and learn how to operate it. As soon as he sat down, Wan Ningyan arrived, sitting next to him, curiously examining the control panel with a look of anticipation. Why are you here? Aren't you going to accompany the team? I go later. I want to drive the train. Then you do it. It'd be handy if you have a fire. Nguyen Yang opened the square door at the bottom. I put the coal in. You can light the fire later. Once it's lit, close it. Pull the bellows handle over there to make the fire burn faster. Okay. After Nguyen Yang put the coal in, he handed it over to Wan Ningyan. She pulled up the manual and began learning to drive the train. The method was simple. Start and stop were the on-off buttons. There was a lever, forward for acceleration, backward for braking, and left and right for direction. In addition, the train sled has an intelligent driving mode. It needs to be linked to the monitoring and navigation systems. This allows you to set a destination, and the train sled will automatically choose the optimal route and speed. The driver only needs to keep an eye on the fuel and add coal when it's running low. How convenient. Nguyen Yang immediately linked the monitoring and navigation systems, explained the operation to Wan Ningyan, and then let Wan Ningyan locate and start the train. How did you decide on the Sanyang mountain base? Aren't you afraid the military will find out? Oh, right. Wan Ningyan pinched her cheek in frustration. What a fool. I should have located the area nearby. I try again. No rush, take your time. Nguyen Yang leaned back in his chair, watching her operate the system, occasionally reminding her of areas to watch out for. Then, there was a whirring sound, and the train sled started moving. Now what? Will it start moving on its own? Or should I speed up? Nguyen Yang took Wan Ningyan's left hand and placed it on the lever, slowly pushing it forward. The train sled began to slowly pick up speed. This is a villa area. The roads are wide, but there are zombies. Drive slowly, and if there are any, keep them away. Okay. Once we get to the main road, switch to intelligent driving. We just take turns watching the fuel. Okay. Wan Ningyan was completely indifferent to Nguyen Yang's words. Her eyes blazed as she stared ahead and around, her hands pulling the lever to adjust the direction, having a blast. Nguyen Yang couldn't help but touch her back and teased, "Why are you so easily satisfied?" Huh? I say, why are you so easily satisfied? Just driving a small train, and you're so happy you're beside yourself. Wan Ningyan's smile widened. Why not? It's the end of the world, and driving a train is so cool. Nguyen Yang said nothing more, just smiled in response. Her thoughts drifted back to her previous life, when Wan Ningyan was just as easily satisfied, her eyes curling with joy at the mere sight of something edible. She was truly an extremely cheerful and optimistic person. But if she weren't, Nguyen Yang wouldn't have been affected, wouldn't have been able to snap out of her doldrums. Nguyen Yang, what are you thinking about? Nguyen Yang came back to his senses and smiled. Nothing, just a little hungry. Oh, I switched to the smart driving system. Let's go to the carriage to find the captain and have a meal together to celebrate. Huh? Not playing anymore? Let's play later. I'm craving a good meal now. Come quickly. Wan Ningyan said this and ran happily to the carriage. Nguyen Yang couldn't help but smile. She stood up and checked the smart driving system. After making sure there were no problems, she also went to the carriage. Chapter 527. The train sled only makes train-like noises when starting, stopping, and braking. It's silent during normal operation. Knowing this, Nguyen Yang felt safe to leave. The carriage was heated, and once turned on, the temperature was comfortable. Everyone shed their heavy coats and set out lightly. The Rose team consisted of 9 core members, and with Nguyen Yang and Wan Ningyan, there were only 11, so the carriage seemed spacious. Wei Mingyi sat in the upper left seat, calmly sipping tea. Lin Baiwei polished her sword, and Gu Yu sat next to her, watching the fun. Mu Yi, Gu Xiaoyao, and Qin Xiaoye were the most lively members of the Rose team, jumping and laughing along with Wan Ningyan. Xia Hai Meng and Qin Yan provided the atmosphere, with clapping, cheering, background music, and ambient lighting. When Nguyen Yang entered the carriage, she thought she had entered a dance hall. The noise was so loud it made her eardrums pound. She endured the noise and went in, only to be pulled in to join the dance. Wait! Aren't you hungry and want to eat? Yes. Sister Nguyen Yang, jump up. We need to have fun. Kino's answer was irrelevant, so Nguyen Yang could only raise her hands and jump up and down, pretending to dance, before bounding over to Wan Ningyan. She was already having a blast, her long hair flying in all directions. Upon noticing Nguyen Yang approaching, she immediately grabbed Nguyen Yang's hands and began to dance vigorously with her. Nguyen Yang could only make out a few fragmented words, and with her hands still held, she could only keep muttering, "Huh? What? I can't hear you." After a long while, Wan Ningyan still didn't get Nguyen Yang's meaning, so she gave up and just joined in the dance. The incredibly exciting music finally stopped after 2 minutes. Nguyen Yang was tired from dancing, and wanted to take a break before asking everyone if they wanted to eat, when she heard Wan Ningyan calling for another song. Come on! Of course. We have to celebrate enough. Xiaoyun, play Good Days. Okay. Wan Yang wanted to stop them, but Good Days was quite fitting, so he continued dancing with Wan Ningyan and the others until everyone was a little tired, and then he finally stopped. Have you had enough? Wan Ningyan nodded, then shook her head. Wait a minute. I need a break. I can still dance. Wan Yang smiled helplessly. Okay, we play later. Let's eat first. Wan Yang planned to treat everyone to a buffet as a thank you. The previously quiet Rose team became lively again, glancing at each other. Finally, Mu Yi took the lead and called out Captain, and the others followed suit, calling Wei Mingyi in a coquettish manner. Captain. After shouting for half a minute, Wei Mingyi finally put down her teacup and asked what was wrong. Captain. We want to have a buffet. If someone's treating, then let's go. Yeah. A burst of cheers rang out, and Wan Yang saw Wan Ningyan standing up again, joining the Rose team in a commotion. Wan Yang sighed silently. His wife was truly overexcited today, and he was worried she'd tire herself out. When people are happy, their energy is boundless. As the buffet neared its end, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively, and once it was over, a new round of celebrations began. Singing, playing games, dancing, playing cards. Wan Yang initially considered using the excuse of watching over the fuel to avoid participating, but Wei Mingyi took the initiative and went to the driver's seat, so she had no choice but to join in the fun. Without the captain, the Rose team went even wilder, playing a punishment game. Wan Yang wasn't good at having fun, so she always lost, and as punishment, she had 17 of them slapped on her face. Everyone else also received notes more or less. Wan Ningyan received 8, while Qinyan received the least, only 1. The riot lasted until the early morning hours. Only when Wei Mingyi returned and said, time for bed, did the Rose team finally stop playing and quietly line up to wash up. There was a restroom at the front of the train. Nuan Yang tore off all the notes, and took Wan Ningyan there to wash up. The woman, who had been so well behaved and quiet just moments ago, became restless as soon as she left Wei Mingyi's sight, pressing the notes on her face against Nuan Yang's. Miss Wan, are you going to wash up or not? What's the rush? We got plenty of time. Wan Ningyan winked playfully and pressed the note against Nuan Yang's mouth. Stop saying things I don't like. Nuan Yang put down his toothbrush, not caring about the toothpaste foam in his mouth. He turned around, hugged Wan Ningyan in his arms, and kissed her vigorously. What are you doing? So annoying, rubbing it all over my face. Who told you to keep making such a fuss? Can you just wash up? Humph. Wan Ningyan turned her head away from Nuan Yang angrily, her arms still tightly wrapped around her neck, full of pride. Nuan Yang wiped the foam from her lips, and coaxed her again in a gentle voice. Only then did Wan Ningyan reluctantly nod. Okay, I wash up. Sister, you're such a good girl. But you little bastard, you always bully me. Did I brush your teeth for you to make amends? No way. Wan Ningyan smiled, and let go of Nuan Yang. I'm not a child, I can brush my teeth myself. Okay, do it yourself. Nuan Yang stood behind Wan Ningyan and brushed her teeth. Looking at her in the mirror, she looked drunk, even though she hadn't been drinking. She looked adorable. After washing up, it was only a little over 3 hours to reach Sanyang Mountain. Nuan Yang was planning to stay up late, and just as he was looking at the fuel, Wan Ningyan joined him. Why aren't you going to bed? Isn't it said that sleeping can damage your skin and make you ugly? Oh. Wan Ningyan agreed, but she sat down next to Nuan Yang, holding her arm and leaning against her. Then aren't you going to sleep? We be there in a little while, so I'm not going to sleep. Then I'm not going to sleep either. Wan Ningyan was stubborn. Nuan Yang knew he couldn't persuade her, so he leaned over so she could lean more comfortably against his chest. He then took out a blanket and wrapped her tightly around him to keep her from getting cold. Hot. Calm your mind and you feel cool. You feel cold soon. That's a lie. Wan Ningyan muttered in retort, and her eyelids began to droop, and her head nodded repeatedly. Nuan Yang noticed and quickly supported her chin to prevent her from bumping. Ningyan, can you go to bed? She couldn't even articulate the words, only able to express her refusal through her tone. It was so adorable, Nuan Yang's heart blossomed. He held her chin and watched her sleep. He waited until she fell asleep before quietly carrying her to the bed in the lounge. He adjusted the air conditioning, turned off the alarm on her phone, and then closed the door and left. Shortly after returning to the driver's seat, Nuan Yang received a message from Wan's mother, asking how long it would take. Nuan Yang was surprised. She had told everyone to go to bed, But she hadn't expected the one family to stay up all night waiting for them to return. Is this what it felt like to have family? Nuanyang read the message, a smile breaking across her tired face. If Wan Ningyan was the unexpected love she had found after her rebirth, then the one family was a gift from heaven, making up for the family love she hadn't received in 2 lifetimes. Host. Nuanyang was in a state of bliss when Xiaolu suddenly spoke, startling her and sending her heart racing. What are you doing up so late at night? You scared me to death. Host, I'm a system. I don't need to sleep. I can work 24 hours a day. Xiaolu's words etched a hint of pride, making Nuanyang roll his eyes. You don't need to sleep, so shouldn't I? Ah? Host, aren't you planning on staying up late? That's why I came to see you. That was true. Nuanyang felt like a scholar meeting a soldier, and simply skipped the subject. Tell me, what do you want from me? Host, you have 110 lottery tickets. Do you want to use them? Do you want to use them? So he was urging her to enter the lottery. Nuanyang sighed and agreed. Since she had nothing to do, she might as well have some fun to keep herself from falling asleep. Ding. 110 consecutive draws activated. Chapter 528. The 110 consecutive draws looked incredibly impressive. The raffle wheel went ding 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 and continuously emitted fireworks effects. There was no time to see the prizes. After all the draws were completed, Xiaolu thoughtfully made a summary. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving 37 pills. Power pill *3, energy pill *1, precision pill *5, enhancement pill *1, medical pill *3, random ability pill *1, teleport pill *1, speed up pill *2, ability concealment pill *1, Xingyaquan pill *2, snake transformation pill *1, taming pill *3, beast pill *5, clone pill *1, tiger fist pill *3, snake fist pill *2, and ability level boost pill *2. Nuanyang frowned. What? 110 consecutive draws, 37 pills? Are you kidding me? So many pills were put in the lottery tray. Xiaolu, are you deliberately trying to steal my lottery ticket? Host, Xiaolu's loyalty to you is evident to all. You drew 8 thank you for your patronage pills, and I replaced them with random pills. And you're actually blaming me? Woo-hoo. Xiaolu burst into tears. Although Nuanyang knew she was feigning tears, the thought of 8 thank you pills replaced with pills made her feel much better. For the first time, she tried to comfort Xiaolu. Host, your compliments are so perfunctory, not even as sincere as praising Wan Ningyan. That's my wife. How dare you compete with her? Stop wasting time. Let's announce the other prizes. By the way, what is the clone pill? Okay, host. Ding. Clone pill. Within 1 hour of taking it, the user can create 10 clones identical to their own, with identical appearance, abilities, and mental reserves, and control them. Warning. For every clone that dies, the consumer's bodily functions are impaired by 10%. If all 10 clones die, the consumer will die instantly. Instantaneous death? Then this pill shouldn't be used lightly, it's too dangerous. Yes, host. That's why the chances of winning the clone pill are extremely low. The host is incredibly lucky to have one. Nuanyang was speechless. Does this system even know what's good and what's bad? Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing 7 weapons and equipment. Super hunting bow *1, fully automatic mortar *1, cool dual gun *1, all-purpose silencer *1, military satiety bar *1, rainbow flare gun *1, all-purpose vertical grip *1. All these weapons and equipment are new. Xiaolu, please introduce them to me. Okay, host. Ding. Super hunting bow. A compound bow designed specifically for hunting. Each arrow is incredibly sharp, capable of piercing any animal's fur. It also comes with a built-in tracking device. Once the prey is shot, they can never escape the host's clutches. Nuanyang propped her chin up speechlessly. The system's brain circuitry. No, its circuitry is truly bizarre. The word formations and sentences left her speechless. But this hunting bow is pretty good. Each arrow costs only 50 points, much cheaper than the ammunition for the capture gun, and it's reusable as long as the arrow is intact. This way, unless you need to capture them alive, you can use the hunting bow to hunt mutant animals directly. It can also be used to kill and track enemies. It's a great tool. Ding. Fully automatic mortar. Automatically locates and attacks enemies within range. Cool dual gun. Equipped with a super magazine that holds 50 bullets at a time. It offers a price/performance ratio far superior to standard submachine guns. Universal silencer. Suitable for all firearm types. This installation significantly reduces firing noise by 90%. Military satiety bar. Convenient military rations. A 10g bar equals 600 calories, roughly the same as an average adult's entire meal, providing a strong satiety effect. Rainbow flare gun. A flare gun with 7 colors. Simply install a rainbow flare to fire any color signal. Universal vertical grip. Suitable for all firearm types. This installation reduces recoil by 90% and increases shooting stability by 95%. Nguyen Yang was very satisfied with what he heard. When he had free time, he planned to modify the guns he and Wan Ningyan often used for easier use. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 4 energy prizes. 2 100L gasoline, 1 artificial sun, and the super water plant has been unlocked. Nguyen Yang suddenly felt something was amiss. Why is the super water plant unlocked? Host, the super water plant costs 1 million points. The raffle ticket will only unlock this item, otherwise we lose money. How stingy. Please introduce it. Okay, host. Ding. The super water plant. It's a base station that provides unlimited water resources, covering all water-related devices, home appliances, and products produced in the human world within a 100-kilometer radius. It also provides water storage for multiple types, including freshwater, seawater, groundwater, and salt lake water. So, just like the super energy station, after I purchase it, I can use all the water within a 100-kilometer radius for free? Yes, host, you're really smart. Stop the flattery. What about the artificial sun? What's that? Replying to the host, the artificial sun is a multifunctional lamp developed based on the properties of the sun. It simulates sunlight, emits heat, and provides ultraviolet light. It can be used at home for sunbathing, or outdoors as a streetlight, with a hovering function. Nguyen Yang was curious about this. It sounded perfect for extreme cold and night, so he took it out to examine it. The artificial sun was a white disc half a meter in diameter, with adjustable hovering distance from the ground, temperature, and brightness. Nguyen Yang chose the maximum brightness setting, leaving the others untouched, and pressed start. With a click, Nguyen Yang's vision instantly went completely white, blinding him. He quickly pulled out his tactical scope, discovering that the entire cockpit was as bright as day, a stark contrast to the original overhead light. Host, while the artificial sun is useful, it has its drawbacks. It's very power-hungry. I recommend purchasing a super energy station. If you like to purchase one, I can help you apply for a consumer gift package. Host, are you tempted? Nguyen Yang immediately became alert, shutting down the artificial sun and returning it to its space. Not tempted. Continue claiming prizes. Don't mention anything weird. Xiaolu sighed. Okay, host, you're really stingy. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning 6 bottles of combat potions. 2 delicate and soft pleasure edition, 1 hee laughing fool edition, 1 explosive stimulant, 1 don't come over here irritability powder, and 1 hour clear nose for sneezing. After leaving Noah's Ark, combat potions meant little to Nguyen Yang. But having been vulnerable to the attack, the sight of those 2 bottles made her feel itchy. The erotic version is harmless, and also enhances sexual performance. Nguyen Yang wanted to see what Wan Ningyan would look like after using it. She would definitely be incredibly delicate and coquettish, clinging to him softly, moaning and wooing him. Just thinking about it made Nguyen Yang's blood boil. Host, what are you thinking about? Why am I seeing so many mosaics? Ahem, nothing. Let's get on with the prizes. Okay, host, ding. Congratulations to the host for winning 19 food prizes. 1 all-you-can-eat fast food, 1 braised duck neck, 1 braised duck intestine, 1 super refreshing coffee, 1 dessert buffet, 1 spicy hot pot buffet, 1 Cantonese-style dim sum buffet, 1 Chinese restaurant buffet, 1 potato chips, 1 wafer, 1 red crab with red roe, 1 clam, 1 fresh goat milk, 1 Orleans roast chicken, 1 all-you-can-eat ice cream, 1 ice cream buffet, 1 black pepper sausage, 1 ham, 1 honey. Nguyen Yang was quite satisfied with the food prizes. There were 5 buffets, and 2 all-you-can-eat items. The other snacks also suited his wife's tastes. Wan Ningyan, in particular, would be very happy. Thinking of Wan Ningyan, the doting wife-crazed Nguyen Yang couldn't help himself. He found a large, attractive basket from his space and began filling it with his newly drawn treats, intending to give it to her as a small surprise. Host is truly a model wife, awesome. This time, Xiaolu's flattery pleased Nguyen Yang immensely, so he didn't argue with him. With a smile, he put the snack basket away and let Xiao Lu continue claiming prizes. Chapter 529. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 vehicle supplies, 1 all-purpose lubricant, 1 windshield washer fluid, 1 all-purpose snow tire, 1 sweet car fragrance, and 1 super-strength motor oil. Nguyen Yang's eyes lit up. Car parts. There was only 1 off-road vehicle, and Nguyen Yang was the only one who drove it, which often caused her to suffer from back and shoulder pain. With these parts, even an ordinary car could be modified for extreme weather conditions without being easily noticed. Xiao Lu, can that super-strength motor oil be used in extremely cold weather? Yes, host. Super-strength motor oil is heat and cold resistant, suitable for use between -120 degrees Celsius and 70 degrees Celsius, and suitable for all gasoline vehicles. That's great. Nguyen Yang immediately thought of Wan Ningyan's G-Class, with a flat tire, and her beloved Hummer. When she had time, they could both be modified and given to the Rose team. This would save them from having to walk so far to avoid the base's personnel, just to use their flying motorcycles. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving 5 farming supplies, 1 ultra clean, no rinse hair softener, 1 special deodorant, 1 animal shampoo, 1 edible pet toothpaste, and 1 teething chicken drumstick. Nguyen Yang was a bit surprised to receive these. He had a mutant tiger at home and needed to deodorize and bathe it, otherwise the odor would get worse and worse, making the house smell terrible. It could also be used in the village and in Camuge. Mutated animals are large, so their feces also increase. Deodorizer can greatly improve the farming environment. Nguyen Yang thought as he took out the teething chicken drumstick to examine it. Unexpectedly, the tiny spot in the space revealed a solid, 1-meter-long chicken drumstick. Host, this big chicken leg is perfect for your pet's teething. A normal mutant dog would take 10 hours to finish it. What about the mutant tiger? It seems like it was gone in just 2 or 3 bites. Oh, a mutant tiger. Xiao Lu's voice rang out, feeling guilty. It should last an hour. 1 hour is enough. At least it can calm Lucky down for a while. This little tiger was very naughty even before the mutation. Mother One has complained about it several times, and I'm afraid he's even more mischievous now. Nguyen Yang put the chicken leg back into his space, deciding to buy more to keep around the house when the time comes, so Lucky won't get too boisterous. Where would be upset if he was asked to stay in his space. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning 7 home appliances, a kettle that heats up instantly, a multi-purpose juicer, a smart projector, a powerful range hood, a smart microwave, an ultra-thin foldable TV, and a smart robot vacuum cleaner. Home appliances? Nguyen Yang casually pulled out a multi-purpose juicer. It looked like an ordinary juicer, but a closer look revealed something special. The juicer's cup was actually a small container, capable of juicing up to 1 cubic meter of fruit at a time. You can even add ice cubes and other hard objects while juicing. There's no need to core or peel the fruit, it automatically cleans itself. Nguyen Yang was feeling sleepy from staying up late, so he took out 6 oranges, put them in, and added some ice. Then he tried it out. It was silent, with only vibrations, and it was ready in 3 seconds. Pouring the juice from the spout, the orange juice smelled delicious. Opening the lid revealed orange peels and seeds. After dumping those out and pressing the self-cleaning button, the juicer was back to good old shape. What a great thing, it's really convenient. There are so many people in my family, and if I want to drink juice, I have to squeeze it many times. Now I can solve the problem in one go. Nguyen Yang happily put the juicer back into the space, and began drinking orange juice, while continuing to listen to the prizes he had won. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving 20 general merchandise items, 2 toilet pegs, 1 strong detergent, 1 wet wipes, all categories, 1 textile, all categories, 2 multi-purpose toothpastes, 1 all-purpose insect repellent, 1 massage bathtub, 1 easy-to-remove mud scrub towel, 1 smart hair dryer, 3 large-capacity garbage bags, 1 multi-purpose umbrella, 2 ergonomic pillows, 1 foot soak, and 2 super smooth scratchers. Nguyen Yang was stunned. He took out the toilet peg and took a look. It looked just like any other toilet peg. How could this thing even be in the mall system? Xiao Lu, this is just a rip-off, right? Host, don't underestimate our mall system's products. This toilet peg has super strong suction. In just 3 strokes, even the most clogged toilet can be instantly cleared. Nguyen Yang, sometimes I really want to call the police. Host, if you don't believe me, try it. No, how about this? Nguyen Yang pulled out a powerful stain remover. How is it better than the stain removers in our human world? Host, our stain remover is more convenient. It can remove all stains. Spray the powerful stain remover on the target area and wipe with a tissue. It be as white as new. No need to scrub, just spray and wipe. Yes. This is truly impressive. Nguyen Yang retracted his space and pulled out the all-purpose insect repellent. This is called a universal insect repellent. Does it repel all mosquitoes? Also, does it kill them? To host, universal insect repellent repels all mosquitoes, including mutant ones. It lasts for 8 hours after spraying. If a mosquito doesn't leave within 10 seconds, it will die. Got it. Although there are some things Nguyen Yang despises, like toilet pegs and garbage bags, there's a jacuzzi. Bathing in a tub all the time isn't comfortable enough. With a jacuzzi. Host, what are you thinking about? I'm seeing a bunch of mosaics again. Don't pry into my thoughts. Keep claiming prizes. To host, the 110 game draw prizes have been announced. The corresponding items have been unlocked in the mall system and can be purchased with points. The 110 game draw was completely over. Nguyen Yang looked back. Although the prizes were plentiful, there were actually a lot of smaller items. The more useful ones were weapons, equipment, and vehicle parts. But Nguyen Yang was in a good mood right now. They were only a short while away from reaching Sanyang Mountain, and the prizes were reasonable overall, so he didn't dwell on it too much. After refueling with coal, he stared at the navigation system. Woo! A long train-like whistle sounded, signaling their arrival. Nguyen Yang stretched and then went to find Wei Mingyi. Wei Mingyi was still sitting in her usual seat, sipping tea and gazing out the window. Nguyen Yang was surprised and asked why she wasn't asleep. I'm thinking, so I can't sleep. Well, there's definitely a lot going on lately. Captain Wei, tell the members to go home. Ningyan and I will go back later, so we won't be back until you do. No, you and Ningyan go back first. It's far from here, and it'd take us half an hour to walk back, so you have to wait a long time. The Rose team couldn't use their flying motorcycles to get back, and ordinary cars couldn't operate in the minus 100 degrees Celsius polar night, so they had to walk. Nguyen Yang was stunned, not expecting this. She simply thought the Rose team had worked hard this time, and should have gone back to rest as soon as possible. However, Wei Mingyi's urging her to go back first made her feel embarrassed. I was inconsiderate, but I have some auto parts, the rewards for completing a mission. I buy some, and put them in your subspace. You can use them to modify your car, so that even a regular car can be driven in extreme cold. Wei Mingyi piqued her interest. What are they? Snow tires, lubricant, windshield washer fluid, and engine oil, all suitable for low-temperature use. Nguyen Yang bought some, and put them in Wei Mingyi's subspace. These auto parts are enough for you to modify 3 cars. There are also some tools you might need. I put them in the upper left corner of your subspace. There are no zombies near the base, so you should rest well and go back after you had enough sleep. Remember to fold up the car compartment. Okay, be careful on the road. Nguyen Yang responded and went to the lounge to find Wan Ningyan. She was sound asleep, and it took Nguyen Yang a while to wake her. The dazed people didn't even realize what they were doing as they followed Nguyen Yang out of the car. Then, shivering from the cold, they finally woke up. It's so cold, so dark, this is outrageous. My breath is freezing into ice cubes. Hurry up and get in the car. Mom's waiting for us at home. Don't make them anxious. Oh, I'm coming. Nguyen Yang texted Wan's mother, and immediately drove to the gate of the Sanyang Mountain base. His calm heart slowly began to stir. After all this time, he was finally home. Chapter 530. The temperature was low during the polar night, making it difficult for even fire-type psychics to remain outdoors for long periods, let alone forage for supplies. Therefore, the gate was sparsely guarded, with only 2 guards. Noticing it was Nguyen Yang, the 2 female soldiers immediately waved her in, leaving the registration form unfilled. Nguyen Yang thanked them, and quickly drove to Area B. Upon reaching the gate, she discovered the soldiers had withdrawn, leaving Area B unattended, saving her the trouble of bribery. The lights on the first floor of the house were ablaze. Nguyen Yang could see them from afar. Anxious, she didn't even bother to park her car in the garage. She drove to the front door, and stowed it away. Wan Ningyan trotted to the door, and knocked when she heard, Mom, I'm back. Before she could finish her words, the door opened. Yin Yin. Yin Yin, you're finally back. Mom missed you so much. Mother Wan, regardless of the cold weather, hugged Wan Ningyan tightly. If Nguyen Yang hadn't pushed and pulled them inside first, she would have cried for a while at the doorway. Crying at the doorway in this weather would undoubtedly freeze her to a pulp. The old lady, frail and without supernatural powers, would inevitably fall seriously ill. After closing the door, Nguyen Yang had no time to greet her family before Lucky pounced on her, knocking her to the ground. Lucky had consumed the exotic beast pill and had become a mutant tiger. Its 700 or 800 kilograms of weight pressed down on her, and even Nguyen Yang couldn't resist, only being licked by its tongue. Lucky, stop bullying my sister-in-law. Wan Ningyu commanded. Lucky, the size of a full-grown tiger, growled twice and reluctantly disengaged from Nguyen Yang. Are you okay, sister-in-law? No, I'm fine. Nguyen Yang stood up and dusted himself off. Seeing Lucky standing next to Yue, nuzzling her head, he asked, Did Yue give Lucky the taming pill? Nguyen Yang was a little surprised, but not surprised. She had originally thought that Wan Ningfeng or Wen Yanru would be Lucky's master, since Yue was so young, still a child. But Yue usually took care of Lucky the most, and Lucky was the most attached to her, so it made sense for Yue to be the master. Then Yue must take good care of Lucky and be a good master. Wan Ningyu smiled and agreed. Nguyen Yang noticed that she was missing a tooth and leaned over to ask, Have you changed teeth? Wan Ningyu quickly covered her mouth. Sister-in-law, don't laugh at me. I'm not laughing at you. Congratulations on growing up. Once you finish changing teeth, you be an adult. Nguyen Yang stroked Wan Ningyu's head, then looked at the two expectant children nearby and greeted them with a smile. Long time no see, Nian Nian, Xiao Feng. Sister-in-law, I missed you so much. Big boss, sister-in-law, I missed you too. Wan Ningfeng's smirking face contrasted sharply with the calm Wen Yanru, making him look like the naive son of a landlord. Wan's father, a man of few words, finally approached Nguyen Yang after exchanging pleasantries with her. He looked her up and down before patting her shoulder with a pleased smile. I'm glad you're back safely, I'm glad you're back. Are you cold? Mom made some soup for you. Have some to warm you up. Nguyen Yang smiled and responded. She wanted to call Wan Ningyan to join her, but she found her already sitting on the Kong with Wan's mother, wiping away tears while talking to her. Wan's mother wasn't much better either. She touched Wan Ningyan's cheek, crying as she watched. Having nearly parted ways, Nguyen Yang understood why they were crying. Just that cry shifted the atmosphere in the house from joyful to somber. Nguyen Yang thought for a moment, then took the initiative to sit next to Mother Wan, hugging her from behind and acting coquettishly. Mom, are you only thinking about Ningyan and not me? Mother Wan froze, and quickly grabbed Nguyen Yang's hand to explain, Xiao Yang, of course I missed you. I just haven't seen Yin Yin in ages, and in the excitement of it all, I forgot about you. Don't be angry. I'm not angry, but I'm a little cold. Did I make some soup? Can you give me a bowl? Yes, I did. Mother Wan quickly got up from the Kong and said, I get you some. I made a special fish and mutton soup, so delicious. Jin Yu, let me help you. The two elders went to the kitchen, and the three children tactfully sat on the sofa, not disturbing Nguyen Yang and the others. Wan Ningyan hadn't recovered yet, so Nguyen Yang pulled out a screen to block the children's view of the melon, and then moved closer to her. Are you okay? Do you want to go back to the bedroom and cry for a while? No, I just miss Mom so much. Wan Ningyan leaned against Nguyen Yang's shoulder and sighed deeply. I just noticed Mom has more white hair than before. She must have been having a hard time. Well, Mom was very worried about you. She told me to bring you back safely, no matter what. Nguyen Yang said, her tone shifting to a cheerful tone. Now that we're home safely, we should be happy. A good mood improves health, and gray hair grows slower. You don't want Mom to age too quickly, right? Wan Ningyan nodded, suddenly sitting up straight, and rubbing her face with both hands like a sea otter. Okay, I'm back on my feet. Rubbing your face can help you feel better? Amazing. Wan Ningyan looked up proudly. Of course. We actors can cry in a split second, lose our character in a split second. It's all basic. Yin Yin, Xiaoyang, come and have some soup. Nguyen Yang smiled and pinched Wan Ningyan's cheek. Our most amazing actress, Wan, let's go have some soup to warm our stomachs, and then go to bed early. I see everyone has dark circles under their eyes from all that work. The mutton and fish soup, cooked by Mother Wan for 7 or 8 hours, was incredibly delicious. Nguyen Yang, having never tasted such delicious soup before, was speechless and just drank in silence. Nguyen Yang had been thinking about livening up the atmosphere, but now, he forgot about it. Wan Ningyan did the same, only making endless sounds as she drank, expressing her amazement. Thankfully Mother Wan, relieved by their love for soup, felt relieved and no longer upset. She looked at them lovingly and helped add more soup. Everything seemed to have returned to the past. Lying on the Kong, Nuanyang felt joy just looking at the curtains. Mimi, hold me and sleep. Nuanyang immediately opened his arms and hugged Wan Ningyan, who had snuggled into his embrace. Is this okay? Yes. Then go to bed early, honey. Good night. Yes. Wan Ningyan kissed Nuanyang's neck. Good night, honey. After staying up all night, Nuanyang fell asleep quickly. She turned off all her alarms before bed, hoping to catch up on some sleep. Beep beep. Nuanyang seemed to hear the alarm in her sleep. Annoyed, she pulled the covers over her head, but they were pulled back again. Sister-in-law, Sister Yin, wake up. Xiaoyang Yin Yin, get up quickly. Something's happened. Big brother, sister-in-law, sister, don't sleep. There were a lot of noises, and someone was pushing Nuanyang. Nuanyang was so sleepy that he struggled to open his eyes. He found everyone up, their faces anxious. What's wrong? Sister-in-law, something's happened. The base said there's a large number of mutant insects arriving. Mutants? Nuanyang woke up instantly. While waking Wan Ningyan, he contacted Zhao Rou and Wei Mingyi to inquire about the situation. The mutant insects now are more ferocious than before the apocalypse, and the swarms are even more terrifying. What if they're poisonous? He might have to evacuate his family first. Chapter 531. Nuanyang quickly changed into his combat uniform. Seeing that Wan Ningyan wouldn't wake him, he asked Nian Yin and Yuer to continue trying. Then he went to the bathroom and washed his face with cold water to sober himself up. Just as he finished washing his face, Wei Mingyi's call came through. The voices on the other end were very noisy. Wei Mingyi, how are you doing over there? Have you returned to the base? Yes, not long after I got back, the base suddenly sounded the alarm, saying a large number of mutant insects were besieging the base, and everyone was asked to take precautions. Protection? Isn't the military doing anything about it? Yes, I just came back from the base gate. They deployed all their psychics and firearms. But there were so many bugs, and it was dark, that many mutant centipedes still managed to crawl into the base, killing several people. Nuanyang's heart tightened. Are they mutant centipedes? Wei Mingyi sighed. I don't know if we can make it. I already told the team to pack. If the base falls, we just have to run. Nuanyang responded, then suddenly remembered his prize, universal insect repellent. He immediately checked the system. Xiao Lu, mutant centipedes can use universal insect repellent, right? To the host, yes. Our insect repellent, that's. Xiao Lu began to rave about the universal insect repellent's awesomeness, but Nuanyang didn't listen at all. She immediately went to the mall to buy some. At 60 points a bottle, it wasn't expensive. Nuanyang bought 100 bottles, placing 30 directly in Wei Mingyi's subspace and 20 in Wan Ningyan's. Wei Mingyi, the insect repellent I just put in your space is a panacea. It repels all kinds of bugs, including mutants, and lasts for 8 hours. Hurry up and distribute it to your family members. Spray your homes and the exteriors of your buildings. It saved your lives. Okay, thanks. You're welcome. I just need a favor. Zhao Rou and a few of my friends live near your house. Could you please send some insect repellent to them? Send the address. Nuanyang quickly texted the address of Zhao Rou, Su Wan, and the Gao family. Then, he went out to give the repellent to his family members. He saw Wan Ningyan wake up and head to the bathroom. They almost bumped into each other. It's a mutant centipede. Wash your face quickly and wake up. Come with me later. Nuanyang said quickly, pushing Wan Ningyan into the bathroom and pulling out 5 bottles of all-purpose insect repellent. Don't panic, everyone. Listen carefully. This repellent is effective against all insects. Xiufeng, you be the main man at home. Help mom and dad spray every corner of the first floor carefully. Yuer, take Lucky and guard the house. If any mutant centipedes get in without fear, have Lucky kill them. Yin, you're not afraid of the cold, so I leave the outside to you. Make sure you spray every corner. Don't worry, sister-in-law. Wenyanru grabbed 2 bottles of all-purpose insect repellent and rushed out. By then, Wan Ningyan had already washed her face and emerged, looking much more alert than she had been earlier. Change into your combat uniforms and follow me. Nuanyang hurried out with Wan Ningyan, got out the SUV, and drove to Xiaoyu's house first, giving them 5 bottles of all-purpose insect repellent and a bag of energy fat. Xiaoyu's family was anxiously awaiting news from the military. Even after receiving the supplies from Nuanyang, they were still in a state of shock. Just do as I say. Don't ask any other questions, and don't tell anyone about the insect repellent. After spraying, stay home and don't go anywhere. Do you understand? Everyone nodded, seemingly still in a state of confusion. Nuanyang didn't have time to explain anything to them. He got in the car and headed straight for the base gate. Nuanyang, centipedes are poisonous and can kill people. Are we only saving our own friends? I went to the base gate to help, but I wanted to see what was going on before I did anything. If the military can handle it, we assist. If they can't, I get the insect repellent. As they passed areas D and E, chaos reigned, with soldiers rushing in and out. Nuanyang opened the car windows slightly, hearing a mix of roars, cries, and screams. The snow was thick and cold, and centipedes are incredibly fast-moving insects, so many must have snuck in under the cover of the thick snow. When they arrived at the base's main gate, it was as bright as day. Flamethrowers and fire-type psychics were constantly setting fires, trying to incinerate or scare off the mutant centipedes. Nuanyang ate a piece of thermal fat and immediately got out of the car with Wan Ningyan. Before they got close, they saw a mutant centipede crawling out of the snow through their tactical scopes. As it approached Nuanyang, she stretched out her hand and squeezed it tightly, instantly freezing the mutant centipede inside with snow and ice. Nuanyang waved to Wan Ningyan, brushing away the surrounding snow and revealing the mutant centipede's true form. The mutant centipede was at least 50 centimeters long, with prominent mandibles that felt like they could rip a piece of flesh with a bite. Its legs are densely packed, and its body is a shiny red and black, giving it a creepy look. So disgusting. Wan Ningyan took a small step back. Nuanyang, can this thing be burned with fire? I don't know. Let me check. Xiao Lu, how do you kill a mutant centipede? Will the insecticides of our world work? Or is it just fire? Replying to the host, the mutant centipede's body functions have been enhanced, making ordinary insecticides ineffective against it. It can be killed by burning, scalding, lasers, decapitation, and other methods. There are many methods, but it's midnight now. The only thing the base can do is release. There are two methods, fire and beheading. But there are so many, Wan Ningyan pointed outside the base gate. I looked through my tactical scope, but I couldn't even see the end. How could we possibly burn all of them? Besides, their abilities are so low, their mental strength can't sustain them for long. Let's go! I saw by Mo. Let's go find him. Bang! Explosions rang out outside the base. The military had been forced to resort to grenades, a risky move for the base. With their vision blocked, attracting strange creatures would only make matters worse. The closer he got to the gate, the more Nuanyang could see the devastating scene. Many soldiers were injured, their wounds purplish-black. Healing doctors were busy treating them. In the open air, their only source of warmth was pots of charcoal fire. Many of their faces were frosted with frost from the cold. Further ahead, the smell of burning mutant centipedes filled the air, along with a rich scent of gunpowder. The snow outside the base's gates had completely melted, the resulting water mingling with the corpses of mutant centipedes. Further out, a dense swarm of mutant centipedes crawled forward. Xiao Lu, why are these mutant centipedes here? This doesn't make sense. Replying to the host, polar night has arrived, and darkness is the centipede's favorite time to be active. They're attracted to the base's light sources, so they're coming in droves. Nuanyang's heart sank after hearing this. Centipedes aren't the only animals that enjoy the dark. The base might even be under attack from other animals. This wasn't good. Chapter 532. There are too many mutant centipedes. Besides the gate, centipedes have also crawled through the walls on both sides. Heavy weapons are useless. If Nuanyang doesn't provide universal insect repellent, the base will likely be breached. Nuanyang didn't want the base, which he had worked so hard to build, to be destroyed by mutant centipedes. He stood up and dragged Wan Ningyan to a dark, unlit area. Ningyan, help me replace the regular insecticide with the universal insect repellent. I mix them together, and bring them to the base later. If both are effective, it won't arouse suspicion. That's a good idea. The two of them quickly took action. To avoid suspicion from the military, Nuanyang selected 3 common pre-apocalyptic insecticides and a lesser-known brand and began replacing them. Host, there's actually another way. What's that? You can mix the all-purpose insect repellent with regular insecticide. The diluted all-purpose insect repellent will last a shorter time, but the effectiveness won't be compromised. There's actually a way. That's even simpler. Nuanyang immediately told Wan Ningyan about this method, then used the space to directly add the all-purpose insect repellent through the bottle into the regular insecticide. He quickly processed 40 or 50 bottles. Nuanyang stored all the repellent in the space, bought another 50 bottles of all-purpose insect repellent, mixed them together, and went to find Mo. Mo was directing his soldiers to increase their grenade attacks. When he saw Nguyen Yang and Wan Ningyan approach, his face immediately fell. Miss Wan, it's dangerous here. Go home now. Deputy Captain Bai, I'm here to give you the insecticide out of kindness. Don't the military need it? Bai Mo's expression softened slightly, but his tone remained firm. No need. We tried it, and the insecticide has no effect on these mutant centipedes. Miss Wan, take your men and leave. Wan Ningyan was immediately displeased. How do you know our insecticide is ineffective? At least try it. How rude. Nguyen Yang quickly pulled Wan Ningyan's arm and gave Bai Mo a faintly embarrassed smile. I'm sorry, Deputy Captain Bai. My wife is always quite blunt. Don't mind. It's okay. Miss Wan is right. It's arbitrary and rude to jump to conclusions without trying. Nguyen Yang took out 2 bottles of insecticide, one of which was an all-purpose insect repellent. With so many centipedes, burning them alone will inevitably miss some. If the insecticide works, spraying them everywhere will be easier than relying on human intervention. Okay. Bai Mo took the insecticide with both hands. I have someone try it. Be careful, both of you. The 2 of them waited there when Nguyen Yang received a message from Zhao Ro. Sorry, I was busy treating the wounded and didn't have time to answer. It's okay. Are you at the base entrance? Yes, Miss Nguyen, the base has been attacked by a swarm of mutant centipedes. The situation doesn't look good. I don't think we can escape. If the base truly collapses, I won't be able to get back to save my mother in time. Could you please take her away? Zhao Ro's words were subtle, but Nguyen Yang couldn't fail to understand her meaning. If the base could be lost, the frontline soldiers like them would most likely be the first to be killed by the centipedes, and wouldn't be able to get back to save anyone. Nguyen Yang scanned the area with her tactical scope and spotted Zhao Ro in the medical team's tent. Wife, Zhao Ro is over there. Go find her and give her a bottle of insect repellent. That guy made plans to die, and you can comfort him. Huh? Plan to die? Wan Ningyan raised a brow in disgust. She's too passive. I go scold her. Nguyen Yang hadn't meant to do that, but Wan Ningyan ran over in anger. She caught a glimpse of Bai Mo approaching, but it was difficult to stop him. She could only silently pray for Zhao Ro, hoping she wouldn't be tortured too harshly by Wan Ningyan. Miss Nguyen. Bai Mo was a little breathless, but his attitude was much better than before. The insecticide is useful. Can you provide more? It won't be for nothing. I ask the captain later, and I give you crystal cores as a reward. Okay. Nguyen Yang took out 2 large baskets and unloaded the insecticide and repellent. I have too much stuff in my space. These are all I found so far. If there's not enough, let me know, and I go back and look. Thank you, Miss Nguyen. Bai Mo waved toward the gate, and several soldiers immediately trotted over, carrying 2 large baskets of insecticide to the entrance. The all-purpose insect repellent had a time limit, but it bought enough time for the military to launch a counterattack. Nguyen Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Taking advantage of the darkness, he pulled out his SUV and slowly drove to the medical team. Wan Ningyan was talking to Zhao Ro when Nguyen Yang got out of the car and walked over to them. He happened to encounter 2 soldiers carrying a wounded man. From the soldiers' anxious words, he learned that they hadn't noticed their footing and had been bitten by a mutant centipede. Nguyen Yang took a look. The left leg had swollen to the size of a watermelon. In the cold weather, the exposed skin had turned a dark purple, as if the cells had died. Thinking that insects more venomous than centipedes might appear during this long polar night, Nguyen Yang felt uneasy. He planned to wait until the military was done with their work, and then remind them not to leave too many streetlights on, as they would easily become targets for the insects. Zhao Ro looked distraught, perhaps due to the near exhaustion of her mental strength. The tall man bowed his head slightly before Wan Ningyan, like a child being scolded. Seeing Nguyen Yang approach, Zhao Ro, as if she had seen a savior, quickly called out, "Hello, Miss Nguyen. Don't change the subject. I'm asking you, does your life belong to the military or to our Wan family?" "The Wan family," you answered quickly. Wan Ningyan tapped Zhao Ro's shoulder several times with the insect repellent bottle. "Then you must find a way to save your life from now on. If we don't let you die, you mustn't. Otherwise, I feed your mother nothing but rice every day, and you'd be heartbroken when you see me from heaven." "I understand, Miss Wan, don't be angry. You better understand." Wan Ningyan angrily stuffed the insect repellent into her arms. "Take it, and save your life. Your mother's captain sent a bottle, don't worry. Remember, if things get bad, run. Mind Nguyen Yang as you covered." Nguyen Yang was like, "Huh? Is this my business?" He didn't know what to cover, so he just nodded in agreement. He just had to do what his wife said, or she'd be angry. After giving her instructions, Wan Ningyan slipped 2 boiled mutant eggs into her pocket. Eat something to replenish your energy. Thank you. Zhao Rou looked at Wan Ningyan and thanked her sincerely and touchingly. This made Wan Ningyan lose her fierce demeanor a bit, and she quickly ran off with Nuan Yang in tow. Wait a minute, honey. Wei Mingxue should be helping out here too. I give her a bottle of insect repellent. Wan Ningyan paused. Oh yeah, Shishu is a healer too. Let's look for her. After searching around, they finally found Wei Mingxue behind an empty tent. Next to her was Wei Mingyi. Wei Mingyi had come specifically to give Wei Mingxue the all-purpose insect repellent and some mutant meat to replenish her energy. Wei Mingxue ate and talked to her sister, looking incredibly happy. Wei Mingyi listened quietly, her eyes revealing her concern. She would occasionally adjust Wei Mingxue's scarf to prevent any dripping meat from the meat. Nuan Yang and Wan Ningyan were like thieves, hiding behind the tent and peeking. Nuan Yang didn't think there was anything interesting to see. She'd long known about the deep affection between the Wei sisters. But Wan Ningyan refused to leave. If Wei Mingyi knew you were peeping, do you think she'd punish you? How would the captain know if you don't tell me? Wan Ningyan was watching with great interest, saying things like so sweet and sisters are just so cute. Nuan Yang felt something was amiss. You're not shipping them as a couple, are you? Yeah, the captain is only so gentle with Shushue, so shipping them is especially fun. Nuan Yang sighed helplessly. Before, it was Zhao Rou and Su Wan, and now it was the Wei sisters. Wan Ningyan's little brain was so full of random shipwrecks, she was always shipping them as a couple. Chapter 533. Nuan Yang and Wan Ningyan were caught red-handed by Wei Mingyi. Wan Ningyan shrank inward like a little quail, her head lowered and her neck tucked in, admitting her mistake with a perfect attitude. It's a pity that someone only put on a show, secretly blaming Nuan Yang for being exposed. Nuan Yang didn't think it was her fault, because she hadn't even peeked from behind. She sat in front of the tent, waiting for Wan Ningyan to have her fill before going home. Who else but you? You're so stupid. You even got caught by the captain. Wan Ningyan angrily kicked some snow with her shoe at Nuan Yang, and it immediately clung to the uppers of Nuan Yang's shoes. With a slight shake of her waterproof combat boots, the snow fell from the uppers to the ground. Childish. You're childish. Wei Mingyi stood by with her arms folded, watching the little antics and elementary school bickering between her wife and son. Feeling exhausted, she reached out to adjust her tactical scope. You too, with this, where can you hide so I can't see you? Nuan Yang realized belatedly that Wei Mingyi was wearing tactical goggles. She was a bit embarrassed. She actually followed Wan Ningyan's lead, peeking from behind the tent. Wei Mingyi was a shrewd person, so they'd probably been spotted the moment they arrived. 2 little idiots. Wei Mingyi said this, turned around, and got into the car nearby. Soon, he extended his left hand, and waved goodbye to his wife and him. Nuan Yang saw that Wei Mingyi's car had snow tires, and could be driven in extremely cold weather, which told him the modification was going smoothly. This also reminded Nuan Yang that he should take out all the goodies he won when he got home, like the strong detergent, which would make cleaning easier, and the special deodorizer, which would make Lucky's excrement less smelly. Honey, let's go home. Nuan Yang thought as he called out to Wan Ningyan. There was no response. Turning around, he found her glaring at him. What's wrong, honey? You look a little angry. Here. Nuan Yang reached out his foot. Let me stomp you to vent my anger. Is that okay? Humph. The captain said we were little idiots. Did you hear that? I did. What we did just now was really stupid. It's all your fault. You couldn't see through that big tactical scope. Now you're 2 little idiots. Nuan Yang thought Wan Ningyan was going to blame him, but she was actually regretting becoming the little idiot Wei Mingyi had been talking about. It was strangely adorable. Nuan Yang took Wan Ningyan's hand and, smiling, led her back to the car. That little idiot was so upset she'd forgotten to fasten her seatbelt. It was Nuan Yang who had to help. Okay, it's not embarrassing to be called stupid by someone like Wei Mingyi. Forget it, let's go home. I show you this new gadget. Gadget? Wan Ningyan hesitated for a moment, then said, a secret? Yes, a reward for completing a mission. Nuan Yang offered her a bowl of strawberry ice cream. Here, ice cream. There's also a buffet. If you like, you can have as much as you want. As expected, Wan Ningyan was delighted by the sight of sweets and urged Nuan Yang to hurry home to see the gadget. By the time they arrived home, the base's alarm had gone off. Nuan Yang guessed the mutant centipede invasion had been effectively contained. Entering the house, Nuan Yang was stunned. A strong aroma filled the house, so strong it made her feel a little nauseous. Looking at her family, They were neatly seated on the Kong, each holding a bottle of all-purpose insect repellent. Even Xingyan squatted beside Wan Ningyue with a serious expression. What a strong smell. Wan Ningfeng, how much did you spray? Are you trying to poison everyone? Wan Ningyan covered her nose as she entered the house, fanning herself as she walked over to Wan Ningfeng and slapped him on the head. You can't even do such a simple thing. Did you eat all that food for nothing? Sister, didn't my sister-in-law tell me to spray every last inch? I did just as she said. Still stubborn, Wan Ningyan took the insect repellent from him and weighed it. It's almost gone. What about yours? It's not all gone, is it? It's a 500 milliliters bottle. Nuan Yang also felt something was wrong and checked with Wan Ningyan. Unexpectedly, everyone's insect repellent was almost gone, even Wen Yinru's. When Yinru explained carefully, sister-in-law, I had one bottle left after spraying it, and this one's for home. Wan Ningfeng, you just want to poison everyone, don't you? Wan Ningyan was furious. Just as she was about to hit Wan Ningfeng, she felt dizzy. Nuan Yang quickly supported her. What's wrong? A little dizzy and uncomfortable. Wan Ningyan's words made Nuan Yang feel a little uneasy too. She quickly pulled out her gas mask and consulted the system. Host, universal insect repellent is harmless to humans, but high concentrations can cause hypoxia, dizziness, nausea, and other symptoms similar to poisoning. It's recommended to open windows for ventilation to reduce the indoor concentration. Ningyan, you two take out your combat uniforms gas masks and use them. Everyone else, cover your noses and slow your breathing. I go open the windows for ventilation. Nuan Yang finally understood why everyone was sitting on the Kong. It turned out they were feeling dizzy and resting. The window had originally been sealed shut, and Nuan Yang had reinforced it with metal. Opening it proved difficult, so he had to retract the metal and remove the entire window. The window was in the living room, and the freezing temperatures of the polar night quickly turned the room into an ice cellar. Nuan Yang's thermal energy had lost its effectiveness, but now, fully armored, it was fine. But the two elderly people couldn't stand the cold, so they only opened the window for a moment before closing it and reinforcing it with their gold-based abilities. After finishing, Nuan Yang took off his gas mask and sniffed it. The concentration had dropped significantly, making breathing less uncomfortable. He turned up the air conditioner again and took out the artificial sun, setting it to 30 degrees and a height of 2 meters. After it started, the artificial sun instantly illuminated the house, its light carrying warmth, and then slowly rose to 2 meters in the air. The temperature in the room rose rapidly, and Nuan Yang breathed a sigh of relief and turned to the Kong. Several people either lowered their heads in embarrassment or didn't dare to meet Nuan Yang's gaze. Don't spray too much insect repellent. It can cause dizziness from lack of oxygen. Be more careful next time. Wan Ningfeng stole a glance at Nuan Yang and whispered, I understand, sister-in-law. How stupid. Wan Ningyan had recovered, but she was furious when she heard Wan Ningfeng's words. You're so old, are you blind? Aren't there precautions written on the back of the insect repellent? If Nuan Yang and I hadn't returned early, you have sent our whole family away. Nuan Yang didn't try to mediate. She felt Wan Ningyan was right to scold her. The situation was already urgent, but instead of being harmed by the mutant centipede, the family members were nearly knocked out by the insect repellent. This was outrageous. Mother and father Wan also had problems. As the head of the family, they didn't even realize it was wrong. But scolding elders shouldn't be allowed, so Wan Ningyan kept scolding Wan Ningfeng, secretly accusing the two parents. Okay, stop scolding my wife. Xiaofeng has realized his mistake. After scolding for over 10 minutes, Nuan Yang began to lighten the mood. The main point was that she already scolded everyone. Wan Ningyan needed a break, and so did everyone else. Otherwise, the atmosphere would remain tense and unpleasant. Wan Ningfeng, do you really admit your mistake? Sister, I admit my mistake. I definitely read the instructions next time. And you, Nian, such a steady person, just let Wan Ningfeng do whatever he wants? Sister Yan, Xiaofeng is my brother. Wan Yinru was embarrassed, but Wan Ningyan didn't care. This was exactly what she wanted. What's wrong with my brother? It's the end of the world now, so I have to listen to whoever's reliable. Mom, Dad, from now on, when Nuan Yang and I are away, Nian will handle all household matters. You have to discuss everything with her first, and please don't mess around. My heart can't take it. Mother Wan and Father Wan quickly smiled ingratiatingly. Yes, from now on, I listen to Nian. Having achieved her goal, Wan Ningyan finally softened her temper, smiled, and raised an eyebrow at Nuan Yang. It's done, it's your turn. Nuan Yang smiled and stood up. Okay, now that that's settled, I show you something new. Wan Yang first told everyone about the artificial sun. Everyone had been curious, but because Wan Ningyan was furious, no one dared to ask. Now, everyone stood beneath the artificial sun, enjoying the sun, while Wan Yang explained how to use it. The gloomy atmosphere slowly warmed up. Chapter 534. The attack by the mutant centipede swarm came suddenly, and everyone was awakened early by the alarm. It was only a little after 7 a.m., and they hadn't had breakfast yet. Wan Yang prepared a Cantonese-style dim sum buffet for everyone. Having just been poisoned, something light would be good for the stomach. After the artificial sun finished raising its temperature, Wan Yang stored it away. The power consumption was one thing, but the main issue was that the entire room was incredibly bright, too noticeable in the polar night. Wan Yang was afraid the military would be suspicious. During breakfast, I luckily got a large chicken drumstick. I had originally intended to give Wan Ningyu a special deodorant, but the mutant animals were incredibly intelligent, able to squat on the toilet and press the flush button, rendering the deodorant useless. Whenever I drew an item I couldn't use, Wan Yang felt distressed. After all, no matter how amazing the mall system was, all the rewards were earned through risk. As she introduced more items, more were rejected: toilet pegs, ticklers, garbage bags. Wan Yang feigned indifference, but a bitter streak lingered inside. Even though she knew it wasn't anyone's fault, and that some items were truly worthless, her mood was still affected. Breakfast was already over when Wan Yang finished introducing the last item, and everyone was trying out various new gadgets. Mother Wan and Father Wan were enjoying a foot bath, while the three children were enjoying braised food and desserts. Seeing that she was safe, Wan Yang took out her number 3 subspace ring and pondered who to give it to. She was so engrossed in her thoughts that she didn't notice Wan Ningyan resting her chin on her shoulder. She only came to her senses when Wan Ningyan hugged her and whispered something to her. I'm not dazed. I'm thinking about who to give the subspace to. How many candidates do you have? 2. One is Zhao Ro. She's a healing type and often goes on missions with the military, but she doesn't have any self-defense abilities. She's usually bored and doesn't have any supplies. If I had a subspace, I could always resupply her and give her firearms for self-defense. As for Zhao Ro, wouldn't it be enough to just give her a random power pill to awaken an attacking power? There's no need to rush to give her a space. Yes, that's right. That's why I'm leaning towards giving it to Nian Yin. She's grown a lot. During our extended absence, Nian Yin has been protecting the family. I think she deserves a reward. Besides, if we have a space, if there's an emergency in the future, and we can't return to base, we can at least use it to send supplies and weapons home. Wan Ningyan tightened her grip around Wan Yang and replied, I agree. Then I talked to Nian Yin. Wait a moment. Wan Ningyan hugged Wan Yang even tighter. I have something to ask you. Wan Yang tried to get up but couldn't, so she sat back down, looked at Wan Ningyan, and asked with a smile, What's up? Are you unhappy? No, I already have a space, and a space ring isn't necessary for me, so what's there to be unhappy about? I was talking about just now. Wan Ningyan reached out and touched Wan Yang's cheek. When you were introducing the new gadgets to everyone, I felt you were unhappy. What's wrong? Did they accidentally offend you? Tell me, and I get back at you. Wan Yang didn't expect that even though she hid it so well, Wan Ningyan still noticed. She held Wan Ningyan's hand, interlocking their fingers. How did you notice? I don't think I showed it. Because it's different from when you're happy. Your eyes are different, your smile is different, your tone is different, and your emotions are strange. It's hard not to notice. Wan Yang's eyelashes fluttered. Seeing Wan Ningyan's concerned expression, a bitter feeling welled up in her heart. But she didn't like being called a crybaby by Wan Ningyan, so she tried to suppress her emotions. Why aren't you talking? It's strange, and your eyes are a little. Wan Yang quickly kissed Wan Ningyan on the lips, interrupting her. I'm fine, and I'm not unhappy. I'm just a little disappointed and upset. Those rewards we risked our lives for aren't all used, and it makes me feel like our efforts were wasted. Is that all? Wan Ningyan found it amusing. What's there to be sad about? Just because you don't need it today, doesn't mean you won't need it tomorrow. Besides, good things should be hoarded. According to your thinking, this time, the unspeakable secret gave us a lot of pills and food. So do you have to eat them all? Otherwise, it would be a waste. Wan Yang choked at Wan Ningyan's retort. He vaguely felt something was wrong, but couldn't put his finger on it. He frowned and thought for a long time, then Wan Ningyan pinched his chin and kissed him hard. Don't worry about it. Be cheerful. You get wrinkles if you keep frowning like that, and then you turn into a little old woman. I see. Thank you for your comfort, sister. Sister-in-law. Sister-in-law. Something bad has happened. Nuan Yang and Wan Ningyan were gazing at each other affectionately when they heard Wan Ningyue's voice. They quickly separated, each pretending to be busy, casually picking up food with their bowls and chopsticks. Sister-in-law, something terrible has happened. Quickly get the toilet peg out. Huh? Nuan Yang was stunned. What do you need this for? It's all Lucky. Wan Ningyue raised her hand in anger. Lucky dug out the big chicken drumstick and ate it, and then stole some meat from the kitchen. Then he pooped so much in the toilet that it clogged it. Nuan Yang hadn't expected the toilet peg to actually be useful. She quickly retrieved it and handed it to Yue. Wan Ningyue was a clever little girl. She grabbed the toilet peg and went straight to Wan Ningfeng, calling him Brother Xiaofeng all the time, completely baffling him into following her to the bathroom. Yue must have taken after me, so clever. Nuan Yang smiled and nodded. Of course, she looks alike too. We're sisters after all. Wan Ningyan raised an eyebrow proudly and placed a hand on Nuan Yang's shoulder. Little meanie, are you still upset? I told you it won't be needed today, but you need it tomorrow. Young people are just impatient. Yes, sister, you're right. I was indeed impatient. Nuan Yang's bad mood was completely over. She said some nice things to Wan Ningyan, making her happy. Then she went to find Wen Yanru and handed her the subspace ring. Wen Yanru was feeding Xiaofen some braised food. The spicy, fragrant, and delicious food made Xiaofen's tongue dangle from the spiciness. The flower buds, though vibrant red, were still eager to eat. Wen Yanru fed them one, and they ate one. Wen Yanru was surprised to learn she was going to be given a subspace ring. She suddenly stood up and swung Xiaofen around, looking quite comical. Ha. Xiao Nianyan, why are you so nervous? Look how angry you made Xiaofen. Wan Ningyan, laughing, controlled the braised duck wing that nearly fell to the ground and returned it to Xiaofen. Xiaofen, who had just been pressing her flower bud against Wen Yanru's head, looked angry, but now shook her head and happily ate the braised food. Nuan Yang was amused by the scene. He smiled and tickled Xiaofen's flower buds, then shared his thoughts with Wen Yanru. The subspace ring is both a reward and a guarantee. Wen Yanru listened attentively, her face serious, and solemnly accepted the ring with both hands. Sister-in-law, I understand. I train hard and protect my family. Well, don't put too much pressure on yourself, Nuan Yang said, pulling out a medical lancet. Which finger? I prick it for you. This one needs a drop of blood to identify its owner. Wan Ningyan, standing by, blushed, unsure of what she was thinking. After Nuan Yang finished pricking Wen Yanru, she touched Wan Ningyan's cheek. What's wrong? Are you hot? It's okay, I just go get some ice cream. Nuan Yang was about to ask when there was a knock on the door. Wan Ningyan had returned to the dining table. Nuan Yang ignored her, and had Yue lock Xingyun in the bedroom before opening the door. Special Assistant Bai? Captain Chen? Why are you two here? Have you repelled the mutant centipedes? Yes, Bai Xing replied affirmatively, but his expression was grim. Although the insecticide is effective, the mutant centipedes are still gathering outside the base. They're also very clever, hiding underground. Thermal weapons are ineffective against them, and they might even damage nearby mutant plants. That's why we came to Miss Nuan to buy more insecticide. Still gathering nearby? Nuan Yang frowned. We have a limited supply of insecticide. What if we use it all up, and the centipedes are still there? Nuan Yang's words made their faces even uglier. Wan Ningyue, who was secretly watching from the side, tilted her head in confusion. Doesn't my sister-in-law have mutant chickens? Just let them eat the centipedes. Chickens are natural predators of insects. That's right. Chickens eat insects. Nuan Yang shook her head in a speechless and amused manner. How foolish. You didn't even think of such simple common sense. Chapter 535. The chicken-eating insect food chain has made everyone realize the rigidity of their thinking. They always assume that all animals and plants have mutated, either to be exterminated like zombies or kept in captivity like livestock, forgetting the interdependent relationships that exist between plants and animals. Bai Xing pondered for a moment, then said to Nuan Yang, Miss Nuan, our base recently captured and raised some mutant chickens. We have approximately 23 adult mutant chickens. How many can you provide? We buy them from you. Nuan Yang had a lot of mutant chickens, but that variety wasn't typical for Province Z. Furthermore, the military had only captured a little over 20 in such a long time, so it would be strange for her to take so many. Thinking over it, Nuan Yang sighed, feigning regret. Alas, I should have known better. Assistant Bai, I did catch a few mutant chickens outside, but I got greedy and ate 2. Now there are only 5 left. Take them if you don't mind. Bai Xing didn't look unhappy. Instead, he smiled and comforted Nuan Yang. Miss Nuan, some is better than nothing. Don't worry. There are almost 30 in total. We should be able to eliminate some. If the results are good, at worst, we can give away the half-grown chicks we bred. As long as we can get through this crisis, it's worth it. Assistant Bai has a good attitude. The world has changed like this. We can't be bad. That's right, Nuan Yang said, holding out a dog cage to hold the mutant chickens. These mutant chickens are very aggressive. I pecked them until they bled when I caught them. Be careful when handling them. Don't get hurt. Chen Jun smiled. Don't worry, Miss Nuan. We can handle more than a few chickens. Okay, Captain Chen, I trouble you then. Nuan Yang handed both dog cages to Chen Jun. Captain Chen, please take these to the main gate and test them out. I have something to say to Special Assistant Bai. Chen Jun immediately understood. No problem. You guys chat while I test the effects. Chen Jun was a fire type, so the freezing cold of the polar night posed no threat to him. But Bai Xing was different. As a civilian, her physique was weaker, and she hadn't yet awakened her superpowers. After a conversation at the doorway, her lips turned purple from the cold. As both women, Nuan Yang didn't want Bai Xing to suffer too much, so she invited her inside to chat. Bai Xing politely thanked her and cautiously entered. The family had many secrets, so Nuan Yang only invited Bai Xing to sit by the stove on the Kong. Wan Ningyan had already discreetly stored everything that shouldn't be in the house into her space. As for the others, fearing exposure, they either hid in the kitchen, cutting vegetables and washing fruit, or sat on the sofa, staring at each other. Assistant Bai, have a hot drink. Nuan Yang took a small pot from the spaceship and placed it on the stove, then asked, milk? Or juice? Plain water will do, no need to bother. No need to bother. Then drink milk for calcium. Nuan Yang poured a bottle of milk into the pot, brought it to a boil, and poured it into a cup for Bai Xing. It warmed both her hands and her stomach. Thank you, Miss Nuan. What did you want to tell me? Nuan Yang glanced at the weather forecast. Polar night would last a week, much longer than the usual polar day. Dark night also obstructs vision, making it more dangerous than polar day. We must alert the base. It's about the mutant centipede attack. When I was a kid, I heard from the elders that centipedes and many other insects are nocturnal, and they are very attracted to light and heat. So I'm wondering, is it because the base has too many streetlights on that's attracting the centipedes? Nuan Yang glanced at Bai Xing's expression as he spoke. Seeing her apprehension, he quickly added, I don't mean to blame the base. I just don't know how long this polar night will last. Many insects and animals prefer to be active at night. I'm afraid if I get rid of the centipedes, something else will come along. That would be terrible. Bai Xing was puzzled and shook her head slightly. Miss Nuan, I don't think you're blaming the base. In fact, the research team has warned us that too many streetlights will attract nocturnal animals. Warned? Nuan Yang couldn't help but wonder, then why does the military keep so many streetlights on? To be honest, we don't have night vision equipment, and the research team estimates that the polar night could last 5 or 6 days. If we don't have any streetlights at all, we won't be able to organize patrols. Unlike ordinary nights, the polar night is completely devoid of moonlight and starlight. Even when Nuan Yang ventures out, he needs to rely on tactical scopes or the off-road vehicle's monitoring system, let alone soldiers without night vision goggles. Wouldn't a flashlight work? Streetlights aren't necessary, are they? No, the batteries won't last at around -40 degrees Celsius. Even batteries made of special materials won't work below -70 degrees Celsius. Bai Xing sighed softly. If we don't turn on any lights at all, it'd be difficult to detect dangerous animals or zombie invasions. Turning on lights will attract them. After weighing the pros and cons, the commander has decided to turn on a few streetlights, at least to ensure immediate detection of any danger. Well, then we can only hope they don't attract any more strange creatures. Nuan Yang had intended to alert the base, but they couldn't turn off the lights. This worried him. With so many strange and mutated animals in the world these days, if they were truly attracted, there wouldn't always be a solution. After finishing their conversation, Nuan Yang planned to take Bai Xing to the base gate. She wanted to see if the mutant chickens could eliminate the mutant centipedes. Wan Ningyan, upon hearing this, immediately donned a thick cotton coat and wanted to tag along. Okay, let's go together. It's great to have more people to look after us. Bai Xing looked at the wife and her husband, their voices echoing in unison, a look of envy in her eyes. No need. It's so cold outside. I can go alone. You two should stay home by the fire to avoid frostbite. It's such a long way. How can you walk alone? Wan Yang said, winking at Wan Ningyan, and then went out to the garage to prepare. The off-road vehicle wouldn't work, but Wan Ningyan's Hummer would, and it could handle snow. Wan Yang retrieved the car from Wan Ningyan's subspace, opened the hood, added the system-provided engine oil and windshield washer fluid, and lubricated the transmission and brake discs. Then he got in and started the car. Beep beep. The car started successfully. Wan Yang turned the heater to full blast and adjusted the air vents towards the windshield to prevent fogging. Then he drove out and picked up Bai Xing and Wan Ningyan. Sorry, Special Assistant Bai, I couldn't start the car just now. I spent some time trying to jump-start it. Sorry for the long wait. It's okay. It's much more comfortable to go by car than to walk. Thank you, Miss Nguyen. You're welcome. Wan Yang briefly explained the car's condition to avoid Bai Xing's suspicion, then drove away. The roads in the base had been plowed, so the snow wasn't deep, making driving easy and smooth. Wan Ningyan had met Bai Xing a few times before, but except for their wedding day, they had never been so close and spoken. Now, they chatted as if they were just chatting casually. Wan Yang listened as he drove. They talked about things that didn't intrude on her privacy. Wan Ningyan was very tactful and didn't ask questions that would embarrass or make Bai Xing uncomfortable. During the casual chat, Wan Yang noticed something odd. Bai Xing mentioned that children had been disappearing recently at the orphanage, as well as in areas D and E. She set up a special section on the bulletin board to post missing persons notices, but none had been found. Wan Yang suddenly remembered that she'd previously gone to the orphanage gate and asked the guards if they'd seen any children leaving. The connection between these events seemed unusual. The Sanyang Mountain base had never prohibited entry or exit. Only during periods of midday, midnight, and snowstorms would the announcements advise against venturing out. Therefore, the absence of people at the base was commonplace. Perhaps they had died after venturing out, and no one would investigate. But the children at the base were different. They were too young, had no weapons, and even lacked proper cognition. Many of them lacked adult protection. Given the free care provided by the base, it seemed illogical for them to vanish after venturing out. If the children hadn't left, and the number of them kept decreasing. Wan Yang couldn't help but frown, feeling uneasy. Chapter 536. Arriving near the base gate, Wan Yang parked the car in a dark spot. Then, holding hands with Wan Ningyan, they followed Bai Xing. Cheering and laughter could be heard at the gate. As they approached, Chen Jun trotted over, with a beaming smile on his face. Assistant Bai, it worked. The mutant chickens are incredibly aggressive. Those centipedes couldn't stand up to them. Many of them have already been eaten. Really? Bai Xing smiled and breathed a deep sigh. Finally, we have a solution. I report to the captain and request the transfer of all the mutant chickens. No need to bother. Deputy Captain Bai has already led the team to report to the captain. Once the request is approved, they bring the chickens to the gate. Hearing Chen Jun's words, Bai Xing smiled faintly, wrapped his clothes tightly around him, and walked to the base gate to begin checking for any missing items. Wan Ningyan, eager to watch the chicken-insect battle, kept gently nudging Wan Yang with her hand. Wan Yang gave her a helpless look, then took her hand, and secretly followed behind Bai Xing. Chen Jun greeted Wan Yang and Wan Ningyan, not seeing anything wrong with them following him. He then quickly walked to Bai Xing's left to listen to his instructions. Since the mutant chickens can eat insects, they need to be kept close to the base. Captain Chen, please find a few Earth-type and Carpenter build some chicken coops outside. This will keep the chickens from wandering around and keep them warm. Okay, I arrange it shortly. Captain Chen, I also need you to find a gold-type psychic to melt leg rings into each chicken as a mark. I report this to the regimental commander and issue an order prohibiting all soldiers and civilians from hunting and capturing mutant chickens. From now on, anyone caught with a leg ring will be dealt with according to military orders. Not a big deal. Special Assistant Bai is so thoughtful. Unlike me, who spent ages watching and didn't even think of this. Chen Jun and Bai Xing's conversation mostly revolved around the mutant chickens' work. Wan Yang eavesdropped while watching the mutant chickens nearby. These mutant chickens were mountain pheasants, typically raised free range. They excelled at walking and climbing, making them strong and agile, making them easy targets for catching and eating centipedes. A chicken's claws slammed down hard on the mutant centipede's midsection. Sensing danger, the centipede raised its head, attempting to sting the chicken, only to be pecked through by the chicken's sharp, hard beak. In just 2 or 3 bites, a half-meter-long mutant centipede was devoured. The mutant centipedes seemed to communicate with each other. Wan Yang watched through the tactical scope as they either retreated to the perimeter or burrowed underground, playing a game of hide-and-seek with the mutant chickens. The mutant chickens were also smarter than ordinary chickens. Despite being just 5, they worked together to push aside the snow and capture and devour any centipedes that had nested together. Some mutant centipedes are so small that the mutant chickens can eat them directly. Others are so long that the mutant chickens even cooperate, taking turns attacking with their beaks and dismembering the centipedes. Nuanyang, these chickens are so powerful. I'm a little scared. Scared? What are you afraid of? Wan Ningyan glanced around, making sure no one was around, then leaned over to Nuanyang's ear and said, "When I stole their eggs, they chased and pecked me. Luckily, we had an SUV with us, otherwise I would have been pecked to bits." Nuanyang recalled that egg theft and smiled helplessly. "You're still scared? I'm not stupid. You're making fun of me, you idiot." Nuanyang was shocked. "Honey, your accusation is completely illogical. I don't accept it." "Then what were you laughing at?" "I just remembered that scene. I found it thrilling and hilarious. 2 high-level psychics being chased by a flock of chickens. Who would believe it if I told anyone else?" "Well, if you don't tell me, no one will know. You have to keep your mouth shut, or the captain will definitely laugh at me." "Okay, then don't steal eggs anymore. The only animals that survive now are mutants. You might run into something tough, like a mutant snake." I know. After a few words, Wan Ningyan's displeasure returned. Nuanyang wisely shut up, ate a piece of energy-boosting fat, and then, following Wan Ningyan's lead, squatted by the gate, watching the military work. The base's gate had been dented by the bombing. With insect repellent and mutant chickens, the lights above the gate were turned on, and the soldiers began filling in the potholes and repairing the road. A group of soldiers built a chicken coop on the left side of the base, filling it with cotton and soft grass for warmth. The craftsman who had been called in to help build the coop was bundled up like a bear, so he worked very slowly. Elsewhere, a psychic was trying to capture a mutant centipede and put it in a glass bottle. They claimed that centipedes were medicinal herbs, capable of clearing the meridians and relieving pain. They said they could catch some, dry them, grind them into powder, and use them as a painkiller. The wife and her husband watched for a moment, then saw Bai Xing leaving. Nuanyang stood up and asked her where she was going. "Going back to report." "Then I take you." "We're going back too, so it's on our way." Area A was behind Area B, so a detour wouldn't take more than a few minutes, not a delay. Besides, in this weather, Nuanyang couldn't let Bai Xing walk back alone. Of course, Nuanyang had her own selfish motives. She wanted to know some details about the missing children. Wan Ningyan was left with the task of gathering information, while Nuanyang drove. "How many have gone missing?" 4. 2 from the orphanage, 1 from Area E, and 1 from Area D. "Didn't the security guard see them leave?" Bai Xing sighed softly and shook her head. "Even the guards didn't see her, and she can't be found at the base. That's why I find it strange." Wan Ningyan leaned back again, curious. "Special Assistant Bai, have you arranged for the soldiers to search? We're not looking for human traffickers again." "We did search once. We searched the entire barracks except for areas A and B, but we couldn't find a single clue. It's really strange." Nuanyang caught Bai Xing's eye in the rearview mirror and felt she wasn't lying. Considering Bai Xing and Bai Mo's previous donations to the orphanage, it seemed clear that Bai Xing genuinely cared about the child. Bai Xing was the regiment commander's special assistant, her brother was the deputy commander, and the orphanage was established with Bai Mo's entire family's donations. With that in mind, the child's disappearance couldn't be linked to the base. After reaching this conclusion, Nuanyang felt something was amiss. The biggest infestation in the base was the wealthy businessmen. They had been eradicated, and the civilians and soldiers who colluded with them had also been purged. Who could have allowed the child to disappear without anyone noticing? Unless Bai Xing was lying, or the child had been completely devoured. After dropping Bai Xing off at the entrance to Area A, Nuanyang drove Wan Ningyan home. After parking the car in the garage, Nuanyang didn't rush out of the car. Instead, he called Wan Ningyan over to discuss something with her. "What do you think about the missing children?" "As for me," Wan Ningyan pondered for a moment, puzzled. "I think those children were lured or abducted. Bai Xing said no one was found in other areas, so it must have been someone from Area A or B, right?" Nuanyang nodded. "Anything else?" "I don't quite understand why they're capturing children. Areas A and B are considered wealthy areas. If someone wants children to satisfy their perverted desires, they could just lure them with material goods. There's no need to create a series of disappearances. If they're desperate for meat and capture children to satisfy their cravings, Then that's possible. I remember you saying that in the apocalypse, everyone loves to eat children because their meat is so tender. But on second thought, it doesn't make sense. There aren't that many children in the base. If they really want to eat meat, why not just target them? Don't you need too much luck to take care of the children? Well, let me tell you my guess. I'm more suspicious of the military. The base is now under complete military control. With the string of children disappearing and no results, the chances of them crying "Stop thief" are higher. Secondly, I suspect someone in the wealthy district is abducting children to commit illegal acts. The military? Wan Ningyan pondered, unconvinced. If it's the military, then Bai Xing's acting is too good. I didn't even notice the clues. I just observed that Bai Xing doesn't seem to be lying. Besides, her position and background are top-notch. Logically, if the military really did take the children for something, they wouldn't be able to avoid her. Yes, then it's still about the wealthy district. How about we take advantage of the darkness to investigate the situation in Area B? Nuan Yang thought for a moment and agreed. Go home for dinner first, and then we go afterward. Okay. Chapter 537. As Wan Ningyan was about to get off the car, Nuan Yang pulled her back, saying she had something else to say. Wan Ningyan couldn't help but pinch Nuan Yang's cheek in amusement. Little Mimi, how many things do you want to say? Hurry up. Why are you squeezing toothpaste? Yeah, quickly. That's all. Facing Wan Ningyan, Nuan Yang was a little hesitant to speak. He looked away, staring at the white snow ahead. He took 2 deep breaths before speaking. Ningyan, I'm sorry. I'm not a good lover, nor a good wife. I said I would protect you, but in reality, I'm not that smart. I'm always slow and hesitant, and I'm always overthinking things. That's why you suffered so much. I always have my own excuses, forcing you to feign weakness and hide your strength. It's actually because I don't trust you that I want to keep you close. I'm sorry. I should have realized these things earlier. I work hard to correct them. I hope it's not too late now, and I hope you still be willing to trust me. Wan Ningyan remained silent. Nuan Yang didn't dare look at her, unsure of her reaction. He felt nervous, yet relieved, finally sharing his true feelings. Analyzing one's own shortcomings, being honest about them, admitting that one isn't as capable as one might think, that one isn't the superwoman Wan Ningyan imagined, takes tremendous courage. Nuan Yang enjoyed the feeling of being adored by Wan Ningyan in the early days of the apocalypse, feeling elated. However, she understood that she had to accept reality. The apocalypse was volatile, and she truly couldn't plan everything. Many developments were due to her indecision and arrogance. Suddenly, her chin was pinched. As Nuan Yang turned her head, the force of the fingertips lifted her. She saw Wan Ningyan's gentle eyes, and her anxiety instantly subsided. Why are you saying this all of a sudden? It's not sudden. You narrowly escaped death back then, and I should have told you afterward. It's just that the mission wasn't completed yet, and I felt a heavy burden. After the mission ended, and we left Noah's Ark, I never got the chance to tell you. Nuan Yang said, chuckling somewhat self-deprecatingly. You know, I'm a procrastinator. If I don't take this opportunity to tell you today, I don't know how long it will take later. Do you know that your credibility is very poor? Yes, I'm already a bankrupt. Ningyan, if you don't want to believe me, it's okay. We still have plenty of time, and I prove it to you. Wan Ningyan said nothing. She lowered her eyes, leaned forward, and kissed the corner of Nuan Yang's mouth, close and gentle, then bit Nuan Yang's lower lip. Nuan Yang, I never blamed you. Don't burden yourself. Those decisions, while seemingly yours, were actually our joint choices. But I have to admit, I really don't like being protected by you unilaterally. I'm capable too. Nuan Yang nodded sincerely and seriously. Yes, our Xiaoyan is indeed capable. She was able to rescue Antwin single-handedly. She's both brave and resourceful. So I'm glad you're slowly letting me go, and letting me make my own way. I keep all that in mind. You don't have to apologize. You're changing. I can feel it, and I'm willing to believe you. There's just one thing, don't lie to me, okay? Okay, I won't lie to you anymore. I won't lie to you again. If I lie to you again, you're a bitch. Yes. Amidst the joking atmosphere, both of them laughed through their tears, yet they struggled to hold back their tears. But after trying so hard to hold it back, they finally broke down and burst into laughter, looking utterly embarrassed. Tears streamed down their cheeks. Haha. You're so ugly, crying and laughing at the same time. Miss Wan, do you look pretty when you cry? Blow your nose. The two of them laughed and joked for a while, their relationship growing closer. After getting off the car, Wan Ningyan took Nuan Yang's arm, and went home together. Normally, she would have walked home on her own, even walking side by side, when waiting for Nuan Yang. Nuan Yang naturally sensed Wan Ningyan's change, and held her hand tightly. He also began to understand why the elders often said that love needs to be cultivated. No matter how strong the love between lovers is, it will slowly wear away due to long-term companionship and arguments. If they don't make changes and remain content with the status quo, they may still live together, but their hearts will only drift further and further apart. The house was bustling. Wan Yanru had a subspace, so she was responsible for storing many things, big and small, including Nuan Yang's new toys. Mom, wouldn't it be better to just put the foot bathtub next to the Kong? Mother Wan disagreed with Wan Ningyan. We already have a lot of stuff at home, so it's best if we can put it away. Besides, leaving it out there will get dusty. It's much more convenient to just take it out every day, and Lucky won't ruin it. At the mention of Lucky, Mother Wan's temper flared up, and she started recounting the little tiger's misdeeds, like scratching the sofa, chewing the sheets, and sneaking into the refrigerator. This caused Wan Ningyue to fawn and comfort her, begging Mother Wan not to get angry, fearing she would lock Lucky away in a space. Nuan Yang, seeing the mess at home, pulled Wan Ningyan's hand. Let's go see what's in the fridge and have a quick bite. They should have some cold noodles. Let's have some. Aren't you cold? I'm a fire type, I'm not afraid. Nuan Yang hushed his lips, pulled out a bowl of cold noodles for her, and ate his own rijiamo. The house was still a mess. The clever little tiger cub, after its mutation, thought Mama Wan was bullying her owner, Wan Ningyue, and started causing trouble. Mama Wan grabbed a broom and tried to hit her. Father Wan and Wan Ningyue held Mama Wan back, one trying to calm her down, the other trying to be less impulsive. When Yanru frantically tried to comfort Lucky, telling her to behave herself and stop running around. Wan Ningfeng smiled foolishly, pouring oil on both sides. Nuan Yang and Wan Ningyan, accustomed to the commotion at home, simply focused on their meal. Afterward, they planned to scout Area B. Unexpectedly, Lucky jumped onto the table. Due to its size and weight, the table tilted over, and Wan Ningyan's half-eaten bowl of cold noodles fell to the floor, breaking the bowl in two. Lucky, do you want to die? Wan Ningyan roared, and instantly every object in the house floated in midair. Nuan Yang's chair even levitated, frightening him so much that he clung to the backrest, clutching the armrests. For a moment, the Wan family and Lucky were stunned. The mutant, skilled at reading people's expressions, realized Wan Ningyan was truly angry and quickly dropped to the ground, feigning pity in her gaze. What are you trying to be cute about? It's fine if you're just making a fuss, but you actually dared to sit at the table? If you do that again, Yuer won't be able to protect you. Do you understand? The little tiger growled, not daring to stand. It crawled slowly on all four paws, creeping towards Wan Ningyue's side, begging for comfort. Clatter. Everything returned to the ground, including Nuan Yang and the chair. She suddenly realized a new use for her control ability, but Wan Ningyan's face was sour, so she didn't dare to speak, so she just endured it. After venting her anger, Wan Ningyan pulled out another table, fetched a bowl of cold noodles from the refrigerator, and began stirring the sauce. Nuan Yang realized for the first time that Wan Ningyan was also protective of her food. Chapter 538. Nuan Yang finished his rijiamo early and watched Wan Ningyan trying to control her abilities. Judging from what had just happened, control abilities could completely control an object, effectively transporting someone to a nearby location. Wan Ningyan could even use something like a skateboard to control its movement, like flying on a sword. Just as he was thinking, a bowl was pushed in front of Nuan Yang. Wife, I can't eat anymore. Yes, I eat. Nuan Yang had already guessed they have to eat leftovers. Lucky had already eaten half of his cold noodles, and Wan Ningyan definitely couldn't handle another bowl. So Nuan Yang only ate one rijiamo, leaving his stomach empty. Wan Ningyan could handle spicier food better than Nuan Yang. After finishing half a bowl of cold noodles, Nuan Yang broke into a sweat and quickly drank half a bottle of milk to recover. Can't you just rinse it in water if you think it's too spicy? That would be too bland, bothersome, and unpalatable. You're quite picky. Nuan Yang smiled and didn't object. Having just been reborn, he wasn't picky about anything. He was happy to eat well. Now, thanks to Mama Wan's picky nature, he couldn't stomach bland food. After a quick meal, the two of them informed their families of the situation and hurried out again. The polar night provides a natural hiding place. Unlit areas are pitch black. Area B has only one streetlight at the entrance, and the rest is shrouded in darkness, making it very convenient for the two to survey. Nguyen Yang switched the SUV to stealth mode and drove from the outermost row, checking the surveillance system as he drove. Wan Ningyan used a tactical scope to check for any unusual activity inside the villas. After circling all the villas, they found the only unusual situation at Xiaoyu's house. Besides the 5 people, there were nearly 10 small, lifelike specks. Nguyen Yang discussed it with Wan Ningyan, then remembered that Yuer had given Xiaoyu quail, completely ending the clue. So it wasn't someone from Area B who did it. Nguyen Yang hesitated. Not necessarily. If the children had eaten them, and we didn't go in to check, how would we know? Then get out of the car. We use the tactical scope's X-ray function to look around one by one. If we find any suspicious meat or bones, we can send the military to search. If we still find nothing, then it can only be Area A, and it's likely the military did it themselves. Although it was troublesome, there seemed to be no good solution at the moment. Nguyen Yang agreed, ate a piece of energy fat, and got out of the car to divide the work with Wan Ningyan, each responsible for half the area. Villas, while spacious and seemingly comfortable, are quite inconvenient in extreme cold. The large space causes heat to dissipate quickly, forcing all residents to huddle in the first floor living area, where the heater runs through, and burn charcoal to achieve a comfortable temperature. This made Nguyen Yang's inspection very convenient. She leaned over to the window to see how many people were inside, then used her X-ray vision to see if anything resembling human bones or flesh was hidden. Since everyone had moved to the living room on the first floor, their daily necessities and food were also stored there. Normally, the kitchen was the place, and the windowsills served as a natural refrigerator. Nguyen Yang gradually figured out the route, and her inspection speed increased significantly. By the time she finished the last house, she still hadn't found anything. Few people in the villa complex were as unlucky as Xiaoyu's family. Most could be considered wealthy. Besides rice and instant noodles, their homes also stockpiled vegetables grown at the base and mutant animal meat, providing a nutritionally balanced diet. The meat was either easily distinguishable from mutant poultry or rabbits, or from mutant pigs, whose appearance differed significantly from that of humans. This was the outcome Nguyen Yang hated most. She didn't know what had happened to those children, but their disappearance was a sure sign of bad things happening, and it was likely a bad omen. The final investigation results truly pointed to the military. Nguyen Yang's long-term assistance to the base meant she had been aiding and abetting the evil, which made her deeply distressed. Although Nguyen Yang had initially assisted the military simply to protect her family, after living here for so long, she had developed a bond with the place. Watching the base working together on construction, laying power lines, building roads and houses, and installing heating pipes. It was finally returning to its pre-apocalyptic appearance, only for something like this to happen. It was heartbreaking. Nguyen Yang, I'm back. Wan Ningyan got into the passenger seat, and, noticing Nguyen Yang's uneasy expression, grew concerned. What's wrong with you? Did you spot any suspicious individuals? No, I didn't see anything. Me too. The meat we eat at home is mostly mutant meat. I haven't found anything unusual, so it must have been someone from Area A. Nguyen Yang's face darkened even further. Her unease grew deeper, and she was even unwilling to face the reality. Ningyan, maybe? The military search wasn't thorough enough. The power plant or the farm are possible places, not necessarily Area A. Wan Ningyan stared at Nguyen Yang for a long moment, then leaned closer to her. Nguyen Yang, are you reluctant to leave? Are you afraid it's really the military's fault, and that leaving here would shatter your peaceful life? Nguyen Yang closed her eyes and sighed. No, I'm afraid I've become the executioner, aiding and abetting evil. Oh, don't overthink it. You're putting so much pressure on yourself when you don't even know what's going on. Besides, even if it really was the military, what does it have to do with you? If you don't help, will the military just stop doing it? They might even be more ruthless and ruthless. It's only with your help that they waited so long to start doing evil. Just started? Nguyen Yang opened his eyes, feeling even more amiss. Children started going missing when the extreme cold started. Why did it start only when the extreme cold started? Logically, extreme heat is more suitable for evil deeds, especially after the photovoltaic equipment was recovered, so the base has no shortage of electricity. I don't know, but thinking that way does seem a bit problematic. Besides, children are afraid of the cold and don't go out much during the extreme cold, and even less so after someone goes missing. It's not a good time to capture children. Another possibility, they started during the extreme heat, but the only people captured were adults. Everyone assumed they died while searching for supplies, so no one paid much attention. In the extreme cold, the targets became adults and children. Children don't go out, so their disappearances attracted attention. Wan Ningyan sat up in shock, thinking for a long time before speaking. Nguyen Yang, I think what you say makes sense. When we took revenge on Xiao Ming, we killed him outside the base. A pet doctor disappeared, and the military never suspected anything, let alone looked for him. This is true for the military, and even more so for ordinary people. So, if an adult disappears, no one would find it strange. Even family members would simply assume they suffered misfortune. This seems like a serious matter. I contact Wei Mingyi, and have Team Rose help gather information. After we make contact, we go around the base and check every area to minimize the area. Okay, Wan Ningyan reached out and grasped Nguyen Yang's wrist tightly. If there's evidence that the military did this, shall we leave? Let's see what the military has done first. It's likely we leave, but until we can confirm, it's best not to tell your family to avoid worrying them. Well, then don't give your equipment to the military either. Wait until you find out if they're real. Nguyen Yang nodded. She hadn't had time to return the equipment Noah's Ark had collected to the base yet. She was thankful she hadn't, or it would have been even more difficult. Chapter 539. After synchronizing their messages with Wei Mingyi, Nguyen Yang and Wan Ningyan began patrolling the base outside Area A. Although their off-road vehicles could be invisible, many areas were still covered in unplowed snow, leaving visible traces. Therefore, they frequently dismounted to inspect. Polar night is the coldest time of year. Aside from patrolling soldiers and guards at the base gate, the roads were deserted. The only places with workers on duty were the coal mines, power plants, and farms. These areas were hotter, and the workers, fearing the cold, huddled in front of boilers or near heating pipes, making their search effortless for Nguyen Yang and her team. Until after 8 p.m., they finally searched every area, finding no suspicious leads. This left Nguyen Yang feeling powerless. It looks like it could only have been done by Area A. Wan Ningyan yawned. Let's go to Area A tomorrow. I'm so sleepy. I got up so early and worked all day, I'm exhausted. We can't get into Area A. There's a guard at the gate all day, and there are soldiers patrolling inside, but they're just less frequent. We'd be easily discovered if we go in. Huh? Then how can we confirm it's the military if we don't go in and investigate? Nguyen Yang had no idea. Let's do this for now. Let's go back and rest. We see if there's any news from Wei Mingyi, or if Zhao Rou is done with her work, and ask her if she knows anything about the strange military stuff. That's the only way. Nguyen Yang drove home, had a quick dinner, showered, and fell asleep instantly. She stayed up the most out of everyone, keeping an eye on train traffic and coal consumption almost all night. She only slept 2 or 3 hours when she got home, before being woken up. She'd been investigating missing persons all day, and her face was drooping with fatigue, with dark circles under her eyes. Excessive fatigue meant she needed longer periods of sleep. It was already 1 p.m. the next day when Nguyen Yang awoke. She was slowly awakened by the sound of voices in her ears. Sitting up, her brain still hazy and her body languid, Nguyen Yang stared blankly at everyone until Wan Ningyan came over and rubbed her face, finally waking her fully. How long have I slept? More than 10 hours. I couldn't even wake you up this morning. We already finished lunch. So long. Nguyen Yang yawned. But I'm still so tired and sleepy. Then eat something before you go back to sleep. You haven't had breakfast or lunch yet. Don't starve yourself. As soon as Wan Ningyan mentioned eating, Nguyen Yang's hunger pangs began to grow stronger. She quickly got up, washed up, and ate. Aside from Wei, who was doing homework, everyone else in the family gathered on the sofa, busy with work. Nguyen Yang, carrying the dumplings that Wan's mother had left for her, walked over to watch. A nearly 3-meter-long red grouper, its head placed in a large wooden basin, its body chopped into 3 sections. After the flesh was removed, only the skeleton remained. To the right were Wan Ningfeng and Wan Ningyan, sitting at the chopping board, mincing the fish. In the middle, Father Wan and Wen Yanru were mincing pork and beef. Mother Wan, sitting on the far left, mixed the fish, pork, and beef together, added some seasonings, and began to roll them into small balls. Mom, are you making fish balls? Yes, New Year's is coming soon, and I need to stock up on New Year's goods. New Year's? Nguyen Yang glanced at the calendar. It was only 12 days away. Time was flying by. But after a second glance, Nguyen Yang felt something was wrong. This was too much. A 3-meter-long fish, plus pork and beef, these fish balls would feed the whole family for ages. Mom, even if it's New Year's, you don't have to do so much. Do less, don't tire yourself out. Not much, not much. Friends and family still need some gifts. I have plenty of supplies in my space. Just take them from me. Mom, don't overwork yourself. The doctor said you can't do heavy work. It's okay. Everyone's helping. It's not just me doing it. Nuan Yang, seeing no use in persuading her, simply quickened his eating pace and joined in. Mincing the fish was a repetitive, strenuous task. Nuan Yang took over for Wan Ningyan, letting her rest for a while. Wan Ningyan said she didn't need it, but Nuan Yang grabbed the knife. Aren't you going to sleep? Yes, I'm not sleepy anymore. Why don't you do some work? Oh. Then tell me when you're tired and I take your place. Okay. Nuan Yang cut 2 pieces of fish, removed the bones, and began chopping with both hands. It wasn't hard or tiring, but his arms felt sore from the constant use. Wan Ningyan lazily leaned against Nuan Yang's shoulder, occasionally feeding her a piece of fruit or a snack. Wan Ningfeng, standing nearby, glared at her. He turned the chopping board around and turned his back, out of sight, out of mind. Look, your brother's pissed. Ignore him. Open your mouth and eat a strawberry. Nuan Yang looked at the bitten-off strawberry and couldn't help laughing. Why do you keep feeding me strawberry butts? Miss Wan, can you please be kind to your wife? Of course I do. I only feed you the sweet ones after I've tasted them. I eat the sour ones myself. Thank you, I'm so touched. Nuan Yang believed her, because every strawberry Wan Ningyan fed her was indeed sweet. Their intimate behavior quickly made Wen Yin Ru shy, and she quietly turned her back to the couple. Only Wan's mother and father, with the air of experienced people, smiled secretly at the young couple. While Mama Wan and Papa Wan were taking the 2 buckets of fish balls to the refrigerator, Nuan Yang turned around and kissed Wan Ningyan, asking her why she didn't try to persuade her mother. My mom is so hard to persuade. She's so kind-hearted. She's ready for the new year, but she insisted on sharing everyone else's share. What can I, as her daughter, do? Wan Ningyan sighed. I can only help out. As long as she's happy, that's all. I understand, but Mom's health is more important. I try to persuade her not to overwork herself next time. You always talk so much about others, but what about yourself? Wan Ningyan touched Nuan Yang's face, her eyes filled with worry. Your dark circles haven't gone away yet, and you got bags under your eyes from exhaustion. You look so ugly, and you're still helping out. Why don't you take care of yourself? Nuan Yang smiled, and kissed her cheek again. Because I have a wife. She cares for me, so I don't have to worry about myself. That's a lie. Wan Ningyan took the kitchen knife from Nuan Yang's hand. Go to sleep. I take care of the rest. It won't be much. Nuan Yang was truly tired, so she didn't insist and obediently returned to bed to catch up on some sleep. Nuan Yang hadn't slept long when he was awakened by a call. The voice of a middle-aged woman sounded unfamiliar. He glanced at the number and realized it was from the Shanxi woman. Annie, don't worry. Take your time. I don't want to contact you, but I'm really at my wit's end. Please come and save us, even if it's just to take my daughter away. I beg you. Nuan Yang's sleepiness faded, and he sat up and asked, Annie, what's going on? It's zombies. So many zombies. They've been swarming around my house for ages. We're trapped in the cellar. If we continue, we surely die. What? You mean there's a group of zombies constantly around your house? Yes, there have been zombies before, but they leave if they couldn't find anyone. This time, they haven't left, and there are more and more. I'm really desperate, so I'm asking for your help. Little girls, I know you're capable. Please help me. It doesn't matter if I die. My 2 daughters are still young, and I want them to live. The old lady grew increasingly agitated as she spoke, quietly sobbing. Her 2 daughters' soothing voices echoed nearby, saying things like, I want to die with Mommy, and Mom, don't cry. Nuan Yang felt a pang of pain. Annie, don't worry. Block the entrance to the cellar. I'll be right there. Chapter 540. Wan Ningyan sensed something was amiss when Nuan Yang connected. She sat anxiously waiting. When she saw Nuan Yang hang up, she hurriedly asked what had happened. Something's happened with the Shanxi woman. It sounds like they've been trapped by a zombie horde for a long time, but we don't know how many there are. Ningyan, contact Wei Mingi for help. I wash my face. We leave soon. Okay. Nuan Yang quickly rinsed her face with cold water to clear her head, then changed into Noah's Ark thermal underwear and combat uniform, maxing out her cold weather buffs. When she left the bathroom, Wan Ningyan was ready, waiting for her at the door. The captain said there's a section of road to the farm without streetlights. To the right is undeveloped land. If you keep going, you reach the edge of the base. You can ride your motorcycle straight out from there. Nuan Yang thought it was feasible. There were soldiers swarming the base gate, and even asking Zhao Ro to erase her travel records wouldn't work. It would be better to just climb over the wall and leave. Just as they reached the door, Nuanyang returned and called Wen Yanru over. "Ah, Nuanyang, you said it was a zombie wave. Nian Yen has so little experience, wouldn't it be inappropriate to bring her along? Will you gain experience by participating this time? Besides, you have the maxed out zombie control ability, and Xiaofan is here to proactively protect Nian Yen. Nothing will happen, don't worry too much." "That's true, but it's pitch black now, and I'm worried something might happen to Nian Yen." "Then let Nian Yen decide for herself." Nuanyang thought this was a rare opportunity for actual combat, but he didn't want to force Wen Yanru to go, so he gave her the choice. Wen Yanru hesitated for only a few seconds, then smiled and patted her chest. "Sister-in-law, I'm already dressed for combat. How can I not go?" "Let's go then. If you're really scared, we can sit in the car and learn from the experience." "Sister-in-law, don't look down on me. I can kill zombies now." "That's right, our Nian Yen is amazing." Wan Ningyan hugged Wen Yanru and said, "Your sister-in-law is a bit of a mouthy person. She always says things we don't want to hear. If she does that again, just ignore her. I have you covered. Don't be afraid." Nuanyang secretly rolled his eyes as he turned his back. His wife was always making up stories about him or being treacherous. He felt so miserable. Then they drove to the farm in an off-road vehicle with stealth mode on. On the way, Nuanyang explained a new use for his control ability to Wan Ningyan, intending for her to try it out by scaling the wall. "Right. Then how about you just sit in the car and let me control the car to scale the wall?" Nuanyang and Wen Yanru both had subtle expressions. Wen Yanru, being soft-tempered, didn't dare to say a word, so Nuanyang had to do it. "Honey, since this is our first attempt, shouldn't we try using a tray with rice or something? It's not a good idea to just go for it." "What's wrong with that? Anyway, the SUV is resistant to impacts, so nothing's going to happen. Just fasten your seatbelts." "Well, honey, you better be steady. Nian Yen and I are both in your care. Don't worry, I'm a dual-level Esper. But his object control ability is only level 2. Nuanyang was a little worried. Suddenly, he remembered the Esper level boosting pills. He currently had 5, and 1 pill would boost all his abilities by 1 level. He gave Wan Ningyan 3. "Take them. Get your object control ability to level 5 first. That take your anti-entropy ability to level 6. You be able to walk freely in the apocalypse." "Huh? These are superpower boosting pills?" "Yes. Why didn't you take them before? There used to be a superpower training room where I could fully utilize my superpowers, accelerating my power level, and I could eat crystal cores and mutant meat. I was just going to save them." Wan Ningyan smiled and approached Nuanyang. "Wow, my wife, you're willing to let me eat these? Hurry up and eat them. We're almost there." Wan Ningyan's smile deepened as she swallowed the pills one by one. Then, Nuanyang felt a surge of mental energy invading, and the display screen displayed a vehicle in the air warning. "I can really control it. Wife, please put the car down first. I take control once I get there." "Okay, sorry, I'm a little excited." Wan Ningyan was excited to have unlocked a new use for this, and turned to discuss it with Wen Yanru. "Xiao Nian, I just thought Xiaofan might be able to do it. How about you control Xiaofan to tie the SUV with vines, and then scale the wall?" "Little ancestor, take it easy." Nuanyang immediately stopped her. Wen Yanru hadn't yet fully mastered Xiaofan, and trying this could be fatal. Okay, let's be cautious." "You better." Nuanyang breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that no one was around and it was pitch black, he stepped on the accelerator and drove straight to the wall. The walls of the Sanyang mountain base were reinforced, with a metal sheath on the outermost layer. A 1-meter-high electric fence and alarm system were installed on the 5-meter-high wall. A flying motorcycle could easily fly over it, but the control system wouldn't know about it. "Come on, honey. Put on your tactical goggles. Don't touch the electric fence, or the base will notice." "I know. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts." Nuanyang immediately checked her seatbelt and slumped back. Slowly, she felt the SUV begin to move, and the display screen issued another vehicle in the air warning. With Wan Ningyan controlling the vehicle, it continued to rise until it was 2 or 3 meters from the electric fence. She then steered the vehicle outward, finally landing gently on the snow outside the fence. "Huh? Success? Sister Yen, so great." Wen Yanru, who had been nervous just moments before, now cooperated and praised Wan Ningyan. Nuanyang smiled and gave a thumbs up. The successful experiment meant that in the future, Even without a vehicle, one could use any object to quickly escape. This would be especially useful in difficult road conditions or emergencies, as controlling objects would provide greater flexibility. Ningyan, did Wei Mingyi say where to meet? No, the captain said there were mutant centipedes gathering outside the base. We should just share the coordinates with her and meet near our destination. Okay, I send it to her. Nguyen Yang chose the coal mine near her aunt's home as the location and sent the coordinates to Wei Mingyi. They agreed to meet there and then drive west. Along the way, the SUV ran over and injured many mutant centipedes. Only after Nguyen Yang had penetrated the swarm did she discover that there were nearly 100,000 of them, an incredible number. After driving for a while, she finally emerged from the swarm and was quite far from the base. Nguyen Yang switched flight mode and accelerated towards Shangxi. The complete darkness of the polar night forced Nguyen Yang to fly only at maximum altitude. Flying low, she feared she might accidentally collide with a high-rise building. After setting up the autopilot, Nguyen Yang contacted the old lady again to confirm that she was safe for the time being. Only then did she wait to reach her destination. The flight to Shangxi took 2 hours, and it was almost evening, so the three of them had dinner in the car and chatted about Wen Yanru's abilities. She now insisted on attending the training camp every day. Although Xiaofan knew it was fake and was reluctant to go out and fight, she would gradually cooperate at Wen Yanru's request. Wen Yanru's wood ability had also reached level 7. When she had time, she would help Father Wan ripen vegetables he wanted to eat or cultivate seeds, and her mastery of the ability became increasingly proficient. Little Nian is really good. You must work hard and strive to reach the maximum level soon. Thank you, Sister Yan. I will try my best. Wen Yanru was smiling, but suddenly her face froze. She stretched out a trembling hand and pointed at the display screen. Sister-in-law, so many little dots. Nguyen Yang turned her head and saw that it wasn't just a lot, the entire display screen was covered with tiny dots, densely packed. The destination was still several kilometers away, indicating a massive zombie wave had arrived. This made Nguyen Yang nervous. She wasn't afraid of low-level zombies, but she was afraid of such a large wave. It would be controlled by medium-level zombies, like the crybaby, and it would take some effort. Wan Ningyan looked excited. Little Mimi, what are you afraid of? If we can't handle it, just bomb with thermal weapons. That costs points. A missile costs thousands of points. Let's save as much as we can. Yeah, let's go check out the situation first. Okay. Nguyen Yang switched back to manual mode, planning to circle around and see the zombie level before making a decision. Chapter 541. The zombie horde was larger than Nguyen Yang had imagined, nearly 2 million strong, the largest zombie wave Nguyen Yang had encountered since the apocalypse. There were also 2 giant, self-healing zombies, nearly 300 meters tall. Nguyen Yang dared not get too close as they passed by, as these intermediate-level zombies had vision. Even with the SUV's cloaking function, Nguyen Yang instinctively stayed away. Warning! Intermediate-level ice zombies detected. The monitoring system suddenly popped up an alert. Nguyen Yang sent Wan Ningyan and Wen Yanru to investigate while he went to consult Xiao Lu. Replying to the host, a mid-level ice zombie possesses ice-related abilities. Because its skin is covered in a thick layer of ice, the surrounding temperature can drop below -10 degrees Celsius, hence the name. Sister-in-law, I saw that zombie. It seems to be emitting a constant chill. Yeah, I saw it too. Wan Ningyan suddenly pulled out a candied Haws. It looks like this, covered in a transparent layer, like ice chips. It's ice, so the surrounding temperature will be very low. If you kill it, everyone except fire types and Yin should stay away. Covered in ice? Wan Ningyan leaned closer to the car window to peer. But it's moving normally. It's unaffected by being covered in ice. That's incredible. Stop yelling. Help me control the zombies. I'm about to land. Okay. The coal mine, where Nguyen Yang had originally planned to land, was also densely populated with zombies. Nguyen Yang planned to land there first, giving him a good opportunity to get a closer look at the zombie tide. As they pulled the joystick to begin their descent, Wan Ningyan suddenly grabbed Nguyen Yang's wrist, urging her to hold off. Nguyen Yang pushed hard, and the SUV climbed again, circling above the coal mine. Why won't we land? I just felt a controlling force fighting me for control of the zombies. I'm afraid the zombies will discover us, so we can't land here. A controlling zombie? Is it another crybaby? I don't know. We didn't notice it just now. This zombie might be hiding in the dark. Well, I find a place without zombies to land first, and then wait for Wei Mingyi and the others to come and discuss countermeasures. A few hundred meters away from the coal mine, Nguyen Yang landed. This was the edge of the zombie tide, and the zombies could be seen moving forward in an orderly manner. This group of zombies was strange. Normally, the zombie army should be moving in a certain direction, searching for humans, but they were all gathered nearby, as if something was attracting them to this place. Nguyen Yang contacted Wei Mingy and explained the situation. Send me the new location. We be there in 20 minutes. Okay. Be careful on your way in. Don't let the giant zombies see you. Okay. After the announcement, the three of them got out of the car. Nguyen Yang joined the back seats together to form a bed, creating more space so they could sit together and discuss countermeasures. Wan Ningyan and Wen Yanru were spying on the zombies. They stood on a large rock. While they claimed to be spying, Wan Ningyan actually controlled the rock to fly through the air, watching them blatantly. They weren't flying high, only about a meter above the ground. Nguyen Yang ignored them, using the front of the car to cover the roof. After sitting down, he used his tactical scope to observe. From this distance, he could clearly see the two giant zombies. Their heads were enormous, and they could heal quickly after being injured, but their eyes were a weakness. Having killed them once before, Nguyen Yang wasn't afraid. The ice zombie was nowhere to be seen, and the control zombie was nowhere to be found. Nguyen Yang, wanting to understand the situation, went to find Xiao Lu. No, host. There are more than one type of mid to high-level zombie that can control low-level zombies. I can't give you an answer until I encounter one. More than one? So it might not be a crybaby? Yes, host. The unexpected answer, and from Xiao Lu's suggestion that this control zombie might be a high-level zombie, presented a thorny situation. They had no experience dealing with high-level zombies. The Rose team arrived quickly, but not all of their core members had come. Wei Mingy, fearing an incident at the base, had left Qin Yun and Gu Yu behind. 6 core members were sufficient, especially since they all had awakened superpowers. Although their levels were relatively low, only level 1 or 2, the flying motorcycles were equipped with homing missiles. Spreading out to provide cover would greatly reduce the risk of killing mid to high-level zombies. In the back of the SUV, Nguyen Yang and Wan Ningyan detailed the news they had learned and seen. Wei Mingy didn't rush to discuss a plan. I'm a little curious. If we're just rescuing people, wouldn't it be safer and simpler to just go to the cellar and pick them up while we provide fire support while you and Ningyan go pick them up? Nguyen Yang hummed at him and admitted, I do have some selfish motives in wiping out the zombie horde. Captain, do you remember the missing persons case I told you about? Yes, I'm already trying to gather information. If the military is truly doing something shady, we can't stay in the base any longer. Otherwise, we eventually become victims. So the only place we can go is Shushio village, but the conditions there aren't as good as at the base. If a large force were to move there, I need to purchase a lot of items in secret, which would be very expensive. I see. We need to be prepared. Yeah, so we should kill as many zombies as possible. We have enough crystal cores to last us even if we leave the base. Kino frowned awkwardly. Sister Nguyen Yang, I understand your thinking and agree with you. But there are so many zombies, and there are only 9 of us. How long will it take to dig for the cores? We be exhausted. Nguyen Yang then remembered she hadn't told the Rose team about the one-click core collection feature, so she smiled and explained. Wow! One-click core collection. So cool. I always get so tired digging. Tired, for one thing. I feel sick. That brain matter. The Rose team endlessly discussed Nguyen Yang's core collecting abilities. Wei Mingy coughed, and everyone quieted down. Let's discuss a countermeasure. The base is under attack by mutant centipedes. Something could happen at any moment. It's safer to resolve the situation and return home as soon as possible. After Wei Mingy finished speaking, everyone began brainstorming and explained their respective abilities. This time, Nguyen Yang and Wan Ningyan didn't hold back anymore, openly revealing their abilities to the Rose team, shocking everyone once again. What exactly is the power of maxing out? Sister Ningyan, can you demonstrate it later? Sure, I show you guys later. Wei Mingy looked at the proud Wan Ningyan, asked a few more questions about her abilities, and then discussed it with Nguyen Yang. Since Ningyan has 2 maxed out abilities, including anti-entropy and object control, why don't we let her find the manipulation zombies, while I deal with the ice zombies, and leave the giant zombies to you, who has more experience? What do you think? Nguyen Yang thought for a few seconds before agreeing. It's a reasonable division. When the communication is established, whoever finishes first will help the others. Once the mid and high-level zombies are killed, we can use our abilities to directly eliminate the low-level zombies. Well, until then, The others can be assigned to various locations to provide cover for us. As for Nian Nian, since this is your first time participating in a large-scale zombie wave, why don't you follow Xiao Wei? Wan Yang didn't immediately agree to this suggestion, but instead asked Wen Yinru about her preferences. I can do it alone. I can ride a motorcycle, use missiles, and kill zombies. Sister-in-law, Captain, I don't want to be a supporting character. Ningyan, what do you think? Wan Ningyan agreed without hesitation. Nian Yin is no longer the coward she used to be, and she's trained very hard. It's okay for her to be alone. She can be closer to everyone, so she can help if anything happens. Yes, Captain Wei, my wife and I both agree. Please let Nian Nian try it alone. Wei Mingyi nodded. Xiao Wei and Xiaoya, you will stand on either side of Yin Yin and help if anything happens. Lin Baiwei and Mu Yi agreed. Then everyone got out of the car and began to divide the flying motorcycles and their respective positions to guard and cover, preparing to eliminate the zombie horde. Chapter 542. Because of the possibility of advanced zombies appearing, Wan Yang equipped each of his flying motorcycles with 2 tracking missiles, just in case. For ease of operation, Wan Yang chose a flying motorcycle instead of an off-road vehicle, which was more agile in takeoff and landing. Before departing, Wan Yang pulled the excited Wan Ningyan aside and carefully examined her combat uniform. It's all put on and taken off with a single click now, so there's no problem. Then I have to see it to be sure, Wan Yang said, pinching Wan Ningyan's face. I know you're excited, and I know your superpowers are high enough that normal zombies can't hurt you. But nothing is absolute. Be careful later. If your superpowers can't defeat them, switch to hot weapons. If that doesn't work, just fight them in a group. Don't be too aggressive. I get it, little Mimi. You really nag. You be a chatty old woman when you get old. Wan Yang glared at her helplessly, then turned and went back to Wen Yinru. This was the child's first time participating in actual combat against a zombie horde, so she needed to be given careful instructions. You have space now. Don't just rely on Xiaofan. You can use those weapons too. If you run out, ask my sister-in-law for more. Don't skimp. Okay, Nian Yin understands. Wen Yinru was well behaved, taking careful note of every word Wan Yang said. This made Wan Yang even more worried about her. He gave Lin Baiwei and Mu Yi some more instructions before finally getting his flying motorcycle ready to depart. Wei Mingyi jokingly said, Do you want to warn the passing ants too? Captain Wei, please be kind and cut me some scorn. Thank you. Okay, let's get ready to go. Okay. Nanyang began making contact, dragging everyone's communicator numbers into a box so everyone could chat, just like in a group chat. Are you all ready? If so, please state your name. Everyone announced their names, with Wen Yinru being the last. Seeing everyone on their motorcycles preparing for takeoff, Wan Yang shouted, Action! And immediately ascended vertically, reaching maximum altitude before flying towards the nearest giant zombie. Defeating the giant zombie wasn't difficult. First, remove the 2 eyes that couldn't heal, rendering it blind. Then, strike the head hard. But with the motorcycle and the darkness providing cover, even a giant zombie with sight would be difficult to detect. So Wan Yang decided to launch a sneak attack from behind, a quick and decisive move. Below lay a dense swarm of zombies. The flying motorcycle's wide field of view gave Wan Yang a chill as he flew past, recalling the scene in his previous life when he accidentally fell and was devoured by the zombies. Feeling a little unsteady, Wan Yang took a deep breath, cleared his mind, and sped up, flying behind the giant zombie. As it neared, Wan Yang removed the transparent shields on both sides of her motorcycle, preparing to strike it in the head with a gold-based strike. Suddenly, the giant zombie whipped its head around and spotted Wan Yang's motorcycle. Oh no! A giant zombie can see clearly even in the dead of night. Roar! With a loud roar, the giant zombie swung its arms and began to grab Wan Yang's motorcycle. Wan Yang quickly accelerated and turned, flying under the giant zombie's armpits. The unpleasant stench nearly made her vomit. Drawing out her gas mask, Wan Yang made a sharp turn and flew back towards the giant zombie. In her peripheral vision, she saw a fire in the distance, illuminating the darkness. Soon, an explosion was heard. Someone had used a missile. This suddenly alarmed the entire zombie horde, and the lower-level zombies below began to roar non-stop. What a noise! Wan Yang extended his hand, releasing his spiritual power. He quickly condensed tens of thousands of ice arrows in midair. With a slap of his hand, a rain of arrows descended, instantly muting the roars of the nearby zombies. The giant zombies seemed to realize that Wan Yang was a formidable opponent. Seeing Nuan Yang approaching, it blocked the attack with its hand and turned to flee. Countless ice arrows pierced the giant zombie. In the light of the fire, Nuan Yang saw its wounds healing. Coincidentally, one ice arrow lodged in the back of its head. Nuan Yang shifted direction, circling the giant zombie. The giant zombie wasn't as fast as a flying motorcycle, but it had intelligence. After Nuan Yang flew past, it didn't follow him, but instead turned in the opposite direction, attempting to intercept Nuan Yang. This was exactly what Nuan Yang had hoped for. As the giant zombie turned, Nuan Yang slowed down, condensed a 3-meter-long golden needle, and shot it directly through the hole where the ice arrow had penetrated. The wound, still barely healed, was attacked again by the golden needle, causing the giant zombie to roar in pain. Nuan Yang accelerated again, flying in front of the giant zombie. He used his supernatural powers to control the golden needles, pushing forward with him. The resistance was immense, so Nuan Yang gritted his teeth and increased his mental control, forcing the needle through the giant zombie's head. The automatic core collection page displayed a notification for an intermediate level core. Nuan Yang selected it, and the gleaming intermediate level core was stored in his memory. The roar abruptly ceased, and the giant zombie's eyes lost focus. Its massive body slowly leaned forward and collapsed. Bang! With a loud bang, the giant zombie's fall resounded across the snow, sending it flying and splattering tens of meters high. Many low-level zombies, unable to dodge, were crushed into mud, their brains splattering. After dispatching one giant zombie, Nuan Yang breathed a sigh of relief. He flew toward the other, controlling the thick golden needle as he approached, intending to kill it in the same way. Not far away, a bluish-white flash of light, resembling lightning, appeared, accompanied by a crackling sound. Nuan Yang guessed that Wei Mingyi had located the ice zombie and was killing it. 100-meter-high flame suddenly erupted from the other side. A phoenix-shaped firework soared high into the sky and swooped down, shaking the ground and charring the white snow. The zombie tide was shaken by the attack, and the lower-level zombies scurried about frantically. Unable to fly or possess any special abilities, they could only roar helplessly at the flying bikes. Seeing that everything was going smoothly, Nuan Yang accelerated toward the second giant zombie, intending to quickly dispatch it before clearing out the lower-level zombies. Suddenly, the zombies on the ground ceased their commotion, facing the direction of the flames like an army. Then, Nuan Yang's head began to ache violently. A piercing sound emanated from nowhere, and her head felt like it was about to explode. Her hands and feet were uncontrollable. Nuan Yang tried to control the motorcycle, enduring the pain, but it was too much. The motorcycle continued to swing wildly from side to side. The piercing sound was like a knife ripping into her brain, and the pain finally overwhelmed her, forcing her to let go. The flying motorcycle lost control and began to fall. Nuan Yang's only way to protect herself was to open the transparent cover, preventing her from becoming a zombie meal the moment she landed. During the fall, Nuan Yang's head and body banged against the motorcycle several times. Suddenly, the piercing sound stopped, and she quickly regained consciousness and tried to regain control of the motorcycle. But the motorcycle was only a few meters from the ground, even falling backwards. Although Nuan Yang was protected by her helmet, the congestion in her brain caused her to suffer another kind of pain. The upside-down position also made it impossible for her to grip the handlebars. As he was about to hit the ground, Nuan Yang clutched his head, hoping to save himself. Suddenly, the motorcycle lurched and began to fly upward, turning until it regained its balance. Nuan Yang quickly grabbed the handlebars and regained control. The green vines covering the transparent barrier vanished one by one. Nuan Yang spotted Wen Yanru flying over from a distance, thanked her, and then flew back toward the giant zombie, ready to kill it. Chapter 543. On the call, Wei Mingyi asked if everyone was safe. Everyone answered one by one. Nuan Yang listened as he drove his motorcycle when he suddenly noticed Wan Ningyan hadn't said a word. "Ningyan, are you okay? Ningyan, answer me. Are you okay? I help you." Without getting a response, Nuan Yang, just as he was about to reach the giant zombie, turned around and headed in the opposite direction to find Wan Ningyan. I'm fine. No need for help." After a long silence, Wan Ningyan suddenly gritted her teeth and replied. Nuan Yang couldn't tell what she was saying. After some thought, he decided to trust Wan Ningyan and turned back to continue killing the giant zombie. During the flight, Nuan Yang noticed the zombies on the ground were acting strangely, moving back and forth, as if they were standing still. Confused, Nuan Yang simply gave up and melted a thick golden needle again, accelerating towards the giant zombie. Several mid-level zombies perished, and the giant zombie, sensing danger, spotted Nguyen Yang. With one hand protecting its head, it used the other to grab onto trees, bricks, and other objects, attempting to drive Nguyen Yang away. Nguyen Yang wasn't about to let it get away. He maneuvered his flying motorcycle with one hand, evading the attack. He then melted the golden needle back into a thin blade, 2 meters long and 1 meter wide. Giant zombies can heal themselves, but that takes time. Nguyen Yang controlled the blade and forced it through the giant zombie's arm, severing it directly. The arm that had been harassing Nguyen Yang fell to the ground, crushing several lower-level zombies to death. Enraged, the giant zombie realized escape was impossible. It roared a warning to Nguyen Yang, regrowing a new arm while attacking with its other, a massive palm slamming down on Nguyen Yang's motorcycle. Nguyen Yang maneuvered nimbly, flying diagonally through the gaps between the zombie's fingers, slicing off half of its palm. This infuriated the giant zombie even further, and it stomped its foot hard into the snow. Nguyen Yang was a little confused by its movements, but without giving it much thought, she turned with her blade, ready to decapitate it. As she approached, the giant zombie bent down, its palm facing downward, its movements unclear. The ground shook, and many lower-level zombies stumbled. Nguyen Yang watched the giant zombie slowly lift the ground, then understood its purpose. She retracted her blade and immediately struck left, attempting to circumvent it. Bang! Crash! A large chunk of ground was lifted up, flying straight towards Nguyen Yang. Nguyen Yang cursed, but there was no way she could dodge. She concentrated all her mental energy to form hundreds of icicles, slamming them into the incoming ground. Bang! The crashing sound continued as Nguyen Yang spun through the small opening created by the collision. Countless tiny pieces of stone and earth pelted the motorcycle. If it weren't for the shelter, he would have likely been injured. Little beast! I kill you! Nguyen Yang was furious. She removed her cover and reached out, gathering the accumulated snow on the ground at the giant zombie's feet. Then, swiftly rising, she froze the zombie's legs. The zombie, realizing it couldn't move, prepared to shatter the ice on its legs with its hands. Nguyen Yang reappeared her blade and, as she flew past, severed its remaining arm. Then, she darted to the other side, and chopped off the newly healed miniature arm. The giant zombie roared in anger, trying to scare Nguyen Yang away. With a sneer, Nguyen Yang melted the blade into dozens of thick golden needles, piercing them directly into its blood-stained maw and eyes. Roar! A painful corpse roar sounded eerie in the darkness, sending chills down Nguyen Yang's spine. He quickly melted a golden needle, and pierced the giant zombie's head from top to bottom. The roar ceased, and the giant zombie staggered. Its legs frozen, it plummeted headfirst into the ground, its body twisting into an inverted V. After defeating 2 giant zombies, and Wei Mingyi successfully killing the ice zombie, only Wan Ningyan remained. Nguyen Yang flew towards Wan Ningyan, trying to contact her. She didn't respond, but he could hear her heavy breathing coming from her phone. Ningyan, hold on. Wei Mingyi and I are here to help you. No need. Wan Ningyan practically roared, and then Nguyen Yang saw the sky filled with fireballs, illuminating the earth like the sun. Get out of the way! Wan Ningyan shouted, and Nguyen Yang quickly turned and flew toward the outer edge of the fireball. Cries of shock and urgent evacuation echoed through the communicator. In just a few seconds, the sky-filled fireballs slammed into the ground like cannonballs, and the zombies on the ground all gathered together, motionless, bracing themselves for the death the fireballs would bring. A huge explosion, accompanied by the crackling sound of the fireballs, incinerated most of the zombie horde to charcoal. The -100-degree temperature and the melted snow quickly reduced the flames to a small fire, emitting a crackling sound. Honey, next time you use your ultimate, give me a heads up. I get burned soon. Nguyen Yang's tone was joking, but it was truly thrilling. The shockwave from the explosion nearly caused the hover bike to lose control. Fortunately, Nguyen Yang successfully flew out of the affected area. Huff. I don't want to either. This **** is so good at hiding. I can only do this. Wan Ningyan was panting heavily, so Nguyen Yang told her to rest quickly and leave the rest to the others. With Wei Mingyi there, the remaining handful of zombies were quickly dispatched. The few that tried to escape were either intercepted by the Rose team or tied up by Xiaofen's vines and used as food. Nguyen Yang, worried about Wan Ningyan, flew towards her while collecting crystal cores. Suddenly, he found a high-level crystal core. Xiao Lu, is this control zombie high-level? Yes, host, it's a high-level lord zombie. It uses its level to suppress all lower-level zombies. It can also control zombies with sound waves, which have a brain-damaging effect on humans, especially those with special abilities. If humans are subjected to sonic waves for too long, they will suffer brain death. Sonic waves can still attack? That's why my sudden, uncontrollable headache was caused by it. Yes, host. How terrifying. Fortunately, Wan Ningyan handled it quickly, otherwise this advanced zombie would have taken everyone away. Recalling Wan Ningyan's gritted reply, Wan Yang grew increasingly anxious and sped towards her. When they arrived, Wan Ningyan's flying motorcycle was parked on the charred ground, and she was sitting inside, slumped in the seat with her neck tilted back. Wan Yang reached out and used ice to extinguish the fire on the ground, then got out to find Wan Ningyan. Turning on his flashlight, he saw Wan Ningyan had removed her combat helmet, and she was covered in sweat, as if she had been drenched in water. Ningyan, are you okay? You look hot. Wan Ningyan opened her eyes, a bright smile on her tired face. It's hot, but I'm happy. I defeated it. Mimi, I fought it for a long time. It hid here and there, and I was exhausted. But I wasn't afraid of it. I defeated it with my own strength. I didn't rely on anyone. I won on my own? Wan Ningyan said this with a smile, but tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. Wan Yang knew what she was excited about and gave her a thumbs up. Yes, I saw it. Our Xiaoyan is amazing. She killed a high-level zombie single-handedly. Amazing. Chapter 544. Mimi, can you praise me a little more? Okay. Wan Yang smiled indulgently, crouching beside Wan Ningyan and praising her endlessly, praising her to the point of being the best in the world. Then, blushing, he declared enough. Really enough? I could go on. For example, I say our Xiaoyan is an invincible goddess of war, comparable to Athena. That's not so exaggerated. Stop it. It's more like bragging than complimenting. I don't brag, I just brag. You're crazy. Wan Ningyan smiled and cupped Wan Yang's face. As she lowered her head for a kiss, she suddenly stopped, her expression frozen. It's over. Wan Yang, who was about to enjoy the kiss, raised an eyebrow in confusion. What happened? I was so angry just now, I was so focused on killing that evil zombie, that I forgot to avoid Annie's house. Wan Yang, get in the car quickly. Let's go to Auntie's house. Don't burn them down. Wan Yang was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at the endless expanse of charred ground. The words on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back. This was more than just a house on fire. Sitting in the back seat, Wan Ningyan hurriedly drove the motorcycle towards Auntie's house. The road was covered in scorched earth, and the situation was dire. When they arrived at Annie's house, as expected, the yard and house were ablaze, and only the beams remained. It's over, it's over. We gotten into trouble. Wan Yang squeezed her arm and soothed, relax. Auntie and the others live in the cellar, so they can't get burned. Besides, Auntie has our contact information. If she were in real danger, she'd call us. The fact that she hasn't called in so long means everything's fine. Then I could only rest assured after seeing Auntie and the others safe and sound. Wan Ningyan's hair was wet, and her sweaty face was filled with regret and anxiety. Wan Yang's soothing words had little effect, as she believed seeing was believing. Once they arrived, Wan Ningyan stepped out of the car and waved her hand. The charred remains of the house scattered to the ground nearby. A rectangular patch of unburned brick floor, with the ash-covered entrance to the cellar intact, remained intact. Wan Ningyan breathed a sigh of relief and trotted over. She pulled hard several times, but to no avail. Hold the door open, Auntie. There are zombies outside. They must have locked it. Yes, Wan Ningyan let go and shouted at the top of her lungs, Auntie, open the door. We're here to save you. Holding so loudly, her voice cracked, and she coughed twice before regaining her composure. Wan Yang was bewildered. Don't we have a communicator? Just call Auntie. Why are you shouting so hard? Aren't you afraid of damaging your voice? Wan Ningyan was stunned, looking at Wan Yang with resentment. Why didn't you say so earlier? Wan Yang suppressed a laugh. My fault. I tell you sooner next time. Wan Yang then used the communicator to contact Auntie. Her voice was trembling, and she sounded terrified. She confirmed several times that it was Wan Yang before she told him to open the door. Then, Wan Yang heard rustling sounds coming from the cellar entrance, followed by a metallic sound. With a click, the cellar door opened. A cautious Auntie peeked through only a small gap. Seeing Wan Yang and Wan Ningyan, she quickly opened the door and burst into tears, hugging Wan Yang. Auntie, Auntie, we're here. Don't worry, it's all right. Wan Yang patted her back soothingly. Auntie looked thinner than before, with dark circles under her eyes and a tired look, as if she hadn't slept well in a long time. Sister, you're finally here, woo-woo. The two little girls also crawled out and threw themselves into Wan Ningyan's arms, crying. Their condition was very similar to their mother's. Despite their young age, they had dark circles under their eyes, bags from fatigue, and a pale complexion. It's okay, isn't sister here? Don't cry. Sister will take you to a safe place where we won't have to worry anymore. Sister. Woo-woo. I'm so scared. Nuanyang had always remembered the two little girls as strong, accompanying their mother in the search for supplies and guarding the house. This time, they were truly terrified and burst into tears. The always strong-willed mother also broke down, but thankfully, she was an adult. After a while, she finally vented her feelings and began to calm down. With a look of embarrassment on her face, she apologized to Nuanyang sheepishly. Auntie, this is a massive zombie wave. Even we psychics are a bit scared, let alone you ordinary people. No need to apologize. A massive zombie wave? The old woman was startled and glanced at the charred surroundings. I'm sorry, I didn't expect so many zombies. I thought it was just a small number. They smelled human presence in my house and gathered nearby, refusing to leave. That's why I asked for your help. If I'd known there were so many, I wouldn't have had the nerve to let you take this risk. It's okay, Auntie. We made some crystal cores. It's worth it. Go and comfort your two daughters. I feel like my voice is about to get hoarse from crying. The old woman finally came to her senses and turned to hug her two daughters. Yunyun Xiaohua, don't cry. Don't be afraid. We're safe. Mom. Woo woo woo. The two little girls cried even harder. Surviving a disaster is joy for adults, but for children, it's a psychological breakdown. Nuanyang stood up helplessly, looked at Wan Ningyan and winked. Wife, go and comfort them. Wan Ningyan shrugged. Let them cry for a while. They've been suppressed for so long, it's better to let out some steam. Okay, it just hurts me a little. The children's pitiful cries made Nuanyang's heart ache. Sympathy was partly a factor, but more importantly, it reminded her of her own childhood. There were so many children in the orphanage, and the director's mother was very busy. Nuanyang cried bitterly, and often only after she had cried enough did the director's mother notice she was crying. Belated comfort and soothing are far inferior to comfort received immediately after the injustice. Warm hands covered her ears. Wan Ningyan stood before Nuanyang, smiling gently, her eyes curved like crescent moons. I cover your ears for you. If you can't hear anything, you won't feel so bad. You're trying to cover your ears and steal the bell. How could she cover her ears so loudly? But Nuanyang felt much better. She stopped thinking about her childhood. She had a wife now, someone who always cared about her feelings first. When Wei Mingyi and the others arrived, Nuanyang was locked in a passionate gaze with Wan Ningyan. Mu Yi and the others let out a small gasp, causing them to blush and immediately stand 2 meters apart. Ahem, everyone, be quiet. At Wei Mingyi's command, the Rose team finally quieted down, though their eyes betrayed a certain fascination. Nuanyang, shy but unwilling to be teased, tried to keep a straight face and find a conversational topic. Captain Wei, the people have been rescued, and everything is fine. Well, this place is a complete wreck. Do you want to send them to Shu Embroidery Village? Yes, you should return to base later, and I take them there. Wei Mingyi disagreed, suggesting instead that the Rose team take over. Mu Yi, and I can take you back. You guys should get back to base early. Your flying motorcycles aren't as fast as off-road vehicles, and they can't drive autonomously, so it might take time. I can get you there faster. Nuanyang, it's not about time now. There are still a lot of mutant centipedes outside the base. If the base runs out of insect repellent, they ask you for more. What if you're not here? Even if Mu Yi and I get back late, it won't cause any consequences. But you're different. Besides, it only takes 2 hours to get back from here. It's a different story from Sichuan. If something unexpected happens, you won't be able to make it in time. Wei Mingyi was speaking from the military's perspective, something Nuanyang hadn't considered. After careful consideration, Nuanyang agreed. Although the military is suspected of doing something nefarious, it's better to avoid unnecessary trouble until there's concrete evidence. Chapter 545. The two little girls soon stopped crying, not because the ant had soothed them, but because the freezing temperatures of the polar night were so intense that their tears had frozen into tiny icicles, their teeth chattering. Nuanyang quickly took out the SUV, turned on the air conditioning, and asked the 3 girls to sit in the back seat to rest. He then inquired about their situation. Since the 3 hadn't eaten dinner, he gave each a bowl of hot noodles. Captain of the guard, they just been frozen. Wait until they eaten and regain their strength before you take them away. Yes, remember to collect the crystal cores. We killed them all? Okay. Nuan Yang collected all the crystal cores with a single click. One, emerald green with a pinkish purple glow, was a high-level crystal core. Captain Wei, thank you for your hard work this time. How should we divide the crystal cores? How about per head? No, your wife contributed the most this time. It wouldn't be fair to divide them per head. Wei Mingyi flatly refused. Besides, we're here mainly to save people. The crystal cores are a surprise. No need to give them. Nuan Yang felt embarrassed not to give any, so he argued with Wei Mingyi for a long time before finally relenting and agreeing to give 10 per person. 10 is too few. Don't you need the crystal cores to buy something in a secret place? We benefit from those things too, so how can 10 be considered a few? Nuan Yang understood Wei Mingyi's meaning. It's just that during this massive zombie wave, the Rose team had already put in a lot of effort just to provide cover, and they also had to escort the Ants family to Shushio village. Giving only 10 was too much. 10 per person is too few. I give you 100 each. I put you in my subspace. Fearing Wei Mingyi would refuse, Nuan Yang placed the crystal core in Wei Mingyi's subspace, and then ran to find Wan Ningyan, giving her the advanced crystal core. Here, keep it as a souvenir. Wow. So beautiful. High-grade crystal cores are just different, so much more refined than the lower-grade ones. It's quite pretty. Do you want me to make a hole for you so you can wear it as a necklace? Wan Ningyan touched it reluctantly and returned it to Nuan Yang. Keep it. One high-grade crystal core can be exchanged for 2,000 points. It's okay. I'm not so weak that I can't afford to give you a single crystal core. Nuan Yang returned the crystal core to Wan Ningyan's hands. This crystal core means a lot to you. Keep it well. Then I keep it? Yes. Wan Ningyan's eyes lit up with joy. She reached out to hug Nuan Yang's neck, ready to kiss her, but then remembered the Rose team was still there, so she let go and patted Nuan Yang's shoulder instead. Thank you, honey. Nuan Yang was not happy, and snorted, planning to return the kiss when no one was around. After enjoying the warm air and eating the hot noodles, the auntie quickly recovered and kept thanking everyone. Nuan Yang asked a few simple questions and explained the situation in Shushio village. This time, the old lady finally agreed to go. The old lady's surname was Zhao, and her name was Zhao Xiufeng. She was a local. Her family owned a few acres of land and made a living from farming, making a decent living. The older of her two daughters was Zhao Qingyun and Yunyun, while the younger was Zhao Qinghua and Xiaohua. Zhao Xiufeng had a sister who ran a small shop in the neighboring county. Previously, the old lady had refused to go with Nuan Yang and the others to Shushio village. She was afraid that Nuan Yang and the others weren't as kind as they appeared, but she also harbored the illusion that her sister was still alive and would one day come find her. Aunt Zhao, please give me your sister's address. We stop by later. You and the guard captain and the others will go to Shushio village first. But it's been too long. If it's extremely hot, there's still hope for survival, but if it's extremely cold, don't hold out too much hope. I understand. It's all my fault. Zhao Xiufeng's words were filled with self-blame. If I had known you were so kind and capable, I should have asked for your help. It's me who hurt my sister. Nuan Yang patted her back soothingly. Don't blame yourself. You done your best. For an ordinary woman, surviving the apocalypse with two young daughters is already a difficult feat. How could I force her to save them? The Rose team had been relatively silent since hearing about Zhao Xiufeng's experience. This also led to the remaining members who followed Nuan Yang back to the Sanyang mountain base after Nuan Yang and Wei Mingyi separated, remaining relatively quiet, creating a subdued atmosphere in the car. Nuan Yang and his wife, Shi Jing, noticed something was amiss, and Wan Ningyan was even more so. She kept glancing at the back seat from the passenger seat, but finally, unable to resist, she turned around and chatted with everyone, actively cueing others and trying to liven up the atmosphere. 1. Nianru was a clever child, joining Wan Ningyan in her singing. Gradually, everyone cheered up, chattering about their recent experiences. When it came to killing zombies, everyone was most curious about how Wan Ningyan managed to defeat the high-level zombies. Nuan Yang was also curious, having long wanted to ask Wan Ningyan about the details, so he switched to autopilot and listened intently. This zombie is terrible. It hides and controls zombies. I was using my mental power to scout the direction, flying north, and then I noticed a powerful control force to the north, battling my mental power. I circled there, searching. But I couldn't find it, so I strengthened my mental power to fight it head-on against the zombies. I was winning, But suddenly there was a piercing sound, and my head suddenly felt like it was exploding with pain. As soon as Wan Ningyan mentioned this, everyone raised their hands to indicate they heard it, except Wen Yinru. Eh? Little Nyan, weren't you affected? Wen Yinru shook her head. I heard a sound similar to a zombie's roar, but I didn't feel anything. I did see my sister-in-law's motorcycle suddenly sway left and right, then plummeted. What? Wan Ningyan immediately grabbed Nuanyang's arm, squeezing tightly. You crashed? Nuanyang smiled. If you had crashed, wouldn't you have died? Don't worry, Nyan saved me. Nyan saved you? Wan Ningyan hurried to ask Wen Yinru again, only then learning that Xiaofan had grabbed Nuanyang's flying motorcycle, and a wave of fear welled up in her heart. So the impact was so significant. Luckily, I immediately reversed entropy. Wan Yang was curious. You could have reversed entropy from the start, right? Why waited so long? And even competed with it mentally? I didn't want to. I couldn't find its exact location. I wanted to try and find it first, but its cries gave me a headache. I had to keep expanding the range of my reverse entropy until I finally contained its ability. So you found it later? Wan Ningyan sighed. I couldn't find it, but I knew its approximate location. When I heard you guys were reporting safety, I was afraid it might do something bad and affect everyone else, so I went straight for the fire element. My fireball has a wide coverage area, so it definitely couldn't dodge. Well, that's impressive. Wan Yang smiled and praised Wan Ningyan with everyone, but he was a little worried. Encountering a high-level zombie meant a whole group of them had appeared, and the battles would get increasingly difficult. With Wan Ningyan helping to set the tone, everyone was back to their usual cheerfulness by the time they arrived at Zhao Xiufeng's sister's house. Kuan Yu was about to get out of the car with her weapon in hand when Wan Yang called her. No need to go. The monitoring system shows no living people. Kino stiffened for a moment, then slowly sat back down. Oh, not a single one. Yes, there's not a single living person within a 10-mile radius. To keep the atmosphere from returning to the previous state, Nuanyang added, maybe she fled to a nearby base with the supplies from the convenience store. Kino nodded immediately. That's right. Our country has military bases all over the place. There must be some like Sanyang Mountain. She must have gone there. Who knows, we might run into her again. Well, let's go back to base. It's a bit of a journey. Would you like some snacks to tide you over? The change of topic immediately brought the crowd, who loved to eat and drink, to a lively gathering. Nuanyang brought them snacks and milk tea, and they ate and chatted, listening to everyone's stories of killing zombies. Chapter 546. Halfway through the return journey, everyone's topic had turned to teasing Little Pink. The crimson buds were constantly peeking around, sneaking around snack bags and stealing various treats. Nuanyang had seen this scene many times at home, but the Rose team had never seen it before. It was a strange sight. Everyone was teasing Little Pink, even deliberately opening snack bags and holding them in their hands, waiting for Little Pink to steal. Nuanyang was sipping milk tea and watching with a smile when she suddenly received a message from Carrot Soldier number 1. A large number of mutant bats had invaded the territory of Shushio village. It's over. Nuanyang's mind buzzed, and his vision blurred. He felt anxious and terrified. Wei Mingyi was still halfway there, and by the time he got back, the flowers would be cold. Was Shushio village about to meet its end? Nuanyang? What's wrong with you? Unable to answer Wan Ningyan, Nuanyang regained consciousness, and quickly switched to Carrot Soldier's perspective to check the situation. The video feed was completely dark. The Radish Soldier activated an infrared scanner, and within the dark frame, dense red and yellow bird-like shapes suddenly appeared, rapidly moving. Following the camera's perspective, Wan Yang saw flocks of mutant bats flying over Shushio village. Many landed near the houses, only to be shot and killed by patrolling Radish soldiers. The mutant bats seemed merely passing through, not intending to attack the village. Soon, the majority of them flew away, with only a few landing in the village, seemingly resting. Wan Yang, however, was concerned and quickly contacted Xiao Lu to inquire about the mutant bats and find a solution. Host, mutant bats are afraid of bright light. You can use a bright light to make them leave. You can also create noise, use ultrasonic generators, or other interference to guide the mutant bats away. Is there any spray potion to repel bats? Replying to the host, of course there is, but the host hasn't unlocked the relevant items, so it can't be purchased. It seems that strong light is the only way to repel them. Wan Yang said wait a moment to the anxious Wan Ningyan, then contacted Shu Embroidery Village. The call was quickly connected. It was Sister Lu. Sister Lu, it's Wan Yang. A large group of mutant bats have arrived over there. Has anyone been attacked or injured? Sister Nguyen, I was just looking for you. Don't worry, no one's hurt yet. We're all hiding inside, so the bats can't get in. That's good. Listen, everyone use lamps, flashlights, cell phones, and other light-emitting devices. Point them at windows or other light-transmitting areas. Mutant bats are afraid of strong light. Also, they may appear to be just passing through, but many bats are resting in the village, so it's not safe outside. Stay out of the house. Let the carrot soldiers shoot them. Okay. I have the sisters do it later. Sister Lu's voice was trembling. A woman's screams could be heard from afar. Nguyen Yang suspected that the suddenness of the incident, coupled with the presence of venomous and terrifying flying creatures like mutant bats, had frightened everyone. Sister Lu, tell everyone not to panic. Wei Mingyi is on her way. Once she arrives, she check you all out and everything will be fine. Yes, I'm waiting for her too. It's just that the noise is too scary. Nguyen Yang offered a few more words of comfort, urging Sister Lu to mobilize everyone. Then he hung up and went to Wei Mingyi to explain the situation and request her help with the remaining mutant bats. Your request is too polite. The village is our Rose team's retreat, so of course I help. I said the wrong thing. Captain Wei, please check it out. I put a few packets of energy fat in your space later. Remember to eat them and avoid freezing. Thank you. Nguyen Yang bought 5 packets of energy fat and placed them in Wei Mingyi's space. He then checked the Radish soldiers' video surveillance. The swarms of mutant bats had indeed flown away, with only a small number remaining in the village. Judging from the bats' landing area, they seemed to be attracted by the mutant animals and rations in the cattle and sheep shed. Nguyen Yang edited and sent this message to Wei Mingyi, and only then did he have time to explain the situation to the anxious people in the car. Mutated bats? Shouldn't we go help? I remember them being poisonous and full of pathogens. A bite before the apocalypse could have been fatal, and now it's even more serious. Nguyen Yang took Wan Ningyan's hand and comforted her. Don't worry, they're just passing through. We have the Radish soldiers guarding us. Everyone, just stay inside and you be safe. It would take too long for us to rush over now. Why don't we let Wei Mingyi handle it? We have mutant centipedes back at the base too. We can't afford to neglect one while focusing on the other. I understand, but I'm worried. The people in Shuxiu village are so hardworking. What if something happens? I don't want them to get hurt. I know. Don't worry. I'm connected to the Radish soldiers for monitoring. If anything happens, I notify you immediately. Well, thank you for your hard work. It's okay. After comforting Wan Ningyan, Nguyen Yang switched back to manual driving and sped back to Sanyang Mountain. She felt increasingly uneasy, especially when she heard everyone discussing how, on only the second day of Polar Night, there had been 2 more mass excursions of mutant animals and a massive zombie wave. The eerie Polar Night made Nguyen Yang's heart ache even more. Everyone was right. Polar Night was far more eerie than Polar Day. The total darkness, with its impaired vision, was inherently dangerous. And then, there were the ever-evolving zombie hordes, and the sheer number and variety of mutant animals. And 6 more days of this continued. Nguyen Yang felt her scalp tingling and her whole body unsettled. She was even more afraid of getting too far away. If something happened in Shuxiu village or at Kim Yujej's house, she wouldn't be able to help in time. Perhaps I should discuss this with Wei Mingyi and arrange for some help at the various survival sites. Nguyen Yang had an idea, but Wei Mingyi's help was crucial. After all, the only people she could send out were Wan Ningyan and Wen Yinru. She herself had to stay at the base, and Team Rose would need some help. Arriving at Sanyang Mountain, Nguyen Yang activated stealth mode and circled around the main gate to see how the mutant centipedes were doing. From a distance, through the tactical scope, she could see many mutant chickens flying low. The mutant centipedes were already moving away from the base, but the chickens wouldn't give up, chasing and catching them. A row of chicken coops had been built at the base's main gate, and people had been deployed to spray insect repellent around the perimeter to ensure its effectiveness. Seemingly safe for the time being, Nguyen Yang felt relieved and drove the car to the wall. Wan Ningyan helped them climb over the wall, then she returned home after sending the members of Team Rose back to their apartment. Staying up late, overexerting himself, constantly straining his nerves, exercising, sitting for long periods of time. Nguyen Yang felt like he was about to collapse from exhaustion. When he got home, he pulled out a massage chair and lay down on it. His joints made a clicking sound, stiff and sore. Nguyen Yang, why don't you get some sleep? The captain's almost arriving at the village. I contact him if anything's wrong. No, I have the authority over the carrot soldiers. I have to make sure nothing happens. You should get some rest. Wan Ningyan refused, standing behind the massage chair to massage Nuan Yang's shoulders. I keep you company. I'm fine. But you, why are your shoulders so stiff? You're not going to get frozen shoulder at such a young age, are you? Wife, try driving and sitting for long periods of time. It can happen to anyone, even the youngest. Then I asked Zhao Rou to treat you. She should be done with her work. Wan Yang didn't want to bother Zhao Rou. She just finished her work at the base, and her mental strength probably hadn't recovered yet. But she couldn't persuade Wan Ningyan, and Wan Ningyan had also contacted Wei Mingxue, saying that if Nuan Yang's mental strength wasn't enough, they could take turns treating her. They would eventually be able to heal her. You even invited Wei Mingxue here. You're so bold. Aren't you afraid Wei Mingyi will eat you? Wan Ningyan's expression faltered. What's there to be afraid of? At most, they punish me by making me run a few more laps. It's not like I can't run. Wan Yang was about to say something else, but Wan Ningyan stood up and headed for the door. I'm going to pick someone up. Okay, be careful on the road. Just as she finished her instructions, Wan Ningyan had already opened the door and left. Wan Yang sighed deeply. Wan's mother happened to see her, and came over with a bowl of soup. Why are you sighing, young man? It's not good for your health. Come, have some fish soup to warm you up. Thank you, Mom. You should go to bed early. It's late. It's okay. We old people don't sleep much, so staying up a little late isn't a big deal. Mother Wan said with a smile, then served another bowl to Wen Yinru and a large bowl of fish bones to Xiaofan. Xiaofan is now the family's food waste processor, eating everything, though the way she licks it is a bit disgusting. Mother Wan didn't mind, her eyes full of affection. She even wiped Xiaofan's vines with a hot, damp towel, and Xiaofan felt so comfortable that her buds trembled and swayed from side to side. Mother Wan is quite talented in animal husbandry. Chapter 547. Nuan Yang's vision blurred as she watched the heartwarming scene. She steeled herself and downed half a bottle of black coffee. The bitterness was so intense that it shrank her features. She hurried to the kitchen for a bowl of fish soup to overcome the bitterness. Back in the massage chair, Nuan Yang felt somewhat more awake, but her body was exhausted and powerless. The Radish soldier surveillance remained in complete darkness, with only the occasional bat or two appearing, either flying by or fluttering on the ground after being struck. Nuan Yang's eyes welled up as she watched these scenes, and she felt a bit drowsy again. Fortunately, Wan Ningyan arrived with Zhao Rou and Wei Mingxue, and she regained some of her energy. Sister Nuan Yang, your shoulder is fine, but I feel you're so tired. Your meridians are all limp. Nuan Yang sighed. Xiaoxue, can you healing types see other people's meridians? I don't see them. I use my mental power to detect them, and then give me feedback. But I can't cure this kind of fatigue. Sister Nuan Yang, you should get some rest. Don't overwork yourself. Okay, I rest after I'm done with my work. Wei Mingxue didn't know what Nuan Yang meant by after I'm done. After helping Nuan Yang with her sore shoulder, she healed her lower back. Her mental energy was running low. Ningyan, it's quite late. Shishua's energy is low, so you should take her home to rest. Well, you probably don't need any treatment, right? I take Zhao Rou back with you. Nuan Yang quickly stopped her. No. My head still hurts. You should take Xiaoxue home first. Mom made some fish soup, perfect for a late-night snack. Nuan Yang's words had reached a point where Wan Ningyan wasn't stupid. She didn't mention taking Zhao Rou home with her. Instead, she dragged Wei Mingxue and Wan's mother to the kitchen to pack food for her #1 fan. Seeing that everyone had left and Wen Yinru and the others had gone to bed, Zhao Rou quietly asked Nuan Yang if he had anything to say. Yes, I have something to ask you. Nuan Yang handed Zhao Rou a piece of caloric fat. Come on, come upstairs and talk in the bedroom. The second-floor bedroom was cold, but there was no other way. Nuan Yang didn't want to disturb the others who were sleeping, nor did she want Wei Mingxue to hear anything when she left, so she had to come here to talk. Entering the house, Nuan Yang turned on the lights, invited Zhao Rou to sit on the sofa, and brought her a hot drink. How's the centipede base being handled? When I came back, I saw many centipedes retreating. It's been handled. The base even delivered half-grown mutant chickens to the door. The centipedes have been effectively suppressed. Combined with a 4-hour disinfection, it should be safe. Nuan Yang nodded and asked about the serial disappearances. Zhao Rou's reaction was a bit strange. She looked at Nuan Yang for a long time without saying anything. What are you looking at me for? There's no one else here, so just say whatever you want to say. Zhao Rou frowned. I know about the missing children. 4 children are missing. Deputy Commander Bai and his men searched the entire base, but couldn't find them. I learned that from Bai Xing. Do you have any other information? Zhao Rou hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. This made Nuan Yang feel even more uneasy. Zhao Rou, you once said that your life belongs to me, and that you would swear allegiance to me until death. Are you serious? Zhao Rou answered without hesitation, of course. I never break my promise. Then what are you hiding? Don't be so hesitant. Be honest with me if you're loyal to me. I'm not trying to hide it from you. I have no evidence. It's all speculation, so I'm not sure whether I should tell you. It's okay. I verify the information. Tell me what you know. Zhao Rou sat upright, hands on her knees, and gave Nuan Yang a deep, serious look. Nuan Yang didn't push her, but waited quietly. After she finished most of her hot drink, Zhao Rou finally spoke. Do you remember when you asked me why I wanted to join you, but I didn't tell you the reason? I remember. You didn't want to tell me then, but you do now? Well, because you noticed something was wrong with the base. Nuan Yang couldn't help but wonder, you mean children are going missing? Have children gone missing before? No, adults are. Adults? Tell me more. Zhao Rou responded, it might be a long story, so please be patient. After the zombie outbreak, I followed the troops to the base. Afterwards, I requested equipment to return home to save my mother. On the way, I took the risk of consuming a crystal core to awaken my superpowers, which delayed me a bit. I didn't participate in the initial construction. After I came back, they originally wanted to assign me to Area A as a guard, but because I have healing abilities, they gave me a raise and assigned me to the hospital. Back then, you hadn't arrived yet, and I wasn't part of the search team, so I spent most of my time working in the hospital. That's how I discovered the anomaly. Many of the people in the base were survivors, who had fled on their own, with no relatives or friends. Some were seriously injured and could only be treated with abilities, so I encountered many such patients. But strangely, I found that many of these patients disappeared for no apparent reason. They could have been cured with one more treatment, but I was told they had already been discharged. I don't have any evidence. I reviewed the discharge procedures, and everything was normal. The signatures were all in different handwritings, so there was no forgery. But Nuan Yang, I just feel like something's amiss. None of these patients accompanied by family members were discharged early, and they were seriously injured, with their medical bills paid in full. There's no such thing as early discharge to save money. After that, I tried to get more information, but to no avail. I only overheard them mentioning that during my initial absence, Captain Han personally led a team to rescue a group of researchers. I didn't pay much attention to it at the time, but later, you made sure I was joining you. It's because of this group of researchers. They asked the team to go to the research institute to search for equipment and information, but they deliberately concealed the fact that the disinfection of toxic gas there was dangerous. Zhao Rou's expression was serious, revealing an emotion that Nuan Yang couldn't understand. She clasped her hands tightly and asked Nuan Yang, do you think this is normal? I can't say what's strange, but I don't trust the base anymore. I don't have any evidence, so I've been hiding this. Nuan Yang was silent, not knowing what to say. It did sound a bit like Zhao Rou was being overly sensitive. The few unrelated patients, who signed the normal early discharge agreement, might have been recovering and anxious to make money and collect supplies. As for the researchers, they might have been afraid the military wouldn't send anyone, so they lied about the research equipment and information. But there was no legitimate reason for the serial disappearances of children. Since they had searched the entire base except Area A, they had to suspect Area A, the military's core area. Through this series of events, Zhao Rou felt that the unusual events weren't due to her being overly sensitive, but rather to her being too covert, making them less noticeable. I trust you and understand your decision. If the child hadn't gone missing, I might have thought you were being overly suspicious. I think I was being overly suspicious too. I was relying solely on my own criminal investigative sensitivities. The law says innocent until proven guilty, but it was me who couldn't find the evidence and started to doubt. It's okay. One person's power is limited. We're a team now, and maybe we can find the truth. Nuan Yang stood up and patted her shoulder. Go home and rest first. Wei Mingyi is also sending people to investigate. We meet up and discuss it when we have more information. Okay. Nuan Yang walked Zhao Rou downstairs. Wan Ningyan had just returned, and she volunteered to take care of the escort. Nuan Yang was exhausted, so he let her go. Chapter 548. Nuan Yang sat on the sofa, fearing she would disturb everyone's sleep. After a while, she felt like her brain was about to explode. Fatigue slowed her thinking significantly, and her eyes were sore that she needed eye drops to feel better. But for the safety of Shuxiu village, Nguyen Yang forced herself to keep an eye on the radish soldier surveillance. Fortunately, Wei Mingyi arrived. After using her lightning powers to kill the mutant bats at the door, Wei Mingyi and Mu Yi escorted Zhao Xiufang and her family inside to be cared for by the others. Then, with the high-intensity flashlights Nguyen Yang had sent, they went out to eliminate the remaining mutant bats. Although Shuxiu village was guarded by the radish soldiers Nguyen Yang had left behind, the robots had obvious drawbacks, and some mutant bats hiding in hidden corners were missed. Wei Mingyi and Mu Yi spent nearly an hour combing the village until they had completely eliminated all the mutant bats. Then, they returned to inform everyone and reassured them. Nguyen Yang could no longer see what was going on inside. She temporarily disconnected the radish soldier surveillance and turned to look at Wan Ningyan, who lay drowsy in her arms. "Honey, if you're tired, go to bed. You don't have to stay with me." "No, I can't leave you to suffer alone. I want to stay with you." Nguyen Yang smiled and stopped trying to persuade her. Wan Ningyan was stubborn, but she was easily coaxed to sleep. Tucked the blanket over her, Nguyen Yang chattered to her about Shu Embroidery Village in a deliberately low and gentle voice, gently patting her back. It wasn't a very important matter, but the mumbling was soothing, and the rhythmic patting was even more soothing. Wan Ningyan rarely stayed up late, so Nguyen Yang quickly lulled her to sleep. Carrying her to the Kong would be too much of a move, and she would likely wake up. Nguyen Yang gently moved aside, letting Wan Ningyan lie flat on the sofa to sleep, and then took out a warm winter and cool summer quilt to cover her with. The base's heating was cranked high during the polar night, and Nguyen Yang turned the air conditioner to high. Then he went to the two children's bedroom and waited for Wei Mingyi to contact him. Nguyen Yang and Wei Mingyi had agreed to talk on the phone after finishing matters at Shu Embroidery Village, and Nguyen Yang waited until 4 in the morning. "Sorry, Nguyen Yang, for keeping you up so late. Everyone was so scared. It took Mu Yi and I a long time to calm you down, which delayed us." "It's okay, I just couldn't sleep." In reality, Nguyen Yang was so sleepy that he leaned against the wall by the window to stay awake despite the chill. "You haven't gotten a good rest since returning from Noah's Ark, right? How could you not sleep? When I saw you last night, your dark circles weren't gone." Nguyen Yang smiled awkwardly. "You can't hide anything from Captain Wei. Go to bed later. We're not going back tonight. You don't have to worry about anything happening to the village." "Not coming back? Well, those mutant bats might return, and perhaps other mutant animals will appear. The women in the village may have awakened abilities and trained, but they haven't experienced actual combat. Leaving them alone is unrealistic. Besides, it's late. After the battle and the continuous flight, Mu Yi and I need some rest and recovery." "That's great. I can get some good sleep." Nguyen Yang felt instantly relaxed. A good night's sleep was truly a luxury for her right now. Taking a deep breath, Nguyen Yang planned to discuss her thoughts with Wei Mingyi, but discovered that Wei Mingyi shared her thoughts. "Nguyen Yang, the polar night is still 4 or 5 days away. Various accidents could occur during this time. I think we should station personnel to guard the village, otherwise these inexperienced people could easily be wiped out." "I thought so too. It seems we have a good rapport." Wei Mingyi laughed and asked, "So what are your thoughts? How do you plan to deploy personnel?" "We currently have 2 locations we need to guard, Shuxiu Village and Kimajijia, Inner Mongolia. Kimuj has nearly 10,000 mutant sheep, so someone with spatial abilities must be sent there. The same applies to Shuxiu Village. The only people with spatial abilities right now are me, you, Ningyan, and Yin Yin. I definitely can't leave, and neither can you. The Rose team still needs your leadership, so I want Ningyan to go to Inner Mongolia, while Yin Yin and some of the Rose team members go to Shuxiu Village." "Most agree, but I think Ningyan should go to the village. Her ability level is high, and if we encounter a truly difficult situation, she'd be better able to protect everyone. Camus' family only has 4 people. If Yin Yin goes, even if she encounters something she can't handle, she can escape on a motorcycle, which provides more flexibility than the village." Although Nguyen Yang agrees with Wei Mingyi's idea, she's not entirely confident in Wen Yinru. Yin Yin has only been in combat for a short time and has very little experience. I'm not confident she should go to Camus. Well, I'm planning to have Qin Yun go with Yin Yin. Although Qin Yun is young, she's very smart and thoughtful. With her helping Yin Yin, everything should be fine. I don't think you need to worry too much about Yin Yin. With the mutants around, even high-level zombies might not be able to harm her. Besides, she's quite calm and composed. Let her gain some experience with Qin Yun. Wei Mingyi was telling the truth. Wen Yinru was the only one who remained unscathed during the high-level zombies' sonic attack. She was even able to control Xiaofan to save people. If she were to encounter a formidable enemy out there, her chances of success would be just as good as Wan Ningyan's. Wan Yang was well aware of the mutant's power, but she was simply worried about Wen Yinru. She was gentle and immature, and her impulsive desire to help at Noah's Ark had left her feeling uneasy. Captain of the Guard, I ask Nian Yin tomorrow. If she's willing, let her go with Qin Yun. If she's afraid, let Ning Yin go to Inner Mongolia. Okay, then you should get some rest early. I finalized the list of members going to the village tomorrow, and we discuss it then. Okay. After hanging up, Nguyen Yang felt dizzy and achy. She rubbed her temples, hoping for some relief, but even after a while, the pain didn't subside. Feeling exhausted, Nguyen Yang dragged his weak feet, intending to go to sleep on the Kong with Wan Ningyan. However, just as he reached the sofa, the alarm in the base suddenly sounded. Nguyen Yang, exhausted to the point of hallucination, stood still and listened carefully for a moment. The alarm grew louder and louder, until finally, all the alarms in the base were sounding, one after another. Nguyen Yang went to the window curiously, and found that all the street lights were on. She was even more puzzled. Wasn't there a mutant centipede nearby? Why turn on all the lights? Wouldn't that attract all the other insects? Confused, Nguyen Yang changed into her combat uniform and went out, intending to see what was going on. As soon as she left, a multitude of tiny dots appeared in her tactical scope, so many that she almost thought it was broken. A closer look revealed a dense mass of tiny dots, moving rapidly. Nguyen Yang couldn't help but look up. Using the light from the base's streetlights and large searchlights, she saw the dark sky filled with mutant moths. Achoo! Nguyen Yang sneezed several times, her nose itching the more she rubbed it. This made her realize something was wrong, and she quickly pulled out her gas mask. Xiao Lu, are mutant moths poisonous? Replying to the host, the mutant moth scales are not poisonous, but they have enhanced the irritation of ordinary moth scales. When the scales fall off, if a human touches them, their skin will itch and their respiratory tract will become allergic, leading to constant sneezing. Severe allergies can lead to airway obstruction and death by suffocation. What? Nguyen Yang felt helpless. This flying creature was much more difficult to deal with than the mutant centipede. A single flap of its wings sent a cloud of scales scattering like powder, making it impossible to defend against. Moths are sensitive to light and heat. Why would the base have all the lights on? Wouldn't it just attract all the moths? Nguyen Yang took out his SUV and drove to the base gate, intending to inquire with the military about the situation. Suddenly, beneath the streetlights, he saw fire-type psychics wearing goggles and covering their mouths and noses. They were burning the mutant moths with fire. Turning on the lights to attract the mutant moths, then using fire to destroy them? Nguyen Yang felt something was wrong. It would be easier to just turn off all the lights and wait for the mutant moths to fly away. What had the military done? They actually chose this approach. Chapter 549. Confused, Nguyen Yang drove all the way to the base's main gate. This made her increasingly worried. The closer she got to the gate, the more mutant moths there were. The main gate had the most searchlights, attracting countless moths. Nguyen Yang's scalp tingled, and she was almost afraid to get out of the car. Neither Bai Mo nor Bai Xing were at the main gate. All the soldiers were bundled up tightly, wearing goggles, masks, and scarves. Nguyen Yang had no idea who to contact for information. After checking her equipment, Nguyen Yang got out of the car and went inside to find someone. The main gate had the most mutant moths, and therefore the most fire-type psychics. Everyone was setting fire to the moths. The mutated moths fell to the snow, burning and dotting the snow. The shed moth scales looked like tiny snowflakes in the darkness. Nguyen Yang fanned them away as she searched for someone. These tiny scales could penetrate any pore, and she didn't want to hurt her skin. After searching for a while, Nguyen Yang finally found an acquaintance, Zhang Fei. She met him a few times at the port. Although his mannerisms didn't sit well with Nguyen Yang, she knew him as the only person here. There was nothing she could do. Brother Zhang, it's me, Nguyen Yang. Can I ask you something? Zhang Fei wasn't a fire element, so the polar night was unkind to him. Shivering with cold, he squatted by the fire, warming himself. When he saw Nguyen Yang, his eyes were still filled with confusion. It wasn't until he heard her voice that he stood up. Hey, Miss Nguyen, why are you here? I'm telling you, these fluttering moths are incredibly dangerous. They make you sneeze and cause skin allergies if you touch them. Go back inside and don't wander around. We're here. Brother Zhang, I came out because I heard the alarm. Aren't moths really attracted to lights and fire? Why did you leave all the lights on? Alas, we didn't want to, Zhang Fei sighed, pointing in the distance and explaining, see that? Toward the coal plant. With the temperature right now, We can't stop the coal heating. If the heating stops, everyone at the base will die. But the coal plant is constantly emitting flames, and the temperature near the chimney is also high. These fluttering moths initially headed for the coal plant. For the safety of the coal plant, we can only turn on all the lights to distract the moths, and then we can disinfect them. I see. But this method is too foolish. Can't we just light a large bonfire outside the base and let these moths fly into it? That's too much of a waste of manpower and resources. Miss Wan, your idea won't work. The mutated centipedes are still outside. Lighting a bonfire will definitely attract them. Lighting a bonfire inside the base is even worse. Researchers say the scales of these mutated moths are more powerful than before the apocalypse. If they gather in large numbers and encounter open flames, there's a possibility of a dust explosion. The power is unpredictable, and no one dares to take the risk. That's a difficult situation. Have you used insecticide? That should be effective against moths too. Yes, but centipedes also rely on insecticide for defense. The higher-ups are worried there won't be enough, so they only use some at the coal plant. Guanyang frowned at this. How long would it take to kill so many mutated moths? If other insects showed up during this time, the military wouldn't be able to cope. Thank you, Brother Zhang. Do you know where Captain Chen or Special Assistant Bai are? I have some insecticide here. I take it to them. Zhang Fei's brows lit up when he heard this. Just as he was about to speak, he sneezed several times and then coughed uncontrollably, as if he had accidentally inhaled moth-repellent dust from his scarf. Zhang Fei tried his best to point Guanyang in the direction of the coal mine Zhang Fei had pointed to. Guanyang called for Zhang Fei's companions to look after him, then hurriedly drove towards the mine. Guanyang had no idea how to deal with the mutant moths. The military's rudimentary method seemed the only option left. On the way, Guanyang bought some all-purpose insect repellent and mixed it with regular insecticide. That was all she had available. Arriving at the coal mine, Guanyang was stunned. The number of mutant moths was terrifying. Many soldiers were covered in moths, seemingly using them as a heat source. The soldiers' handling of the situation was also different from other places. Instead of setting them on fire, they used large nets, similar to insect traps, to catch the mutant moths. They then tied their bags tightly, and had the power-type psychics bash them to death with hammers or other tools. Before getting out of the car, Guanyang sprayed herself with all-purpose insect repellent. Sure enough, no moths dared approach. She walked inside and, thanks to her height, recognized Bai Mo. Deputy Captain Bai, I'm here to deliver the insecticide. Bai Mo, covered in moths, felt like he found his savior when he saw Guanyang, but he quickly calmed down. Because his mask made it difficult to speak, Bai Mo leaned forward and shouted, Miss Nguyen, thank you for the insecticide. It's too dangerous out there. You should go home early. Okay, Deputy Captain Bai, do you have any solutions? There are too many moths. The Research Institute is developing an insecticide extractor, similar to a vacuum cleaner. Once it's finished, it can quickly capture these moths. Okay, I understand. Guanyang put the insecticide aside, said goodbye to Bai Mo, and drove to Area B. Guanyang's constant busy schedule had nearly exhausted her. She had a headache, felt nauseous, and was hungry, as it was already 6 in the morning. Guanyang ate 2 meat buns in the car, and waited a while to recover before getting out. Every step she took felt like she was floating. There were still many moths outside. Guanyang returned home fully armed, intending to put away the clothes and hats covered in scales to prevent her family from breathing them in. But unexpectedly, everyone was already up. Wan Ningyan threw herself into Guanyang's arms, her eyes red. Where have you been? I just woke up and didn't see you, so I was about to call you. I was looking for moths. Guanyang's slow brain pondered for a few seconds before she reorganized her words. Mutated moths are here. I went to check on them and deliver some insect repellent to the military. Mutated moths? That's HU. 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 Wan Ningyan started sneezing wildly without saying a word. Her mother, Wan Ningyan, came over worriedly to check, and Guanyang realized it was the scales. Everyone, stay away. I'm covered in moth dust. It causes allergies and sneezing, and in serious cases, it could be fatal. Guanyang said, pushing Wan Ningyan further away, and quickly putting away her combat uniform and hat. In her anxiety, Guanyang felt a sudden pang of pain in her heart. Hiss. Guanyang, what's wrong with you? Guanyang bent over, rubbing her chest with one hand and gesturing with the other to stay away. Gritting her teeth, she checked herself thoroughly, making sure no scales had stained her clothing. Only then did she kneel down, unable to bear it any longer. Nuan Yang, don't scare me. Sister-in-law, what's wrong with you? Xiao Yang, what should we do? Nian Nian, go get Grandma Yuan over here. Nuan Yang's ears were filled with a cacophony of voices, a cacophony of noises. She felt irritated. Her eyelids felt heavy, and her throat was choking. He raised his hand to ask everyone to shut up, but found that he had no strength to do anything. He could only watch as a black border slowly appeared on everything in front of him. Little by little, the black swallowed everything, and he fell into a coma. Chapter 550. When he woke up again, Nuan Yang felt unwell all over, his arm still aching slightly. He was restrained the moment he moved. Nuan Yang. Nuan Yang, are you awake? How are you feeling? Are you feeling any discomfort? Nuan Yang struggled to open his eyes, but everything was blurry. It took him a moment to focus on Wan Ningyan's face, who was looking at him anxiously. Wife. I'm fine, I just can't lift my arm. Your arm is being treated with acupuncture. Don't move. Acupuncture? Nuan Yang raised his head slightly, and saw a row of needles on his right arm. Who did this? Grandma Yuan. As they were talking, Wan Ningyu had called out sister-in-law and came running over, followed by Mother Wan and the others, Grandma Yuan, and Xiaoyu. Sister-in-law. You're finally awake. I was so worried about you. Thank you, Wer, for your concern. Sister-in-law is fine. Wer, don't bother Xiaoyang. Mother Wan quickly carried Wer down from the Kong, saying, Be good. Let Grandma Yuan take a look first. The others made way for her, and Grandma Yuan slowly walked to the Kong and sat down, acupuncture pad in hand. Wan Ningyan also hurriedly helped Nuan Yang, who was still limp, to sit up. Nuan Yang then realized that not only her right arm, but her left arm had been pierced with needles as well, and she looked seriously ill. Grandma Yuan carefully examined her, taking her pulse, examining her eyes, and checking her tongue. A smile crossed her face. It's nothing serious. Get some extra sleep for the next 2 days to make up for the lost sleep. Eat some light food to nourish your stomach and liver, and you be fully recovered. Grandma Yuan, what's wrong with me? Nuan Yang raised her arm. Why did you prick me like a hedgehog? You stayed up too late. If you hadn't been treated in time, you might have been at risk of sudden death. Sudden death? Nuan Yang hadn't expected it to be so serious. She always considered herself healthy and young, so she always put physical discomfort aside and prioritized urgent matters. Don't do that again, Grandma Yuan said as she removed the needle. You were lucky this time. You received treatment in advance, so your heart could handle it, and you didn't die suddenly. But no one can be so lucky forever. Going forward, you need to maintain a regular sleep schedule, stay up late less, and make up for the sleep you do get. Also, you need to learn how to protect your liver. The needles I gave you this time are to nourish your liver, but liver protection ultimately depends on you. Add some oatmeal to your porridge, and eat more spinach and broccoli, as well as fish. They're all good for your liver. Grandma Yuan went on about liver health tips. Nuan Yang nodded as she listened. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of Wan Ningyan taking notes. She was very serious, but her eyes were red and a little swollen, as if she'd been crying. Okay, take good care of yourself. If you still feel uncomfortable after a week, come see me for another acupuncture session. But let me be frank, if you keep staying up late, even the gods can't help you. I understand, Grandma Yuan. I definitely stay up less late next time. Nuan Yang had barely finished speaking when Wan Ningyan grabbed her ear. What do you mean by staying up less late? You still want to stay up late? Are you crazy and want me to be a widow? You bastard. Say that to me again. Hiss. It hurts. Honey, be gentle. I won't stay up late anymore. I swear I won't stay up late again. If you dare stay up late again, I never let you go. Wan Ningyan's threat was not a joke, she was really pulling hard, and Nuan Yang was almost crying from the pain. Mother Wan, who usually protected Nuan Yang the most, said nothing. She simply glanced at him with a look of heartache before going to get a thank you gift for Grandma Yuan, and calling Wen Yanru and Wan Ningfeng to take the two of them home. Nuan Yang felt aggrieved watching Mother Wan and the others. She didn't want to stay up late, but it was only because things kept happening that she was forced to do so. Rubbing her ear, Nuan Yang pursed her lips in dissatisfaction. Suddenly, she realized that the person who had just yanked her ear fiercely now had red eyes, filled with tears. Wife, you. Don't cry. I won't stay up late anymore. I really won't. Wan Ningyan said nothing. She drew the curtain, shielding the bed from the outside world. Out of sight, tears rolled down her cheeks. Nuan Yang, anxious, leaned forward to grab Wan Ningyan's hand, But the next second, Wan Ningyan threw herself into Nuan Yang's arms, hugging him tightly. Nuan Yang's body hadn't recovered yet, and he felt limp. He was pushed back onto the Kong, his body aching from the embrace. Do you know how worried I was about you? I almost thought I was going to lose you, Wu. I'm sorry. It's my fault. I didn't take good care of myself and made you worry. What would I do if you died? Wu. Bastard. Yes, I'm the worst bastard, you bastard. I'm sorry for always making you cry, Wu. Nuan Yang was suddenly bitten on the shoulder by Wan Ningyan. He couldn't speak, and he gasped in pain. Thankfully, Wan Ningyan's bite didn't last long, and the pain quickly subsided. The fierce figure slumped back into Nuan Yang's arms, her fingertips gently caressing his lips. If you don't take care of your body again, I bite you to death. Okay. But I won't give you a chance. You better. Wan Ningyan's attitude softened considerably. Nuan Yang knew she had vented enough and turned to wipe her tears. Why are your eyes so red? Did you cry a lot? No, I'm just sleepy. Sleepy? Nuan Yang quickly pulled out his phone. I remember I got home around 6 in the morning, and it's already 5 in the afternoon. I was unconscious for 11 hours. Almost. Then Wei Mingyi should be back by now. Tell me what happened while I was unconscious. Wan Ningyan raised her head in annoyance. You only just woken up, and you're already worrying about this and that. Wouldn't the earth stop spinning if you were gone? Honey, you know that's not what I meant. Who cares? I give you dinner. Eat, and go to sleep. We talk about other things tomorrow. Wan Ningyan scrambled off the Kong without mercy. Nuan Yang couldn't stop her. A moment later, Wan Ningyan warned her from outside not to tell Nuan Yang about the base, lest he worry too much and worsen his condition. Nuan Yang was helpless. Grandma Yuan had checked her out, and she was fine. Why make a fuss? The matters of the base and the village were more important right now. Ignoring Wan Ningyan's warning, Nuan Yang quietly used her communicator to send messages to Zhao Rou and Wei Mingyi to inquire about the situation. However, she hadn't anticipated Wan Ningyan's complete blockade this time. Zhao Rou, sorry, I can't tell you anything without Miss Wan's permission. You need to rest well. Wei Mingyi, rest well, or I tell your wife about it. Nuan Yang's heart sank at the mention of tell about it. If Wan Ningyan knew she had disobeyed, she probably burst into tears. Wan Ningyan's sobbing was still vivid in his mind. Nuan Yang couldn't bear to see her cry again, so he immediately calmed down and lay obediently in bed, waiting for dinner. Get up and eat. Mom made fish porridge and stir-fried spinach. Okay. Nuan Yang sat up, watching Wan Ningyan take out the small table, then put out the porridge and vegetables. He asked cautiously. I won't ask about the base or Wei Mingyi. I just want to know what happened to me after I fainted. Is that okay? Wan Ningyan gave Nuan Yang a cold look, making him feel guilty. She quickly added, I just want to know what happened when I fainted, so I can remember it and avoid staying up late again. Eat first. Oh! Nuan Yang immediately picked up the bowl and ate it mouthful by mouthful with a spoon. The fish porridge was made with meat and fish, and it was also topped with oatmeal, lean meat, and vegetables. Nuan Yang, who hadn't eaten for almost the entire day, suddenly developed a huge appetite and ate even faster. Slow down, no one's competing with you. Wan Ningyan sat nearby, occasionally admonishing him, then took out the entire pot and added more porridge to Nuan Yang's plate. We were terrified when you fainted. We were worried the medical team wouldn't know the cause, so we brought Grandma Yuan over. Fortunately, we found a doctor, and I learned that you fainted from staying up late. Later, Zhao Rou treated you once, and Grandma Yuan gave you acupuncture, but you wouldn't wake up. I was afraid something might happen to you, so I asked Grandma Yuan to stay home and brought Xiaoyu over to play. Yes. Nan Yang held Wan Ningyan's hand. Did you take care of me all day? Wan Ningyan didn't say anything, but she didn't deny it either. Given her personality, Nuan Yang could guess that she must have been there the entire time, and even cried because she couldn't wake up. Thank you for your hard work, honey. That's corny. Hurry up and finish your meal and go to bed. Okay, what about you? Do you want to join me? You must be tired too. Mind your own business. Wan Ningyan said this in a snarky tone, but after Nuan Yang finished her meal, she quickly grabbed a bite to eat, quickly washed up, and went to bed with Nuan Yang. Wow. Honey, you washed up so quickly today. It usually takes me at least half an hour. So annoying. Go to bed. Wan Ningyan snuggled up to Nuan Yang, hugging her tightly. When Nuan Yang tried to speak, she reached out to cover her mouth. Nuan Yang made a couple of noises, but seeing Wan Ningyan's agitation, she finally settled down and went to sleep. Good night, honey. Good night. Nuanyang heard the reply and relaxed, trying to fall asleep. She thought she wouldn't feel sleepy after a whole day, but she'd been so sleepy in just seconds that she quickly fell asleep. Chapter 551. When he woke up again, a clamor of noise filled his ears. Nuanyang sat up and realized his shoulders were even more sore. He slept too long, and his body felt rusty. He quickly moved around to loosen up his muscles. Once he felt better, he opened the curtains and got off the Kong, twisting his ankles as he walked, trying to get his body used to the exercise. No one was by the stove. There was a grill above it, with 2 duck legs sizzling and oozing with oil. There was no one in the sofa area in the distance, not even Lucky, which struck Nuanyang as odd. Wow! So much cotton. Nuanyang followed the sound to the left. The whole family and the little tiger were crouching by the windowsill. It was pitch black, and it was unclear what they were looking at. It's not even summer yet. This is so strange. If there are locusts, a few willow catkins wouldn't be surprising. The world would have been in chaos a long time ago. That's right. Nuanyang understood roughly what she heard. Willow catkins were blowing outside. She opened her tactical scope and took a closer look. These weren't just willow catkins, they were a blizzard. The ground was covered in nothing but snow and a thick layer of catkins. Looking closer, the catkins were almost reaching the windowsill, and warnings kept popping up in the tactical scope. Large amounts of mutant willow catkins detected. Keep out. Keep out. Mutated catkins can easily cause bronchospasm, and in severe cases, can lead to death by suffocation. Nuanyang looked at the notification and started to warn everyone, but before she could finish, she was interrupted by everyone's exclamations. Sister-in-law. You're awake. Are you still feeling unwell? Big brother, sister-in-law, when did you get up? I just roasted some duck legs. Would you like to try some? Sister-in-law, how are you feeling? Xiaoan, wake up. Come let me see you. Oh my. This illness is so overwhelming. You lost so much weight. I make you some chicken soup to nourish you. Everyone was talking at once, leaving Nuanyang helpless. He smiled and turned to Wan Ningyan for help. Wife, you don't care? I just stayed up late, and it makes me feel like I just recovered from a serious illness. Wan Ningyan leaned against the windowsill with a cold face. Just staying up late? That's easy to say, you almost died. Yes, Xiaoyang, staying up late is no small matter. Look at you, you still have dark circles under your eyes. Go back to sleep after dinner. Mom, I'm already well rested. Any more sleep would kill me. Nuanyang didn't want to continue the conversation and quickly walked to the windowsill. Don't touch these mutant willow catkins. They can cause bronchospasm, which can be fatal. Everyone stay indoors and don't run around. The children and adults immediately agreed, but only Wan Ningyan snorted. It's so cold in the polar night, who would go out? Only busy people would go out. There are so many catkins now. Do you want to go and help the base with some plans? The tension was so strong that everyone, not just Nuanyang, could hear it. No one dared to say a word, finding excuses to leave the windowsill. Even Lucky, who was playing with snow on the windowsill, was called away by Wan Ningyue. Nuanyang, seeing he was isolated and helpless, knew he couldn't play it off. He smiled flatteringly, hugged Wan Ningyan's waist, and hid in her shoulder, whimpering and acting coquettishly. Sister, you smell so good today. Have you showered? Stop changing the subject. Tell me, are you thinking about helping the base again? No way, Nuanyang raised his head, feigning grievance. I'm just worried that everyone's outings will be disturbed by the catkins. Why are you still speculating about me? Besides, didn't we say it yesterday? You're not going to admit it? Wan Ningyan reached out and pinched Nuanyang's cheek, applying a little pressure. You're still trying to blame me? You're the most worried person in the world, aren't you? You barely woke up and you're already worrying about this and that. Is this base Hanqingqing's or yours, Nuanyang's? Huh? Honey, don't be angry. I just wanted to see what was going on. If something wasn't right, I run away. How could I be worried about the base? You're being unfair. You better be. I'm warning you, if I find out you're not taking care of yourself again, even if I'm far away in Shushio village, I come back and divorce you. Do you understand? Shushio village? Nuanyang's pitiful expression instantly vanished. You're going to Shushio village? When? Where's Yin Yin? Have you discussed it with Wei Mingyi? Wan Ningyan frowned in dissatisfaction. Again? Can you take care of yourself first? Aren't you hungry? A little? Eat first. I talk to you after. Seeing Wan Ningyan's attitude soften, Nuanyang didn't dare to argue. She followed her obediently, and sat down by the stove. Wan Ningfeng's roasted duck legs were ready. Wan's mother had brushed them with teriyaki sauce, and squeezed a little lemon to help Nuanyang feel less greasy. Wan Ningyan, on the other hand, pulled out a bowl of fish congee from her space, along with a plate of peeled and boiled shrimp. Wife, did you peel them? What else? Nuanyang smiled, as she took a piece of shrimp. It had a light flavor, a hint of shrimp sweetness, but it was incredibly delicious, surpassing even the most appetizing roast duck legs. It's always delicious when my wife peels it. Wan Ningyan didn't respond, her lips curling slightly in a subtle sense of satisfaction. Nuanyang, naturally seeing this, complimented her a few times as she ate, trying to please her. This displeased Wan Ningfeng, who was standing beside her. Big boss's wife, why are you only praising my sister? I roasted the duck leg carefully. My sister just peeled a shrimp that Mom cooked. You don't need to praise her to the heavens. Before Nuanyang could say anything, Mother Wan picked up a pair of tongs and hit Wan Ningfeng on the leg. If you can't talk, just shut up. Have you fed the chickens, ducks, and rabbits upstairs? Have you finished your training today? Hurry up. Mom, you're so biased. I just wanted to get some praise from my sister-in-law. What praise? I was the one who watched the duck legs cook for you. You just lit the fire. What's there to praise? Get back to work. Father Wan also stood up. Xiaofeng, let's go upstairs and feed the livestock. Don't let them starve. Oh. Originally, it was just Mother Wan trying to help Nuanyang out, but then she said she was going to the kitchen to make soup. When Yenru said she was going to the fields to help the crops ripen. Even Wan Ningyu had dragged Xingyun to the sofa area to watch cartoons. Suddenly, only Nuanyang and Wan Ningyan were left by the stove. Honey, why do I feel like everyone is doing this on purpose? They think we haven't reconciled yet, so they want to give us some space to talk. Oh. Nuanyang moved a small stool and sat down with Wan Ningyan, legs touching. Honey, have you eaten yet? Do you want to join us? Yes, eat quickly. Don't starve. Seeing Wan Ningyan showed no sign of refusal, Nuanyang grew bolder. He hooked his left arm around Wan Ningyan's right, then held the porridge in one hand and ate the shrimp with the other. I didn't think you were so clingy before. You even held my arm while we ate. It's not too late to know now. What's going on? Sister, are you regretting it? Do you think I'm clingy and don't want you anymore? Wan Ningyan glanced at Nuanyang and said, You've been acting too coquettishly today. Nuanyang was surprised by Wan Ningyan's words and froze in shock. Before she could react, her fingers tickled her chin. You should act coquettishly more often, sister likes it. Ahem. Nuanyang instantly understood Wan Ningyan's malicious intentions, and quickly feigned starvation, trying to eat her porridge. Thankfully, Wan Ningyan didn't continue teasing Nuanyang. Instead, she told her about recent events. The military developed a powerful vacuum cleaner that sucked all the mutant moths into a net bag and then drowned them with water. Later, the military spent a long time turning over the snow, burying the moth scales on the surface. The research institute said that the scales would gradually lose their effectiveness when exposed to water. It was quiet for a while, but suddenly, willow catkins started floating in again. I don't know where they came from, but they looked like they were just passing through. I don't know how the military will handle this, but they did announce earlier that no one was allowed to go out, so they should have a solution. Nuanyang listened and asked for details. By the time he finished his porridge, he had a pretty good understanding of the base, and asked about the trip to Shu Embroidery Village. You've been feeling unwell these past couple of days. The captain, Zhao Ro, and I have discussed it, and we decided that I will lead Mu Yilin by way, and Guyu to guard Shuxiu Village, while Nian Yin and Qin Yun will go to Inner Mongolia and return after the polar night is over. Nian Yin agrees. She's still quite inexperienced, and Qin Yun's abilities are relatively ordinary. I'm afraid. Don't worry, I asked Nian Yin, and she decided to go on her own. The girl isn't as weak as we thought, so you don't have to worry too much. Nuanyang responded, yes, the mutant form is enough to keep her alive. Let her go, and gain some experience. Chapter 552. After discussing the matter, Nuanyang was enjoying the shrimp his wife had peeled when he heard the bad news. Leaving in 2 hours? So rushed? How is it rushed? If you hadn't been sick, I would have left yesterday. Nuanyang calculated the time and found that, just as Wan Ningyan had said, if Mu Yi hadn't been stationed at Shuxiu Village, he wouldn't have been able to wait until today. Then you'd be leaving soon. Yes. Unable to eat any more, Nuanyang put down his bowl and chopsticks and held Wan Ningyan's hand tightly. Be careful. The extreme cold has revealed many things I haven't seen in my previous life. I don't know what the world has become. It could be very dangerous, on par with zombies. You must not act rashly. Saving your life is the most important thing. If you encounter any difficulties, call me, and I rush over immediately. Wan Ningyan couldn't help but laugh, her chin resting on Nuanyang's shoulder. Little Mimi, you're such a nag, rambling on and on, repeating the same things over and over again. Nuanyang's throat choked, unhappy. He mumbled, then I won't say any more, and went back to eating. What's wrong? Your face looks so grumpy. Do I have to smile while I eat? Childish. Wan Ningyan stopped leaning against Nuanyang, and took out a plate of flavored shrimp made by Wan's mother. After putting on gloves, she began to peel the shrimp one by one onto Nuanyang's plate. What are you doing? Peeling shrimp. If you like them, I peel more. Nuanyang felt incredibly easy to please. Just peeling shrimp touched her so deeply that she forgot her previous unpleasantness. She opened her mouth to speak, but Father Wan and Wenyenru arrived, forcing her to hold back. The meal was filled with ups and downs. After Wan Ningyan finished peeling the shrimp, Nuanyang dragged her to the bathroom. As soon as the door closed, he pressed her against it and kissed her fiercely. The kiss lasted a long time, until Wan Ningyan couldn't bear it anymore and put her hand on Nuanyang's shoulder. Nuanyang reluctantly stopped. You didn't even bother brushing your teeth. You kissed me, and my mouth is full of shrimp. It's annoying. Then I brush my teeth, and then continue? You wish. Wan Ningyan lowered her head, and slipped out of Nuanyang's arms. Hurry up and wash and change. You've been fooling around for so long. If you leave without doing anything, everyone will guess. Nuanyang's eyes fell on his kiss-swollen lips, and he curled his lips secretly. Okay. This was the first time Nuanyang had properly cleaned himself up since he fainted. Feeling dirty, he quickly showered. Wan Ningyan watched, filming with her phone. Wife, Nuanyang leaned against the door, with his arms outstretched, his figure exposed. You look so filthy now, like a voyeur. Nuanyang, holding his hands wide open, took the photos openly. Not only openly, but he even touched her, rubbing her with disdain. Your abs are almost gone. Start exercising tomorrow. A strong body keeps you from getting sick, you know? Yes, I know. So, my horny wife, can I wear my yukata now? Wan Ningyan snorted, and put away her phone. Who told you not to? Stop blaming me. Nuanyang, stifling a laugh, put on her yukata. She was about to wipe the water off her hair with a towel and blow-dry it, when she caught a glimpse of Wan Ningyan approaching with a hairdryer. Sit down, I blow-dry you. Okay, thank you, honey. As the time for their separation drew near, Nuanyang and Wan Ningyan acted like ordinary wives, doing simple things for each other. Wan Ningyan blew Nuanyang's hair, applied skincare, and matched her clothes. Nuanyang checked Wan Ningyan's space for any leaks, inspected her combat uniform, and reminded her of safety precautions. Everything seemed uneventful until, as she was about to leave the bathroom, she was suddenly embraced by Wan Ningyan. His suppressed reluctance and love burst forth, and they kissed passionately, inseparable. Nuanyang, you idiot. If you make yourself sick again, I'd be furious. I know. Nuanyang breathed and kissed Wan Ningyan again. Don't say anything that will ruin the atmosphere at a time like this. A few minutes later, Nuanyang felt a little weak, and a fine layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He finally stopped. Let's go, it's almost time. Yes. Wan Ningyan still held Nuanyang's neck tightly. One more kiss. Puss. After giving Wan Ningyan a deep kiss on both cheeks, Wan Ningyan finally felt satisfied. She gently pushed Nuanyang away, and checked her clothes in the mirror. You're really annoying. Just kiss me, but why do you keep touching me? Nuanyang shrugged innocently. You're not much better. Didn't you pinch my butt? Wan Ningyan rolled her eyes at Nuanyang, then reached out, and touched her again, before leaving. Nuanyang was caught off guard, and took a step back in shock. My beloved concubine Nuan, I treat you well when I return. As you command. May the queen return victorious. Nuanyang smiled, as she followed Wan Ningyan out. She found Wenyenru already prepared, being held in Wan Ningyua's arms and instructed. She approached to listen. Please send me a safe message every day. Yes, I will. Yuer's communicator number is 011. Sister Nyen, don't make any mistakes. I want to hear from you as soon as possible. Remember, Yuer, don't worry. Wan Ningyua saw Nuanyang and Wan Ningyan come out and pointed at Nuanyang, saying, Don't be so cold and indifferent like my sister-in-law. You have to report to me 3 times a day, so I can eat in peace. Inexplicably being blamed for the cold shoulder, Nuanyang didn't have time to lecture Yue before Wan Ningyan twisted his ear. Yue's right. Why are you so cold? The other girls know to report back 3 times a day, but what about you? Contacting once a day is exhausting. It's unfair, honey. I was always on missions before, and I only had a little time to contact you at night. How can I compare to Yin Yin and the others? It's unfair. Fair or not, starting today, you must contact me at least 3 times a day, or you're doomed. Okay, let's let go for now. My ears hurt. Wan Ningyue watched from the side and chuckled. Nuanyang took note. If he couldn't afford to offend Wan Ningyan, how could he afford to offend Wan Ningyue? So, after escorting the 2 of them out of the base's walls, Nuanyang drove home at full speed, picked up Wan Ningyue, who was lying in Lucky's arms watching a movie, and carried her directly on his shoulders. Ah. Sister-in-law, put me down now. You little rascal, you dare to set a trap for your sister-in-law? I teach you a lesson today. The so-called lesson meant carrying Wan Ningyue around the living room. The child was tossed around and begged for mercy. Lucky thought they were playing a game, and happily chased Nuanyang. The 2 of them, along with the tiger, ran 7 or 8 laps. A little exhausted, Nuanyang finally let Wan Ningyue go. Then, she was scolded by Wan's mother. You're so grown up, and you haven't recovered yet you're playing with Yue. Look at you sweating. If you don't get better, I tell Yin Yin. Nuanyang felt like she'd been caught in a weak spot. How could even Wan's mother use Wan Ningyan to threaten her? How terrifying. Despite her internal complaints, Nuanyang obediently washed her face and went to bed to rest, lest Wan's mother tell on her. A wife is much harder to coax than a mother-in-law. Although Nuanyang claimed to be resting, he couldn't really relax. He tentatively contacted both Wei Mingyue and Zhao Rou. Zhao Rou, although the mutant Katkins have been dealt with, there are a number of respiratory patients who need treatment. I'm busy at the hospital. Let's talk later. Wei Mingyue, you're contacting me right after your wife left? Pretty bold. Nuanyang had just finished messaging Zhao Rou, telling her to focus on her work, when he saw Wei Mingyue's highly ambiguous message. His features grimaced. Captain Wei, your reply is too ambiguous. Don't do that again. You know how petty my wife is? Oh, you said Ningyan is petty. I take that. Does that make sense? Nuanyang was truly upset. She couldn't understand why she couldn't get away with anything at Wei Mingyue's hands. Chapter 553. Captain Wei, stop teasing me. Let's talk business. A soft laugh reached my ears. Wei Mingyue called Nuanyang and began to speak earnestly about what she had learned. While you were unconscious, Zhao Rou, your wife, and I had a small meeting. Most of the information is synchronized. I tell you something you don't know. Because of the extreme cold, temperatures are getting lower and lower. Around minus 60 degrees Celsius, few people go out. Everyone basically just cuts trees for firewood outside their doors, except for the military and the squad. So some things seem strange. For example, Wang Pizzi, a resident of District D who complained about being too cold to go out at minus 50 degrees Celsius, disappeared on a night with temperatures of minus 70 degrees Celsius. For example, Zhang Irma, timid and short on supplies, only dared to hunt and chop trees outside the base gate. He then went out in the freezing snow at minus 70 degrees Celsius and disappeared. Nuanyang, this is just one of the illogical disappearances. In fact, when we were gathering information, we encountered far more disappearances than this. This base must be holding a hidden secret. Nuanyang breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a strange mix of emotions. On the one hand, she hoped these disappearances were just accidents, but on the other, she already had a preliminary suspicion, and Wei Mingyue's information increasingly aligned with her suspicions, making her feel certain. It seems the military will have to investigate. What are you going to do? The entire Rose team is here to help. Hearing this, Nuanyang was instantly moved. It felt good to have teammates, and she couldn't help but smile. Thank you. Let's just get through the polar night first. It's too dangerous. Once it's over, we find another opportunity to explore Area A at night, and see if we can find anything. Okay. Then, once the personnel stationed outside have returned safely, we proceed? Okay. After discussing the plan, Nuanyang immediately contacted Wan Ningyan to report. Wan Ningyan, still en route to Shuxiu village, scolded Nuanyang upon hearing what he had said. Honey, I'm wrong. I get some rest. I don't believe you. I just left and you're already worrying about this and that. The rabbit upstairs is pregnant. Why don't you go check it out? After all, the world won't keep turning if you don't. This? Honey, I just... Nuanyang hadn't finished speaking when Wan Ningyan hung up, clearly angry. The one in the wrong didn't dare call again. He sent a message saying he'd get some rest, set an alarm, and went to bed, determined to listen to his wife and take good care of himself. But things didn't go as planned. Nguyen Yang had barely fallen asleep when he heard the alarm again. After much deliberation, he got dressed and got off the bed. The family was standing by the window, looking out. Nguyen Yang approached and saw nothing strange. He asked, but everyone else said the same thing. Nothing. It's a little strange. I go check it out. Nguyen Yang had barely finished speaking when Mother Wan quickly stopped him. No. Why are you going out when you're feeling ill? Stay home. The military will handle anything that comes up. Don't let yourself get hurt again. Mom, I just checked to see what's going on. If the military can't handle it, we can run away. You don't have to check it out. Call Shiro. If Shiro's busy, ask Captain Wei. Nguyen Yang hadn't expected everyone to become so smart after his illness. They were all trying to prevent him from going out and getting tired. He could only give up and send a message to Wei Ming to ask. They're mutated king cobras. There aren't many of them, and they've been contained. However, their venom is so potent that even the healing system can't save them in time. 3 military personnel have already died. What? That's outrageous. It's only midnight, and why do all sorts of animals seem to be out in force? Zombies appear out of nowhere, and mutated animals aren't surprising. Wei Ming's words didn't comfort Nguyen Yang. She still felt uneasy, and everything felt too strange. Extreme cold weather inherently brings darkness, and long periods of darkness. If there were really so many mutant animals, why wasn't it like this during the extreme cold? Instead, after the polar night arrived, all the mutant animals suddenly became active, even migrating en masse. Nguyen Yang's head ached from thinking about it. While pressing his temples to relieve stress, he took out a notebook and began to record all the abnormalities he had experienced over the past few days. A strong sense of unease had made Nguyen Yang's days feel like years. The base alarm sounded at least once a day, various mutant birds appeared, and he even encountered 2 small zombie sieges. Thankfully, the polar night would end in just one day. Although Shushio village and Kim Yujej's family had also been attacked by some mutant animals, they had both survived safely. Everything was like the darkness before dawn, giving Nguyen Yang hope. Sister Nyen Nyen, I want some goat milk wine too. No, children can't drink alcohol. I give you some goat milk tea. I put it in my space. Ask my sister-in-law to get it. Nguyen Yang was roasting pineapples by the stove. She overheard Yuer and Wen Yenru's conversation and feigned ignorance. When Yuer trotted over to ask for help, she played dumb. Sister-in-law, you're the best. Can you help me get it? Yuer, have you done your homework today? You have to memorize 5 pages of the plant compendium that Grandma Yuan gave you every day. I memorized 2 pages, and I have 3 more to memorize this afternoon. No, you can't have the milk tea until you finish. Nguyen Yang thought Wan Yue would be so angry she'd cry or complain to her mother, but she sat next to her, acting like a little adult. She stopped hugging Nguyen Yang and acting coquettishly, and sighed. I really can't deal with you adults. You have so many rules for children. You can't eat this, you can't do that, but what about you adults? Wan Yue said this, looking at Nguyen Yang innocently and shaking her head helplessly. Sister-in-law can't even manage herself. No wonder Sister Yin is always angry. Nguyen Yang was choking. She was being lectured by a child for no reason, and every word was like a knife. She silently went to Wen Yenru's space to get the goat milk tea and handed it to Wan Yue. Go drink it on the sofa. Sister-in-law doesn't want to see you for now. Hee hee. Thank you, sister-in-law. Sister-in-law is the best. Wan Yue happily left with the milk tea, leaving Nguyen Yang sighing by the stove. The grilled pineapple, brushed with honey, tasted dull. Just as she was feeling depressed, Nguyen Yang suddenly heard the base alarm go off. She walked to the windowsill and looked, almost thinking she had seen it wrong. In the dark sky, all kinds of birds flew by. Birds, bats, beetles, crickets. The base alarm was different from before. It was at the highest level. At this moment, a warning suddenly popped up in Nguyen Yang's mind. Attention! A magnitude 10 earthquake will occur in 30 minutes. Host, please leave immediately. What? A magnitude 10 earthquake? Nguyen Yang quickly checked the weather forecast and discovered that earthquakes were expected in 12 locations across the country. Besides Sanyong Mountain, Sichuan, where Shu Embroidery Village is located, was also experiencing an earthquake. Inner Mongolia was temporarily safe. Mom. Dad. The earthquake is coming. Get ready and come with me. Xiao Feng, take care of Yuer. I'm going to pick up Xiao Yu from her home. A magnitude 10 earthquake, A magnitude unprecedented before the apocalypse. Nguyen Yang's hands were shaking as he drove the SUV, yet he had to remain calm and contact Wan Ningyan and Wei Mingyi. His heart was racing, every beat audible. Chapter 554. Ningyan! Ningyan, can you hear me? I hear you. Why are you calling at this hour? Nguyen Yang placed the newly purchased snowmobile and carriages directly into Wan Ningyan's subspace. He then reviewed the geographical map, suppressing his emotions as much as possible and rationally explaining the situation and the evacuation plan to Wan Ningyan. Ningyan, don't panic. Take note of what I say. The unspeakable secret just announced that a magnitude 10 earthquake will occur in 30 minutes. Sanyang Mountain and Shuxiu Village are both within the quake zone. Inner Mongolia is on the edge and safe for now. I'm already evacuating, so don't worry about me. Gather everyone together and escape using the snowmobile. Your location is quite close to the quake zone. Keep driving north. If you go more than 80 kilometers, you'll be out of the quake's reach. But don't drive too far, because 200 kilometers to the north is another earthquake zone. Do you understand? The rapid breathing on the other side sounded like running. Nguyen Yang asked again, before Wan Ningyan's anxious voice reached him. I heard it. I already asked Miyi to call everyone to gather. I told you, Nyo is usually so well behaved, but today he's all mad, barking and destroying the sheep shed. So there's an earthquake coming. Yeah, it's my fault. I didn't think all these animals' unusual behavior was a sign of an earthquake. Ningyan, I still need to notify the others. I'm hanging up now. Don't be greedy. Don't take the supplies you can't take with you. As long as you have the resources, you have firewood. Okay. After hanging up, Nguyen Yang quickly contacted Wei Mingyi. Hello, Nguyen Yang? Wei Mingyi, listen to me. There's going to be an earthquake in 29 minutes. It's a magnitude 10 earthquake. Evacuate everyone on Team Rose now. What? Earthquake? There's no way such a large earthquake could happen in the south. Nguyen Yang, are you sure? Yes. We found out about this secret, so get everyone running. Run south. Province F is safer, right on the edge of the earthquake zone. Also, bring Zhao Rou, Su Wan, and the Gao family with you. Tell them it's my decision. If you don't come with us, you risk your own life. Okay, but Nguyen Yang, we have a limited number of flying motorcycles, and we have even fewer. Relying solely on motorcycles won't cut it. It's okay. Take everyone to gather outside the wall. I leave the sled train in your space. Once you're all together, just drive the train. Don't worry about me. I have an off-road vehicle I can use. I chase you down. Remember to give everyone some energy-boosting fat. The temperature's so low, they get sick after just 2 steps. Understood? After hanging up, Nguyen Yang quickly contacted Zhao Rou. By then, she had already arrived at Xiaoyu's door. Ignoring the fleeing mutants, she got out of the car and pounded on the door. Huh? Nguyen Yang? Why are you here? It was Uncle Yuan who opened the door. Nguyen Yang hurried in and closed it behind her. While using her spaceship to collect Xiaoyu's supplies, she spoke to Zhao Rou, who had just connected. Zhao Rou, where are you? There's an earthquake coming. I'm in the hospital. What earthquake? A 10 magnitude earthquake. Forget about the patients. Go back and get your mother. Wei Mingyi has a car. Go with her. I pick you up later. Got it. After hanging up, Xiaoyu's family was completely stunned, watching in shock as Nguyen Yang cleared out everything in their home. I don't have time to explain too much. Grandma Yuan, do you believe me? Grandma Yuan was confused, but she nodded. Nguyen Yang quickly took out the thermal fat and said, if you believe me, eat 1 piece. Everyone eat 1. Then follow me. An earthquake is coming. Let's run now. If we don't, it'd be too late. Earthquakes are one of the most terrifying natural disasters. Xiaoyu's family paled upon hearing this. They didn't care about shocking Nguyen Yang's spatial abilities. They quickly finished their thermal fat and followed him out. To accommodate as many people as possible, Nguyen Yang quickly folded the back seat into a bed and let Xiaoyu and her family get in. Mutated animals flew around, many of them hitting Nguyen Yang. Nguyen Yang used his gold element to create a shield to block the attacks. After getting into the driver's seat, he hurried back home. Upon entering the house, Nguyen Yang's rage soared. The whole family was still playing catch. What are you doing? You're wasting your time carrying these things? Big brother's wife, we worked so hard to raise her. We can't just throw her away. Do you want to live, or do you want to throw these things away? Nguyen Yang practically yelled, making everyone afraid to react. Mother Wan silently set her pots and pans on the floor. Eat, and get in the car. Now! Nguyen Yang stuffed each person with a piece of energy fat. Seeing them obediently heading for the SUV, he quickly went to the bedroom, put the impatient Lucky away, and packed up the refrigerator and air conditioner. Then, without asking for anything else, he got in the SUV and switched it to flight mode. No! There's also Yuan Man. Nguyen Yang checked the time. There were still 25 minutes left. The SUV could fly, even in an earthquake zone, so it wouldn't matter. He quickly glanced at the back seat and contacted Zhao Ro again. Man? She should be resting in the barracks. She was almost out of energy, so the captain let her rest. I see. How are you guys progressing? I'm already on the train. We can leave once Wei Mingyee picks up Suwon and her daughter. Okay, stay safe. Contact me if you need anything. After hanging up, Nguyen Yang switched back to the train and headed straight for the C area barracks. The base was on constant alert, and many people were peering out the door. Nguyen Yang, regardless of how conspicuous his car was, parked at the entrance to the female soldiers' barracks and let Wan Ningfeng take the passenger seat. Wan Ningfeng was tall and strong, and the crowd in the back was a bit uncomfortable. It would have been better to have a girl sit in the back. After locking the car door, Nguyen Yang headed straight for Yuan Man's room. The surrounding female soldiers cast curious glances at Nguyen Yang, but she pretended not to know. She considered telling everyone at the base to flee, but her abilities were limited. She couldn't save everyone. There was also the possibility that, knowing the earthquake was coming, she'd be treated as a lifeline and delayed, preventing her from escaping. Man. Yuan Man, open the door. Yuan Man opened the door quickly. As soon as it opened, Nguyen Yang leaned in and closed it. Don't yell. Listen to me. There's an earthquake coming. Come with me now. I can save you. Yuan Man's pupils dilated in shock. Earthquake? The base didn't even know about it. Miss Nguyen, how did you know? Don't worry about that. Are you coming with me? In just 2 seconds, Nguyen Yang saw a mixture of doubt, excitement, and disappointment on Yuan Man's face. She sat back on the bed, apologetic. Forget it, Miss Nguyen, run for your life. I won't leave. There's nothing left in this world worth staying for. Even the base is going to be destroyed by the earthquake. I might as well die. Who said that? You don't want your mother anymore? Nguyen Yang pulled out his phone and opened the video. Your mother is alive and well in Shu Embroidery Village. If you don't come with me, I kill her. Nguyen Yang threatened out of anxiety. There was no other way. Yuan Man was different from the others. Aunt Yuan had been rescued, and he knew Yuan Man was alive. There was no way he would abandon her and leave her here to die. Thankfully, Yuan Man wasn't the rigid type. Seeing her mother still alive, she suppressed her tears and nodded quickly. Okay. I go with you. Going his goal, Nguyen Yang gave Yuan Man a piece of thermal fat and quickly pulled her towards the SUV. As soon as they got in, Nguyen Yang checked the time. The earthquake was only 19 minutes away. She had just switched to flight mode when the base alarm suddenly stopped and turned into a loudspeaker. Emergency notice. An earthquake is approaching. Everyone, please evacuate the base. Go to a nearby open space. Do not gather near tall buildings, structures, or mountains. Chapter 555. Emergency notice. An earthquake is imminent. Everyone evacuate the base. Go to nearby open areas. Do not gather around tall buildings, structures, or mountains. The base loudspeaker was playing a looping message. Nguyen Yang had just finished listening to it, and was about to leave, when he suddenly noticed something was amiss. Someone from the male barracks ahead was approaching his car. Oh no! Nguyen Yang immediately slammed on the accelerator, and drove past the male soldiers at top speed. Looking in the rearview mirror, Nguyen Yang saw someone making a snowball and trying to throw it at his car. That was a close call. Nguyen Yang breathed a sigh of relief. When an earthquake strikes, even soldiers might behave unpleasantly to save their lives, especially in the apocalypse. Thankfully, Nguyen Yang reacted quickly. After accelerating to the main road, he immediately activated stealth mode, switched to flight, and took off on the spot, heading south. The sled train driven by Wei Mingyee and the others had been running for some time. Nguyen Yang figured it would take at least 10 minutes to catch up, so he set it to autopilot and contacted Wan Ningyan. The call took nearly half a minute to connect, and before Nguyen Yang could say anything, he heard a commotion and crying. Ningyan, what's going on over there? It doesn't sound good. Nguyen Yang, I'm fine. The train is heading north, and will reach the safe zone in 5 minutes. How's your situation? Have you escaped? Don't worry, we're on our way, and will be out of the earthquake zone in 8 minutes. But are you really okay over there? Why am I crying? Wan Ningyan hesitated, and then Nuan Yang heard her walking away. The crying and talking in the background faded. Only when they were completely quiet did Wan Ningyan sigh. Is Xiao Linson crying? Xiao Linson? Why is she crying? Scared? No, she's very strong, so she carried several elderly people from the village onto the train. But when she was carrying Grandma Kong, Xiao Linson ran too fast and fell, injuring her. It was an emergency, so I comforted her and urged her to get everyone into the train quickly. Later, when the train started, I saw Sister Xiaoyu applying medicine to Grandma Kong. Xiao Linson broke down and cried breathlessly. So all that noise and crying was everyone trying to comfort Xiao Linson. Wan Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, you're all safe. I was so scared. Remember to tell me when you get to the safe zone. You're not worried about me anymore, but I'm worried about you. I know. By the way, how long will we stay in the safe zone? I heard that after a major earthquake, there will be many aftershocks. Will these earthquakes never stop? Let me check. I was too anxious today and didn't look carefully. Wan Yang checked the weather forecast and found that the frequency of earthquakes varied from location to location. The Sichuan earthquake zone, where Wan Ningyan was located, had 1 major earthquake, 3 medium-sized aftershocks, and 12 small aftershocks. It wouldn't be completely safe until noon the next day. The Sanyangshan base is located by the sea, and the crust is naturally thin. After 1 major earthquake and 6 small aftershocks, it would be safe by 2 a.m. Today is the last day of polar night. The sun will appear tomorrow, and with light, rebuilding the base will be easier. Thinking of this, Nuan Yang suddenly remembered the A area that had not been explored yet. Now was a perfect opportunity. Everyone in the base had fled outside, and it was dark. The off-road vehicle could be invisible, so it was safe to go and explore. After telling Wan Ningyan the safe time to return, Nuan Yang quickly contacted Wei Mingyi and shared his plan to explore Area A. Captain Wei, do you think this is feasible? It's feasible. The earthquake came so suddenly that if the military truly has a hidden secret, they certainly won't have time to relocate. Besides, the base needs to be rebuilt after the earthquake, and the military can't afford to let the secret be exposed. They might even destroy the bodies and cover up the evidence after the quake. If we don't investigate now, we might never find anything. Nuan Yang hadn't considered this, but after Wei Mingyi's reminder, he felt even more compelled to investigate. Then, after we reunite, how about we drive to the safe zone first, then pick a few people, and take my SUV to the base for a reconnaissance? Wei Mingyi was silent for a long moment before replying, how about you and I go? We can bring Zhao Rou at most. It's not convenient for others to go out right now. Inconvenient? Nuan Yang sensed something was amiss. Captain Wei, what happened? The Rose team has families, and their personalities vary. Space, flying motorcycles, and sled trains. All seem incredibly futuristic to them, leading to the bickering all the way. It's okay with the members in the train car, so they can be managed. If too many people were outside, there would be chaos. Huh? Nuan Yang hadn't expected this to be the reason. After hanging up, she looked in the rearview mirror and saw the curious and uneasy expressions on Xiaoyu's family and Yuan Manman's faces. She suddenly understood Wei Mingyi's predicament. This earthquake came so suddenly, and Nuan Yang had revealed most of his little secrets to save people. How could an ordinary person absorb so much explosive information all at once? At this time, the atmosphere in the off-road vehicle was also strangely quiet. The Wan family's mother and father had no opinions of their own, and everything was decided by Nuan Yang and Wan Ningyan. When Wan Ningyan was not around, they all looked at Nuan Yang eagerly. Wan Ningfeng remained silent after being scolded. Wan Ningyue, being younger, didn't dare utter a word, leaning against her mother's arms. The Xiaoyu family stared at Nuan Yang, refusing to speak. Yuan Manman also kept glancing at Nuan Yang, as if hesitant to speak. Nuan Yang sighed, and turned to briefly explain the story of space, off-road vehicles, earthquakes, thermal fat, and the sleigh train. He kept his explanation secret, and used a sci-fi twist. The results were satisfactory. Yuan Manman accepted it quickly. The Xiaoyu family was initially confused, and even didn't believe Nuan Yang's story. Only when Ankai mentioned the life-saving pill did they begin to believe it, and their eyes grew with admiration. Xiaoyong, are you a deity from heaven sent down to earth? To save humanity from suffering? Grandma Yuan, I'm just an ordinary person. If I were a god, I would have protected the base with a wave of my hand long ago. Why would I need to flee? Is that so? Grandma Yuan pondered this question for a moment, then added, Then you made a mistake and were banished to the mortal realm, which is why you couldn't save the base, right? Nguyen Yang smiled helplessly. Grandma Yuan, whatever you say is true. But let me be frank. No matter who I am, your family has promised me to follow the Wan family. You're not allowed to run away. I won't run away. Integrity is our highest priority. Uncle Yuan and Aunt Kai echoed this sentiment. Xiaoyu poked her head out of Grandma's arms as a pledge. Nguyen Yang smiled and responded, then looked at Yuan Man. What about you? Do you want to come with me? Yuan Man countered, do I have a choice? Yes, if you don't want to, as long as you promise not to tell my secret, you can take your mother and leave. I won't stop you. I do. Anyone who has such a powerful partner would be a fool not to cling to them. Besides, the base is likely to be destroyed by an earthquake. Taking my mother back would mean suffering. I can't bear it. Yuan Man was surprisingly understanding, and Nguyen Yang was very satisfied. After getting some food for everyone and chatting about some light topics, he caught up with the sled train. Nguyen Yang hadn't expected that the real test for him would be the families of the members on the train. It's a sled. How could a sled burn charcoal like a train? You're just bragging. This must have been done with technology. How could so much be packed into such a small space? I don't believe it. That fat? I think it's poison. I felt hot all over after eating it, like I had a fever. As soon as he entered the train, Nguyen Yang heard all sorts of complaints, and the voices of the other members desperately and helplessly explaining themselves. Wei Mingyi, however, went straight to the front to drive the car. Nguyen Yang was also terrified by the situation. After making arrangements for everyone, he found an excuse to go see Wei Mingyi, fearing that Qin Xiaoya and the others would catch him and leave him in the train to explain the unspeakable secret to the stubborn old man. Chapter 556. Ah. Wei Mingyi, you really know how to hide. Nguyen Yang sat beside Wei Mingyi, exhausted. The sleigh train was moving at top speed, and the stove beneath was burning brightly. As Nguyen Yang sat down, he could feel the warmth running down his legs. Wei Mingyi glanced at Nguyen Yang, a smile in his eyes. Didn't you come here too? Let's not talk about each other. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. We're almost at the edge of Province F. We stop in 5 minutes. Are we out of the earthquake zone? Yes, to be safe, let's stay away. Okay, have you chosen the people to survey? Nguyen Yang nodded. You and I will go. I just noticed that there are many elderly family members. We've been running so fast, some might feel unwell. It's better for Zhao Rou to stay in the car. Well, there's one more thing. Wei Mingyi sat up straight, the smile on his face fading. If the military is really doing something shady, what are you going to do? Nguyen Yang had thought about this for a long time. He had even made an agreement with Wan Ningyan when they first arrived at the base. If the base wasn't doing well, they would run away. But when the time came to truly face it, Nguyen Yang felt a surge of reluctance. She had helped the base gather supplies bit by bit, watched it undergo continuous renovations and upgrades, and witnessed everyone at the base working together for a common goal. Now, the earthquake had struck. The word runaway burned like a scalding stone, burning Nguyen Yang's heart. Well, let's see what happens. If the military isn't a piece of shit, we go to Shu Embroidery Village after the aftershocks are over. Don't hesitate. Some things need to be decided, and hesitation will only lead to chaos. I understand. 5 minutes later, the sleigh train slowly stopped. The loud brake noise attracted some of the zombies. Just as Nguyen Yang was about to get out to kill them, she saw Wei Mingyi extend his left hand from the window. A flash of bluish-white flashed from his fingertips, and a fierce lightning bolt quickly spread. Dozens of zombies crackled and fell to the ground. Collect the crystal core. Yes. Nguyen Yang silently withdrew her gaze and collected the crystal core with a single click. Now she understood Wan Ningyan's feelings. Lightning-based abilities were indeed impressive, and at higher levels, using conductive objects like snow and water to kill was quite convenient. Thinking of this, Nguyen Yang suddenly felt that both of her abilities were quite ordinary. While powerful, they pale in comparison. Checking her visual space, she found she still had 5 random ability pills. She planned to take another one when she had the chance. Back in the train car, everyone was much quieter. Perhaps it was because they had talked too much, and everyone was thirsty and tired, so they were quieter. Nguyen Yang brought out 2 cases of water, and announced he was going out for a while. Mother One rushed over and grabbed Nguyen Yang's hand tightly. Why are you going out again? The earthquake's in a few minutes. Don't run around. Mom, the SUV can fly. Don't worry. Sit down and rest for a while. Eat and drink. We leave tomorrow when the earthquake is over. Mother Wan still looked worried. Nuanyang winked at Father Wan and the others. Wan Ningfeng stood up and helped Mother Wan back to her seat, wherein Father Wan coaxed Mother Wan, distracting her from worrying about Nuanyang. Just as Nuanyang was about to get out of the car, Zhao Ro approached with a serious expression. Miss Wan, it's dangerous out there. Take me with you. If you get hurt, we can treat you quickly. No, you stay here and take care of everyone else. They need you more. Don't you trust me? Nuanyang's face was filled with confusion. How could I not trust you? I entrusted my entire family to you. Isn't that enough? Zhao Ro's brow furrowed, her gaze fixed on Wei Mingyi behind Nuanyang. Ever since Captain Wei came along, you haven't come to me for many things. Huh? Nuanyang looked at Wei Mingyi in surprise. Wei Mingyi didn't seem to mind, leaning against the car door with a smile. Jealous? No. Zhao Ro's face flushed at Wei Mingyi's words, and she spoke a little hurriedly. I just wanted to help Miss Nuan. Without Miss Nuan, my mother wouldn't have been able to escape the earthquake. I want to repay you, but... Before Zhao Ro finished, Nuanyang understood. Smiling, he stood on tiptoe and hugged her tightly. I know. Don't worry. You be needed plenty in the future, so don't feel guilty about the lack of work. You're the only healer here with combat power. When we go out to look for supplies, you be our standard nurse. Zhao Ro took an awkward step back. It's a medic. Okay, not a nurse, but a medic. Nuanyang shook his head in amusement. You're still fussing about that. After comforting Zhao Ro, Nuanyang, and Wei Mingyi got out of the car. With 3 minutes left before the earthquake, Nuanyang switched to flight mode and returned to base. Although Nuanyang had activated stealth for better observation, he also flew at a low altitude, hoping to witness the full force of a magnitude 10 earthquake. Suddenly, the birds in the sky became even more frenzied than before, pelting the SUV's body and windshield with countless mutant animals. Nuanyang had no choice but to activate the automatic cleaning function to prevent the blood stains from obscuring his vision. Seconds later, the sound of shaking soil echoed, and the entire ground began to shake with a loud bang. Instantly, gullies tens of meters wide opened up, and meters of snow, mutated trees, and houses tilted and slid into the gullies. Nuanyang raised her gaze a little higher. From afar, she could see the base, fully illuminated, flickering. This apocalyptic base, built with so much manpower and material resources, had lost its brilliance in a mere minute. The base is gone. Yes. Wei Mingyi responded, and the two of them tacitly fell silent. This magnitude 10 earthquake was like an elusive, gluttonous beast, devouring a corner of the world with one mouthful. For the first time, Nuanyang truly felt the insignificance and helplessness of humanity. Zombies, extreme heat, extreme cold, and earthquakes, they came one after another, easily crushing humanity's hard work, leaving humanity to continue to survive in the cracks. Nuanyang felt heavy-hearted. She had always felt she wasn't a savior. Saving Wan Ningyan, the Wan family, and her friends was already a great achievement. But watching the earthquake unfold and some refugees trapped under the rubble was heartbreaking. She could do nothing but stare straight ahead, trying not to see the devastation below. It looks like Bai Xing. Bai Xing? Nuanyang looked in the direction Wei Mingyi had indicated, zooming in to see that it was indeed Bai Xing. She was holding a thick, mutated tree in one hand, and a little girl, who was about to fall into a crevice, in the other. Should we save her? Nuanyang was torn. In the past, she would have definitely saved her, but now she hesitated. If the military wasn't a good team, then what about Bai Xing? Was she someone worth saving? As she hesitated, Nuanyang saw Bai Xing successfully pull the little girl to her side, both of them hiding under the tree, and so she looked away. They're not in danger for now. The earthquake will be over in half a minute. Let's survey the base first. Wei Mingyi looked at Nuanyang with interest, but didn't argue, acquiescing in her decision. Chapter 557. By the time they reached the base, the earthquake had already ended. The entire base was severely damaged, but it had been reinforced and still looked recognizable, better preserved than the other ordinary buildings that had been reduced to ruins. Nuanyang lowered his altitude and flew all the way to Area A. Before he even arrived, he noticed the monitoring system showing living creatures, but the small dots were black and white. Black and white. What does that mean for unknown organisms? Nuanyang became even more confused after reading the meaning of the colors. Unknown organisms? Could it be that the earthquake had unearthed something strange? Captain Wei, be careful. I sense something strange. Well, why don't you land somewhere else? Here. Huh? Before Wei Mingyi could finish his words, Nguyen Yang had already landed. The bumpy ground caused the SUV to jolt violently, and Nguyen Yang let out a series of uhs. Bang! With a loud bang, the SUV crashed into a vertical wall and finally came to a stop. Huh? Captain Wei, tell me sooner next time. I don't want a next time. I almost had a fit from the leftover food. Nguyen Yang smiled sheepishly, ate a piece of fat, and got out of the car. The ground beneath him was a mixture of snow and mud, along with gravel and bricks, making it easy to sprain your ankle. Nguyen Yang walked back and forth several times, and once he was comfortable, he put the SUV away and gave Wei Mingyi a flashlight. The two of them used the light to explore Area A. Roar! Woo! Ah! Ah! A series of different cries made Nguyen Yang's body numb, and his skin covered with goosebumps. If the first cry sounded like a zombie, the second was like the cry of a female ghost doll in a horror movie, and the third was like the roar of someone with a pierced throat. Nguyen Yang swallowed. She wasn't afraid, but the sound was so terrifying that it made her inexplicably nervous. Turning to look at Wei Mingyi, she found her expression completely unchanged. Captain Wei, you're not afraid at all? Wei Mingyi shone the flashlight at Nguyen Yang. You are? A little? Then follow behind me. Wei Mingyi immediately took the lead, flashlight in hand, running towards the small dot of the unidentified creature visible in the tactical scope. To be on the safe side, Nguyen Yang pulled out a pistol from her spacecraft and followed. A few minutes later, they arrived near the unidentified creatures. Nguyen Yang noticed the cries were particularly clear. They must have come from those creatures. As she was about to get closer, Wei Mingyi reached out to stop her. She shone the flashlight on one of the creatures, and Nguyen Yang's eyes widened instantly. These were the two men who had been stopped by Nguyen Yang when they cut in line at the supply station. Their faces were distinctive, and Nguyen Yang recognized them immediately. But now, their bodies seemed to have merged together, two heads, one on each side. One emitted a roaring sound, while the other let out a wailing sound similar to crying. Nguyen Yang crouched down and shone the light carefully, discovering that one of them seemed to have become a zombie, while the other was still a normal human. A hideous suture scar ran across their chest, and the lower part was buried in rubble and bricks. But judging by their skin and one exposed arm, with its cyan skin and hard nails, they looked very much like zombies. Wei Mingyi, do you know what this is? I don't know, and even the tactical scope doesn't tell me. I think they're experimental subjects. Experimental subjects? It seems the military is secretly conducting human experiments. Human experiments? Nguyen Yang suddenly understood a lot. For example, the Sanyang mountain base, despite being clearly inferior to Noah's Ark in every way, had managed to quickly develop a crystal core extract capable of eliminating the zombie virus. But Nguyen Yang refused to believe it, unwilling to accept this reality. She stood up and continued searching, discovering another child experiment. It was a little boy, with a strange smile on his face, two zombie fangs, pale skin, and eyes tightly closed. Nguyen Yang shone the light on his face, and he suddenly opened his eyes, revealing blood-red eyeballs. Nguyen Yang took a step back in shock, her heart pounding. Impossible. No way. Nguyen Yang ignored Wei Mingyi's dissuasion. She hurried forward again, discovering a giant zombie-human fusion. The zombie's enormous, long arm was impaled on the slope by steel bars, dwarfing the man it had fused with. He roared in Nguyen Yang, and the chain around his neck made a sharp metallic sound. Nguyen Yang also discovered the entertainment city's secret. It turned out Han Qingcheng had prevented Mo from converting it into an orphanage, because there was an underground tunnel leading directly there, presumably used to transport captured people. He was afraid Mo would discover it during the renovations. What most devastated Nguyen Yang was the mother and daughter. A large cylinder, resembling a container, held a light green liquid, and a mother holding her daughter. Their skin was covered in strange, irregular, bluish-black spots, and numerous tiny red blood vessels interconnected, as if they were symbiotic. Nguyen Yang was devastated because she knew the mother and daughter. When Wan Ningyan wanted to try some steamed buns in the cafeteria, Nguyen Yang had asked them to buy them for her. The little girl's adorable pigtails were remarkably clear against the green water, and Nguyen Yang couldn't deceive herself. Why? I helped the base so much, I even gave them seeds. Why are you doing this? Han Qingcheng. Hack you. I'm not done with you. Woo. Roar. The subjects let out miserable, unpleasant cries at Nguyen Yang's outbursts. Nguyen Yang reached out and fused several golden needles, intending to end the lives of these inhuman subjects and save them from further torture. Wait! Wei Mingyi grabbed Nguyen Yang's wrist. Let's record a video first to gather evidence. What evidence is there to gather? If I'm not mistaken, you want to confront Han Qin-chung. Without evidence, what if he denies it? Don't fight an unprepared battle. Nguyen Yang, calm down. Don't let your emotions get the better of you. Nguyen Yang took Wei Mingyi's words to heart, retracted the golden needles, and slowly sat down on the ground, hugging her knees and burying her head in them. What happened in Area A was unbelievable. Nguyen Yang had suspected it, but seeing it with her own eyes was simply unacceptable. With so many supplies available, why did they have to experiment on living people? Even if they wanted to research zombie serum, they shouldn't have just randomly arrested anyone. Were those children guilty? And were the mother and daughter struggling to survive guilty? What Nguyen Yang found most unacceptable was the military's hypocrisy. From the beginning, they had pretended to be concerned about the people. Even though Nguyen Yang was wary, she had done her best to help. But in the end, what happened? Nguyen Yang became the executioner. The vast supplies she brought back gave the military peace of mind, allowing them to engage in these inhumane practices. How abhorrent! Nguyen Yang raised his head and looked at Wei Mingyi, who was recording a video. Captain Wei, what do you think about this? Me? Wei Mingyi put down his phone and sat next to Nguyen Yang. I understand what I'm saying, but I don't accept it. What do you mean? I understand that in the apocalypse, the military wants to quickly develop a drug to fight zombies, but I don't accept this approach, because human nature is always greedy. Who can guarantee that the military will stop experiments once they develop an effective drug? Who can guarantee that those researchers are free from selfish motives? Today it's for serum, tomorrow it's for improving function, and the day after tomorrow it's a killer weapon to fight against advanced zombies, and there's no end to it. Wei Mingyi sighed deeply. It's the fucking apocalypse, and we have to guard against zombies, while also trying to avoid becoming victims. I don't like this. Nguyen Yang felt the same way. It was obvious that as long as humanity united to fight the zombies, there would be a finite number of zombies, while humanity would continue to thrive. There was no way we would ever win. Why did we have to go down this path? Chapter 558. Wei Mingyi, I think the same as you, but I hate the military even more than you do. They made all my previous efforts ridiculous. I not only want to demand an explanation from the military, but I also want to kill them, but I don't think I can. You want to kill Han Qin-chung? Yes. Nguyen Yang looked at Wei Mingyi with a determined gaze, repeating, I want to kill Han Qin-chung. He's the supreme leader of the Sanyang mountain base. Without his approval, who would dare conduct live experiments underground in Area A? Who would dare to arrest people without fear of being discovered? And not just him, but everyone involved in this. I want them all killed. Then kill them. What are you hesitating about? Nguyen Yang sighed. I don't know how many people are involved, and I'm afraid that if Han Qin-chung were to die, the military would be thrown into chaos, and those ordinary people would be left to die. I hate the military, but I don't. I hate those innocent people struggling to survive. Moreover, now that we've been hit by an earthquake, ordinary people need to work with the military to rebuild the base. I don't want to put a dent in their survival. Besides, I signed a space lease agreement with the military, and they have a lot of supplies with me, enough for them to start over. But I don't want to hand it all over to them, so I don't know what to do with it now. Wei Mingyi suddenly realized, no wonder the base always has fresh, clean food. It turns out it's in your space. They're so bold, they're not afraid of you escaping. Of course they're afraid, that's why they demanded that the Wan family's parents not leave the base. I see, but they picked the wrong person. They should have taken your wife as hostage. Ahem. Nguyen Yang coughed awkwardly. The Wan family's parents are also very important to me. Well, it's important. Let's resolve the current situation. Wei Mingyi reached out and took 3 small stones and placed them in front of Nguyen Yang. There are 3 issues. First, we need to know who participated in the live experiments. Second, we need someone reliable, honest, and conscientious to continue leading the base. Third, we need to hand over the military's supplies to them to rebuild the base. But for the sake of control and oversight, we can't hand them all over at once. Anything else? No. Can I ask you one more question? What is it? Why haven't you considered destroying the military and becoming the base commander of Sanyang Mountain yourself? With your supplies and abilities, you're fully capable of the job. Nguyen Yang smiled. Why should I? My dream is to live a peaceful and stable life with Mingyan. This happiness is so hard-earned. Why would I want to suffer like a hard-working base commander, embroiled in power struggles? Instead of spending my time on this, I could take my wife on a trip, soak in hot springs, catch some animals, kill some zombies, and enjoy the scenery. How relaxing. It's truly relaxing. I'd love to take my sister on a trip too. What a pity. What a pity. She's timid. She's like a mouse seeing a cat when she sees a zombie. Ha ha. Just practice more. Ning Yen was like that at first too. Wow wow. The two were chatting lightly when the surrounding experimental subjects let out their miserable, eerie cries, forcing them to confront the challenge before them once again. Let's get down to business first, Nuanyang. What are your thoughts? Tell me, I go through fire and water with you. I do have an idea. I plan to go find Bai Xing first. The Bai siblings had a disagreement with Han Qingcheng over the orphanage, and they've been diligently investigating the missing children. I want to confirm whether they know anything about it. If they're unaware, I'd like to hand the base and supplies over to the siblings. Bai Mo is the deputy commander, after all, so he'd be more likely to gain the support of the group. Okay, but it's not safe. What do you mean? Wei Mingyi scratched a vertical line between two stones with a tile. We previously investigated the Bai siblings, and they have a deep bond. So why not take Bai Xing hostage? After all, who can guarantee that someone in the position of base commander won't change their mind? Having a hostage and supplies provides a double check, which is much safer. Nuanyang disagreed. I heard that Bai Xing is just the Bai family's adopted daughter. Will Bai Mo really be docile because of her? I'm not sure. We see if we try. Bai Xing hasn't even awakened her powers yet, so an ordinary person doesn't pose much of a threat to us. Okay, then let's first confirm whether the Bai family knows, and then confront Han Qingcheng. As for the supplies, give them some up front. At worst, I make more deliveries later if we need more. Okay. After finalizing their action plan, Nuanyang and Wei Mingyi killed all the experimental subjects as quickly as possible, ending their painful lives and preventing any from mutating into formidable monsters. After completing the killings, Nuanyang drove back the same way to find Bai Xing. Bai Xing was just an ordinary person, unable to run far with a child. However, when Nuanyang arrived, she only found a hint of life. Her heart skipped a beat, and she quickly landed. Bai Xing! Bai Xing, are you still alive? Nuanyang called out to Bai Xing from close range, but received no response. Anxious, she ignored the steep slope and trotted over. When she reached the two of them, she saw Bai Xing, dressed in a military coat, unbuttoning his own clothes and warming the little girl in his arms with his body heat. The little girl's mouth was purple, and a strange smile etched on her face. The tactical scope indicated she was dead. He reached out and pressed on the child's neck, but found no pulse. Nuanyang then felt Bai Xing's and found it weak, suggesting she was cold. He quickly fed her a piece of thermal fat. Cough cough. Bai Xing choked on the crushed thermal fat. After coughing a few times, she opened her eyes, her eyelashes covered in icicles. She looked at Nuanyang with great difficulty. Nuan, Miss Nuan. As long as she's alive, don't talk for now. Nuanyang discussed the matter with Wei Mingyi. Wei Mingyi took the dead girl to a nearby location and buried her. Nuanyang carried Bai Xing on his back to a flat surface, retrieved the SUV, placed her in the back seat, and bound her hands and feet. Bai Xing hadn't consumed much of the thermal fat, and Nuanyang wasn't sure how long the effects would last. She got into the driver's seat, quickly turned on the air conditioner, and filled another hot water bottle, and placed it on Bai Xing's abdomen. Bai Xing, wake up. Nuanyang patted Bai Xing's face. Her face, which had been frozen pale and purple, was now slowly returning to normal. As Nuanyang patted her, Bai Xing slowly opened her eyes. Miss Nuan? Is it really you? I thought I was dreaming. It's me. Are you okay? I have something to ask you. Bai Xing hummed to him. She tried to sit up, only to find her hands and feet were bound. Half pushing herself up, she looked at Nuanyang with a puzzled expression. Miss Nuan, what's going on? I tied you up because I discovered a secret in your military, and had to do it. Secret? What do you mean? Nuanyang sneered and grabbed Bai Xing's neck. Still pretending? You're capturing people for experiments while you're still looking for them. You're really playing the game of thieves crying stop thief. Cough. Bai Xing's face began to turn red and purple as she struggled to breathe. Her bound hands clutched Nuanyang's wrists, trying to stop her, but her strength was too weak to stop her. Miss Nuan, did you misunderstand something? Misunderstanding? Your military experiments on living people, turning them into monsters, and now you're telling me it's a misunderstanding? How shameless. Those children were only a few years old, and you had the guts to do that to them, you beasts. Bai Xing's eyes widened. Judging from her reaction, she seemed to know about this, which made Nuanyang furious. You really do. Your military is truly disgusting. Nuan Yang pressed Bai Xing down hard, her left hand tightening. Bai Xing's neck had turned a liver-colored color, a sign of extreme hypoxia. But to Nuan Yang's surprise, Bai Xing gave up struggling. She released Nuan Yang's wrist, her eyes filled with despair, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes, a look that made Nuan Yang hesitate. Considering Bai Xing's previous behavior, Nuan Yang thought and let go. She had a feeling Bai Xing wasn't that kind of person. She should ask her more questions. After all, she was just an ordinary person. If anything really happened, killing her would be as easy as crushing an ant. Chapter 559. Cough, cough, cough. Bai Xing coughed for a long time before finally recovering, her throat a little hoarse. Nuan Yang couldn't bear to watch, so he pinched her mouth and forced some water into her throat to moisten it. Wei Mingyi happened to see this when she returned. Why torture? No, I just gave her some water. Wei Mingyi glanced at Bai Xing again, her eyes fixed on her reddened neck. Yes, I believe it. Nuan Yang, feeling increasingly sullen, stopped explaining and tugged at Bai Xing's collar, making her sit up. Tell me, were you involved in the human experiment? Bai Xing's hair was a little disheveled, her cheeks slightly flushed from the violent coughing. Her eyes, wet with natural tears, looked even more pitiful when she turned to look at Nuan Yang. Nuan Yang had never seen Bai Xing like this before, and he felt a little guilty, thinking he'd been too harsh. He awkwardly averted his gaze from her. Miss Nuan, do you have evidence? Did they really capture people for experiments? What do you mean by they? You mean you didn't know? Bai Xing shook her head, then nodded. The Research Institute proposed it, but the team leader rejected it. I always thought it was a dead end. Miss Nuan, did they really capture children for experiments? After Bai Xing said this, Nuan Yang understood why she had just given up. Someone who risked their life to save a child, only to have no idea that the military they trusted was secretly killing innocent people, even sparing children, felt completely despaired. Nuan Yang asked Wei Mingyi to show her the video she had taken on her phone. Then, she quietly searched her space for ether and a handkerchief. After folding the handkerchief into a small square, she poured some ether into the middle. Because it had side effects, Nuan Yang didn't dare pour too much. No wonder they didn't allow the entertainment city to be redeveloped. It turns out the team leader has been in cahoots with the people at the Research Institute for a long time. I didn't expect him to be so hypocritical. Nuan Yang was surprised to hear Bai Xing scolding people. This woman was usually the most law-abiding and workaholic, but she was surprisingly polite when scolding people, not even using a single curse word. Bai Xing, you said the Research Institute had proposed it but was rejected. When was that? In the first week of the extreme heat, Director Zhou of the Research Institute, on behalf of everyone at the institute, approached the team leader and proposed sending death row prisoners for live human research. The team leader not only refused, but also scolded Director Zhou. Bai Xing chuckled self-deprecatingly. Now that I think about it, it was all for show for us outsiders. When dealing with a wealthy businessman, a group of his minions disappeared. I found it strange at the time and reported it to the team leader, but he didn't take it seriously. Thinking about it, the live human research should have already begun by then, which is why a group of insignificant minions were missing. Nuan Yang recalled that the crystal core extract appeared at the end of the extreme heat, which logically matched Bai Xing's statement. He accepted the accuracy of this statement and continued asking, "What about your brother? Was he involved?" "No." "Are you so sure?" "Miss Nuan, if my brother was involved, he wouldn't have spent all his money building the orphanage, and he wouldn't have argued with the team leader over the placement of those children. What was he trying to achieve? Acting? Bai Xing and Han Qingcheng are both so good at it. How can you be sure your brother wasn't involved?" Bai Xing bit her lip, her brow furrowed. She lowered her head in thought for a long moment before speaking. "After detecting an impending earthquake, my brother got a car and tried to take me away. I begged him to take the children from the orphanage with him. He hesitated for a few seconds before agreeing. If my brother was truly involved in those events, why would he be willing to help me save someone in such a life-or-death situation?" Wei Mingyi nodded. "That makes sense, but Miss Bai, why were you with that little girl? Where's your brother?" "We got separated. I saw a little girl running on the road, and I wanted to take her with me. But the little girl was so frightened, she didn't hear me calling and kept running. My brother saw me running away and wanted to come get me, but then the earthquake happened." The more Nuan Yang listened, the more he felt something was amiss. "We didn't see anyone else nearby. Has your brother just left you alone?" Bai Xing's face paled, but he still managed to smile to comfort Nuan Yang. My brother has a few trusted associates with him. He'd be fine. He must have encountered something urgent and didn't come to me. Yes, that must be the case, Nuanyang said, covering Bai Xing's mouth and nose with a handkerchief. The incident happened suddenly, and Bai Xing subconsciously struggled a few times before slowly losing consciousness and falling asleep. It seems the Bai siblings are unaware of the situation. They just don't know if Bai Mo is in trouble. It's okay. We find out later after we look around. Wei Mingyi patted the front seat. Go drive. Take Bai Xing back first. Let Zhao Rou treat her. She's been cold for too long. I'm worried she'd die along the way. Okay. Nuanyang drove as fast as he could back to the sled train. Before getting off, Wei Mingyi took a few photos of Bai Xing with his phone, taking care to include her bound hands. You're taking photos like we're kidnapping someone. Isn't that a kidnapping? Of course not. Just a hostage, Nuanyang said, withdrawing his hand. No, I'm married. I can't just hug another woman. Captain Wei, thank you for your hard work. Wei Mingyi was stunned for a moment, then scoffed. Then why didn't you choose to bury the body? You can't control the SUV, otherwise why would I bother Captain Wei to bury the body? Ha! Wei Mingyi stopped arguing and forcefully lifted Bai Xing horizontally. Bai Xing was a civilian, frail and light, so Wei Mingyi had no trouble carrying him. After getting him to the sled train, to prevent Bai Xing from escaping or becoming ill and infecting everyone, Wei Mingyi placed him in the lounge up front. Wei Mingxue treated him, while Guyu and Qin Xiuya took turns guarding him. After settling him down, Nuanyang and Wei Mingyi brought Zhao Rou along this time. If Bai Mo was alive, he might be injured, and having a healing system would be easier to save. Nuanyang didn't want to waste the pills. On the way to find Bai Mo, the two quickly explained their findings to Zhao Rou, whose face darkened, and she sighed repeatedly. I knew those researchers weren't good people. They nearly wiped out the search team. What heartless beasts they are. Now that things have come to this, there's no point in scolding them. When I find them, I'm going to crush them one by one. Okay. Count me in. Han Qingcheng too. I won't let him go. Yes, he's the culprit. He deserves death. Hearing Zhao Rou's words, Nuanyang was very satisfied. The 95th Reinforced Regiment was, after all, a regiment. The military ties between them might transcend ordinary human emotions. Nuanyang's biggest fear was that Zhao Rou would plead for Han Qingcheng. Now it seemed that Zhao Rou, while stubborn, had a clear sense of right and wrong. That was a good thing. It saved him some unnecessary trouble. Chapter 560. During his stealth search, Nuanyang unexpectedly located Han Qingcheng's location, 40 kilometers to the south, where a small group of troops and civilians were stationed. He was certain of Han Qingcheng's location thanks to information provided by Zhao Rou. She saw that the tents and modified vehicles were all state-of-the-art at the base, and the blue tents were originally built by the Research Institute for its own internal use. Further ahead, small groups of people gathered at regular intervals, making the search difficult. Nuanyang searched the area near where Bai Xing was found, finally spotting a small group of survivors suspected to be Bai Mo, 10 kilometers away. Wei Mingyi used his tactical scope to check on the three vehicles, and after seeing through them, he spotted the presence of children. Combined with Bai Xing's description, Nuanyang decided to land and investigate. Not wanting to expose himself too much for the time being, Nuanyang landed at a distance, decloaked, and drove to the vicinity of the small group of survivors. Before he got close enough, a group of soldiers disembarked, their guns raised. Nuanyang opened the window and stuck his head out. I'm Nuanyang, one of us. The soldiers were all strangers Nuanyang had rarely seen, but Nuanyang's name was a household name. One soldier quickly reported to the front car, and a moment later, Nuanyang saw Bai Mo limping out. Nuanyang breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, he's not dead yet, otherwise we have to rack our brains to find a new base commander. Wei Mingyi smiled. Don't be too happy. You kidnapped her sister. Even if she's not biological, we grew up together, and have a bond that's no less than that of a family. Alas, Captain Wei, you're such a downer. I'm just reminding you not to be too optimistic. Then let's use courtesy first, then force. Zhao Rou, you be on your way. Cure Bai Mo first, so I have something to defend myself against if he gets angry. Yes. Wei Mingyi was a little surprised to see Zhao Rou agree without hesitation, and whispered to Nuanyang. Is Zhao Rou too obedient to you? Is she? I think she listens to Ningyan more. You two are quite interesting. You got a loyal dog out of nowhere. Zhao Rou, who was in the back seat, heard this and seriously corrected him. Captain Wei, I'm not a dog. I'm a special forces soldier, And a medic. Okay, I get it. I was just giving you an analogy. As Bayamo approached, Nguyen put away his chatty smile. With a gesture, the three of them exited the car. Deputy Captain Bai, it's you. What a coincidence. Bayamo was tall, and even with his injured leg, he towered over Nguyen and the others even when bent over. Luckily, his face was filled with a joyful smile, so he wasn't too intimidating. Miss Nguyen, that's great. You're okay. It's quite safe here. Stay here for now. There will be aftershocks after the earthquake, so it's recommended to return to base after 12 hours, which is safer. Return to base? Deputy Captain Bai, did you agree to return in 12 hours? Yes. The earthquake came so suddenly, and we were afraid of total annihilation, so we agreed to each take our own team and flee separately, gathering at base in 12 hours to carry out post-disaster reconstruction. Nguyen now understood why there were so many small teams along the way. It was a strategy of spreading out and not putting all your eggs in one basket. I see, Deputy Captain Bai. Zhao Rou is a healer. I see you're injured. Let her treat you. That's great. Let's treat Xiao Wei first. His injuries are worse than mine. Were there more than one injured? Yes. Bayamo greeted the soldiers who had helped him and took Xiao Rou to treatment before continuing. An earthquake struck while we were fleeing. My car was halfway stuck in the ground. Xiao Wei and the others came to rescue me and were hit on the head by the rubble. If I hadn't met you, I'm afraid I wouldn't have survived. What a coincidence. Bayamo limped as he invited Nguyen and Wei Mingyi into his car. The back row of seats had 2 rows that could be folded out to form a small bed. The blankets were stained with blood. The heater was on, so it wasn't cold. Through the metal sheet, Nguyen heard what sounded like a child in the back and asked, "Well, the children from the orphanage are all staying in the carriages." "Don't worry, Miss Nguyen. They're heated." "That's great." Nguyen was lost for words after saying that. Her original plan was to help Bayamo with his treatment, then talk about Bai Xing's situation, forcing Bayamo to become the new base chief and completely banning live animal experiments. Now that her plans were disrupted, Nguyen didn't dare to speak freely. Fortunately, Bayamo wasn't a quiet person and initiated conversation. But the conversation drifted to the Wan family. "Since they're all alive, why don't I send someone to fetch them all? We have elite troops here, so the safety factor is higher." "No need. They're quite safe there. Thank you, Deputy Commander Bai, for your kindness." After saying that, Baimo's expression shifted slightly. Zhao Rou happened to arrive, and the topic was diverted. Zhao Rou saluted Baimo, then squatted before him and began to use her mental power to examine his leg injury. Nguyen, worried that Zhao Rou wasn't using enough mental power, asked a question. "It's okay. My superpower is already level 4, more than enough to heal 2 people." "Level 4? That's a pretty fast upgrade. The base has been busy lately, and my superpowers are often running low. It broke through and upgraded the day before yesterday. Guess I need to use it more." The two of them were chatting casually, catching Baimo's attention. His gaze lingered on Zhao Rou, and he suddenly asked, "If I remember correctly, you were a member of the search team. Why weren't you with Qingjun to escort the leader out, but were instead with Miss Nguyen?" Nguyen hadn't expected Baimo to ask that. Zhao Rou, too, was a man who wouldn't lie. She glanced at him and said nothing, concentrating on healing. Nguyen quietly poked Wei Mingyi with her finger and mouthed the question, "What should we do?" Wei Mingyi looked nonchalant. "Just say it directly. We're going to break the ice anyway. 3 of us against 1, don't we have a chance of winning?" As soon as these words left his mouth, Baimo was about to get out of the car and leave, but Zhao Rou pulled him back, then sat on top of him, pinning him down with her arms and legs. "What do you want to do? Miss Nguyen, the base has never treated you unfairly. You wouldn't stab us in the back just because the base is in trouble." Nguyen held her forehead helplessly. This situation hadn't gone according to plan at all, so she decided to stop pretending. She took Wei Mingyi's phone and showed Baimo Bai Xing's photo. "Deputy Captain Bai, your sister is in my custody. I advise you to be quiet. Don't yell or struggle. Let's negotiate a deal. It's okay if you don't cooperate. Keeping a useless person like your sister, who has no special abilities, is a waste of food. I just send her to hell." Baimo, in Nguyen's mind, was a rather gloomy man. He had stood at the base gate at first, seemingly spying on her. She had interacted with her a few times since then, and although their interactions were normal, she always felt he was scheming. At this moment, his face, originally gloomy, became incredibly excited after seeing Bai Xing's photo. his eyes bulging red. Miss Nguyen, just tell me what you want. Don't hurt Xinger, she's innocent. Come to me if you have any problems. I told you, I just want to make a deal, don't get excited. Nguyen Yang soothed by Mo and began showing him the footage of the human experiments she had captured on her phone. As she had expected, Mo was unaware of this. Nguyen Yang then shared her plans with Mo, including providing supplies in batches to help with the base's reconstruction and demanding no more human experiments. Mo quickly agreed, but he refused to accept Bai Xing as a hostage. Xinger is my sister. I can't let her be held hostage. That's not your call. Nguyen Yang. I beg you, please release Xinger. I'd do anything you ask. Do you care that much? Then there's no way I release her. But rest assured, Deputy Commander Bai, I let you talk on the phone every once in a while. If you behave well, we might even video chat. Mo looked skeptical. Miss Nguyen, there's no base station right now. Are you kidding? You know later if you're kidding. Zhao Ro, continue the treatment. Once you're done, we go find Han Qingcheng. Deputy Commander Bai, remember our agreement. Otherwise, Nguyen Yang wiped his throat. Bai Xing's life will be in danger. Seeing Mo's unhappy yet helpless expression, Nguyen Yang suddenly began to like this villain vibe.